Superman's dilemma, staying or soaring. Lin Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. He could understand Susan's feelings. It wasn't just the people of the world who wanted to see Superman soaring through the skies again. Susan needed his company too. And honestly, he wasn't against sticking around Earth for a while. Might as well show his face a little more before heading back to space. I'll be staying on Blue Star for a while, Lin Feng admitted, flashing a small smile. As for whether I'll be as active as before, well, that depends. Besides, I think most problems can now be handled by our friendly neighborhood hero. He winked at Susan, subtly shifting the focus to Spider-Man. At the same time, he had also answered her unspoken question, letting her know that the rest of his time belonged to her. Susan's smile widened, her eyes lighting up with warmth. Tony, meanwhile, turned his head away with a dramatic pout. He suddenly regretted not bringing Pepper along. Watching these two flirt was like getting force-fed dog food. Tony Stark, the man behind the suit. All right, Mr. Tony, or should I say Mr. Iron Man? Susan smirked, shifting the topic toward Stark. Huh? People are still interested in me. Tony crossed his legs, looking far more composed compared to Peter's nervous energy. Of course, Susan said. One of the most popular questions on the forum is about Morgan Jr. The mention of his daughter made Tony pause. Morgan's public exposure had been an accident. He never intended for her to be caught on camera. It wasn't safe. But after it happened, he realized that hiding forever wasn't an option. There would always be moments where he wanted to take Morgan out, and with modern technology, it was impossible to stay completely off the radar. So instead of avoiding it, Tony embraced the reality. He even designed a custom battle armor for her, using super metals from StarClan planets. Nothing on Earth could penetrate it, not even a nuclear blast. So, when Susan asked if he wanted to skip this question, Tony shook his head. No, it's fine, he said smoothly. I get it, people are curious. Yes, Morgan is my daughter, Pepper and I's little bundle of joy. I didn't want her to be in the public eye because, well, let's be honest, I have a lot of enemies. That being said, I can't hide her forever. She's growing up, and I want her to have a normal childhood. That's all I'm going to say about it. Tony then winked at Susan, signaling that this topic was closed. Susan caught on immediately and smoothly transitioned to the next question. The spotlight shifts. Enter Spider-Man. Half an hour passed. Susan covered everything from Stark Industries' latest tech to Tony's personal habits, keeping the interview engaging and informative. But then came the moment of truth. The camera panned toward Spider-Man. Susan smiled. And now, let's turn our attention to Spider-Man. Hoo-ha! Peter Parker snapped to attention, like a student getting called on by a teacher. Susan chuckled. You seem very energetic, Mr. Spider-Man. Peter rubbed the back of his head, shifting awkwardly in his seat. Lin Feng, standing slightly off camera, rolled his eyes. This kid still needs a lot of training. He's got the power, but he lacks the confidence to command attention. The tech behind the suit. Susan leaned forward. So, let's talk about your battle suit. Peter perked up instantly. Oh. Yes, Mr. Stark gave it to me. I cherish it a lot. His excitement was palpable. Oh, and I have to say, Mr. Stark's technology is insane. Peter launched into full geek mode, his nerves melting away as he rambled enthusiastically about the suit. Did you know there are nearly 600 different web shooting modes? And that's not even the best part. It has a built-in parachute, a heating function, and even mini surveillance drones. Peter paused for dramatic effect. And just recently, Mr. Stark gave me an upgraded nano battle suit. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. If Spider-Man was a machine, then battle suits were his fuel. This kid could talk about them forever. Realizing he was rambling, Peter clapped a hand over his mouth, looking sheepish. Sorry. Mr. Stark, can I talk about the nano suit? Tony massaged his temples in mild frustration. This kid. You know what? Go for it. At least this was a recorded interview. If Peter spilled too much, they could just edit it out later. The nano suit unveiled. Peter lit up like a Christmas tree. All right. Let me show you my latest battle suit upgrade. Standing up, he pulled out a small, spider-shaped metal piece from his pocket. This is the nano controller. With a tap on his chest, the particles surged over his body like flowing liquid metal, morphing into a sleek, high-tech nano spider suit. A more three-dimensional, sleek, and contrasting metallic suit materialized, shining under the studio lights. Peter struck a dynamic pose. How do I look? Cool, right? Susan smiled approvingly. Very impressive. But Peter wasn't done. With a tap on his wrist, the golden red nano suit suddenly shifted, turning completely black. This is my stealth mode. Lin Feng blinked. Wait a second. This wasn't in the movies. Peter had never used a fully black nano suit before. In No Way Home, his black suit was literally just his regular suit turned inside out. This was something new. Oops. Peter's big mouth moment. Feeling proud, Peter boasted. And guess what? Aunt May loves the nanotech too. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh. Peter froze. His brain caught up with his mouth too late. Oh no. Did he just mention Aunt May? On camera. His eyes widened in pure horror. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I wasn't supposed to say that. Peter clutched his head. Tony face-bombed. Lin Feng? He was barely holding in his laughter. Tony shot him a deadpan look, as if to say, now you know why I don't do live interviews. Peter panicked. Mr. Stark, what do I do? If Aunt May finds out I leaked her name, she'll. Lin Feng finally lost it and laughed out loud. Kid, you're doomed. Panic mode, Spider-Man's crisis. Tony had enough. He shook his head, sighing in frustration. Peter. But little Spider-Man was too deep into his panic spiral, pacing back and forth like he just exposed his secret identity to the whole world. Peter. Tony raised his voice, snapping him out of it. Peter froze. Tony crossed his arms, looking exasperated. This is a recorded interview. We can cut that part out later. No one will know. Peter blinked. His brain rebooted. Oh. A beat of silence. Then, Susan and Lin Feng burst into laughter. Lin Feng wiped a tear from his eye. This reminded him too much of the actor who played Peter in his original universe. The guy was notorious for spoiling everything in interviews. Peter, still stunned by his own stupidity, slumped onto the sofa. Thank God for the mask, or else everyone would see how red his face was. What a disaster. Classic Spider-Man. Back on track. After the laughter died down, the interview finally returned to the main topic. Peter, still embarrassed, became more cautious, carefully choosing his words for the rest of the interview. This finally allowed Tony to relax a little. The interview lasted about an hour and a half, not too long, not too short, but filled with great content. After some quick editing, Susan uploaded it to the superhero forum. She didn't even need to send it to news stations, they would pick it up on their own. As expected, within minutes, traffic on the forum skyrocketed. The internet reacts. Lin Feng casually scrolled through the comments section, grinning as the messages poured in. Spider-Man, the next Iron Man, or the next Superman? Our friendly neighborhood hero is kind of a dork, and we love it. Not sure if I trust this Spider-Man yet. Seems too reckless. Come on. If Iron Man and Superman trust him, why shouldn't we? Little Morgan is adorable. More pics, please. As expected of Superman, with great power comes great responsibility is true after all. Wait. Superman said he's staying on Earth? Does that mean we'll see him in the sky again? Spider-Man action figures. $5 each. Buy 3 for $10. Wait, where did this random reseller come from? Mods ban him. Superman figurine clearance sale. $20 each. Brah. At first, the comments were serious discussions, but as expected, the internet quickly descended into chaos. Lin Feng chuckled. People were even trying to sell Superman dolls without his permission. Ridiculous. But honestly, he kind of loved the craziness. He closed the forum, knowing full well that by tonight, this interview would be all over the news. A private conversation. Back on the sofa, Susan was still reviewing the interview, making minor edits for final polishing. Lin Feng sat beside her, watching her work. So, he asked casually, sipping his tea, what do you think of Peter? Susan didn't look up. You mean Spider-Man? Lin Feng nodded. Susan thought for a moment, then shrugged. He's a bit reckless, but he has a good heart. And with you and Tony backing him up, he should be fine. Lin Feng smirked. You sure? Susan glanced at him, smiling playfully. Let's be real, he's definitely going to cause some disasters along the way. But that's just how heroes grow, right? Lin Feng chuckled. True. Peter's journey in the movies had been a roller coaster of challenges and failures. Every hero had to go through it. Except for him, of course. Lin Feng had been overpowered from the start. The real question. Suddenly, Susan stopped editing. She hesitated for a second before asking, by the way, what you said earlier, is it true? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Susan's fingers tightened slightly on the keyboard. That you're staying on Earth for a while, she clarified. Lin Feng could sense her emotions, hope, uncertainty, and maybe a bit of worry. He smiled. Of course it's true. There's no big cosmic crisis right now, so I'll be staying on Blue Star for a while. At least, for the foreseeable future. Then casually, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Susan froze for a second, then exhaled, relaxing into his touch. She didn't say anything else, just nodded and continued watching the screen. But Lin Feng could feel the shift in her mood. She was genuinely happy. It made him feel guilty. All this time, he had been running around the universe, leaving Susan alone. Sure, they had spent some time together, but was it enough? Maybe, he thought, I should take her on a trip across the universe. It had been a while since they had a real adventure together. And besides, there was still unfinished business regarding Susan's past. Meanwhile, on the helicarrier. At that moment, in a different part of the world, a certain bald man sat in his dimly lit office, looking more exhausted than ever. Nick Fury, the infamous black stewed egg, had seen better days. Even though there were fewer disasters on Earth lately, his stress levels had skyrocketed. Why? Because compared to Tony Stark alone, his entire superhero team was basically useless. And Tony? Tony was barely on speaking terms with SHIELD anymore. Even worse. The government had started cutting funding for SHIELD operations. Nick Fury leaned back, looking completely defeated. If he still had hair, he would have ripped it out by now. Across from him, Maria Hill placed a cup of tea in front of him. Sir, she said, her tone neutral, Lin Feng has confirmed that he's staying on Earth for now. Fury sighed. Well, that's something. Hill continued, also, Tony Stark seems to be mentoring Spider-Man as his successor. Not surprising, Fury muttered. One more thing, Hill hesitated slightly before speaking. Based on recent activity, Tony has likely developed interstellar travel capabilities. Fury sat up immediately. Hill placed two blurry images on the table. Both showed two massive futuristic spaceships, definitely not Earth technology. Judging by these, she said, it's safe to assume that Tony is preparing to leave Earth soon. Fury rubbed his temple. Which means he'll need backup. Hill smirked slightly. And what better backup than Natasha Romanoff? Fury stared at her. Then he grinned. Send Natasha after Stark, he said. Tell her to get on that spaceship. The future of superheroes was shifting. And SHIELD needed to keep up, or be left behind.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Sir, Natasha Romanoff. Hill hesitated to speak. Black Braised Egg frowned. What happened to her? She has been at Stark Industries since the last incident. And the symbiote was also provided by Tony. Is it possible that she... Hill pursed his lips and did not continue. At the beginning, the black marinated egg was swapped, and Tony, who found it troublesome, gave Natasha Romanoff a symbiont and let them solve it internally. But the symbiote's value to them was incalculable, and Tony definitely wouldn't be kind enough to give it away. So after solving the S.H.I.E.L.D incident, Natasha Romanoff has to give Tony a long-term job as required. Tony's not looking for Natasha Romanoff. After he confirmed the relationship with Pepper, he restrained himself. What he cares about is Natasha Romanoff's ability. Her combat experience, as well as agent experience, was exactly what the Symbiote Legion lacked. Although Natasha Romanoff was originally not that powerful, but her various experiences are undoubtedly a treasure. Black Pork stared at Hill. Are you doubting Natasha Romanoff's loyalty? Hill didn't answer, but the meaning was obvious. It's no wonder Hill was skeptical. According to their investigation, the large number of Symbiote Legions are so devoted to Tony that it is unbelievable. It's not that they haven't tried to win over some members of the Symbiote Corps, but the results were all in vain. So Hill has reason to wonder if Tony Stark has special means to ensure the loyalty of the Symbiote Legion. The biggest possibility given by the analysis team is that there is a problem with the symbiont. They allow the boarded host to remain absolutely loyal to Tony Stark. Black Braised Egg tapped the table with his fingers a little annoyed. He definitely read the analysis results. And he also knew that during the time Natasha Romanoff was in Stark Industries, every report did not have any substantive content. After a long while, the black marinated egg stopped his movements. Natasha Romanoff has undergone professional training. We must trust her loyalty. However, send Lin Te there. Let Natasha Romanoff try to bring him along. He said he believed in Natasha Romanoff, but Black Braised Egg still had some grudges in his heart. Hill's eyes lit up. I see. Let Hawkeye go. This is ready to play the emotional card. After leaving the office, Hill immediately sent related tasks to Lin Te. Hawkeye's relationship with Lin Te and Natasha Romanoff is not ordinary, more like family. If there is anything wrong with Natasha Romanoff, Lin Te will find out quickly. Poor Hawkeye, all ready to retire, has been called back. The day after the order was given, Hawkeye's Lin Te approached Natasha Romanoff. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time because of the mission. With Hill's reminder, Hawkeye quickly realized that Natasha Romanoff was indeed different from before. As for what's different, he can't tell for the time being. It's like, Natasha Romanoff is more free and easy than before, and now there is a depth in Natasha Romanoff that he can't understand. All in all, Natasha Romanoff should be stronger than ever. For Hawkeye's arrival, Natasha Romanoff did not show any abnormality. However, at Hawkeye's request, Natasha Romanoff still filled in the name Lin Te on the form applying to join Tony's long-term mission. The application was quickly on Tony's desk. Some information that Tony wants to start the cosmic journey is intentionally circulated within the symbiosis. But Tony just ordered that a group of elites among the elites be needed to carry out a very long mission with him. Definitely, the dissemination of the news of the cosmic journey was also carried out under Tony's behest. All members of the Symbiote Legion who feel that they are capable can apply, and then wait for the news of the selection after passing the assessment. The appearance of Hawkeye also made Tony understand the meaning of SHIELD. This is because I am afraid that I will do something that they don't know. Tony patted the application with a half smile, and on the screen in front of him, the conversation between Black Braised Egg and Hill was played. He didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. completely, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own incidents made Tony even more defensive about him. The ultra-miniature monitoring equipment in the Black Marinated Egg office has been updated for several generations. Today's monitoring equipment, integrating Stark particles and nanotechnology, can even disguise itself as a normal dust particle invisible to the naked eye, so every move of Black Braised Egg was exposed under Tony's sight. This integrated two monitors with advanced technology. With the current S.H.I.E.L.D., there is no way to find it. Playing with Mr. Tony? I simply don't know how much I weigh. Watching the picture end, Tony reached out and turned off the screen. He definitely knew about S.H.I.E.L.D. investigating and recruiting members of the Symbiote Corps. The Symbiote Legion has all experienced Mind Gems insurance, and if they can be recruited, there will be ghosts. Everyone was on the Blue Star, and they didn't see each other when they looked up, and Tony didn't tear himself apart because of this incident. What kind of character is the Black Stewed Egg? Tony understands that this behavior is completely routine. In Tony's eyes, he was just an insecure brat. But for Natasha Romanoff, Tony didn't use Mind Gem. After all, she had fought side by side with herself, and her relationship was not like that of other symbiote subordinates. And about Natasha Romanoff, Tony talked to Lin Feng before. For Natasha Romanoff, Lin Feng's evaluation was beyond Tony's imagination. According to Lin Feng, Natasha Romanoff has a kind and righteous heart. Her joining S.H.I.E.L.D. is the trend of the situation, but also some coincidence. If Natasha Romanoff had to choose between Blue Star Survival and S.H.I.E.L.D., she would choose the former without any hesitation. Definitely, Captain America, Hawkeye would be chosen as such. But unlike them, Natasha Romanoff is more flexible than them both in character and behavior. Captain America, at times, can show his dead brain side. Take what Tony mentioned earlier, the Armed Global Project. This doesn't make any sense at Captain America. Even with the snapping of his fingers, he still believes that no matter what happens, we can get through it together. However, Natasha Romanoff can accept it, which stems from the flexibility of her character and behavior. After thinking for a long time, Tony told J.A.R.V.I.S. to let Natasha Romanoff come to see him. For Natasha Romanoff, he already has a decision. He was already tired of the little tricks of black corned eggs and SHIELD. Like I said before, Tony is no longer on the same level as them. He is already going to step into the Sea of Stars, who is still playing mud with you in Blue Star. Knock knock, the door was knocked quickly, and Natasha Romanoff walked in. Tony. Natasha Romanoff greeted with a smile, and sat on the opposite chair very naturally. You want to go to the universe together, just tell me no. Still need to type an application. Tony said. The two are considered old friends and can be called friends. Natasha Romanoff smiled. Isn't this following the rules and going through the process? Tony rolled his eyes. I'm not S.H.I.E.L.D. here. I don't have as many rules as Nick Fury. Natasha Romanoff pursed her lips, not knowing how to reply to this. Her feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D. are very complicated now. Whether it is Tony or S.H.I.E.L.D., Blue Star's behavior is correct, but the concept and method are very different. Natasha Romanoff is also struggling. She doesn't want to be a double agent anymore. Okay, don't mention that annoying black marinated egg. Tony skipped this annoying topic. Why do you want to go to the universe? The symbiote should have repaired your... That's right. Tony pouted. Both of them understood what it meant. Previously, the symbiote repaired Natasha Romanoff's lost womb, giving her the right to live like a normal human. She can find someone she loves, get married, have children, and then buy a house in a quiet place to live a retired life. But Natasha Romanoff unexpectedly chose to stay on the symbiote team. Natasha Romanoff subconsciously looked at her lower abdomen. The function of the symbiote was a surprise to her. Well, just think that I want to see if there are any existences similar to me in the universe. That's it. Well, that's it. Tony pouted speechlessly. Didn't he intend to cover up this perfunctory attitude? But Natasha Romanoff didn't want to say more, and Tony didn't have much interest in asking. Natasha Romanoff has a very tragic past. Maybe she wants to save the same tragic life in the universe like a certain aunt? Tony didn't want to think about it too deeply. Okay, I also really want you to join the team in the universe. It just so happens that the team also needs logistical support. After all, you can't eat fast food all the time, right? Tony made a little joke to lighten up the conversation a bit. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes back. I'm not cooking, Tony. I understand, but compared to my team, I think there is a place that is more suitable for you. Tony changed the subject. Maybe there, you can get what you want and do what you want to do. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff showed interest and asked curiously, where is it? Tony responded in a mysterious tone, I can't talk about that place for now. I think you can ask Lin Feng if he would like to let you go. Lin Feng. Hearing this name, Natasha Romanoff was in a daze, and the scene of meeting Lin Feng for the first time appeared in her mind. To be honest, first impressions were not good. Difficult, cunning, and likes to take advantage of others. After several meetings, Natasha Romanoff had a few more impressions of Lin Feng. Until now, for Natasha Romanoff, Lin Feng is already a super powerful existence who is active in the universe and does not often appear on Blue Star. She considers herself to be familiar with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's attitude towards her has always made her wonder if he considers herself a friend. She could feel that Lin Feng hated S.H.I.E.L.D very much in his heart. Maybe it was because of S.H.I.E.L.D that the two could not become true friends. If Lin Feng knew that Natasha Romanoff thought so, he would definitely laugh. To be honest, I have a very good feeling for Natasha Romanoff, whether it is in the movie or after time travel. It's just that I am often busy with things in the universe. Even Susan and myself will inevitably feel a sense of distance at some point. Tony interrupted Natasha Romanoff's memories, and continued, yes, you must have noticed the disappearance of the two groups of female symbiote core. Related to Lin Feng? Natasha Romanoff asked. As the chief instructor of the female symbiont, the disappearance of hundreds of female symbionts definitely cannot escape her eyes. It's just that it was Tony who gave the order, and she had no right to ask. Well, so I think, you can ask Lin Feng. If he agrees, you will have a completely different experience. Believe me, that's better than being on my team. That's right, Tony meant that he wanted Natasha Romanoff to go to Lin Feng's planet. Tony arranged for the past symbiotes, one to protect the aborigines of Star Clan. The second is to ensure the safety of the results and process of Star Clan's transactions with space merchants. This will undoubtedly involve a lot of intrigue, brain confrontation, and even communication. There is no doubt about Natasha Romanoff's ability to deal with this aspect. In addition, she has a symbiont, so there is no need to worry about her strength. So Tony felt that it would be more suitable for her to go to StarClan than to stay in her own team. After all, the main purpose of my team in the early stage was to detect planetary resources, and some work that did not require communication at all, and did not plan to communicate with cosmic life on a large scale. Natasha Romanoff was a little moved, but then thought of Lin Te. What about Lin Te? For Lin Te, come with me. Tony arranged. In his team, it is no problem to bring Lin Te. In the universe, it is up to Tony to decide whether or not Lin Te can still contact Blue Star, and he can only become Tony's tool man. Tony has already figured it out, and then he will do all the dirty work. Since Black Braised Egg wanted to see what he was doing, he should reveal some information to him. While reassuring him, let him know that the current S.H.I.E.L.D can no longer keep up with his footsteps. I hope that after this time, Black Braised Egg can more clearly understand the gap between S.H.I.E.L.D and Iron Man, and stop doing some small tricks, because Tony doesn't know how much patience he has left. Okay. Natasha Romanoff thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with this arrangement. In that case, I'll go find Lin Feng. By the way, don't use that thing on Lin Te if possible. Natasha Romanoff said slightly pleadingly. Tony nodded. Don't worry, everyone has fought side by side. For Lin Te, there is no need to use this method. Naturally, Natasha Romanoff was referring to Mind Gem. And Tony really has no plans to use Mind Gem against Hawkeye, but with all the dirty work, he still can't escape. Anyway, it's still the same sentence, as long as you go to the universe, Comrade Hawkeye doesn't let you decide. Coming out of Tony, Natasha Romanoff went downstairs to the building, drove her own car and went straight to Lin Feng's villa. But in my heart, I was thinking about the place mentioned in Tony's words. I don't know what Hela is thinking. Ling Jili has activated the fragments of the heart of the universe several times, but she still hasn't seen her figure. However, Lin Feng did not expect to get the information so soon. Lin Feng from at the moment is sitting on the sofa, and in front of him are 4 people who are exactly like him. Lin Feng touched the wristband and nodded to the 4 of them. The duplication has the same thought as the ontology, and the 4 identical Lin Feng instantly understood the meaning of the ontology, and nodded in response at the same time. All duplications put on uniform black robes, making it difficult to see their faces, and then disappeared in place. These 4 duplications were assigned by Lin Feng to the locations of the 4 ownerless fragments of the heart of the universe. Lin Feng gave them the order to squat and guard, and they didn't need to take the fragments, just squatted nearby and waited for the rabbit to come to the door. He expected that Hela and the Black Mist Man would set off to find these unknown cosmic fragments in the near future, because only in this way, they would be more confident when dealing with Lin Feng. It is impossible for me to watch the screen all the time. Using duplication is the best way Lin Feng can think of to squat. As soon as the duplication acted, Lin Feng became more relaxed. Lin Feng's favorite thing before was basking in the sun. And now, while basking in the sun, Lin Feng will turn on the TV to watch the live broadcast of his good neighbor Spider-Man. Well, definitely it's live radio. These desperate reporters will rush forward immediately when they see disasters and battles happening. Little Spider-Man is expected to be so big again, definitely appearing on TV from time to time. To be honest, little Spider-Man's way of handling things is still a bit funny, and every time he fights, he can't forget his mouth. Lin Feng looked very happy. Suddenly, Lin Feng's ears moved. He heard a car brake and stop at the door of his villa. Turning his head to look towards the door, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Miss Widow. She got out of a car with Stark Industries license plates and rang the doorbell. At this time, Susan and Wanda have gone out to work, and Lingalai and Martina have also gone to school. What did she come to find herself for? Lin Feng felt a little strange, but still got up and walked to the door. Widow. Natasha Romanoff. Lin Feng, long time no see. Natasha Romanoff greeted with a smile. Ah, yes. Lin Feng laughed. Not too long ago, I saw her at Tony's symbiote training base a while ago. Do you have time for a chat? Natasha Romanoff said, standing at the door without intending to enter. Let's chat. Lin Feng hesitated whether to refuse. Well, I have some things and I want to ask you for help. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? How about I invite you? Natasha Romanoff issued an invitation. Seeing that Lin Feng had some hesitation, Natasha Romanoff then added, it's business. As he spoke, he opened the co-pilot's door for Lin Feng. Although hardly at S.H.I.E.L.D. now, Natasha Romanoff knew Lin Feng's personal modeling by heart at the time. Strong, confident, not too able to turn down a pretty woman's, invitation. Sure enough, after Natasha Romanoff opened the car door, Lin Feng sat in after a little hesitation. Anyway, Susan and Wanda don't come back at noon, and Lingalai and Martina also have lunch at school. If you are alone, you have to cook yourself if you want to eat. And Natasha Romanoff does seem to have serious business, otherwise she can just call and ask herself out. Why not come here in person? Natasha Romanoff sat in the driver's seat by herself, with a charming smile on her lips, and started the car. With her figure and face, it is estimated that few men can refuse such a beauty. How about we go eat seafood? Natasha Romanoff asked Lin Feng's opinion as the car drove onto the road. The personal modeling is very detailed, and all of Lin Feng's speculations and preferences are included. Even Lin Feng's fondness for seafood is on the books. Seafood, forget it, let's go eat steak. Lin Feng chooses steak. He does like seafood, but mostly with Susan. Going to eat seafood alone with other women? Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed of Susan, as if I'm doing something to betray Susan. This feeling is very inexplicable, and Lin Feng may not have realized that he has included eating seafood together as exclusive to Susan. Because when two people eat seafood together, it is the happiest time. Maybe this is also a kind of inexplicable stubbornness of foodies. The favorite things must be shared with the favorite people to be happy. Okay, listen to you. Natasha Romanoff can eat anything. Lin Feng wants to eat steak, then eat steak. She herself is not that picky about taste, but as a qualified intelligence agent, Natasha Romanoff still knows a lot of steak dishes with good reputation. Half an hour later, the two arrived at their destination. The atmosphere in the store is very quiet, only the slight collision of knives and forks and porcelain plates, and the whispering of diners. Choosing a seat by the window, the two sat down. After ordering something casually, Natasha Romanoff started chatting with Lin Feng. During the speech, Natasha Romanoff seemed to be very interested in Lin Feng's deeds in the universe. For Lin Feng, these things are not something that needs to be kept secret, so he simply picked some irrelevant ones and exchanged ideas with Natasha Romanoff. Lin Feng could tell that Natasha Romanoff did have something to do, but Natasha Romanoff didn't speak first, and Lin Feng didn't take the initiative to open up this topic. After the steak was finished, Natasha Romanoff brought Lin Feng to a coffee shop. Natasha Romanoff's exquisite little face showed a hesitant expression more than once, which made Lin Feng anxious for her. Stirring the coffee with a spoon in boredom, Lin Feng couldn't hold it in anymore. Okay, if you have anything to say, just say it. In the end, Lin Feng took the initiative to open the topic. The main thing is that Natasha Romanoff is really good at getting people mentality. Although she has good social skills, although she won't be able to chat awkwardly, it's obviously not right to hold something in her heart. Natasha Romanoff smiled, stirring the coffee in her hand. A while ago, less than 500 female symbiote legions disappeared. I don't have permission to ask about it, but Tony told me it's about you. Lin Feng made a question mark. He didn't understand why Tony said this to Natasha Romanoff. So, Natasha Romanoff pursed her lips. You should know that Tony has started some plans and will go to the universe. This news is no longer a secret. S.H.I.E.L.D. There are also speculations from Nick Fury's side. To be honest, I originally wanted Tony to take me to the universe, but he told me that you might have a better place for me. Lin Feng tilted his head, and 3 question marks burst out. What the hell? I have a place for Natasha Romanoff? What is Tony doing? He shouldn't have told the information about Star Clan, right? You wait. Lin Feng said with a frown. Although he felt that Tony was not so unreliable, Lin Feng still planned to ask Tony what was going on. Tony? Lin Feng spoke directly in Tony's brain with the ability to read words, startling Tony who was working. Damn it, Lin Feng? Well, it's me. What happened to Natasha Romanoff? You told about Star Clan? Tony quickly denied that he wasn't that stupid. Listen to my argument. No, listen to my explanation. Okay, tell me, I'm listening. Tony told about Natasha Romanoff's application, recent status, and thoughts. I think Natasha Romanoff can be placed in Star Clan. After all, what she has is exactly what Star Clan is missing. Friday's support is definitely fine, but in terms of trading, she lacks some emotional intelligence. Definitely, the decision is up to you. I'm just suggesting, if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter if I take her to the universe. After listening to Tony's sophistry, explanation, Lin Feng's frown gradually relaxed. It turned out to be like this. The widow doesn't want to hang out in Blue Star anymore? Are you with Natasha Romanoff now? After explaining, Tony asked again. Lin Feng hummed, but did not deny it. I'll deal with this matter first, let's talk later. After understanding what happened, Lin Feng cut off the connection and looked at Natasha Romanoff. He didn't speak for a long time, and Natasha Romanoff was not in a hurry, just imitating Lin Feng's previous actions and stirring the coffee. Superman, there are always some abilities that others can't imagine. The clever Natasha Romanoff has already guessed that Lin Feng should obtain his information through some channels. But she didn't reject that the place Tony mentioned should be something similar to Lin Feng's base camp, or something very special to Lin Feng. It's normal to want to figure out your purpose. Generally, I already know. Lin Feng sighed. I do have a place for you. However, work may be full of dangers, and the enemies we face are not comparable to those on Blue Star. Lin Feng spoke the truth. He wasn't worried about what Natasha Romanoff would reveal, he had the ability to handle it all. But to be honest, Lin Feng didn't really want to bring Natasha Romanoff over there. He hoped that Natasha Romanoff would choose to retire directly, so that this busy Black Widow could rest well. But what Tony said is also right. Natasha Romanoff's ability is a treasure-like existence for many people. Coupled with Natasha Romanoff's own intentions, Lin Feng was in a dilemma for a while. He glanced at Natasha Romanoff's stomach, which was rude. You should be complete. Why don't you choose to live an ordinary life? Get married, have children, and retire, don't you want? Natasha Romanoff opened her mouth to answer, but Lin Feng interrupted her by shaking his head. To be honest, don't lie to me, I can feel it. Natasha Romanoff's cheeks were slightly red. How did Lin Feng know that her place was back? Did you use clairvoyance? Rao is Natasha Romanoff, who can't accept such a close distance, being seen through by a man. Lin Feng chuckled. Have you forgotten, who gave Tony the symbiote? The origin of the symbiont is no longer a secret. Natasha Romanoff was taken aback for a moment, but immediately realized it. The symbiont given by Lin Feng, then he definitely knows what characteristics the symbiont has. Well, Natasha Romanoff chose to tell the truth after some hesitation. Indeed, getting married, having children, and watching the children grow up bit by bit, this is the life I longed for before. But, when I became truly complete and possessed this power, I felt that there might be more things that needed my help. Natasha Romanoff looked at her hands, no doubt referring to the symbiote. After acquiring the symbiote, she even got into a fight with Captain America and Hawkeye to test her strength. But even if the two are combined, there is no way to force her to go all out, and she can easily kill the combination of Captain America and Hawkeye in seconds. This kind of power is something that she never had before, or even imagined. This feeling is very strange. I have thought about many possibilities, but I still can't understand why this idea arises. All along, Natasha Romanoff's wish was missing one necessary condition. But when this condition was truly met, Natasha Romanoff's wish quietly changed. This made Natasha Romanoff never had doubts. She even wondered if Tony used some means, or mind gem, to change her mind. But this is obviously unnecessary. She can still achieve a clear understanding, and act in accordance with her heart. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Lin Feng snorted. He probably knew why Natasha Romanoff had such an idea. This widow, Lin Feng felt a little distressed. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. During the Civil War, Little Spider-Man once said that when you have enough ability but do nothing, then when some disasters happen, you will be responsible. Lin Feng's evaluation of Natasha Romanoff is not wrong. She has kindness, compassion, and justice in her heart, and she also has the awareness that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. She will save others without hesitation, and will swing the butcher knife at the evil one without hesitation. Lin Feng has no doubt that the widow's sister can afford Mjolnir. The symbiont, plus her original ability, is really a bit overkill in Blue Star. Natasha Romanoff is now in a state of fascination with the authorities, so she feels confused about her own thoughts. But Lin Feng, as a bystander, was able to clear his mind in an instant. From Lin Feng's point of view, this is a normal thing, because even Lin Feng himself sometimes falls into this state. At this time, only one sentence is needed to make the thoughts clear. I probably understand what you're thinking. Have you ever heard the phrase that the authorities are obsessed? A fan of the authorities. Natasha Romanoff pondered the meaning of this sentence in her mind. Coincidentally, she did know. Because Lin Feng is an oriental face, when Lin Feng showed enough threats, S.H.I.E.L.D. let Natasha Romanoff supplement a lot of oriental knowledge. Among them is the explanation of the fans of the authorities. Natasha Romanoff's eyes flickered, as if she had grasped something, and her breathing became a little short for a moment. Yes, you know what Spider-Man said when he first met Tony. When you have the ability to do nothing, then something bad happens and you are responsible. There are some things that can be said to the point. The Widow Sister is a smart person and can understand. Because of Lin Feng, the Widow Sister did not experience the disasters behind the Avengers Alliance 1. Therefore, compared with the original work, there may be some ideological differences, but the inner sense of justice is generally the same. Natasha Romanoff kept chanting these few words in a low voice. The more she chanted, the brighter her eyes became. So it turned out that the reason why she had been struggling with her emotions was here. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. After being boarded by the symbiosis, his strength became unimaginably powerful. Under such circumstances, it is natural to want to go to a wider world and save more life forms. She wants to use her power in the right place. The train of thought cleared up, and the threads in Natasha Romanoff's mind were straightened out. She was finally able to understand why Lin Feng stayed in the universe and rarely returned to Blue Star. In the universe, there are more lives waiting for Lin Feng's rescue. With this ability, if you don't do anything, you will feel uneasy. Natasha Romanoff, who had a good idea, disappeared the last trace of worry on her brow, and smiled more sincerely. How about it? Figured it out. Well, thank you, Lin Feng. Natasha Romanoff raised the coffee to thank Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, okay, just figure it out. Do you still want to go to that place now? Natasha Romanoff's eyes were determined. Because I figured it out, I want to go even more. No, I must go. Natasha Romanoff's answer was completely expected by Lin Feng. This is the widow, isn't it? Even if she didn't know where she was going, as long as she could use her strength in the right way, she wouldn't even blink her eyes. There may be some fear, but Natasha Romanoff will not back down, otherwise she is not the Widow Sister who is willing to sacrifice herself in the Avengers Alliance. With firm eyes, Natasha Romanoff met Lin Feng's gaze slightly begging. Whether you can go or not depends on Lin Feng's nod. Lin Feng saw determination in those slightly dark green eyes. He felt that he had no reason to reject the current Widow Sister. Think about it, if you go, you won't be able to come back in a short time. Lin Feng reminded. Natasha Romanoff kept her eyes open and told Lin Feng the answer. Lin Feng spread his hands helplessly and made a compromise. Okay, I see. Then, let's go find Tony first. Natasha Romanoff went, and was bound to become the leader of the Symbiote Corps. But Tony has separated the Star Clan symbiote, which is now managed by Friday. And Friday's order will be based on Shi Xing's will. Although Natasha Romanoff is the chief instructor of the female symbiote corps, they would not have obeyed Natasha Romanoff without Tony's instruction. I still have to take Tony with me. In Tony's office, Hawkeye sat across from him in a daze. What? Lin Te, are you not satisfied with my arrangement? Tony frowned, looking at the marksman sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. with interest. His relationship with Hawkeye is neither close nor far. We have fought together, we can be called friends, but it is very difficult to get preferential treatment from Tony. Satisfaction is satisfaction, but why isn't it just me, Natasha Romanoff? Hawkeye wanted to scratch his head in doubt. The task assigned by Hill went very smoothly, with almost no obstacles. Tony agreed to his request to join the team. But some places are completely different from what he imagined. Hill agent wanted him and Natasha Romanoff to go to the universe with Tony. Why now it's just him? His main task, and one more, is to observe and determine whether Natasha Romanoff has defected. Although Lin Te doesn't believe that Ziona will rebel, but it is a mission after all, and it must be strictly implemented. Natasha Romanoff is going somewhere else. Tony spread his hands, not going to explain further. He stood up, patted Hawkeye on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, I think you'd better spend time with your family before you leave. Because we may be going for a long time. Hawkeye looked into Tony's eyes, and intuitively felt that his mission was not good. However, the long time is not a problem. Sometimes because of the task, it may take half a year. Only. Where is the other place, can you tell me? Tony blinked, guess. Hawkeye still didn't get any useful information in the end, and left Tony's office disheartened. What kind of riddle man? I guess a chicken, I guess, where do I go to guess? Although he didn't get any useful information, he managed to get on Tony's space shuttle, and Hawkeye was going to find a place to report to Nick Fury. But before he walked out of the corridor, he met two people head-on. Natasha Romanoff? Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and nodded as a response. He and Hawkeye are not familiar either. Lin Te. Natasha Romanoff saw Hawkeye come out of Tony's room. A flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. Hawkeye, on the other hand, keenly discovered that Natasha Romanoff's mental state is much better than before, with a transparent and relaxed feeling in her whole body. This complicated Hawkeye's eyes. Natasha Romanoff, can I have a chat alone? Natasha Romanoff glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly, and walked towards Tony's office, leaving space for the two of them. Kicking the door open, Lin Feng walked into the office carelessly. Tony, here I come. Tony's head poked out from behind the screen on the workbench, rolling his eyes. Come here, why are you kicking my door? Lin Feng is probably the only one who dares to kick the door of Tony's room now. Heh, don't worry about these details. Lin Feng ran to the wine cabinet, ready to get a bottle of good wine to drink. Natasha Romanoff is going to Star Clan, isn't that just working for herself in disguise? So Lin Feng was in a good mood and thought he could have a drink. Huh. Lin Feng frowned. What did he see? Tony actually put a bottle of wine in the wine cabinet that Lin Feng had only seen in magazines. Tut tisk tisk. Yes, Mr. Tony, you can get this. Lin Feng directly took out the bottle of wine and pulled off the cap decisively. Hey, don't. Teacher Tony hurriedly stopped, but it was too late. There was a great distressed look on Tony's face. He felt his heart was bleeding. Brother, this is a collection with only 3 bottles in stock in the world. This was specially prepared by him for a few days later. Lin Feng opened it because of a carelessness. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. You told Superman about collection? What can't my Superman drink? Just say you want to drink from that era? Turn the time gem casually, and a bottle of ordinary wine can get the time precipitation of the first half of the year. Isn't this stuff just for people to drink? By the way, why did you put such a good thing in the wine cabinet? Lin Feng took out 2 glasses and poured one for Tony as well. My heart ached, but there was nothing I could do after opening it. Tony could only sigh and took the wine glass. Little Morgan's birthday will be in a few days. I plan to drink it at that time, so I put it in the cabinet in advance. Tony takes Morgan Jr.'s first birthday in this universe very seriously. This is also his first birthday with his daughter, otherwise he wouldn't have taken this thing out. So, this wine will still have to be opened in a few days? Then why do you feel bad? Lin Feng said strangely, taking a sip of the wine in the glass by the way. Tony tilted his head, and he seemed to be saying the same thing. It didn't seem to make much difference if he drove a few days earlier. At the moment, Tony is not hesitation, and tastes it with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't pour much, and drank it all in one gulp. Smack your lips. How should I put it? It is indeed a rare item on Blue Star. He actually doesn't know much about wine, but compared to the wine he drank before, the wine brewed by Zixing, there is no comparison at all. But it's not that you can't drink it, it can only be said that Lin Feng's appetite has been spoiled. Thinking of this, Lin Feng reached out to the wine bottle, wanting to pour another glass. Seeing that Lin Feng was going to pour again, Tony quickly snatched the bottle and reset it. Just drink these 2 glasses, and wait until little Morgan's birthday to drink the rest. Lin Feng pouted, look at the way you buttoned it. When it's little Morgan's birthday later, I'll get you 2 bottles of good wine that even Blue Star can't drink. That wine, it's really... Lin Feng recalled the taste at that time, and couldn't help laughing happily again. It's like a potion that makes Superman happy when he drinks it. Tony was immediately interested. Can't Blue Star drink? Star Clan. Tony knew that Star Clan could make magical potions and drinks. Lin Feng said so. He immediately thought of Star Clan. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Smart. Now Star Clan is almost ready to start working. I drank the wine brewed by Zixing once, and it felt, tisk tisk tisk. Lin Feng shook his head with endless aftertaste, which aroused Tony's greed. Then let's put it that way. Tony licked his lips. The wine brewed by the alien life forms was brewed by a group of unimaginably beautiful young ladies, so one should not expect too much. Lin Feng's taste is worthy of his trust. Now that he has better wine, Tony's distress fades away, and he even offers to pour another glass for Lin Feng. Drink hard. With better wine, the bottle in his hand is not so fragrant, and Mr. Tony is no longer entangled. While tasting wine, the two chatted about Natasha Romanoff and Star Clan. She seemed discussed with Lin Feng that after the Star Clan started manufacturing, the first thing they would sell would be wine brewed with common ingredients, and there would also be a potion that could boost people's strength in a short period of time if they drank it. Among them, there is also a medicine with a very good healing effect, which is the only one in the universe that can only have the effect of the raw materials poured by the energy of the cosmic cube. The first 2 items can be sold with money, but for healing potions, buyers need to exchange some relatively rare materials. In this way, in addition to opening up the market, there will be enough rare materials and supplies for Tony to study and feed back to Star Clan. The two agreed surprisingly, with Natasha Romanoff as the leader, responsible for the process formulation and command of the transaction. Don't worry about her social skills at all, Natasha Romanoff has a lot of eyes. As for Natasha Romanoff now, she came to the roof with Hawkeye. Looking at the densely packed vehicles and streets like ants file size below, Natasha Romanoff always felt very comfortable. The troubles that have plagued me for many days have disappeared. Can I be in a bad mood? But Hawkeye next to her is worried. "Na, didn't you join Tony's cosmic team?" Hawkeye asked. Natasha Romanoff squinted her eyes, enjoying the wind, nodded in response and said, "Yes, I have a better place to go." "You said that too. What the hell is that place?" Hawkeye felt a bit itchy like a cat scratching in his heart. Why 1 or 2 of them became Riddlers? Natasha Romanoff shook her head. "I don't know where that is either." Hawkeye became even more numb, as if 10,000 mud horses rushed past her heart. "Don't you know you dare to go?" This behavior, in Hawkeye's eyes, was too impulsive and did not conform to an agent's code of conduct at all. Natasha Romanoff chuckled. "The nature of our work, will we be afraid of unknown places?" Whatever it was, Natasha Romanoff didn't think it mattered, as long as it allowed her to use her power in the right place. Hawkeye scratched his head in distress. He felt that Natasha Romanoff was changing the concept secretly. This cannot be generalized at all. It doesn't matter. Natasha Romanoff shrugged. She didn't want to talk about these things. She wanted to pack up now. To be honest, she was also curious about the place that Lin Feng and Tony were talking about, and wished that Lin Feng would take her there right away. I still have something to do, so I won't chat with you. I wish you a smooth journey in the universe. After speaking, Natasha Romanoff was about to leave, but Hawkeye immediately reached out to stop her. Wait. Cortana. Hawkeye stopped Natasha Romanoff, who was about to leave, and said with some hesitation, "You should know that Nick Fury sent me here." Natasha Romanoff watched Hawkeye calmly. She definitely knew it. Hawkeye paused, and continued, "Your state is very strange recently. Nick Fury seems to have doubts about you. Tell me, have you? Is there anything? Is there a betrayal of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Hawkeye didn't say a word for the second half, but Natasha Romanoff still guessed what Lin Te was thinking in a split second, but she didn't feel angry. Lin Te, I never said who to pledge allegiance to, did I? I can only tell you that I am always on the side of the weak who are persecuted, and you know what I mean, don't you?" After finishing speaking, Natasha Romanoff smiled and left. This time, Hawkeye did not stop her. Natasha Romanoff's mess was gone, but Hawkeye's heart was in a mess. Natasha Romanoff is right, their allegiance is not to S.H.I.E.L.D, but to help the persecuted and weak, so they came together. But, how should I report this task to S.H.I.E.L.D? After talking, Natasha Romanoff walked into Tony's room in a cheerful mood. Seeing Natasha Romanoff come in, Lin Feng and Tony stopped talking. Finished talking. Lin Feng asked first. When Lin Feng met Hawkeye just now in the corridor, Lin Feng knew that it was S.H.I.E.L.D who couldn't help but intervene again. In the chat with Tony, Lin Feng's guess was also confirmed. It's over. Natasha Romanoff nodded cheerfully. Seeing her in this state, Lin Feng knew that Hawkeye definitely didn't convince Natasha Romanoff. Smiling, Lin Feng picked up a document from the table and handed it to Natasha Romanoff. "Take this back and have a look. It's where you will work in the future. There are also some conditions, which are also written on it. You can see if you can accept it. I'll give you one night to think and pack. Tomorrow at 10:30, I will still be waiting for you in this room," Lin Feng confessed. Natasha Romanoff took the thin sheets of paper and did not open them immediately. "Okay, I'll take a closer look. Then I go back first." "Well, go back and think about it. Oh, by the way, burn these materials after reading them, and don't mention them to anyone." After a pause, Lin Feng repeated again, "Don't mention it to anyone, understand what I mean?" "Anyone?" Lin Feng emphasized the tone. With Natasha Romanoff's clever little head, she quickly understood what Lin Feng meant. Not even S.H.I.E.L.D can tell the contents of this document? Natasha Romanoff's expression became serious. She solemnly put away the information, and responded, "Don't worry. She knows what to say and what not to say." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and motioned for Natasha Romanoff to leave. In the room, there were two big men left. Tony narrowed his eyes slightly. "I said, Lin, are you really not afraid of her revealing to S.H.I.E.L.D? He felt that it was a bit sloppy for Lin Feng to give out the information of Star Clan. What if S.H.I.E.L.D played Natasha Romanoff's affection card through Hawkeye? And in terms of system, Natasha Romanoff still belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D agent. Will she completely reject S.H.I.E.L.D's orders? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "When did you see me do something unsure? Don't worry, I used some tricks on that document, and no one except Natasha Romanoff can see the writing on it. Moreover, if she really intends to say it, the moment she speaks, she will forget the content of this document, including today's memory, and it will be erased. Besides, taking a step back, even if S.H.I.E.L.D really knows about Star Clan, how can he find it?" Lin Feng sneered. Even if Nick Fury really knew, he didn't have the strength to find and reach Star Clan planet. Ensuring the upper layer of data is just a small test for Natasha Romanoff. The widow is a good person, but sometimes, a good person will be deceived, or his brain will be confused under the language offensive. It's not that Lin Feng doesn't trust Natasha Romanoff enough, but he doesn't trust SHIELD. Tony was taken aback when he heard that. "Well, I was too worried about co-authoring, and I immediately sighed. It's you, Lin, who is playing tricks. Are you scolding me? How dare I?" Tony waved his hands again and again. "By the way, you haven't used this kind of trick against me, have you?" Tony's thoughts diverged suddenly, and he just felt creepy for a moment. However, in the memory, it seems that there is no memory of a day that was suddenly lost. Lin Feng sneered, and gave Tony a meaningful look. "Oh, who knows?" Tony's eyes widened and his hair stood up. "What do you mean? You didn't really use it on me, did you? Hey, don't go. Speak clearly." Tony stared dumbfounded at Lin Feng, slapped his ass and flew away, feeling a little numb. This guy, could he have really used such a small trick on me? Throwing a riddle to Tony, Lin Feng flew into the sky in a very cheerful mood, making you doubt loud, sir. Glancing at Hawkeye at the top of the building, Lin Feng galloped towards his home. Hawkeye didn't find Lin Feng. He is still reporting with Black Braised Egg. So, no useful information at all, is it? In the miniature headset, the sound of black marinated eggs came. No sadness or joy, no emotion. Well, not really, at least knowing that Natasha Romanoff is going somewhere. Hawkeye responded. But Tony has approved my application, and I can join his universe team. Black Braised Egg breathed a sigh of relief. There is still good news. The Hawkeye line is connected, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is not too passive. I don't know when will S.H.I.E.L.D. start trying to catch up with Tony Stark. Just thinking about it makes Black Braised Egg feel sad. Leave that aside, let's talk about Natasha Romanoff. How is she doing now? Mentioning Natasha Romanoff again, there was a hint of hesitation in Hawkeye's eyes, and he didn't know what to say. Natasha Romanoff, she's in great shape. It just gives me the feeling that it's not the same as before, it's like a different person. A different person. On the other side of the communicator, the one-eyed black marinated egg narrowed. Isn't that a coincidence? He felt the same way. Hawkeye hastily added, it's just a feeling. Maybe it's been too long since I saw you, I'm too sensitive. Hawkeye subconsciously wanted to cover Natasha Romanoff. While it's not known what happened to Natasha Romanoff, it's clear that something went wrong between her and SHIELD. Black Braised Egg also knew about the relationship between the two, and after being silent for a while, he continued, I know. I'll send someone to bring you the latest communication equipment, and you follow Tony's team. As for Natasha Romanoff, you don't have to worry about it. After some communication, Black Braised Egg cut off the communication. Hill, get ready to meet Natasha Romanoff with me tonight. Hill took the order and hurried down to prepare. As for Hawkeye, after hanging up the communication, he went downstairs with a worried expression on his face, and he didn't know what he was thinking. This conversation did not escape Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng has already returned home, squatting on the sofa, tilting his head. Nick Fury is still the same, always likes to touch something that he can't grasp. But it's also good for him to meet Natasha Romanoff. After Natasha Romanoff reads her profile, if nothing else happens, she will express some attitudes with Nick Fury. After dinner time, Nick Fury took Hill to the place where Natasha Romanoff lived. Lin Feng has been watching, but did not follow. There is no need to show up, just watch at home. As for Natasha Romanoff, at the moment just took out the information provided by Lin Feng and read it. Beside her were two large suitcases. This made Lin Feng a little dumbfounded. Although his choice of Widow Sister was very sure, but he packed his luggage in advance without looking at the conditions. Widow Sister's attitude was extremely firm. The material is only a few pages long and can be read quickly. Even an adult can remember that simple content. But as the agent's Widow Sister, she actually read it twice. After reading it, the widowed sister couldn't help but take a deep breath, her eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. Not much information, but a blast of content. Alien planets, reborn star clan, alien life forms. In the information given by Lin Feng, there is a brief introduction to the history of Star Clan. The following are some tasks that the widow sister will be responsible for in the future, as well as the conditions mentioned by Lin Feng. If Natasha Romanoff chooses to go, she will be the voice of Star Clan in the future. And in the process of transactions between planets, Natasha Romanoff is the representative, and it is also an external display of force. This is enough to see Lin Feng's trust in his own ability and character. Look at the conditions again. 1. During Star Clan, all contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. is prohibited. 2. It is not allowed to mention Star Clan to anyone in Blue Star. All information. 3. After arriving in Star Clan, you cannot return to Blue Star within 6 months. Just looking at 1, 2, and 3, it seems that there is no problem, and they are all requirements for the protection of Star Clan. But taken together, that means Natasha Romanoff will not be allowed to associate with S.H.I.E.L.D. for at least 6 months. Moreover, after 6 months, even if they return to Blue Star, they cannot mention Star Clan to anyone. Then I disappeared suddenly for 6 months, and I still can't tell Nick Fury what happened. Will Nick Fury still trust me? This is to get yourself out of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff read the hidden message in an instant. But Natasha Romanoff didn't struggle with it. It was a coincidence that she joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and she also wanted to have a channel to let herself shine and help those suffering victims. She doesn't want the victims' happiness to be deprived again. She will always remember that feeling. Now, it's just replaced by helping the hardworking, alien race that was born after the destruction, and it's still helping the weak and shining. The job is still of the same nature, it's just a change of boss. Natasha Romanoff has nothing unacceptable, and it's not about loyalty. While Natasha Romanoff was thinking, the door suddenly opened gently. Pupils shrank, Natasha Romanoff turned over and quickly hid behind the sofa, looking towards the door vigilantly. Then, she froze. Nick Fury. And, Hill. Black Braised Egg walked in with a dark face and sighed. You don't even want to call me Chief. Natasha Romanoff stood up, stunned again. I never knew you cared about this. The black marinated egg is silent. He saw 2 conspicuous suitcases next to the sofa. Are you going to leave? Natasha Romanoff said nothing, but nodded silently. Black Braised Egg also noticed the information that Natasha Romanoff deliberately hid behind her back. One-eyed Natasha Romanoff. Can you show me? Natasha Romanoff was silent, still silent. Silence is her answer. I can't show it to you? Black Braised Egg suddenly felt very distressed. What's going on? What's going on? How did his agent become what it is now? So indifferent, as if S.H.I.E.L.D. never made her happy. Did the symbiont affect your brain? Black braised egg wondered distressedly. Natasha Romanoff subconsciously shook her head, and then felt a tightness in her body. The infiltrating black fluid quickly protruded from the back, forming a ferocious black monster face in an instant. Big pale eyes hanging upside down, a mouth full of fangs, a flying tongue and a long neck. Old man, are you slandering Miss Ben? A sharp female voice resounded, and the big black head rushed to the black stewed egg, opening its bloody mouth as if trying to swallow his head. Black braised egg's pupils shrank, and he took 2 steps back subconsciously, obviously frightened. After reacting, Hay braised egg felt his face heat up, which made him a little ashamed. It's Natasha Romanoff's symbiont. Hearing that the black corned egg in front of her was slandering her, she couldn't help rushing out to teach him a lesson. Assassination, come back. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly called back to the symbiote. Assassination, exclusive to Natasha Romanoff's symbiont. Good at night stealth, breath control, biological imitation, and incredible speed and other skills. The assassin made a cut, and shrank back obediently, but he still did not forget to warn, old man, there will be no next time. Black braised egg's face was terribly black. Natasha Romanoff showed an apologetic expression. Sorry, director, I may have to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff figured this was the last time she'd call the director. Black braised egg still stared at Natasha Romanoff. He said in a hoarse voice, have you thought about it? Natasha Romanoff nodded firmly, and then, burned the document in his hand in front of his face. Black braised egg closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Well, I respect your choice, Natasha Romanoff agent. From today, you are no longer an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Leaving those words behind, Hay braised egg turned around and left. Natasha Romanoff watched him leave, her lips twitched slightly, and she apologized softly. Outside the door, Hill quickened his pace to keep up with black braised egg. Sir, is it too arbitrary? I think we can talk about it again. Hill wondered if the black corned egg was angry with Natasha Romanoff. He thought it would last most of the night, but the result came out within 10 minutes. But this result, in her opinion, is undoubtedly the worst. Black braised egg waved his hand, and said in a deep voice, there's nothing to talk about. Natasha Romanoff's actions have proved her determination. Natasha Romanoff burned not just a file in front of him, but a connection to SHIELD. Black braised egg paused, and suddenly changed into a relaxed expression. Natasha Romanoff has a compassionate heart. Where she is going, she needs her more than us. It's just a pity that we lost an excellent agent. The black stewed egg sighed, thinking that this is good, and I can accept it. Lin Feng in the villa also looked away and smiled softly. This black stewed egg, I can think about it. If only he could think about anything like that. The development of the incident was similar to Lin Feng's imagination, and the choice Natasha Romanoff made was also within his own expectations. In the movie, the widow sister has experienced a series of disasters and fought side by side. Subconsciously, she regards the Avengers Alliance as her home. This is what she desires most and is also an extremely important emotional line in the movie. This emotional line made the widow's sacrifice of jumping off a cliff more reasonable, because she has no way to endure the days without the Avengers Alliance. But the current widow sister doesn't have such deep feelings, so it's easier to get out of it. Maybe, StarClan could be the widow's future home? Lin Feng thought so, and fell asleep slowly. The next morning, at 10 o'clock, Lin Feng had already appeared in the Stark building. Tony is preparing supplies, and he will go to StarClan with Lin Feng. Are you sure? Natasha Romanoff will definitely come. Tony asked while tidying up. Lin Feng chuckled. Definitely. Look, isn't this here? Tony frowned, and then there was a knock on the door. Natasha Romanoff, dragging 2 big suitcases, appeared. Tony looked at the 2 huge amounts of suitcases and groaned. Even for superhero, it is unavoidable to go out and prepare so many supplies. He thought that with Natasha Romanoff's personality, she would go on the road empty-handed. Lin Feng was not surprised. The information he gave Natasha Romanoff clearly stated that the 2 boxes should contain Natasha Romanoff's change of clothes and daily necessities for at least half a year. Definitely, out of politeness, Lin Feng didn't use perspective, but this thing, in Lin Feng's opinion, is considered rare. Although many things can be traded in the universe, Natasha Romanoff has no experience in this area, and it is reasonable to carry 2 large boxes. Ready? Let's go then. Lin Feng said without asking what choice Natasha Romanoff made. It is so obvious that I have come with 2 boxes, do I still need to ask? It is not yet 10:30, but since both of them are ready, there is no need to write any more. Ready, where are we going to take the spaceship? Natasha Romanoff responded. Spaceship? Lin Feng's expression became strange, and then he understood again. He didn't tell Natasha Romanoff how to go there. StarClan is an alien planet. Natasha Romanoff will definitely think of the spaceship immediately. Tony showed a mocking expression on the side. Ha, Natasha Romanoff agent who has no experience. Don't bother, come here. Lin Feng waved his hand, and then called out to Tony. Tony understood in seconds, went up and installed 2 small metal discs on Natasha Romanoff's 2 large suitcases, then took out a controller and pressed it, and the 2 large suitcases became bottle cap file size. Natasha Romanoff shrugged, not too surprised. It's no secret that the Stark particle is there, she's seen it too. After packing the suitcase, Natasha Romanoff and Tony stood beside Lin Feng. Then, under Natasha Romanoff's puzzled gaze, Lin Feng grabbed one of them with each hand and used teleportation to take them away in place. Natasha Romanoff only felt his eyes go dark suddenly, and he couldn't help feeling nervous. But before he had time to feel it carefully, his eyes brightened again. This black and then light made Natasha Romanoff's vision temporarily blurred. When the sight recovered, Natasha Romanoff was shocked by the sight in front of her. A world that only exists in fantasy and science fiction unfolded in front of her. Above the sky, there is a faintly visible silhouette of a huge planet, which is shocking. On the ground, there are unknown vegetation of different colors that radiate light, as well as towering huge ancient trees that pierce into the sky. All these pictures tell Natasha Romanoff that this is a different star. And it took her less than a second to get here. This is coming. Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath. Lin Feng's ability once again exceeded her imagination. According to the data, the distance between Star Clan and Blue Star is jaw-dropping. He felt that every time S.H.I.E.L.D. updated Lin Feng's information, it was still too conservative. Just teleporting with one hand, there must be no place in the universe that Lin Feng could not reach. In the air, there is a floral fragrance that has never been smelled before. Natasha Romanoff likes this unknown smell, which feels reassuring. This is where I will work in the future. When reading the information earlier, Natasha Romanoff thought that the planet rebuilt after the disaster should be barren. But the scene in front of him was obviously quite different from what he had imagined. She feels that this planet cannot be expressed in words. Its scenery is the kind that makes you smile involuntarily when you look at it. How about it? It's okay. Lin Feng raised his head slightly, feeling quite proud. This is the planet that belongs to the Lord. What else could Natasha Romanoff say but nod? When Lin Feng took her to the residence, Natasha Romanoff was amazed again. The little sister of Star Clan made her unable to find adjectives. Whether it's face or body, there's only one word that Natasha Romanoff can think of. The golden ratio? These young ladies seem to grow out of your aesthetics. Natasha Romanoff yelled in her heart that it was outrageous. She was a woman, and she felt her heart beat after seeing it. If you just randomly find one and put it in Blue Star, as long as you stand in front of the camera, even if you don't do anything, it's enough to become top class. Because they satisfy all the fantasies of male compatriots. In addition, Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin Feng strangely. She was wondering why Lin Feng didn't want people to know about this planet. What about that? Isn't there such an idiom in the East? The golden house hides the charm? Ha 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 ha. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help laughing at the thought. She doesn't think it's Lin Feng's fault. This place is not an exaggeration at all. It is indeed a men's fantasy town. If she were a man, she wouldn't want others to know the existence of such a planet. Lin Feng rolled his eyes speechlessly, and seeing the widow sister's eyes, he knew that he was not thinking of his own good. Introduced Natasha Romanoff to Sing Sing, and made it clear what Sing Sing will be responsible for in the future. Zixing has no objection. Her combat strength is indeed not enough. No, it should be said that the combat effectiveness of the entire Star Clan is not enough, otherwise they wouldn't be nearly wiped out by mere space pirates. Lin Feng used supervision to see the body structure of the young lady of Star Clan who had seen the battle sequence. Well, don't get me wrong, Lin Feng just wants to know how their combat effectiveness is. The result is obvious, the one that can't be pulled anymore, and the strongest one is probably not as good as Captain America on Blue Star. This kind of race can only be protected by external forces. Star Clan is indeed lucky enough to meet Lin Feng. It was also right to choose Natasha Romanoff as the speaker. In just a few minutes, it turned Zixing into a mosquito-repellent eye. As expected of a widow, Sing has been in the universe for so many years, and it is outrageous to be fooled by her. Lin Feng chuckled, and exited Zixing's boardroom. Let the two of them have a good conversation. If nothing else, Natasha Romanoff and Star Clan will be a crucial piece of the puzzle for the development of Star Clan. After leaving the house, Lin Feng came to a big tree and sat down. The light scattered through the dense leaves in 2s and 3s, and the breeze blew gently. Lin Feng squinted his eyes comfortably. When Lin Feng brought Natasha Romanoff to meet with Sing Sing, Tony had already run to give Friday the latest order, and there were also some new material handovers. But this process didn't take much time, and after a while, Tony came back. Seeing Lin Feng sitting under the tree, Tony also walked over and sat down beside Lin Feng. I've already explained it. The symbiote will be at the behest of Natasha Romanoff, with full assistance on Friday. Tony said that his work was done. Lin Feng lay back on the grass, plucked a piece of grass and put it in his mouth, squinting at the sky, feeling more comfortable. By the way, Linear. Tony followed Lin Feng and lay down on the grass together. I'm getting married. Lin Feng still squinted his eyes, enjoying the massage from the sun and the breeze. It's good to get married. Get married? Married. Lin Feng responded. Tony is getting married? With whom? Lin Feng blurted out subconsciously. Tony couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Is this person stupid? Definitely with Pepper, or who else? Hey, the two of you have finally achieved a positive result. Lin Feng smiled cheerfully. Cultivate a positive result? What do you mean? Tony asked suspiciously. He doesn't have time to study too much Oriental knowledge, so he naturally doesn't know the meaning of this idiom. It's nothing. What's the wedding date? Lin Feng waved his hands and asked with great interest. It will be held next month, so bring your family along. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, that's for sure. Lin Feng wasn't too surprised that Tony was getting married, but thought it was normal. Calculating the time, it seems that Tony in the movie also got married around this time. It's just that at that time, Ebony Maw happened to come to Blue Star, and then the finger-snapping incident happened. In the current Marvel universe, there is no living Thanos, and the redundant infinite gems are used to snap fingers. Lin Feng suddenly became emotional. Before he knew it, he had traveled to the Marvel universe for several years. In a blink of an eye, Mr. Tony is going to get married. I think that when I first came here, Tony was still working hard as a tool man in the cave. Tony is in a good mood, and preparations for his wedding have already begun. This is the result of his countless considerations. Not only because of the relationship between him and Pepper, it is also beneficial to the growth of Morgan Jr. After all, he is not yet married and has such a big child, so it is inevitable that some bad words will fall on little Morgan. Definitely, don't dare to say it outright, but Tony also doesn't like some people secretly choreographing Junior Morgan. When things get together, the wedding is on the agenda. Speaking of which, Lin Feng, how are you and Susan? Are you planning to get married? Tony brought the topic to Lin Feng. If you are also interested, how about we go together next month? 2 couples, or 2 simultaneous weddings between Iron Man and Superman. Oh, I can imagine that this will definitely be recorded in history. I call him, the wedding of the century, what do you think? Tony thought happily. Lin Feng's expression became a little strange. He didn't know how to answer this question for a while. If you get married, just get married, what are you doing with me? To be honest, he had never thought about this question. One is because there is still an unresolved crisis about Lin Feng in the universe, and he doesn't have that leisurely mind. The second is because I have an unimaginable lifespan, and I am still young, so I don't want to get married prematurely. This has nothing to do with the relationship between Lin Feng and Susan, and Lin Feng's free and easy temperament is also at work. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng pouted the grass in his mouth. Forget it, I don't want to get married yet. Tony doesn't understand. Why? Don't you have enough fun? Yes, you are still young. Lin Feng rolled his eyes repeatedly. You think I'm like you haven't played enough. It's just that there are still some things in the universe. If I don't solve them, I don't have the heart to think about marriage and family. But if there were no accidents, Lin Feng felt that he would marry Susan in the future, after getting rid of the black robe. As for the wedding, Lin Feng thinks there should be 2. Once on Blue Star, once in his original hometown of the universe. I just don't know if player Xie will allow Sufu to appear. He is still very greedy for Wanda's bear. Hey, worry, I'll talk about it later. Lin Feng stopped thinking about it with some distress. Tony snorted disdainfully. What does it look like to me, man? He still doesn't understand. He doesn't believe that Lin Feng has no feelings for these young ladies from Star Clan. Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable being watched by Tony, so he quickly changed the topic. Aren't you going to step into the stars and see soon? Run away when you get married? Can Pepper be willing? Tony flashed a sly smile. Just say you're still young. Travel after marriage, it will be in the universe? How about it? Is it romantic enough? Blue Star is the only one. Tony has an attitude of coming to praise me. He is afraid that he is the first person in Blue Star to put the wedding trip in the universe. It is both romantic and meaningful. Tony believes that this will leave a very good memory for himself and Pepper. Sure, Mr. Tony, you have a great idea. Lin Feng hugged his stinky feet to save face. I have to say that Mr. Tony does have this strength now, and he doesn't have to worry about safety issues in the universe at all. But are you going to take little Morgan with you? By the way, what does little Morgan think about your marriage? Lin Feng suddenly thought of this question. Did she already know? Lin Feng didn't finish speaking, but Tony could understand. Once these 2 people get married, little Morgan will definitely have doubts. Why Daddy and I are only getting married now? How did she come here? Tony's eyes darkened. I think little Morgan should know, but that kid is very smart, so he won't say anything if he knows. She is very clingy. When mentioning Morgan Jr., Tony's daily behavior appeared in Tony's mind, and he felt a little distressed. Little Morgan was always clinging to him and Pepper, very clinging. If the 2 of them were absent at the same time, little Morgan would be extremely flustered, with frightened eyes. Tony speculates that this is probably the after effect of experiencing the zombie disaster. He and Pepper in that world are gone, leaving little Morgan alone in the safe house for such a long time without leaving any shadow on the child, which is abnormal. I also secretly called a private doctor to have a look, but I didn't get any good solution. For this situation, Tony felt that he could only heal little Morgan slowly with love and companionship. Lin Feng also sighed. He had the same thought as Tony. Lin Feng can think of the reason for Tony's clingy words. Don't think about it so much, at least the disaster of little Morgan is over, isn't it? Little Morgan is also lucky enough. Without Lin Feng's appearance, he might really have to experience the dangers of society alone. That's right. Tony breathed a sigh of relief, unwilling to think about how little Morgan's life was before. No matter which universe he is in, little Morgan is his daughter. He has the consciousness and confidence that he will not let little Morgan suffer any harm in the future. Lin Feng hummed perfunctorily. The matter of little Morgan has passed, whether Morgan knows it or not, it is still much better than staying in the original zombie universe. I said, when you get married, your birthday won't be on the same day as little Morgan's, right? Lin Feng picked up another grass and put it in his mouth, suddenly thinking of this question. Don't tell me, this energy-fed plant has a very strong grassy smell in his mouth, and Lin Feng likes it for no reason. No, Morgan's birthday is in the middle of the month and the wedding is at the end of the month. Little Morgan's birthday party, can you bring those two from your family? Tony extended the invitation again. He and Lin Jilly and Martina are old acquaintances. Lin Jilly's body was built by Dr. Helen, whom Tony went to find. As for Martina, he is more familiar. After all, the shape-shifting King Kong also has a legion, but it is more secretive than the symbiote legion. However, Tony originally meant that the whole family would bring some friends to celebrate for little Morgan alone. But with Pepper's reminder, Tony finally decided to hold a birthday party for Morgan Jr. By the way, there will be a lot of people at this banquet. I want to announce on the spot that Superman will become Morgan Jr.'s godfather. What do you think? Or according to your custom, be called godfather. This issue was mentioned last time. For Lin Feng and Tony, neither godfather nor godfather can limit their love or relationship with Morgan Jr. For the two of them, the name doesn't matter, the relationship is here, but for the outside world, this is a signal. Morgan Stark, Iron Man's daughter, godfather is Superman. If you want to use Morgan to deal with Iron Man, first think about whether you can avoid Superman's eyes. Okay. Lin Feng responded. He knew Tony's intentions, but he didn't care. Little Morgan is indeed lovely, and Lin Feng brought it to this universe. It stands to reason that if Tony didn't accept it at the time, Lin Feng would have planned to take him back to his home to be raised by Susan. It's just that it's impossible. Tony won't abandon Morgan Jr. Just this time, let Martina see if I can turn your spaceship into a silicon-based life form. On the last trip, Martina couldn't change such a big thing. But now, with Lin Jilly's assistance, Lin Feng felt that it was very possible. That would be great, Tony said with a smile. If the spaceship can really be transformed into a shape-shifting King Kong, then his space journey will be more convenient and comfortable. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng got up and went to look for Zixing. Good brother Tony is getting married, so he naturally wants to give something. Tony is Lin Feng's closest friend in the Marvel Universe. The two belonged to the kind that helped each other, although Lin Feng paid more. But he didn't care about it, mainly because Tony couldn't come up with anything too good. Sometimes, if you care too much, it will change the taste. He didn't think about what to give, but he still remembered that he promised Tony that he would give him the whole Star Clan brew. Isn't it just a coincidence? Next month is Morgan Jr.'s birthday and Tony and Pepper's wedding. Lin Feng is going to pack a few boxes. The Good Brothers banquet will definitely be different. Arriving at a boardroom, Lin Feng knocked on the door politely. Come in. Zixing's voice came from inside the door. Pushing the door open, Zixing was the only one sitting on the sofa in the boardroom, holding a small notebook in his hand and writing something non-stop. Lin Feng walked straight over and sat next to Zixing. Where's Natasha Romanoff? Are you done talking? Zixing stopped the notes in his hand, and glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng found that her eyes were filled with excitement. Yeah, Natasha Romanoff went to her room to pack her things. Do you want to see her? It's next door to me. Natasha Romanoff chose the prefabricated room next to Zixing, so it is more convenient to communicate with Zixing. Let her clean up first. What are you writing? Lin Feng pointed at the small notebook curiously. There are some symbols on it that he can't understand. Presumably it should be the unique characters of Star Clan. You said this. Natasha Romanoff taught me a lot, and I'm taking notes. Shi Xing smiled happily. The communication with Natasha Romanoff just now has benefited her a lot, and she can't wait to chat with Natasha Romanoff. Well, Lin Feng shrugged, expressing his disinterest in this. He wondered if Star Clan's abilities were all based on their looks. After Shi Xing had been in the universe for so long, Natasha Romanoff was required to teach him some things? For a moment, Lin Feng didn't know where to complain. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Feng agreed to Natasha Romanoff coming to Star Clan. After closing the notebook, Zixing asked, What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Lin Feng nodded. There must be. The wine you gave me last time, can it be brewed now? Hearing Lin Feng mentioning this thing, Zixing smiled slyly. How is it? Does it feel like white water after drinking other drinks? There was a smile in his eyes, and his tone was full of pride. Lin Feng couldn't get rid of this proud energy. She usually has a slightly aloof attitude, but when it comes to what she makes, her personality becomes more lively. This reminded Lin Feng of a word, schizophrenia. But that's fine too. Zixing can be regarded as serious when it should be serious, and relaxed when it's time to relax. It is indeed something she is proud of to be able to brew such a thing. Oh, yes, you are so right. So Elder Zixing, can it be brewed now? Lin Feng laughed and cooperated with Zixing. There's no way, my stupid and cute people, who will pet me if I don't pet? Zixing nodded very usefully. Now, it should be ready to brew. But the kind you drank last time, the raw materials are not yet mature, so it can only be brewed with ordinary wine. But even the average drink is good enough, as I told you last time. The raw materials on the planet are inexhaustible. The reason why the brewing has not started is because the young ladies in the life sequence of the Star Clan are still trying to adapt to the current life and start to transform the appropriate tools. For example, as Zixing mentioned last time, potions with very good healing effects require specific methods to make. It needs to cut a huge hole in a short tree called a life pile, then crush the raw materials of the potion, mix it with the juice and pour it into the cavity. The life of the life pile is very tenacious, it will heal the wound in a short time, and at the same time as the wound is healed, those medicine materials will absorb the unique energy of the life pile, and then transform it into the healing medicine needed by the Star Clan. After telling the information one by one, Shi Xing asked again, do you need ordinary wine? I can ask the clansmen to start brewing it. It only takes about 10 days, but the longer it's stored, the better the taste. Lin Feng is the master of this planet, he has needs, and Xing naturally has no hesitation to satisfy him. What's more, she still has gratitude for Lin Feng's revival of Star Clan in her heart. Lin Feng thought for a while, and didn't say whether he needed it or not, but asked instead, the wine I drank last time, which ingredients are immature and can't be ripened? It stands to reason that the energy of the cosmic cube restored all the vitality of the planet, so there shouldn't be immature materials. Xing immediately gave an answer. There are 2 plants, one of which is called miscanthus, which requires slow energy absorbing for 50 years before it can be used as a material for winemaking. As for the other type, although there are mature ones now, they are very difficult to catch. That's a plant called Wangguanghua. Lin Feng frowned. Forget the flowers. What the hell name, cute and stupid. Wangguanghua is a very magical flower. It can confuse people who have seen it. Even if you are familiar with it, you will deliberately ignore it, and then forget its existence. It will not return to normal until you leave a certain distance. This is why it is not good. Got it. But after Wangguanghua is brewed into wine, drinking it will remind people of happy things. Isn't it amazing? And this kind of flower. Lin Feng felt that it was really amazing. But he also didn't want to wait so long. Let's not talk about Wangguanghua. What kind of miscanthus chinensis? You want me to wait 50 years? Lin Feng laughed. He was going to use some special means to make the silver grass mature in advance. As for the Wangguanghua, it's awesome to make Superman forget you. Come on, do you have any pictures of these 2 plants? I'll go and find a way. No, but I can draw for you. Xing opened her small notebook and started to draw something on it. She has a good memory. Even though she hasn't seen them for hundreds of years, she still remembers what the 2 plants look like clearly. A few minutes later, Lin Feng took the portraits of the 2 plants and flew into the sky. With a powerful perception ability, he began to search the entire planet like a blanket. I have to say that Xing's painting skills are really confusing enough. On a thin piece of paper, there are 2 enigmatic plants drawn. Originally, Lin Feng thought that these 2 plants grew like this. After all, it is an alien planet, so it is understandable that they look strange. But when he spent a lot of effort to find the entity, he realized that Shi Xing was really a baby painting skill. Lin Jili's random graffiti works are better than this one. How do you draw an ellipse into a triangle? Lin Feng was too lazy to complain. The magical Wangguanghua really can't deal with Silver Superman. Both plants, although miraculous, have huge amounts of storage on the planet. Lin Feng randomly picked some and brought them to the altar of Star Clan. 50 years, he can't wait. Lin Feng chose to use time gem to ripen it directly. Putting Wangguanghua aside, Lin Feng spread all the asparagus on the altar. Afterwards, while mobilizing the energy in the ground veins, he began to prepare for the time acceleration of the miscanthus. Under Lin Feng's precise control, the green light shrouded all the silver grass. With a slight movement of the wrist, the time of miscanthus began to pass quickly. At the same time, the cosmic cube energy in the veins is also being rapidly absorbed by the miscanthus. Definitely, what they absorb is just a drop in the bucket for their huge reserves. Miscanthus is a light blue plant, about as tall as the palm of your hand. Under the double blessing of time and energy, it starts to grow taller little by little. The color also changes to lilac a little bit. Lin Feng played a little tune, controlling the speed of time acceleration. If it wasn't for the fear of accidents, he could speed up miscanthus to 50 years in a second. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng was holding a bunch of plants, and knocked on Xing's door again. Putting the materials on the table, Lin Feng smiled and looked at Shi Xing, who opened his small mouth in surprise. How about it? How much is enough to brew? Shi Xing swallowed, and asked back, where did you find it? Shi Xing was startled. According to her calculations, the oldest one on the planet is the miscanthus species, which is close to the main energy vein, and it is about 20 years old. She couldn't be more familiar with the plants on the planet. Could it be that there is still some hidden place where there are mature miscanthus? Lin Feng smiled. It just took some time. Stop talking about this, and help me brew all of this. Time, power. Shi Xing took a deep breath, trying to suppress the surprise in his heart. Controlling time is completely impossible for Xing. In all her years in the universe, she had never heard of anyone being able to control time. Because Lin Feng snapped her fingers at that time, she did not remember the news that Lin Feng owned infinite gems. Stop thinking about it. Xing took a basket and picked up 2 kinds of plants. After these 2 plants leave the energy supply, they need to be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise they will lose their activity soon. A lot of these can be brewed, at least a dozen or so bottles, the kind I gave you last time. Shi Xing said. Seeing the basket full of plants, Shi Xing sighed. It's been hundreds of years, and I haven't brewed it myself, and I don't know if the technology is unfamiliar. Now, I'm asking Xiao Xing to take the clansmen to collect other materials, and it will take about a month to drink. 1 month. Lin Feng waved his hand, thinking it was a bit long. He can't wait 50 years, and he can't wait a month either. You tell me which link takes time, does it need to be fermented or something? Let me do it. Although he doesn't know the process of brewing wine in Zixing, Lin Feng thinks it should be similar to Blue Star's process, one of which is the need for fermentation. Zixing nodded speechlessly. She began to wonder if Lin Feng was an alcoholic. Why was she in such a hurry? Okay, then come back tomorrow, and I'll make preparations today. Lin Feng nodded in response, and added, ordinary ones, too. Make a little more. My side just happens to be useful. Zixing readily agreed. After the matter was settled, Lin Feng went to say hello to Natasha Romanoff. Looking at Natasha Romanoff's status, she should be very satisfied with StarClan's environment and work content, so Lin Feng is relieved. Tomorrow I will come to speed up the brewing of wine, but Lin Feng does not intend to live here. After finding Tony, Lin Feng took him back to Blue Star, and he just came back tomorrow. As for Natasha Romanoff, according to the agreement, she will stay in StarClan for the next 6 months. In the evening of the second day, Lin Feng returned to StarClan. Because Zixing told him that the brewed wine needs to be fermented at night. Lin Feng doesn't know how to brew wine, but the aliens brew wine in a different way, so there's nothing wrong with it. Lin Feng found Zixing and helped her move the 2 large jars to the side of the altar. Inside the jar, the materials that have been processed by the star have been placed. According to what Zixing said, all you need to do is wait quietly for the night to fall. The day of StarClan is also 24 hours. After about an hour, the sky gradually darkens, and the residential area of the StarClan became lively. Many young ladies from StarClan came out of the boardroom, talking and laughing. Lin Feng saw that they were holding a jar in their arms. The jar was much smaller than the one Lin Feng brought over, only about a third of it. When being held in the arms of the young lady, Xiongda was squeezed, coupled with the bumps caused by walking, trembling, Lin Feng looked a little lost. In their jars are the ingredients for brewing ordinary wine. Seeing that Lin Feng had been watching, Xing explained. She thought Lin Feng was curious about what was in the jar. Lin Feng snorted, and looked away with some reluctance. Why is Lin Feng always looking at the jar? The star family also has blue stars that are similar to the moon, but the volume is much larger than the moon. The moon hangs high above, and with the shimmering plants that StarClan already lives in, the visibility is still good even without light. This is much brighter than the night of Blue Star, but Lin Feng doubts whether it will affect sleep under this situation. It's about to start. Xing stood beside Lin Feng and said softly. As soon as the words fell, Lin Feng found countless mung bean file-size light spots, slowly floating upwards from the depths of the ground. They crossed the surface, one by one, like fireflies, flying slowly. Countless points of light, on the land of StarClan at night, are as amazing as a sci-fi picture. Zixing watched all this with nostalgia on his face. Although he watched it every day, he still didn't feel bored. Because this familiar scene has disappeared for hundreds of years. This is energy. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Instead of admiring the beautiful scenery, he observed the composition of the light spots rather uninterestedly. No, it's not exactly energy. Lin Feng found that the light spots seemed to be alive, slowly attaching to various vegetation, and then being absorbed. Not just energy, they are more like a nutrient, promoting the growth of plants. Look. Xing pointed with a slender finger. Lin Feng followed the trend and saw a lot of light spots starting to float towards them. The light spots seemed to be attracted by the 2 cans they placed, and they floated into the cans one after another. It's not just Zixing's side that has this kind of situation. The pots held by Miss StarClan are also constantly pouring into the light spot, but the number is not as large as my side. Lin Feng instantly understood that this should be what Zixing said, the conditions needed for winemaking. The role of the light spot should be similar to certain fermentation fungi and microorganisms on Blue Star, which are essential for winemaking. In a short while, the inside of the 2 jars of Zixing was completely covered with thick spots of light, and they were still sinking into the liquid constantly. About there. Seeing that the light spot was almost no longer floating into the jar, Zixing put the lid on it. Come on, when the time reaches 1 month, the texture and taste will be very good, just watch and adjust. Zixing stepped back. Lin Feng squatted down and looked at the 2 jars, and asked casually, can I adjust it for decades? Yes, the longer the time, the better, just like the bottle you drank last time, after hundreds of years. That's right. Lin Feng thought about what he drank last time. Xing explained that it is almost impossible to drink this kind of wine again. Those 2 bottles should be the last stock of StarClan before it was destroyed. It's just that Zixing didn't expect that StarClan would usher in a new life so soon. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Don't do it for decades, let's just do it for hundreds of years. Using his own time acceleration and biological force field can also reduce the consumption of alcohol to almost nothing. Lin Feng thought, and put his palm on top of the tank. Afterwards, Lin Feng didn't see any movement, and green halos appeared on his wrists. Zixing stared curiously at the side, ready to see how Lin Feng manipulated time. She had never seen such a scene before. In the halo, there are various symbols that Xing has never seen before, which look very mysterious. Lin Feng slowly turned his wrist clockwise. Because the adjustment time was too long this time, the light was brighter than before. In the tank that Zixing couldn't see, the liquor was changing rapidly. After a few minutes, Lin Feng stopped what he was doing. He accelerated the time of the tank by a full 300 years. Presumably it should be almost the same as the last time he drank it. Is this the end? Zixing asked doubtfully, a little disappointed. Otherwise, what do you think? It's just a time adjustment. What earth-shattering phenomenon can happen? Lin Feng glanced at Zixing, rubbed his hands impatiently, and then lifted the lid off. In an instant, an extremely rich aroma of wine wafted out, rushing towards the two of them. This is different from the last time Lin Feng drank from the bottle. The aroma of so much wine, just by smelling it, Lin Feng couldn't control the urge to pick up the bottle and drink directly. Well, that's what it smells like. Even better than the last drink. Lin Feng quickly took out several beautiful transparent bottles from the space. Under the control of psychokinesis, the wine condenses into a stream, which rises into the air and is poured into the bottle. 2 large jars filled 60 or 70 bottles, each bottle was 500 ml. That is to say, a large jar, with almost negligible losses removed, probably contains less than 30 liters of alcohol. Here, I'll give it back to you. Lin Feng happily took out 2 bottles and handed them to Xixing. He still remembers the distressed look when Zixing gave him a drink last time. How about 2 bottles for 1 bottle of you? It's very kind. Zixing's face darkened. What kind of black-hearted boss is this? Although he found all the materials, she was the one who handled the materials and the proportioning operation. 60 or 70 bottles, only 2 bottles for yourself? Hey, just kidding, these are for you. Lin Feng swiped over 10 more bottles. These are left to you for external transactions. Definitely, the price must be ridiculously high. Zixing nodded speechlessly. Do you still need to teach me this? The things of their star clan are not cheap in the universe. After explaining to Xixing, Lin Feng was still worried, so he pulled Natasha Romanoff over to give an explanation before giving up. This thing can have an impact on Silver Superman, so one can imagine how precious it is to the outside world. Leaving a dozen or so bottles for Zixing is not because Lin Feng is stingy, but because everyone knows that rare things are valuable. With Time Gem, making this thing is just a matter of hands for Lin Feng. Back at Blue Star, Lin Feng immediately went to find Tony to share. He pulled Tony up from the basement directly, and the two sat by the French windows. This thing, you have to calm down and taste it, so that it is worthy of its role. And Lin Feng has no doubts at all, as long as he takes a sip, this thing can conquer teacher Tony. Sure enough, after taking the first sip, Tony was stunned. The kind that didn't respond for a long time. It was an indescribable taste and texture. After drinking it, it seemed like a hallucination appeared in front of my eyes. Soaring to the sky in a steel battlesuit for the first time, the joy of seeing the souls of my parents again, and the little things with Pepper and Morgan Jr. come to mind one by one. This tea is like a revolving lantern. If Tony didn't know that Lin Feng would not harm him, he thought he had poisoned himself and would die. Lin Feng drank it happily, while admiring Tony's reaction with great interest. He could stop the reaction the drink had on him at any time, but he didn't. Who says no to something that brings pleasure, right? Huh. Tony didn't know how long it took, and he looked at the clear wine in the glass with complicated eyes. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? Lin Feng said happily. Tony nodded gravely. In his opinion, this kind of thing can no longer be measured by value, and it is completely impossible to brew it on Blue Star. Picking up the glass, he took another sip. This time it was not as amazing as the first mouthful, and I didn't see those visions, but it still made Tony happy from the bottom of his heart. Simply, potions. What's the name of this wine? Tony asked, playing with the glass. Can it be mass-produced? I want to use it at little Morgan's birthday party and my wedding ceremony. The intention is obvious, Mr. Tony wants to pretend to be B. This kind of wine is too expensive. If the price is right and mass production is okay, Tony definitely wants to show his strength in the banquet. But it's definitely not enough to put more. 1 bottle per table is enough. It can be mass-produced, but the mass-produced wine does not have such a strong effect. I think you can feel it, just take a sip and you're energized. Tony felt the same way, and took another sip, unable to stop. This wine is superb in every respect. Not only does it keep you energized, but it also neutralizes the dark wounds in the human body. What's even more outrageous is that if my analysis is not wrong, regular drinking can prolong life. After Tony integrated the stinger, some of the dark wounds on his body disappeared. He couldn't feel the effect of the drink, but Lin Feng could feel it. Hearing what Lin Feng said, Tony showed a look of hesitation on his face. Then don't let it go, it's too wasteful. This kind of good thing, let's keep it for ourselves to drink. Lin Feng's 2 words made Tony give up the idea of pretending to be B. Use this kind of thing as B? That's not called pretending to be B, that's called suohi. It's okay, I've said it all, mass-produced alcoholic beverages don't have such a strong effect. The production process of mass-produced ordinary alcoholic beverages is simple and fast, and the cost is very low. Before Junior Morgan's birthday, a large batch will definitely be made, so you don't have to worry about it, Lin Feng explained. He is not stupid, if it is really so rare and precious, he will definitely not take it out. But there is one thing to say, Lin Feng is not willing to put this thing on Blue Star, and also has no plans to sell it on Blue Star. Because there is no need, there are better materials in the universe that Blue Star can exchange. Tony provided the first batch of emergency supplies. If you need anything in the future, you can just buy it from the universe market. That is Morgan Jr.'s birthday and Tony's wedding, so Lin Feng can come up with some. As for this wine, it's called Xingyun Nebula. Tony swirled the liquid in his glass. The wine is clear and has a light blue color. When it is shaken, it seems that there are countless particles emitting light in it, which has a very visual effect. It looks like a starry sky, but it feels more like a sapphire dropped in the deep sea to Tony. It does look interesting, but it doesn't always feel right, Tony commented. Lin Feng nodded sympathetically. Not only is it inappropriate, Lin Feng can think of Thanos' daughter when he hears the word nebula, and he also complained about it at the time. However, Lin Feng did not get this name. Star Clan named it Nebula hundreds of years ago. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to change the name, but thinking that this is also a kind of inheritance of the Star Clan, and she sees memories and longing for the former elders, Lin Feng gave up this plan. Don't worry about the name, these few bottles are reserved for you, remember to save some to drink. Lin Feng generously took 5 bottles for Tony, which made Tony very happy. By the way, Lin, can little Morgan drink the tea you gave me before? After happily putting away the drink, Tony asked another question. This wine has the effect of prolonging life, and Tony immediately thought of little Morgan. But little Morgan was too young to drink, so Tony thought of the tea Lin Feng gave him before. That thing he and this wine have the same purpose, he and Pepper have been drinking. But tea does not have this taste, and the ability to recall happiness. Definitely, it's fine. Although it's called tea, it's actually made from the leaves of the tree of life. Children can drink it naturally. After speaking, Lin Feng thought for a while, and exchanged a few bags of tea for Tony. Let little Morgan drink more, drink it as water on weekdays, and ask me for it if you don't have enough. The price of this thing is already a drop in the bucket for Lin Feng now. The 2 children in the family don't need to drink this stuff, only Wanda and Susan can. Little Morgan is an ordinary person, so it's good to drink more. Tony was also polite and put it together with the drink. Being friends with Lin Feng has given Tony a way to prolong his life. He needs to use more methods to let Pepper and Junior Morgan live as long as possible. Don't look back. I still have black hair, but Junior Morgan has gray hair. Tony didn't think he could bear the thought of Morgan Jr. going ahead of him. Once again, he felt how lucky it was to know Lin Feng as a friend. A month is slow, and fast is also fast. Soon it was the day of little Morgan's birthday party. In the afternoon, Lin Feng was wearing casual clothes and standing at the door of his villa, waiting helplessly for the family members to finish packing before going to the banquet together. Is it all right? Lin Feng shouted. Hurry up, it'll be ready soon. Susan's voice came from inside the house. Immediately a ghost the horse for an hour Lin Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. This was the 3rd time he had asked. In Lin Feng's impression, it seems that women have to dress up when they go out to show off their best appearance and appearance. Susan and Wanda are no exception, including the 2 little ones Ling Jilly, who are also choosing their own tonight. Where? This back and forth made Lin Feng and the others really tormented. Another half an hour later, Susan and his party finished their preparations, and they began to head towards the banquet venue. Lin, didn't Tony ask you to wear Superman clothes? Susan was sitting in the back row, looking at Lin Feng's casual attire with doubts. When Tony called Lin Feng, he turned on the speakerphone, and he hoped that Lin Feng would wear a Superman battle suit to attend. Wear a fucking Superman suit, don't listen to his bullshit. Wearing a Superman battle suit to a party? It was so embarrassing. Tony's intention is to let everyone know that Superman is the godfather of Morgan Jr. But as long as Lin Feng takes off the ring, it will no longer block the observation of ordinary people, and ordinary people can easily recognize Lin Feng. So what the hell is a Superman battlesuit? Is it going to perform a Superman vs Iron Man for the guests? Because the ink was on for nearly 2 hours, when Lin Feng arrived at the banquet scene, he was almost the last one to arrive. The decoration of the banquet venue is full of fairy tale atmosphere, warm-colored dresses can be seen everywhere, as well as various dolls in fairy tale books and cartoons. As expected of a child's birthday party, these things immediately attracted the attention of Ling Jilly and Martina. It was also the first time for the 2 of them to attend a banquet, and they stared and looked around curiously. If it weren't for Lin Feng restraining these 2, they must have already started exploring in this huge venue. Stepping in, there are many people in the banquet hall, most of them are wealthy people or the first-order partners of Stark Industries. They talk together in 2s and 3s, representing different circles and industries. The banquet held by Tony Stark, many people wanted to participate in it. Here, not only can you see the existence of a higher level, but with luck, you can also move yourself from the existing circle to the next level. Tony was not far away, surrounded by a few middle-aged men that Lin Feng didn't know, chatting about something. But looking at Tony's appearance, he seemed a little annoyed. I'll take Ling Jilly and Martina to find Pepper. Susan thoughtfully left room for Lin Feng. Pepper is also surrounded by several women, all of whom are partners of Stark Industries, or their family members. All are jeweled, and although they are not young, they are well maintained. Unlike Tony's side, Pepper's side was chatting and laughing, and there were even some children around. Little Morgan dragged Pepper along, talking nonsense with the children who came to the dinner party without any stage fright. Hi, Pepper. Susan raised her hand, walked over with a smile, and said hello. Wanda followed her and greeted her with a smile. Susan's appearance attracted the attention of the ladies. Are you, Susan? One of the noble ladies recognized Susan's identity with a flash of light. The name Susan is not well known, but she is famous for her identity, Superman's girlfriend. Due to family or industry reasons, they have sharp eyes and are very good at recognizing people. After all, when pretending to slap the face, it is not good to kick the iron plate. Several other noble ladies rolled their eyes and heard the name Susan, and they also met Pepper after appearing at Tony's daughter's venue. After several pieces of information were combined, Susan's identity was ready to be revealed. The ladies smiled brighter and greeted Susan familiarly. Susan also responded to all comers. She had thought of this kind of scene a long time ago. As Lin Feng's girlfriend, every time someone recognized Susan, she had to deal with it for a long time. But Susan is not tired of this feeling. After all, when she was with Lin Feng, she had this awareness. "Oi, can I play with Gilly and the others?" Little Morgan raised his head and asked Pepper. Pepper smiled and nodded in agreement. "Definitely okay, my little princess, but remember, don't run far." Little Morgan was allowed to happily integrate into the Lingerie Martina duo. They're old friends, and Morgan Jr. needs peers, and Tony definitely will make her friends with Lingerie Martina first. The children brought by the noble ladies are too boring. She still likes to play with the Linma duo who have an interesting soul. The trio immediately started an adventure in the banquet hall. Some clever ladies immediately winked at their children. Some smart children understood in seconds. They just felt that they had shouldered a burden that they shouldn't bear at this age, and they walked towards the trio with bitter faces. Their task is to establish a good relationship with Ling Jili's trio. Susan and Pepper chatted, and Lin Feng walked towards Tony. He just discovered that there were people he knew in the crowd. 4 or 5 people formed a circle around Tony. They didn't notice Lin Feng's arrival. They were still talking. Everyone here would be shocked when they stepped out. But he didn't dare to put on airs in front of today's Tony. "Yo, isn't this Secretary of State G?" Lin Feng stepped in directly, looked at one of them with a half smile and said. Secretary G, standing beside Tony. Lin Feng's super hearing has heard that he is asking Tony for some technology. Those technologies are irrelevant to Tony, but to Blue Star, at least they exist beyond a few years. Mr. Lin Feng. Secretary G broke out in cold sweat when he saw Lin Feng. The last time Lin Feng took him and that one for a swim in the universe, he almost collapsed, and he lay on the bed for more than half a month before recovering. At the moment saw Lin Feng, like a mouse meeting a cat, its legs could not help but tremble. The few people around Tony, no matter how the Secretary of State reacted, one counted as one, and hurriedly greeted Lin Feng and introduced themselves. Lin Feng responded one by one with a smile. As long as there is no enmity with Lin Feng, then he is a very kind existence. When communicating with Lin Feng, they held their attitudes carefully and kept their attitudes very low. People like Tony and Lin Feng belong to top contacts. Some of Lin Feng's whereabouts and actions are known in some top circles, but the clues mainly come from Tony's intentional disclosure. This is not to harm Lin Feng, but to tell them cryptically how powerful Superman really is, and before trying to trouble Lin Feng, they should see how many lives they have. After all, Lin Feng hurt some people's interests while saving some disasters. Although Lin Feng is not afraid, the less trouble the better. The more trouble will inevitably affect the mood. Tony's move was also right. In the past, people believed that Lin Feng was just a reckless man with no brains. After all, in the world of adults, not everything can be solved by force alone. In many cases, force is only the most inferior means. But they forgot that there is a saying in the East that one force will drop 10 meetings, and Lin Feng's performance in the Grey Palace made them dumbfounded. Not only did he slap the Secretary of State and that person in the face, but he also directly stopped the signing plans of more than 100 kingdoms, and after the incident, no one dared to trouble Lin Feng. In this incident, Tony revealed some vague details. Although they didn't know the specific plot, but because those two characters who must revenge are not seeking revenge, let them understand that Superman has to deal with ordinary people. Ordinary people, no matter how many Blue Star resources people have in their hands, it is useless. They saw one thing in this incident, that is, a good relationship with Superman is equivalent to an extra life. And Tony didn't deliberately conceal the source of some of Stark's technologies, they all came from Superman. After some gossip, several people secretly expressed whether Lin Feng could authorize some technologies, which made Lin Feng confused. But soon, Lin Feng understood, but still pretended not to understand, and silently refused. Seeing that Lin Feng kept silent, they chatted a little more in a friendly manner, and then dispersed. When we met for the first time, it was almost enough to be familiar. To be able to get to their level, each of them is extremely smart, so they naturally know the reason why they can't go too far. Among them, Secretary G was the fastest runner. At this time, he didn't have the heart to ask Tony what kind of technology he wanted. It would be nice if he could save his life. This old guy hasn't come out of the shadows yet. Looking at the Secretary of State who was in a panic, Lin Feng smiled self-deprecatingly. Am I that scary? Lin Feng just wanted to open up a topic by getting to know the Secretary of State, who knew he was so sensitive. Tony shrugged aside. Do you want to think about what you did before saying this? Seriously, Linear. If I were your enemy, I don't think I'd be able to sleep well every day. Then you should be very lucky. Lin Feng joked. By the way, why did that fat old man ask me to authorize that technology? Lin Feng looked at Tony teasingly. Don't ask, it must be Teacher Tony's tricks. But Teacher Tony has a thick skin, and he didn't show any embarrassment at all. You know, there are some requests from customers, and direct refusal will inevitably have some impact. So you pushed it on me? You said I gave you the technology, right? Lin Feng cast a blank stare speechlessly. You don't need any reasoning ability to know that Tony has blamed himself. This was discovered by himself. Lin Feng felt that he was in a place he couldn't see, and he didn't know how many blames he had already borne. How can you say that? The technology is indeed yours. What you gave, I reversed it, so it's still yours. Isn't there anything wrong with it? Tony kicked the ball back. Lin Feng took the ball and stomped on it. Good kick, don't kick it next time. What's the matter with Secretary G? According to your personality, I'm afraid you didn't come here uninvited. Tony responded, you're right, I didn't invite him to the party. He is eyeing Stark particles and wants Stark Industries to share them. It's ridiculous to say, knowing that it's impossible, why do they always harass them endlessly? Tony sneered, let alone technology sharing. Even if you bought Stark particles from Tony, Tony would not bother to sell them. Blue Star doesn't even have the materials I need, so what's the point of asking for more money? Don't talk about it, it's all annoying things. The banquet will not officially start for half an hour, shall we have a drink first? Tony suggested, while pointing to a small bar. There is a booth in the corner of the small bar, which is very quiet and unobtrusive. Lin Feng readily agreed that, unlike Tony, he didn't like occasions with too many people. The two secretly ran to the small booth, enjoying the time when no one disturbed them. Lin Feng lazily lay down on the backrest. Seriously, he's really bad at fake formulaic communication. 5 minutes to cope, 2 hours to recover. Where are you drinking? After waiting for a long while, Lin Feng didn't see anything to drink. He looked up and saw Tony staring at him inexplicably. What are you looking at? Drink yours. Tony responded cheekily. Why are you wondering? I only have a few bottles, definitely drink yours. Lin Feng slapped his head. What kind of Iron Man? The co-author didn't move for a long time, because he wanted to squeeze his own wool? Too lazy to argue so much with Tony, Lin Feng waved his hand and took out a bottle of wine from the space. Tony took it on his own initiative, poured himself a full glass, and asked casually, what gift did you prepare for little Morgan's birthday? Lin Feng couldn't laugh or cry, he was sure that Tony was really teasing himself. If I remember correctly, Tony took the matter of little Morgan last time and went to buy a necklace, right? How about I give birth to a son with Susan, and give you a son-in-law? Lin Feng rolled his eyes and directly attacked the routine. Tony frowned, with question marks on his face, but there was no emotion on his face, and then he seemed to think of something, and he was very happy. No problem, little Morgan can wait. Why don't you make a kiss for the child now? Don't you have baby kisses in the East? By the way, I remember that in the East, you have to give a bride price when you marry a wife. What are you going to give? I can keep it for little Morgan. Lin Feng didn't know what expression he should show. Well, in terms of shamelessness, Tony is better. Tony's shamelessness is on the same level as Superman's defense. Waving his hand, forget it, Susan and I haven't planned to have a child so early. The future happiness of their children is up to them to fight for themselves, and they don't know whether their future children will be boys or girls. Preferably twins. Little Morgan's birthday party ended before 9 o'clock. It is not suitable for a child of this age to go to bed late, but little Morgan has a strict bedtime. However, although the birthday party is over, the nightlife for adults has just begun. After sending their respective children home, the second scene began. The venue of the birthday banquet has suddenly turned into a night venue. In the world of adults, there is no such thing as going home and resting so early. But Lin Feng was rather bored, and after saying goodbye to Tony, he took Susan and the others home. In the car, Lin Jilly hadn't come out of the pleasant atmosphere yet. She looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Dad, can there be so many people on my birthday? The Emperor of the Universe didn't admit that he was envious. She just saw that there were so many gifts for her birthday, and she felt that as the Emperor of the Universe, she should have these things too. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Why did you start calling me dad again? What did you say, brother? This brat, after getting his body for the first time, started calling him father, and finally got her to change his name. Why did he call him back today out of nowhere? Thought about a birthday party. No problem. When is your birthday? Lin Feng asked. Susan interjected. June 20th, Lin. Gilly doesn't remember when she was born either. So let's count the day you brought her back as her birthday. Susan was worrying about all the big and small file sizes at home. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed about it, but somehow he felt at ease. After all, she is the mistress of the house. Okay, then in June next year, we can also hold a birthday party for Gilly. The cost of a banquet will not even blink an eye in terms of the huge assets Lin Feng has accumulated. Lin Jilly happily raised her little hand. Yeah, then can I also receive so many gifts? Lin Feng lowered his head, met the expectant little eyes, and somewhat understood why Lin Jilly suddenly called her father. Good guy, it turns out that this little guy has his eyes on little Morgan's gift? I'm afraid this isn't the most naive of all cosmic cubes. But when it comes to gifts, in the end Lin Feng still didn't hold back Tony, and gave little Morgan some small gifts. Anyway, there are a lot of inexplicable things in his system space. For example, the toy electric donkey that came from Optical Brain last time, can walk by itself, and can talk to people. It can even taunt Mr. Tony. This smart thing made Tony want to take it apart on the spot to see what it was. Yes, there are any gifts you want. Lin Feng pouted helplessly. As the cosmic cube, Lin Jilly also has a certain ability to create things, so she can just make one herself. However, the surprise and anticipation of not knowing what the gift is incomparable between making it yourself and giving it to someone else. In the days that followed, Lin Feng turned into a Langsing street slipper again. The whole day is either strolling the street or basking in the sun. However, he also fulfilled his promise, and would intervene in disasters when nothing happened. Superman is still the same Superman. Every time he plays, there will be a burst of cheers, and Lin Feng is also happy to appear in front of others. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. After all kinds of months, there was no movement from Hela. The duplication sent out by Lin Feng didn't find anything either, which made him wonder if the old ladies of Hela really ran away and never came back. But she consumes energy, Lin Feng consumes more energy than her. Duplication doesn't need to waste her own energy. Just 3 words, keep squatting. At the end of the month, it was time for Tony's wedding ceremony. Lin Feng was invited to attend the wedding ceremony with his whole family. On this day, the sky is clear. All kinds of luxury cars were parked outside the venue of the wedding ceremony. In the venue, looking at a green pasture and various white tables, chairs, and awnings, it is full of guests and friends, and there are laughter and conversations from time to time. Those present were almost all the existences at the top of the pyramids, talking and laughing as they waited for the wedding to proceed. Everyone from the Avengers Alliance also came and stood not far away, but Lin Feng had no intention of going forward to say hello. Nick Fury also came, and he was communicating with Natasha Romanoff with a dark face, but Natasha Romanoff's face was calm, and he didn't intend to say anything more. That's right, Natasha Romanoff brought Lin Feng back from StarClan. This tea, I slapped myself in the face, and promised not to come back for half a year. But thinking about it, Natasha Romanoff is almost sure to be a member of her own camp, and she is also the chief instructor of the female symbiote corps. Tony is married, and she is a bit of a bully if she is not present. So Lin Feng generously gave Natasha Romanoff a day off, and will continue to go back to StarClan tomorrow to work hard. Not long after, Tony and Pepper took the stage during the priest's speech. Even Tony is unavoidable and needs to go through the whole process completely. This is nothing more than a sense of ritual and an emphasis on marriage. After all, it was one of the most important moments of his life. Look at Miss Pepper's smile, how happy she is. Then look at Tony beside him, with arrogance and joy, like a wise fool. As the priest kept talking, a set of procedures came to an end quickly. After the two said I am willing and successfully exchanged rings, applause and cheers erupted at the scene. Susan leaned her little head on Lin Feng's shoulder, and looked at the two on stage with eyes full of envy. Will we also have this day? Susan couldn't help whispering to herself. Lin Feng is her first boyfriend, but Susan also thinks he will be her last boyfriend. Looking at the white wedding dress on the stage, Susan fantasized about what it would look like to wear herself in the future, wondering if Lin Feng would like it. Susan's words were very low, but Lin Feng still heard them. He didn't promise too much, he just wrapped Susan's arm tightly. Give me a little more time, wait until I get rid of all the dangers. The black robe is always an indelible black spot in Lin Feng's heart. Probably only after they are completely resolved, Lin Feng will think about his retirement life. Susan didn't say anything, just nodded seriously. Although Lin Feng never said what he was saving, or who the enemy was. But Susan, who was the person next to her pillow, could still feel that now was not the time, and Lin Feng was not ready either. She is willing to give her big boy more time, because Lin Feng is worth her waiting. A group of newcomers on the stage were all smiling, and Lin Feng and Susan were making love to each other off stage. The scene was so warm. I didn't expect to see this day. A slightly sighing voice came from beside Lin Feng. It was two middle-aged men and women with strange faces. Mr. Lin Feng, who is that little kid standing beside Tony? The middle-aged man asked Lin Feng suddenly, with a hint of respect in his tone. He seemed to be familiar with Lin Feng. That's your granddaughter, Lin Feng explained with a smile. Grandson, granddaughter. The middle-aged man was startled. So soon? Tony, he had a daughter before he got married. The middle-aged woman was even more surprised, but tears fell in the blink of an eye. Okay, that's great, it's great to see this scene. Little Morgan was standing next to Tony and Pepper, with a smile on his face, so cute. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but want to hug her and pamper her. Wait a minute, I'll take you backstage, you can talk about it yourself. Lin Feng looked at the stage and said casually. These two old people are Tony's parents. On an important day in Tony's life, Lin Feng once again pulled the soul of the old man over and created a body for him. Although he also prepared some congratulatory gifts for Tony, Lin Feng felt that there was nothing more surprising than sending the Howards to Tony. The two people on the stage exchanged rings after the oath was completed, which also means that from now on, they have formally formed a legal family. There were applause and cheers at the scene. Tony waved his hands at the crowd coquettishly. It was not good. It's just that when he saw Lin Feng here, he was obviously a little excited. No one noticed that he had already secretly cast many eyes on Lin Feng. Nodding slightly to Lin Feng, Tony hurriedly dragged Pepper to the backstage. The guests were not surprised. The ceremony was not over yet. The wedding dress was a bit in the way. They should have followed the procedure and went to the backstage to change into a suitable dress in order to entertain the guests. Lin Feng understood Tony's eyes, and also pulled the elders up, and walked outside. There are other entrances from the outside to get to the backstage. Let's go, I'll take you to meet Tony. Lin Feng led the two elders and explained as they walked. The backstage is Tony's temporary room, but it is very spacious. It is not only equipped with a variety of food, but even deeper, there is a separate room for cooking delicacies. As soon as the door opened, Tony jumped out, startling Lin Feng. Good guy, just guarding at the door? Lin? Who are they? Tony asked excitedly. When he was on stage, he had guessed. The two old people who were obviously out of place, but their eyes were full of relief, and in them, Tony had a completely different feeling of familiarity and kindness. In addition, Lin Feng had promised before that when he got married, he would bring the second elder back to witness this scene. Then the identities of these two people, Tony is ready to reveal. That's right, it's exactly what you think it is. Definitely, in order to deceive people, I made two different bodies for them. Lin Feng nodded and admitted. Knowing the truth, Tony's expression suddenly calmed down. But his heart is not peaceful. Unspeakable emotions surged back and forth in my heart, and finally thousands of words turned into the first and most primitive address. Mary Yabi was more sentimental and wiped away tears, but they were tears of relief and happiness. I didn't expect that Tony would have a child, and I never thought that I would be able to see this day with my own eyes. Howard was a lot more arrogant, he couldn't make a fart by kicking 3 feet, and just kept silent. But that look was always on little Morgan, who was studying the flowers on his clothes not far away. The desire to hug her could hardly be hidden. Sundara old father, Tony understands him, and he immediately called Junior Morgan without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the old man, the granddaughter is so old? Tony can't believe it. In front of your granddaughter, you can still keep a proud face? Little Morgan heard his father's yell, trotted over, tilted his head and looked curiously at the two strange middle-aged men. Although she didn't recognize them, she could feel the doting little Morgan in their eyes, which made her little head even more confused. Little Morgan, they are your grandparents. Quick, call someone. Tony smiled and introduced the three to each other. Little Morgan cried out ignorantly, and Maria's tears suddenly became more joyful. Howard raised his head. Hell, he couldn't hold back at all. 2 lines of old tears flowed down in shame. He stretched out his hands tremblingly. Small, is Morgan. Come, let Grandpa hug you. Little Morgan subconsciously took a step back and looked at Tony. Tony nodded slightly, and Little Morgan felt relieved, opened his arms to meet him, and said softly, Grandpa hug. Hey. Howard burst into tears, and picked up Little Morgan, feeling the warmth of his little body. The real feeling directly broke the old man's defenses. Come on, let Grandma give you a hug too. Maria didn't care how Howard felt, and went straight to grab him. Watching the two elders greet the little Morgan, Tony smiled gratifiedly. Then, he quietly pulled Lin Feng aside. Lin, I won't say thank you, I always feel that I owe you too much. Tony sighed. If Lin Feng hadn't had Lin Feng, Tony wouldn't have been able to see such a warm intergenerational parenting scene in his life. But I still have to ask, their bodies. Tony gestured. He wanted to know how Lin Feng got his body, and whether it could exist forever. Lin Feng definitely knew what Tony cared about. Don't worry, it's a real body, just like a normal person. Your next task is to convince the second elder to stay. Last time, Howard and Maria rejected the precious chance of resurrection for Tony. At that time, Lin Feng was not strong enough, and he was somewhat unable to resist the forced reversal of the absolute time point, so he left the decision to Tony and the second elder. But now, originally is the strength at the top of the multi-universe, coupled with the fragments of the heart of the universe, it can block the backlash of reversing the absolute point of time with a wave of the hand. This difficulty is not much more difficult than eating. Hearing this, Tony's eyes almost lit up. You mean, the second elder is already resurrected? Lin Feng nodded without denying it. But the second elder doesn't know, you have to think of a way, how to persuade them. The impact of the resurrection is basically equal to 0 for me now, so you don't have to worry about it. But you still have to be careful not to spread the news that you can be resurrected. It's best to forge the identity of the two elders and think of a reason to let them appear by your side normally. Blue Star would go crazy if he knew that Lin Feng could resurrect dead humans. At that time, Lin Feng will not have a stable life in Blue Star. Lin Feng stepped out of the backstage, leaving room for Tony and the Howards. Tony had to spend a lot of time talking if he wanted the elders to accept his resurrection with peace of mind. However, Lin Feng felt that the two elders would not refuse to be resurrected this time. After all, who can refuse the temptation of an extra life, right? The Howards rejected Tony last time because they were afraid that their resurrection would have an irreversible impact on Tony. Especially Howard, his unusually intelligent brain and amazing knowledge reserve made him more able to understand the consequences of resurrection. However, Lin Feng had already made it clear to Tony that there was no need to worry about any consequences, because the change in absolute time would no longer affect Lin Feng, nor would it cause any harm to Tony. It is impossible to save the consequences of changing the timeline. In the final analysis, it is because the strength is not strong enough. Just like the Dark Doctor Strange, in order to resurrect his girlfriend, it eventually led to the destruction of the entire world. As for taking the soul of the second elder away, will it attract the goddess of death? Lin Feng sneered at this. You just come, it will save me from looking for you. Thinking of this, Lin Feng raised his foot and walked towards the venue, sighing as he walked. Seeing the reunion between the Howards and Tony reminded Lin Feng of his parents. Tony is lucky to have a friend like himself who can revive the Howards. But what about your own parents? Lin Feng has never met his parents, and doesn't even know if they are still alive. This made Lin Feng somewhat sad. Shaking his head, he didn't want to think any further. In the future, if you have enough abilities to return to the original universe beyond the fourth limit, let's look for them. The previous Lin Feng didn't have this ability, but now, it's very easy to find someone on Blue Star. At the wedding scene, Natasha Romanoff enjoyed food and drinks. In front of her, there was a bottle of wine without any label. This is a specialty drink of Star Clan. Anyway, she has been in Star Clan for more than a month, and she is already familiar with many things. The days of Star Clan made Natasha Romanoff very fulfilled. During this period of time, she was mainly absorbing and digesting the laws of the universe black market and the normal trading market. Lin Feng left behind a spaceship in Star Clan, and on weekdays, she drives the spaceship to transit planets. With her appearance and figure, she naturally caused a lot of trouble in a transit star where villains are rampant. But Natasha Romanoff, blessed by the symbiote, is not something a small villain can provoke. After a few times, Natasha Romanoff actually gained some fame in that little interim star. Everyone knows that there is a hot human beauty with even hotter temper and strength, which cannot be provoked. Natasha Romanoff has no intention of restraining this, but has a tendency to intensify. A higher reputation will give her more word of mouth when she conducts transactions in the future. When anyone is trading, they will subconsciously choose someone with a good reputation. They feel that they will feel more at ease with the seller's information. Over the past month or so, Natasha Romanoff has undoubtedly learned a lot, and the wider world has given her more room to use her skills. Although she is a little tired, she is also very happy. When she is free on weekdays, Natasha Romanoff will also help the young ladies of Star Clan with some daily work. These jobs are mainly brewing and making potions. It takes a long time to make these two things, and it is expected that the first transaction will be carried out in 2 months. She discussed it with Lin Feng, and these products will no longer be traded with the Star Clan logo. Now in the cosmic black market, there are also Star Clan's unique product marks, expensive and rare medicines. Those were all things that were handed down hundreds of years ago, when Star Clan was not destroyed. At that time, the prices of these things were not high, but the huge profits were still enviable. Therefore, the reason why Star Clan will be destroyed is not only because of the Cosmic Cube, but also because of the Cosmic Pirates, who are jealous of the huge profits, and lock the Star Clan planet through the high-level goods flowing in the market. Although now that Star Clan has Lin Feng's protection, they are no longer afraid of external threats, but one thing more is worse than one thing less. Only when the enemy is in the clear and we are in the dark can we take the initiative and have more choices. Lin Feng felt that there was no need to do this, but he said that Natasha Romanoff was responsible for the external affairs, and he still respected Natasha Romanoff's wishes. And according to Natasha Romanoff's request, he also ripened some samples of the potion to let Natasha Romanoff open the market. Natasha Romanoff squinted her eyes as she sipped her drink, thinking about her next move. Ziona, drink more of that thing, I like it very much. The symbiote's voice sounded in her head, and Natasha Romanoff nodded happily. It was also the first time for her to drink this kind of wine, because just yesterday, this batch of wine had just been completed from Star Clan. At the banquet, there was only 1 bottle per table, but Natasha Romanoff carried a small bag with him, which contained a lot of wine. And this small bag that can store a lot of things was also given by Lin Feng. Although the wine is the ordinary one brewed by Miss Star Clan, the effect is not as strong as that obtained by Lin Feng, but drinking it can still make ordinary people feel happy. Even the symbiote couldn't help laughing with its ferocious fangs. From time to time in the banquet, there was a sound of praise, and it was probably after tasting the wine of Star Clan. Natasha Romanoff, are you listening to me? The voice that had been ringing in her ears increased in volume, causing Natasha Romanoff to sigh helplessly. Food and wine are a kind of enjoyment, which makes her happy. If there wasn't a black corned egg next to her talking nonstop, then she should be happier. I'm listening, but these questions, I really can't answer you. Natasha Romanoff spread her hands helplessly, refusing to answer Nick Fury's question again. Black Braised Egg deduced that Natasha Romanoff must have gone to the universe, which is normal. But he didn't know the specifics, so he always asked some core questions on the sidelines. Look at him as the chief. Oh no, it's the former chief asking these ghost questions. If it weren't for this relationship, Natasha Romanoff would have been waiting for him. You. The black stewed egg was angry, and his breathing became a little short. He wanted to put on a face, but in the end he didn't explode. I said it myself. Natasha Romanoff no longer belongs to SHIELD. What right does he have to explode? Natasha Romanoff, you weren't like this before. Black Braised Egg said with some resentment. He felt that although Natasha Romanoff was no longer an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, everyone was still friends anyway. But Natasha Romanoff is unwilling to reveal even a sliver of news, which makes Black Braised Egg so sad. Hawkeye, who was eating beside him, choked, and the resentful eyes of the black stewed egg almost didn't make him laugh out loud. Why don't you go ask Lin Feng directly? Natasha Romanoff tried to divert the target. Black Braised Egg still stared at the dead fish. Do you think he will tell me? Natasha Romanoff shrugged helplessly, then there was really nothing she could do. Natasha Romanoff didn't want to talk, and the black stewed egg didn't give up. The emotional card was played out, which made Natasha Romanoff a little annoyed for a while. Even, he kept winking at Hawkeye, wanting Hawkeye to join in, and the three of them would fight an emotional landlord together. In this regard, Hawkeye pretended that he didn't understand, watched his nose, and heart, and drank the rare wine. When Lin Feng walked into the venue, he happened to see the black marinated egg jumping up and down casting spells on Natasha Romanoff. He smiled and walked over to Natasha Romanoff's table. The table was full of members of the Avengers Alliance, Captain America, Hawkeye, and Banner. And next to the black stewed egg, there happened to be an empty seat. Sitting down on the chair, Lin Feng's words were yin and yang spells. Yo, isn't this S.H.I.E.L.D. director? How did you do it? I heard that you were transferred a while ago? Tisk tisk tisk. You can't protect Blue Star like this. Lin Feng. Black braised egg was momentarily at a loss for words, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching. To be honest, he was really the one who accidentally planted the last time, and this has become a dark history that the black marinated egg will never bring up. The atmosphere is a little weird. Lin Feng, you came to Tony's wedding too. Captain America broke the deadlock, laughed and performed a wave of nonsense art with Lin Feng. The rest of the Avengers Alliance also greeted Lin Feng with a smile, and Lin Feng responded one by one with a smile. Everyone can barely call the last sentence friends. After all, there is a relationship like S.H.I.E.L.D., and the relationship between Lin Feng and everyone can't go any further. After saying hello, Lin Feng slapped Hey Dan on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Hi Dan, listen to my advice. Lan Xing, you can't even understand it. Let's leave the things in the universe alone. If it doesn't work, let's retire early. Doesn't he smell good when his wife and children are hot on the Kong? Save the world, save the universe, leave it to us young people. The corners of black braised egg's eyes were twitching badly, and he was considering whether to prepare a few bottles of eye drops when he went back. As for saving the universe, he's tempted to retort that we have scary moms. But his lips squirmed for a while, but he still didn't say anything. It's good that the Avengers Alliance has Jingma, but he can't get in touch with him usually. Black braised egg has nothing to say, excuse me. In the end, he exited in disgrace, and even Tony's wedding ceremony didn't last till the end, which made Lin Feng a little dumbfounded. He wondered if he had said too much. The black corned eggs in the past, but they will argue against themselves with reason. The annoying marinated egg left. Lin Feng was also happy and had a drink with Natasha Romanoff on his own. A specialty of Star Clan, the prescription is not high, and ordinary people can quickly sober up even if they are drunk. Not long after, Tony made another appearance with Susan and started to walk around the venue. By the time the wedding ceremony was over, the sky had already darkened. When Lin Feng left, he saw Tony nodded at him with a happy face. Those who didn't know thought he was married, expressing excitement. But Lin Feng understood, and Mr. Tony has successfully persuaded the two elders. Receiving a smile in relief, Lin Feng took Susan away. In the car, Lin Feng closed his eyes and meditated. Susan found out that Lin Feng was not in a good state. She stretched out her hand, gently stroked Lin Feng's frowning brows, and asked softly, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Today is his good friend Tony's wedding day, so she should be happy, but at this moment, she feels a little sadness from Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled at Susan, indicating that he was fine. I just remembered my parents. Growing up, I never saw them once, not even a single picture of them. But today, after seeing Tony and his parents, I couldn't help being a little hypocritical. It's okay. Lin Feng smiled and patted Susan's little hand. He didn't hide from Susan about Tony's parents. Susan understood. Lin Feng was hurt by the scene. Lin Feng also mentioned to her about her parents. Susan definitely knew that Lin Feng grew up in an orphanage. Not knowing what to say, Susan could only hug Lin Feng gently, trying to comfort Lin Feng. Lin Feng hugged back somewhat dumbfounded. He wasn't that fragile yet. In the dark night, the two sat in the back of the car, whispering to each other, and Lin Feng's mood gradually improved. A few days later, Lin Feng was sitting in his yard as usual. Apart from basking in the sun all day long, I just have meals, and I have lived a retirement life ahead of schedule. Don't say it, although it feels a bit boring, but it is comfortable to put it badly. This is not nonsense. It's just that a strange metaphysical law just happened again. As long as Lin Feng lays out and basks in the sun, then something must happen. It's not good. The main body? I got into a fight with that woman. Come quickly. A hurried voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng turned over like a kite and sat up. It's duplication? What's the situation? Lin Feng asked hastily. Come here first, come here and talk later. Duplication seemed to be fighting, and his breathing was a little short. Lin Feng's face darkened. He seemed to hear the sound of duplication fighting. Duplication has most of his strength. Can duplication find it difficult to fight? Before he had time to think about it, Lin Feng didn't even switch the viewing angle, and directly locked on the position where the duplication was and teleported. It's the universe? Lin Feng opened his eyes and realized that he was in the universe. In the distance, there was a blue star among the blue Baixiang, and beside him was duplication, who was wearing a black robe and was dancing. Base? As soon as he appeared, an attack brushed against Lin Feng's forehead, making the corners of his eyes twitch. Duplication at the moment is confronting a woman. That woman Lin Feng recognized at a glance. Isn't it the woman who teamed up with duplication last time for a mission? I remember that duplication said that they guessed the identity of this woman. It should be a strong man of the second sequence, who came down to confirm the identity of duplication. Is this exposed? Lin Feng. Another voice came, and Lin Feng realized that duplication and the second-order woman were not the only ones fighting. On the battlefield, there is another acquaintance wearing a blue combat uniform. Clark. Lin Feng exclaimed. Fuck, here is the DC universe. Speaking of the DC universe, the last time Lin Feng came, he was still an ordinary man of steel. Counting it, it was a few years ago. At that time, he had a fight with the demonized Clark because of the mission of the system. And it was that time that Lin Feng really came into contact with the Black Robe. Lin Feng couldn't understand the current situation. There are too many elements. How did the duplication get exposed? And how did they fight with that woman in the DC universe? And how did Clark know? Lin Feng, how come there are two of you? While thinking, Clark floated to Lin Feng's side and asked in surprise. Clark at the moment's condition is not very good, his breath is a bit sluggish, and his Superman battlesuit is also somewhat damaged. Under the damaged battlesuit, you can still see the wounds that are slowly healing, and it seems that you have experienced a battle. Now is not the time to talk about this, you should recover from your injuries first. Lin Feng responded in a deep voice, and then directly joined the battlefield regardless of Clark. Lin Feng's attack methods have always been simple and crude, but direct and effective. Psychokinesis poured out, directly locking the black-robed woman, and creating a confinement space that made the black-robed woman unable to move. Immediately afterwards, the orange-red heat ray shot straight away. The woman in the black robe was trapped by psychokinesis and couldn't escape for a short time. The heat ray hit her without any accident. But the woman didn't know what method was used. Lin Feng's heat ray, as if hitting a phantom, passed directly over her body without causing any damage. Lin Feng's super dynamic vision captured that the moment heat ray touched, the woman's body seemed to blur. With a heartbeat, Lin Feng directly teleported to behind the woman, and punched out. After this punch, 10 blue stars are not enough to hit. But something even weirder happened. Like the previous heat ray, the fist pierced through the woman's body, as if hitting a 3D image. Weird ability? This is not over yet. Something even weirder happened in the next second. After Lin Feng swung his fist, he felt a big bee-pocket hit his face at the same time, and his whole body was instantly sent flying. Fuck. Groove. Lin Feng flew upside down for a certain distance, a big question mark popped out on his forehead. Subconsciously touched his cheek, the degree of the blow was exactly the same as that of his punch just now. She returned her attack? Ontology, be careful, this woman's ability is very weird. In my mind, the voice of duplication sounded. Lin Feng hummed and continued using psychokinesis. Tell me in detail, what is going on with this woman, how did you expose it? While Lin Feng was asking, he was constantly attacking with heat ray. There is always an upper limit for virtualization skills, right? He didn't believe that this woman could keep blurring. Well, keep communicating, I need to go after another black robe first. The duplication expressed that there was also a black robe, which made Lin Feng frown. He quickly released the perception to within a few light years, and found no other black robes. At this time, duplication has turned into a shooting star and disappeared in the eyes of several people, apparently to track it down. This woman is called Nausea. As we analyzed last time, she is indeed a black robe of the second sequence. Her strength is not too strong, at most it is the strength of multi-universe elementary level, but her skills are extremely strange. Here, as you can see now, this bitch can keep blurring? Even across the universe, duplication can communicate seamlessly with Lin Feng. He explained the current situation to Lin Feng while flying. Possesses most of Lin Feng's strength, and also shares the duplication of the fragment channel of the heart of the universe, and also possesses the initial power of the multi-universe. But against the second-order black robes with rich combat experience and fierceness, it seemed a bit difficult. So duplication also has self-knowledge, knowing that this black robe cannot be solved in a short time, fearing that something will happen, he directly summoned Lin Feng's body. By the way, don't worry, when she found out my identity, I broke their wristbands. They can't contact other people now. And I used the heart fragment of the universe to lock her space teleportation ability, so she can't jump out of this universe for the time being. However, the bracelet is damaged, and a new black robe will come to check the situation soon. We can get rid of Nausea as soon as possible, and we still have a chance to continue undercover. Duplication spoke concisely and quickly about the current situation. The situation was still within the controllable range, which made Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Duplication has been undercover until now, and it will be able to get in touch with the core soon. If it is exposed at this time, it will be too bad. Continue, tell me how you exposed it? Lin Feng continued to attack the woman named Nausea, and continued to ask in his mind. Speaking of this, it's a bit long, succinct and concise. Ahem. Let's come to DC Universe to perform a mission. Then Clark recognized me. Hearing this reply, Lin Feng cried out in his heart. This shit, it turned out that I met the pig teammate. Hey, but it's not right, isn't duplication already disguised? How can it still be recognized by Clark? We have different world breaths on us. Clark remembered this breath? That's not right. With Clark's strength, it's impossible to analyze your aura. Duplication continued to give an answer. I think it may be because Clark is the protagonist of the world. There are some inexplicable skill bonuses. Lin Feng was silent. Don't say it. This possibility really exists. So your mission is still related to Clark? To be precise, it is related to Kayla Zoal. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Female Superman? Clark found his cousin. The news about Kayla's possible existence was told by Lin Feng to Clark. Clark has not stopped looking for Kayla, and he is worthy of being the protagonist of this world, so he really found it. That's right, the current Kayla has fallen into the hands of another black robe, and he is the one I am chasing. His strength is far less than that of Nasia, but his escape skills are top-notch. But don't worry, they have already lost the means to jump out of the world, or the same sentence, get rid of them as soon as possible. The two exchanged information quickly, and it took less than a minute for the outside world to pass. In 1 minute, Lin Feng shot no less than dozens of heat rays, and still did not cause any damage to Nasia. Clark looked a little startled. He could feel that Lin Feng had become stronger than last time, but he still wondered why there were two Lin Fengs. To be honest, he really wanted to go after Kayla, but it was not easy to let Lin Feng deal with Nasia alone. What's more, he has no way to track Kayla's distance. Lin Feng, stop wasting energy, this kind of attack will have no effect on her. Clark floated to Lin Feng's side and said. After basking in the sun for a long time, Clark's injuries have recovered to a good degree. Lin Feng pouted. Waste of energy? You may not know that I can keep the heat ray on all day long. But Lin Feng still stopped attacking, and turned to mocking Nasia. You just hide. Nasia took off his hood, and he looked good, but compared to what Lin Feng saw last time, it was a little bit more acrimonious. Hehe, what's the matter? There's nothing I can do about it. Nasia laughed twice, screaming like a ghost. No way. Lin Feng sneered in his heart, I have at least 100 ways to make you cry on your knees. But there was another way of saying it. That's right. What kind of skill do you have? Why can't you hit it? Lin Feng pretended to be helpless and deliberately showed weakness. But secretly, the dog mobilized a huge amount of energy, preparing to use an unfinished super skill. During these days at Blue Star, Lin Feng developed a brand new skill. Originally, he wanted to develop a special search skill to find Hela. After all, he couldn't wait all the time, it was too passive. But unintentionally, with the cosmic heart fragments, Lin Feng accidentally developed an inexplicable, powerful, but extremely mana-consuming skill. This skill can be called against the sky. With the blessing of the fragments of the heart of the universe, Lin Feng was able to temporarily raise his perception to an unimaginable height. In that state, Lin Feng felt that he could see through everything. Moreover, all his skills will be greatly improved under the blessing of this state. Take time manipulation for example. In this state, Lin Feng can manipulate multiple universes to reverse time. He is even convinced that he can create a complete universe with just one thought. At this moment, Lin Feng was completely shocked. No wonder it consumes so much mana. What I originally wanted to develop was tracking skills, but finally came up with a super buff. In this comparison, a longer front swing and a lot of mana consumption are still acceptable. It's just that Lin Feng didn't feel that this skill was fully developed, and because of the mana consumption, he didn't explore other uses too much. If it wasn't because of time constraints, Lin Feng would not be willing to use this skill to get rid of the black robe in a short time. There is no other way now, time is the most precious thing. He can reverse the time here, but the black-robed accomplices are in other universes. Lin Feng doesn't know their location, and there is no way to safely control these variables. His face turned pale slightly, but no one noticed. Want to know what my skill is? Nasia continued to laugh. Then tell me first, how did you become two people? Or, are you twins? Lin Feng's information is public information on the Black Robe Forum, and Nasia has long kept it in his heart. And the reason why Lin Feng will be remembered is because Lin Feng killed one of the Black Robes before, who was her best friend. Ah, my god, if Lin Feng found out, he would definitely yell at him. As for discovering Lin Feng, it wasn't that she suspected anything from the beginning. Instead, he was assigned to confirm the identity of this recently emerged ultra-powerful rookie. Unexpectedly, after completing the 2 missions, the newcomer would reveal his identity. Nasia didn't know how to describe his mood at that time, whether he was angry or happy, or there was such an imperceptible panic. Anyway, no matter what, she wanted to try revenge. It's just that Lin Feng was very thieves. The first time his identity was revealed, he broke the wristbands of her and another companion, making them lose the opportunity to contact the Black Robe Forum. At the same time, she also lost the way to jump out of the universe. This made Nasia's heart sink, but he never showed it on his face. Many people know that she has multi-universe elementary level strength, but they don't know that this information is false. Originally, she only had other common strengths of level single universe at most. The reason why she is so powerful is because she possesses an indescribable prop from another dimension. That prop gave her the ability to blur without limits, and she could turn herself into a projection of nothingness to avoid attacks. Items can even boost her powers to multi-universe levels, but only for a few minutes. Moreover, the use of props requires a huge amount of energy. With Nasia himself, there is no energy to feed this vampire-like thing. So instead of her driving this prop, it is an infinite gems. However, even this kind of drive has a price, and props are drawing huge amounts of energy all the time. These energies must be guided by Nasia itself, so that the props can enhance their strength. To put it bluntly, the props are powerful and can be used without restriction, but Nasia will be constantly injured. So you say Nasia panicked? She was indeed a little flustered. After all, in the forum, Lin Feng's information has been updated up to now, and the strength label has become the top of the single universe, and it is suspected that he has set foot in the multi-universe. Let her and a person who can only use the multi-universe strength for a few minutes to compete with Lin Feng in endurance, she thinks she can't fight. So that's why she kept avoiding and didn't take the initiative to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the initiative to speak, and she was happier, so that she could delay more time. Nasia felt that Lin Feng was clever but was misunderstood by his cleverness. Destroying the bracer is the way to destroy her contact forum and get out of this universe. But there are only two possibilities for the broken wristband. One is man-made destruction, and the other is the death of the holder. As the second sequence, her wrist guard was broken, which is a very serious matter. Soon, there will be a plurality of second-order companions arriving here. At that time, picking a Lin Feng was not as easy as pinching a persimmon? Hehe, you guess. Lin Feng responded with a sneer. His skills have started to activate quietly, and the perception level is constantly rising. The improvement of perception made Lin Feng feel the emotions of Nasia. Anxious, flustered, and even a little fluke. At the same time, she also felt part of Nasia's thoughts. He was stalling for time, and Nasia was also stalling for time. Interesting, very interesting. Lin Feng sensed something was wrong. Guess, can I guess? Nasia and Lin Feng were arguing. Guess, I guess, can you guess? The two were spending time there with their own ghosts, and Clark looked confused and disbelieving. Why all of a sudden, the two started to fight? Like a child, the behavior of the two people arguing like children made the scene a bit awkward. Clark picked his toes straight, wondering if he should go back to Blue Star first. He felt that his existence was superfluous. Lin Feng and Nasia looked at each other, and for a while there was an inexplicable feeling of sympathy for each other. But it's useless, one must die today. Your Excellency is stalling for time. Lin Feng sneered and started a psychological offensive. Nasia's expression froze, and then he used a smile to cover up the panic that rose. Don't be afraid, we can still activate the props for a few minutes, and a few minutes is enough for our companions to come and find us. Hehe, I'm still delaying time to deal with you. Then why don't you do it? Lin Feng asked again. Nasia was speechless. Do it, what do you do? Just fought with another Lin Feng and was still able to do it. This Lin Feng was obviously a lot stronger than the previous one. If it wasn't for his props, those heat rays just now wouldn't have killed him several times. Moreover, in the previous fight, he had already suffered some damage by urging the props. If she did it rashly now, she was afraid that Lin Feng would see her true strength. Wouldn't he be gone by then? Wait for your companion, even if you die, you can't do it. Wait for your companion. Nasia's brain was running fast, thinking about how to continue to procrastinate, and suddenly a bright light flashed in his eyes. Because I'm giving you a chance? Little brother, I think it's you who delays time. Waiting for a companion? Or a teammate? Ha ha ha, thank the generous Nasia. Nasia gave you this opportunity. Nasia laughed heartily. She suddenly figured it out. Lin Feng should also be delaying time. Her unlimited virtualization before, coupled with the early strength of the multi-universe, gave Lin Feng a misleading. His attack has no effect on him, presumably it is time to call for rescue through special means. Yes, almost misled by Lin Feng. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Thinking of this, Nasia felt a little lucky for a while. Now, all he needs to do is maintain his boss, Fan until his companions come to fight back. Lin Feng's face darkened. This T is the second person to call him little brother, the first being Hela. He glanced at Nasia meaningfully. Compared to Hela, she didn't have such good luck. Clark floated over again with a solemn expression, whispering beside Lin Feng. Lin, do we have rescue? Bruce and the others can't come. How about we go up together? Nasia's words made Clark really think that Lin Feng was waiting for rescue. Diana and Bruce are the only combat powers that can help on Blue Star. Oh yes, there is also an Aquaman who is not seen from time to time. But obviously they don't have the ability to fight in space, and they can't beat this woman in black robe either. Lin Feng turned his head with a strange expression. Do you really believe her nonsense? Clark was taken aback, isn't it? Lin Feng was speechless for a while. This Superman, super brain is fake, right? System, you can lick your B face and say, has your super brain been used? Lin Feng read directly into Clark's brain. I'm waiting for the skill CD, don't panic. The one who really needs to delay is the woman opposite. She is waiting for her companion to arrive. Well, Clark, you go back to Blue Star first. Leave the matter here to me. Kayla, don't worry, the previous one is my duplication, he will bring Kayla back. Duplication. Clark came to his senses, so that's the case. As a member of the same race, Lin Feng still has this skill? He believed what Lin Feng said. He couldn't beat Lin Feng a few years ago, and now Lin Feng is so strong that he can't understand. He said Kayla was in no danger, and that should be it. In this case, I have no worries and can fight with all my strength. I can't leave you alone. I'm here to delay you. Clark said firmly, and then resolutely began to float towards Nasia. Lin Feng was startled, and quickly pulled him back. What brains? No, you listen to me, you go back first. This will give her the illusion that you are going to rescue the soldiers. My ULT is almost ready, I will use it in a while, and there will be no grass in a 10 light-year radius. I have to take her to teleport, you hurry up, listen to me. Go back to defend Blue Star, maybe her companions will go directly to Blue Star. Lin Feng told a white lie. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem to be cheating, Clark could only hesitate to agree, and flew towards land. Seeing with every step and turn, Lin Feng wanted to kick him twice. What? Are you going to rescue the soldiers now? Is it too late? Clark's departure really made Nasia think that he was going to rescue soldiers. Her conjecture was verified, which made her feel more at ease. But in the next second, Lin Feng's words made her suddenly have a bad feeling. Rescue soldiers? There is no need anymore. Lin Feng's smile made Nasia suddenly flustered for no reason. You have no chance. When the skill was fully charged, Lin Feng widened his eyes and opened them up. There was a feeling of weakness in the body, but in an instant, the weakness disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was an incomparably powerful energy infusion. Lin Feng's eyes were covered with a layer of light gold. Super buff, activate. Lin Feng's whole body began to change with huge amounts of changes, but when he reacted to the outside world, he could only see his eyes getting brighter and brighter. The perception ability increased at an incredible speed, and the golden light in Lin Feng's eyes became more and more intense. Now Nasia really panicked. She didn't know what Lin Feng did. She could only see Lin Feng's eyes turned golden, but at the same time, an inexplicable destructive aura rushed towards her. There is also an incredible feeling in my heart. It's as if she is standing in front of Lin Feng at this moment, without any clothes on. This strange feeling made her panic even more, and she cursed in her heart how those companions who had been friends with her on weekdays could still arrive. Nasia's perception is not wrong. Now in Lin Feng's eyes, even her deepest secrets have been fully exposed. All her information appeared in Lin Feng's mind in the form of words and pictures. Lin Feng skipped some useless information, and jumped directly to the line explaining Nasia's strengths and weaknesses. The more he looked, the wider Lin Feng's smile became. I see, is it a prop from another dimension? His eyes penetrated the black robe, and stopped on a pendant hanging on Nasia's chest. Cons. Well, this item seems to be an energy vampire. Relying on the props to set foot in the early stage of the multi-universe, can't you use them for a long time? After working for a long time, he is a pseudo-master, and his skills all come from props. Is that okay? After reading the key information, Lin Feng quickly scanned the other information, and directly laid out everything about Nasia from before his birth to the present. There are so many bad things done in it, it's disgusting. Lin Feng didn't want to look at it after one glance. The golden light in Lin Feng's eyes still continued, and it was the first time Lin Feng fully used this super buff skill. There is nothing wrong with his feeling. In this state, he can indeed create a complete universe with his hands. It's like drawing a picture on paper randomly, it's just too buggy. Now he is like observing 3 dimensions from a 4-dimensional space. His eyes moved slightly, and Nasia only felt a chill in his chest, and something was gone. As if thinking of something, she didn't care about whether she would go out. She hurriedly opened the black robe and looked down. Gone? The pendant is gone. Nasia's eyes were tearing apart, and he was so panicked that he almost couldn't even get up. She reacted and suddenly raised her head to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised her hand, and in her hand hung an extremely familiar object. That thing, she will not take it off even in sleep. Losing the pendant means losing your life. She will also lose the fighting power of the early stage of the multi-universe. Give it back to me. The hoarse voice woke Lin Feng, who was observing the pendant. In the next second, Nasia had come to him and grabbed the pendant directly. Lin Feng dodged with a teleportation and distanced herself from her. Hurry up, she's in a hurry. Holding the pendant around constantly, Lin Feng's smile was like a devil in Nasia's eyes. Interesting, you still have this kind of thing. It's really good, now it's mine. Bandit. Nasia's figure flickered, and he took out a dagger with a green light from behind and attacked Lin Feng. This color, at first glance, seems to have been smeared with unscrupulous poison. Bandits. Lin Feng sneered, dodging slightly sideways, and didn't choose to strike immediately. Would you like to hear what you're saying? On October 21, 2007, you killed an entire family of 3 because they were unwilling to sell you medicine at a low price. At the end of December of the same year, he did something to his teammates just to snatch an item he got during the mission. So far, you have done no less than 100 things just for robbery. Tell me about robbers. Lin Feng reported Nasia's bad deeds like a few treasures. In Lin Feng's eyes, she has no secrets anymore. Damn it! How did you know? You should die. Nasia continued to attack frantically. Lin Feng took this thing away. She really couldn't pretend anymore. Losing this item is more unacceptable to her than killing her. Lin Feng sneered and continued to rant about Nasia's old affairs, as if he was on trial for a crime. In the distance, Lin Feng's duplication flew over with a young girl unsteadily. When I first arrived, I saw this wonderful scene. Ontology, what's the situation? Duplication was puzzled. Just now, he was facing Polynesia well with himself. How could he suddenly go crazy when he went out to save someone? Does she still have this hobby? She relies on this illusory, and her combat power is also improved by this, so. Lin Feng shook the pendant in his hand, easily dodging Nasia's successive attacks. Oh, duplication, I understand in seconds. It turned out that they had drawn their whole cards. Tisk tisk tisk, as expected of the main body, when it comes to snail bugs, I still can't compare. What about you? Solved it. Lin Feng looked at the girl who was following duplication, and the girl was also looking at him curiously. Since Lin Feng was still using the super buff, all the girls' information also appeared in front of Lin Feng. This kind of feeling made Lin Feng feel like a TK maniac, reading all the secrets of other little girls. Sure enough, it was a female Superman, but she was not wearing a uniform with the S logo on it. Kayla Zoal, when Krypton was about to be destroyed, was sent to Blue Star by her parents, but due to the traction of unknown energy on the way, she fell into the gap of time and fell into a deep sleep in the stillness of time. It wasn't until not long ago that he escaped from the gap in time and was discovered by Clark, who had been looking for him. Due to the particularity of the time slit, Kayla obtained time control, not awakening, and thus was targeted by the Black Robe, and thus regarded it as a mission target, wanting to obtain the ability of time control. Lin Feng took a cursory look at Kayla's experience. Some settings are the same as in the original book, but different. This Kayla is younger than the one in the TV series, and her appearance is slightly different, but she is more beautiful. It's solved. That Black Robe is very weak, he can only run away but has no future. Duplication responded. That guy was really good at escaping, but with a Kayla, it was very cumbersome, and Duplication killed him without any effort. Things are getting better. I just started to call the main body. I was also afraid that the exposure would cause the interruption of the plan. Now it seems that there is probably no problem. I just need to wait for the Black Robe from the second sequence to check the situation, and then make up an excuse to fool the past. That's it. Whether they believe it or not is irrelevant. The witness card is gone. What more bike do you need? Even if you doubt yourself, you have to report it, wait for the time and go through the process to verify it. But before that, Duplication's murderous eyes fell on the crazy Nasia. She is not a good person, should she be killed? Lin Feng nodded happily. He definitely knew that Nasia was not a good person, not only not a good person, but also a complete villain. Okay, you and Kayla wait here, I'll come as soon as I go. After the voice fell, Lin Feng's figure disappeared in place. Disappeared together was the crazy Nasia. Poor Nasia, I thought I would make a great contribution today, but I didn't expect it to fall so quickly. Life is really full of ups and downs. After Nasia fell this time, there will be no more ups and downs. A few seconds later, Lin Feng came back alone, and it seemed that he had dealt with Nasia. For this kind of cruel Black Robe, Lin Feng didn't like to hold back his hands. At the moment his eyes were still shining with golden light, and he hadn't exited the super buff state. This buff will no longer consume mana after it is activated, but the effective time is only 10 minutes. And after the end, apart from the loss of energy, it will not cause other sequelae like weakness. This point is much stronger than the pendant of Nasia. Duplication, you come back first, I will play a scene with Kayla. Lin Feng already has a plan. If it is implemented well, not only will the plan not be interrupted, but it will also be carried out faster and better. Waving his hand, he synchronized his thoughts to Duplication's brain. Duplication nodded, and slowly dissipated into the universe. Kayla. Kayla trembled in panic when her name was called. She still hasn't recovered. The past few days have been really. After sleeping in the space cabin for so many years, the original cousin was older than himself. Before he understood his situation, he was chased by a group of black robes who didn't look like good people. Her cousin Clark, and this Lin Feng who should be regarded as her family? Their fight was like a walking disaster, which caused a different kind of shock to little Kayla's heart. Little Kayla has only been in the sun for a few days now, and her physique is not much stronger than that of normal people. Even surviving in the universe is impossible. Lin Feng used the bioforce field to envelop little Kayla. In addition, Kayla has been in a deep sleep. No matter whether it is physical or mental grades, the continuous experience of these things makes the nerves highly sensitive. Lin Feng knew what was going on just by looking at her expression and movements. The current Kayla is not the Supergirl in the show, but a child who has just been exposed to the sun for a few days. Patting Kayla's little head, Lin Feng showed a sunny smile. Don't be afraid, I'm here, just stop talking later. Kayla nodded, flicking her little head in a good manner. Since the appearance of the Black Robe, Lin Feng and Clark have been protecting her. Although she didn't understand why there were two Lin Fengs, this did not hinder her trust in Lin Feng. She hid behind Lin Feng, looking at Lin Feng with her head probed. Strong, sunny, serious expression, supported by a handsome face, makes the girl's heart beat. For a moment, Kayla only felt her cheeks were hot and blushed. Girls at this age, who doesn't have a hero dream of Prince Charming? Lin Feng didn't know what little Laka thought. His attention was already not far ahead. With a slight movement of his mind, the black robe of duplication appeared on his body, covering Lin Feng's whole body. The face under the robe also changed, becoming the disguise before the duplication, and at the same time restrained his breath. After all this was done, after waiting for less than a minute, the space in front of the two of them was distorted. Like a black hole, three black robes of different heights spit out from the distorted space. Feeling the powerful breath coming towards his face, Lin Feng smiled again. Fortunately, the time I saw is correct. The three black robes, it is not in vain to activate such a mana-consuming skill. The two waves collided. The tall and thin black robe stood at the front, and it looked like the leader of the three should be there. You are Shanghai. The thin and tall man's voice was hoarse, and he didn't know if he had used some kind of hidden means such as a voice changer. These bees all like to hide themselves in the dark, as if they can't see the sun. What? Is there a problem? Lin Feng responded with a changed voice, with an aggressive tone, and slightly raised his head. He wants to play a greedy thug who has no one in sight, so that there is enough reason to support his follow-up plan. Hearing this arrogant tone, the tall and thin man's face under the black robe sank. Are you sure you want to talk to me like this? The thin and tall man's tone was full of danger, and his huge aura quietly suppressed Lin Feng. The hierarchy inside the black robe is very strict. Shenhai, played by Lin Feng, is still in a low-level sequence. Generally, if you don't bend over and apologize after seeing a high-level sequence, you will be beaten. Otherwise, Lin Feng crossed his arms around his chest, tilted his head, and let out a sneer, as if he didn't take you seriously. Bastard, how dare you talk to adults like that? The tall and thin man didn't speak, but one of the dog legs behind him couldn't help it. It was the first time he had seen such an arrogant low sequencer, who dared to talk to the adults of the second sequence in a strange way, and he was furious for a while. Without saying a word, the black robe rushed straight at Lin Feng, his hands suddenly swelled, and 3 sharp metal claws stretched out between his fingers. Looks a bit like Wolverine. The tall and thin man in black robe looked at all this with a cold face, but did not stop him. If you don't understand etiquette, you must learn a lesson. If there weren't any questions about nausea to ask, he would have to do it himself. The black robe with the metal claws rushed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to be frightened and remained motionless. A sharp light flashed in the black robe's cold eyes. He won't kill him, but he's half dead, no problem? Seeing that the sharp claws were about to grab Lin Feng's shoulder, the black robe sneered. Got it, or so he thought. But in the next second, the black robe suddenly felt heat at the waist, as if it had been hit by something. There was a brief shutdown of the brain, and the black robe didn't react at all, and he had already lost consciousness. No, lives lost? In Lin Feng's eyes, the movement of the black robe was not much better than slow motion, and there was an evil smile on the corner of his mouth, which made Lin Feng even more disgusted. So when he got close, Lin Feng kicked him out without mercy. The ruthless big feet, with the energy of destruction, directly swept the black robe into scum. This is also because the black-robed dog legs underestimate Lin Feng, and it is reasonable to definitely think that the low sequence and low strength are also low. The tall, thin man in black robe was startled. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so brave. Just kill the companions of the second sequence? At the same time, what is even more surprising is that as a low-level person, he actually has such a powerful combat power. Although that little brother is at the bottom of the second-level existence, that is also the combat power of the early stage of the multi-universe? Getting swept up with one kick? I am Nima. Want to fight? I will accompany you, please. Lin Feng pulled the black robe on his body like crazy, and his huge aura was released, directly forcing back the aura of the tall and thin man in black robe, and pressed them on top of them. Those eyes shining with golden light were unusually cold. The aura that rushed towards him was extremely terrifying. For a moment, the tall and thin man seemed to see the adults of the first sequence standing in front of him. Calm down. The tall, thin man in black robe stared at him, swallowed his saliva, and a drop of cold sweat could not help but hang on his forehead. What's the situation? Why did the lamb suddenly turn into a lion? This kind of breath, his first reaction was that he couldn't beat it. Calm down. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and suddenly made an attack. His figure flashed behind the black robe, and immediately flaunted it with another kick. The tall, thin man in black robe felt his heart skip a beat, and used his flash skill to escape without any hesitation. He ran away, but he suffered from another dog who was originally standing with him. The dog leg reacted quickly, and hurriedly propped up an energy shield. But the shield shattered under Lin Feng's big feet without holding it for a second. Lin Feng's big feet landed firmly on his waist. Dogleg number 2 took the lunge without saying a word. Calm down, Your Excellency Shenhai. The tall, thin man gritted his teeth, and his heart ached terribly. Although the strength of those 2 dog legs is not very good, but they are loyal and easy to use. Unexpectedly, they left him one after another in less than a minute. He hasn't reacted until now. Why did it suddenly become like this? This unfolding, completely incomprehensible. You son of a bitch is dead. It's your turn. Lin Feng sneered and rushed forward without any intention of stopping. One kick after another, they swept towards the tall and thin man in black robe heavily. The tall and thin man kept flashing, but Lin Feng's actions were very strange, and from time to time he was waiting for him at the next place where he flashed, and kicked him. Well, it really hurts. Listen to me, Shanghai. I don't listen. Lin Feng used the shadowless foot continuously. The strength he controlled was very good, and he would only injure the tall and thin man in the black robe, but not kill him. No, what the hell? The tall, thin man in black robe was kicked a few more times. The clay figurine is still a bit angry, not to mention the tall and thin one who is used to being tall and tall. Immediately, he was kicked out of his anger, and the tall and thin man exploded immediately. Black flames slowly rose from his body, and his aura rose directly. Boom! This time, the tall and thin man followed Lin Feng's movements, facing Lin Feng's powerful and heavy kick and went straight up. The instant the 2 legs met, the surrounding space was shaken to pieces. The tall and thin man's cheeks twitched slightly, and he retracted his feet silently. A little trembling, the calf bone is aching. Seeing Lin Feng charging again, the tall and thin man hastily stretched out his hand as a pause gesture. Shanghai, if we fight, we will destroy this universe? Are you sure you want to do this? Although I don't mind destroying a universe, I want to warn you that an adult from the first sequence is staring at this place. If it's destroyed, do you think you can get away with it? Lin Feng's explosive figure paused and stopped in place. His face was cloudy, showing a look of hesitation, as if he was very afraid of the first sequence. The tall, thin man breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I can still listen to the words. This T is a lunatic. When did this number appear in the low sequence? With this kind of strength, you can't mess around in the low ranks. Shanghai, we are on our own. It's not good to fight among ourselves. What do you think? We are here this time to investigate the issue of nausea and allure, and there is no contradiction, is there? The thin and tall man thrived in the second sequence not only because of his strength, but also because he has a smart brain and knows how to behave. The comrade Shanghai in front of him is an extremely irritable existence without a few words to kill him directly. In this case, the thin and tall person can only use gentle guidance. What kind of face does not have face? What status has other things? It depends on the person. The mountains and seas in front of him obviously don't like that. And in the Black Robe organization, strength is paramount. The strength of Shanghai will obviously rise to the second rank quickly, and it is not impossible to reach the first rank in the future. The thin and tall man is a fine individual. He doesn't want to set up such a powerful enemy just because of his quick talk. Being stared at by a powerful lunatic all the time, he will not even be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Okay, just ask whatever you want. Lin Feng pretended hesitation for a long time before letting go, but in my heart, I couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. It's too simple to want this tall and thin man to be fooled. You only need to play the role of a violent player. Definitely, the degree of rage should be directly proportional to one's combat power. After the words fell, Lin Feng withdrew his breath, which meant that he would not make a move. It's too short to pinch in such a short time. It was at this time that the buff time just ended, so that Lin Feng would not reveal that his original strength was not as strong as he showed. Thanks to the bonus of the buff, Lin Feng was able to kick the two dogs to death after seeing their weaknesses. Now that the buff is gone, although Lin Feng can still kick the dog to death, it is not as easy as before. This is Lin Feng's plan, relying on the short-term buff to show his strength vigorously. This is bound to make the leader afraid of himself. This method seems to be very simple, but the requirements are very high. The most indispensable reason for his success is Lin Feng's irascibility, defiantness, and corresponding strength. The tall and thin man straightened his robe to cover his slightly trembling calves. Well, then I'll ask directly. Have nausea and allure already? The tall and thin man said in half. He was assigned to investigate this matter, but if the bracelet is destroyed, it means that the person is gone. Lin Feng nodded and sneered, as if he disdained to hear these two names. They're all dead. I did it. That allure should be the black robe that abducted Kayla and escaped. The thin and tall man shrank his pupils. Why? These two wastes don't open their eyes and dare to grab things from me. Isn't it a matter of course to die? Lin Feng had a disgusted expression on his face, as if he was saying that he had killed two maggots. The thin and tall man was taken aback, but he didn't expect this to be the reason. If it was really nausea and the others who wanted to grab Shanghai's things, then according to the rules, Shanghai could indeed kill them without any punishment. What did they steal from you? Lin Feng pointed to Kayla who was floating in the distance. Time skills are mine. The two are still trying to grab me? Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng laughed wildly, piercingly. The tall and thin man gasped. Damn, isn't this a quest item? Why did you arrange it directly in your own pocket? He knew about this mission, otherwise he couldn't be sent to check the situation. Gudong? The tall and thin man swallowed again. Nima is really domineering. So, this is the skill of the quest item, and then killed the two companions who wanted to complete the quest? The lunatic will definitely be punished by the above. The tall and thin man just wanted to stay away from the mountain and see in front of him. I know the situation. You go back to gathering star number 4 first. There will be corresponding personnel coming to deal with this matter soon. Lin Feng tilted his head, his eyes became cold again. Are you teaching me how to do things? I'll go back to my life first. After saying a few words, the tall and thin man immediately activated his wristband and left. Damn, moody lunatic, wait until I report the matter, and see how you escape punishment. As for the two killed dogs, forget it, I still have a few secret medicines. I will choose 2 loyal ones from the 3rd sequence later, and improve my strength. Won't I have a brand new dog leg? Very good. Lin Feng brushed his hair, very satisfied with the tall and thin man running away. Playing the villain is quite fun. There is absolutely no need to be reasonable when playing a bad guy, just speak with your fists. Lin Feng even had the urge to go undercover by himself. Hi. A villain organization must look like a villain organization. In the black robe, strength always comes first. Lin Feng had some speculations before, but now it seems that he overestimated this group of people. But it's normal, they're all villains. What kind of morals do they need? If they can't beat them, they just run away. After venting, Lin Feng drifted towards Kayla in a relaxed state of mind and body. If it wasn't for the tall and thin one to go back and pass on the word, duplication would have to be an undercover agent, and the tall and thin one would have to explain here too. Kayla looked at Lin Feng who floated over, her eyes were full of little stars. It's too powerful. When Lin Feng played the villain, the cold and evil spirit on his body made him even more charming. Not only was Kayla not afraid, but she felt that that was the attitude a strong person should have. Let's go back to Blue Star. It was just for the plot, don't be afraid. Kayla shook her head, grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve actively, her eyes were still full of little stars. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help muttering in his heart. Doesn't Kayla also have some violent elements? What's with that little look of admiration? Shaking his head, he took Kayla back to Blue Star. After searching for Clark's location, Lin Feng flew straight to one of Bruce's estates. In the manor, a bunch of old acquaintances gathered. Lin Feng. Clark was the first to spot Lin Feng, who was coming from the distant sky, and stood up with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He has already seen Kayla beside Lin Feng. It seems that the matter has been resolved, and I really believe that Lin Feng is right. Hi, everyone. Lin Feng brought Kayla down from the sky and greeted with a smile. Bruce, Barry, Diana, and Mr. Aquaman are all there. Why are they all gathered here? It's rare that these few people can get together so neatly. The last time it was so neat, it was the time when we fought Steppenwolf. Seeing Lin Feng, several people also smiled. The Justice League has already taken shape. Although they haven't been together for a long time with Lin Feng's ability and behavior of guarding the Blue Star are recognized by everyone. After everyone greeted each other, Lin Feng sat opposite Bruce. It's been a long time, Lin Feng. Bruce smiled. At first, I thought you needed support. My fighter planes are all ready, but now it seems that we don't need our help. Just now Bruce was discussing with everyone with a serious face to support Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng came back before the weapons of the fighter plane were loaded. A few cosmic odds and ends, don't mention it. Lin Feng waved his hand and said briefly. Bruce and the others don't need to know the information about the black robe. That is not a problem they can solve. If they know more, it will cause trouble instead. After reminiscing with Bruce and the others, Lin Feng took Clark and Kayla and left together. He has something to say to Clark. Kayla is now temporarily living at Clark's house. After sending Kayla home, Lin Feng and Clark came to a beach. The scorching sun made the two Supermans narrow their eyes slightly, enjoying it very much. Clark, do you know the code of life? Lin Feng asked. Clark smiled. I definitely know. And you're not a Kryptonian? You even know the code of life, and you still say you don't know martial arts? Clark is just like the original book. Long before the Steppenwolf came, Blue Star encountered Zod. At that time, Clark personally destroyed his last compatriot. If he wanted to talk about his feelings, he would naturally be in pain. Although there is almost no difference in appearance between him and the Blue Stars, they are not of the same race after all. That kind of race is left with only its own loneliness, which ordinary people can't imagine at all. Fortunately, he still has a mother and a girlfriend. But life is always full of drama. In the later life, first met Lin Feng, and then knew Kayla from him. After all, it was Clark's relentless search, and finally succeeded in finding Kayla. Have you ever thought about reappearing Krypton? Lin Feng continued. Hearing this, Clark frowned, not understanding why Lin Feng asked such a question. Could it be that Lin Feng, like Zod, wants to develop Blue Star into a colony planet for Kryptonians? At that time, it was because Zod had such an idea that Clark had to fight with him, and finally ended it. Thinking of this, Clark suddenly panicked. Fuck, if Lin Feng thinks the same way, then Blue Star is almost hopeless. Lin Feng is not Zod. Lin Feng a few years ago was stronger than himself. I can't stop Lin Feng. But Clark's character is doomed. Even if he can't stop it, he will try hard. Immediately, he opened his mouth and responded, I haven't thought about it. Blue Star is the home of mankind, and will always be the home of mankind. I grew up here, it's also my home. Lin Feng slowly made a question mark. What the hell are you talking about? You don't think I want to rebuild Krypton on Blue Planet, do you? Clark asked. Isn't it? It's a ghost, why does it have to be in Blue Star? Can't Mars work? Lin Feng felt that both Clark and Zod had more or less fallen into the inherent thinking. With Krypton's code of life, it is entirely possible to create a new Kryptonian civilization. If you want to say that the living environment of Mars is not good, let's not say that Lin Feng can now create a living planet under the buff state. Krypton's previous environment was not suitable for him to survive. Isn't it because of Krypton's technology? Clark was taken aback. Mars? He really didn't think about it. For Clark, it should be that he never thought about rebuilding the Kryptonian civilization. He grew up in Blue Star and had a pretty happy family. Although the old Kent died, he still had his mother and girlfriend. Therefore, in terms of sense of belonging in Clark's mind, Blue Star must be stronger than Krypton. So rebuilding Kryptonian civilization or something. I think it's fine now. Clark shrugged. Also, each race has its own trajectory. And the Kryptonian civilization. Clark looked sad, and while recalling, he talked to Lin Feng about the Kryptonian civilization. Clark in this universe, after ending Zod, went to talk with the image left by his biological father in the spaceship many times. He watched the entire development history of Krypton again and again, and also learned the reason for the destruction of Krypton. Many original Kryptonians had a superior psychology, not only stagnated, but also had a strict hierarchy. What's even more peculiar is that during the development of the planet, the Kryptonians did not need to reproduce. Every newborn is born from the training warehouse according to the needs of civilization. So every Kryptonian determines the trajectory of his life when he is born. No matter how hard you try, you can't change your destiny. After a long time, the Kryptonians will lose their aggressiveness and have no future. However, where there are people, there are conflicts and wars. Before Krypton faced destruction, Zod waged war and was subsequently exiled. Later, it was the thing mentioned in the plot. When Krypton was facing extinction, Clark was put into the spaceship by his father, flew into the universe, and finally reached the Blue Star. And Zod and several companions, because of being exiled, survived the destruction of Krypton by luck. Based on this information, in Clark's mind, Krypton is an arrogant, irritable, war-loving, and ultimately destroyed civilization. After hearing this, Lin Feng did not speak, but took out 2 beach chairs, gave one to Clark, and then lay down comfortably on it. Clark hesitated for a while, and followed Lin Feng to lie down. Don't tell me, it's more comfortable to bask in the sun like this. Clark, do you think there are bad people in Blue Star? Lin Feng asked with narrowed eyes. This is definitely, there are bad guys everywhere. Clark sighed. Clark, who flies around every day in Blue Star, has dealt with countless bad guys. Is there anyone good? Lin Feng asked again. There are bad people and good people. Blue Star maintains a delicate balance. I think that as long as we work hard, there are always infinite possibilities in the future. Clark responded to his thoughts. He was a little surprised that these 2 questions from Lin Feng sounded like nonsense, but Clark was a polite Kryptonian and didn't say it directly. Yes, man is a contradictory creature. You also said that no matter where there are bad people, there are also good people. In that case, do you think there are any good people on Krypton? Clark's eyes gradually became embarrassed. Was he thinking about recommending Lin Feng to see a psychiatrist? Without waiting for Clark to answer, Lin Feng continued, I think the answer is already in your heart. Clark, your parents' love for you has allowed you to survive and come to Blue Star. They gave you a second chance, but all the inhabitants of Krypton are not as lucky as you. Now that you have an opportunity to rebuild Krypton, would you choose to give them a second chance? Lin Feng was a little bit angry with this question, and directly ordered a silence for Clark. After the silence, there was a deep sigh. In my heart, I would, but You're afraid you won't be able to control Krypton, and the Kryptonians are targeting Blue Star again. Can't you stop it? Lin Feng interrupted. Clark smiled wryly. Yes, that's right. Lin Feng shook his head. He understood Clark's worry. Clark, do you still remember the meaning of that sign? Lin Feng looked at the sky and patted his chest. He wasn't wearing a Superman battlesuit, but Clark understood what Lin Feng meant. That S, in the family, means hope. It's hope. That's right, it's hope, and Krypton should also have hope. Krypton should not be completely denied just because of one mistake. We can lead Krypton down a different path. The code of life is what your father entrusted to you, the hope of Krypton. Lin Feng said with a sigh. We can completely abandon Krypton's previous development direction and educate the new generation of Kryptonians according to the mature case of Blue Star. With the code of life here, we have more choices. When creating them, we cannot give any skills and occupations, let them grow up like normal children, and choose the future they like. At least let the children of Krypton take a look at the blue sky and sunshine, don't they? Clark's heart is moved, can he not be moved? As for if you are afraid that the Kryptonians will bask in the sun in the future and become as powerful as you, but you can't control it, then let me rebuild it. Having said this, Lin Feng revealed his purpose secretly. After finishing speaking, he continued to pour heavy medicine. You also saw what happened today, those 2 guys in black robes. Maybe you don't know who they are, but I can tell you that they are a group of people with great power to destroy order in various worlds. Their goal this time is the ability that Kayla accidentally obtained. I think you should know. Clark nodded sadly. If it weren't for Lin Feng today, the consequences would be needless to say. Moreover, this group of black robes is from the same organization as the one I met last time, who demonized you. I beat them back this time, and no one can guarantee when they will come again next time. So, rebuilding the Kryptonian civilization is not only to give Krypton a hope, but also another means to protect the Blue Star and resist the outside world. As soon as these words came out, Clark really had no hesitation. Lin Feng spoke completely to his heart. He always thought he was strong enough, definitely, and it was. But in the universe, there is never any unknown existence. For example, this time, Clark had almost no power to fight back in front of that woman named Nasia. Okay, leave it to you. Clark stopped hesitation and made a decision. As a Kryptonian, Lin Feng is far stronger than him. There is no doubt that Lin Feng can fight back Nasia and be able to travel in different universes. And through the conversation between the two, it can be seen that Lin Feng thinks more and goes further. They are all Kryptonians, and if the code of life is handed over to Lin Feng, it should be safer and the probability of going on the right path will be greater. And I don't know how to manage Krypton, so I might as well just throw it to Lin Feng. As for whether Lin Feng is trustworthy, Clark feels that there is no need to study this issue carefully. In the universe, there are almost only 3 Kryptonians left, Lin Feng and Kayla, although Lin Feng does not belong to this universe. Moreover, what Lin Feng did these 2 times, and the righteousness on his body, cannot be faked. Taking a step back, if Lin Feng wanted the code of life and took it away, Clark would not be able to fight back. Lin Feng got the result he wanted, and couldn't help but want to laugh. When Lin Feng first came here a few years ago, he thought about rebuilding Kryptonian civilization. But at that time, Lin Feng was not strong enough, and he didn't even know how to extract the code of life from Clark's body. Coming here by accident this time, naturally he will not let the code of life go. You know, the background of the Kryptonian civilization is very amazing. Starships, time travel, replicating organs, and more. But for Lin Feng, there is nothing wrong with it. What he is mainly interested in is the fighting power of the Kryptonians who have been exposed to the yellow fixed star. As long as there is enough time to bask in the sun, isn't it the Superman for all? Hey, Lin Feng can only think of 2 words, exciting? In the system store, there is a replica version of the Code of Life, but the price is ridiculously expensive. Get it from Clark and save billions. Half an hour later, Lin Feng flew to Mars with a stone-like object. I remember seeing in the forum before time travel that the reason why the Man of Steel version of Superman is so powerful is inseparable from the Code of Life. But Lin Feng thinks they may be thinking too much. At least in this version I have encountered, taking away the Code of Life did not cause any harm to Clark. It will not have any impact on Clark's strength. When he came to Mars, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, accumulating energy and prepared to activate the super buff for the second time to rebuild Krypton. It is not necessary to turn on the buff to rebuild Krypton. Rather, in this state, the all-round improvement of cognition, perception, and even skills will help Lin Feng better understand and rebuild the Kryptonian civilization. He wouldn't admit it, he just used it because he felt that this state looked handsome. As for why they chose to be on Mars, it was because if there were still black robes coming, they could immediately support Blue Star. The conversation between Lin Feng and Clark was not alarmist. And here is close to the sun, so there is no need for Lin Feng to find another yellow fixed star. Definitely, Lin Feng doesn't know how to work for nothing. The reconstruction of Kryptonian civilization must be under his own hands. Having rebuilt Krypton himself, he should definitely be a viable master. No matter what you say, you must have the unshakable right to speak. Not to coax Clark or anything. Clark's personality and education since he was a child made him unsuitable for this position. Thinking that there will be a batch of Superman available soon, Lin Feng also becomes a little excited. Lin Feng, who entered the super buff, his eyes turned golden again. Under the urging of Lin Feng, the Code of Life slowly turned into a liquid and flowed in the air. The golden eyes moved slightly, and Mars began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The original gravity of Krypton was something that land seeing could not imagine. But Lin Feng did not transform Mars according to the original Kryptonian environment, but transformed Mars into a living planet similar to Blue Star. The genes of Kryptonians are recorded in the Code of Life, and they already have the ability to absorb the yellow fixed star radiation, so they don't need such high gravity and cruel environment. The ocean, land, beach, and vegetation were created one after another under Lin Feng's control. Lin Feng reconstructed Mars with reference to the scenes of Blue Star and Star Clan. At the end of the transformation, it is the corresponding city. Lin Feng only built a large city in the center to facilitate the life of the first Kryptonians. The future development will depend on their own hard work. However, according to the technological level of the Kryptonian civilization, the next city they create will be an earth-shaking high-tech existence. With a slight movement of the mind, densely packed childcare warehouses began to appear in the underground of the Steel City. The first batch of Kryptonians must still need to be born in this way. After that, there will be a natural birth, like Clark's, born of love. The nursery warehouse will serve as an auxiliary to ensure the stability of the number of Kryptonians. Until the end, when a certain scale is formed, the childcare warehouse will be permanently abandoned. This amount of engineering is not difficult for Lin Feng in the buff state, and soon, Mars can no longer see the shadow of before. After finishing all this, Lin Feng waved his hand, covering Mars with a transparent curtain similar to illusion. The current Mars, seen in the universe, is already very similar to the Blue Star. In order to prevent the Blue Star from peeping and avoid panic, Lin Feng covered the entire Mars with a curtain, so that from an observation point of view, what he saw was still as desolate and full of storms as before. As long as you don't log into Mars, there is no way to discover the changes on Mars. Looking at the life planet that has taken shape under his feet, Lin Feng is very satisfied. In the end, Lin Feng separated another duplication and placed it on Krypton. This duplication will help him manage Krypton, which will also become one of Lin Feng's future forces. You can't handle everything by yourself, it will be very tiring. Although there is a symbiote army, it is still inferior to the Kryptonians in terms of quantity and quality. To be honest, Lin Feng still thought about what it would be like to put a symbiote on a Kryptonian. Give it a try when you get the chance. Mountain and sea, Lin Feng called out. Another duplication emerged from Lin Feng's body. It was Shanghai who had been undercover in the black robe all this time. He gave himself this name, and Lin Feng also called him that. This thing is for you. A cloud of black fluid emerged from Lin Feng's hand, and then merged into Shanghai's body. This was a reward Lin Feng had previously received from the extra-numbered Venom universe, a non-conscious symbiote. On weekdays, Lin Feng rarely uses it, that is, to change into clothes or something, sometimes into a Superman battlesuit. But now, Lin Feng is no longer needed. Lin Feng placed a super buff skill on this symbiote. Although duplication is the same as him, duplication cannot use super buff, a powerful skill that has not yet been named. Go to Gathering Star number 4 first, and you can deal with the rest of the matter according to your needs. Lin Feng ordered. Duplication Shanghai hummed, then pressed the wrist guard on his hand, and teleported out of the DC universe. He definitely understood what Lin Feng did before. The plan is a success. After that, He needs to continue to work hard. With the unconscious symbiont, duplication's camouflage is much easier. After duplication, Shanghai and Lin Feng separated, they came to the fourth gathering star. However, although Lin Feng is squatting on Mars, he is always paying attention to the situation on the duplication mountain and seaside. The fourth gathering star is a small planet, which is about the same file size as the transit star that Lin Feng has been to before. The only difference is that the trading market and some shops here are all opened by members of the Black Robe organization. Although Lin Feng has been pissed off by the thin and tall guy before, if he wants to continue to go undercover, he still has to follow some rules. Brother Shanghai, Brother Shanghai. Shanghai was heading towards the mission station when suddenly a black robe rushed out from the corner of the street. He was a head shorter than duplication, and his voice sounded a bit wretched. Old Wang? What's the matter? Shanghai kept walking. He knows Black Robe. During the last mission, this Black Robe was one of his teammates. Lao Wang's strength is average, but he is a second-hand dealer with many magical props in his hands. Brother Shanghai, I heard that you beat Naxia to death. The Black Robe who Shanghai called Lao Wang bowed his waist and rubbed his hands, laughing in a fawning gesture. Naxia, that old lady, bullied Lao Wang a lot during missions. The props used in the mission should be shared equally by several people. Not only did Naxia not pay her share, but she snatched some from the old Wang, making the old Wang's teeth itch with anger, but he didn't have enough strength, so he didn't dare to say more. Shanghai frowned. How did you know? Now that you're not a second-hand dealer, it's time to engage in intelligence. Hey, how could it be that Brother Shanghai? It's not just me who knows, everyone in Transit Star knows it. Pharaoh casually pointed to the street. Shanghai paused in his footsteps, only to realize that the black robes kept a distance from him all around, as if they were walking around him. The black robe who was seen by Shanghai couldn't help bowing his waist and speeding away, with a faint fear of Shanghai. There is no way. The news spread that Shanghai is an extremely irritable person. He took a fancy to the task item, and directly shot and killed the second series of monitors. He is completely crazy. No one wants to have Shanghai take a fancy to one of his things suddenly, and then stage a wave of murder and robbery. He frowned. Old Wang, what's going on? Pharaoh responded hastily. 1.5 hours ago, Master Li Xiaoqinli came. They are waiting for you at the mission station now. It seemed that he was afraid that Shanghai would not know about it. Lao Wang added. Master Li, the existence of the top 3 in the second order of combat power. You have developed this time. Remember to take care of me, brother, when you have a chance in the future. Master Li? Shanghai tilted his head, which is a bit interesting. However, I was a little disappointed that the black robes of the first sequence were not blown up. Shanghai patted Pharaoh on the shoulder. Look at your performance. Lao Wang was just an insignificant little character. After dismissing, Shanghai came to the mission station. It is said to be a mission office, but it is actually a large-scale exchange and trading center. However, this transfer star is generally open to the black robe of Shanghai's current level. Until the 3rd sequence and above, each sequence has its own trading task place. Those with high ranks can go to those with low ranks, but those with low ranks cannot enter by leapfrogging. Perhaps it was the reason that Mr. Li came today. The usually lively mission office seemed a little deserted at the moment. Therefore, as soon as Shanghai entered the door, he saw the 2 people in the middle of the task station. Without him, he was very conspicuous. People in 2s and 3s in the mission all walked around him, and they didn't even dare to look up at them. The arrival of Shanghai made the atmosphere in the mission station even more weird. As if they all knew that something was going to happen next, those black robes in 2s and 3s also scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing without a trace. Shanghai looked towards the 2 of them. Sit and stand. The person sitting on the seat should be the Lord Li that Lao Wang mentioned. This product is also awesome, without a hood, just showing people's true colors. On a face full of wrinkles, but with narrow eyes, it looks very sinister, and it is not a person to be trifled with. His aura was restrained very well, without any leakage. Shanghai didn't use his skills, so he couldn't see his specific strength. The tall and thin man I've seen before is also there, standing hunched over, like a dog's leg. Seeing Shanghai, the tall and thin man whispered in Lord Li's ear, "My lord, this is Shanghai." Mr. Li cast a gloomy look at the tall and thin man. "What do you say? Back down." The tall and thin man was scolded, and quickly apologized with a smile. Yes. The same as the second rank. He has a world of difference in strength and treatment from the top bosses, so naturally he dare not refute the bosses. It's just that there is inevitably more resentment in my heart. However, if there are no chances in this life, there is no way for the thin and tall man to stand up. After reprimanding the tall and thin man, Master Li turned his head and put on a smiling face. Shanghai, is that the name? Between the words, there is a sense of intimacy, and the attitude is completely different from before. This made Shanghai a little puzzled, but he vaguely sensed something. Shanghai took 2 steps forward, with a frivolous and crazy look. Hehe, you asked the question knowingly. Why, has the result of my punishment come out? Li Ziqian pursed her lips, and it was just as the tall and thin man said, irritable and arrogant. However, Li Ziqian's evaluation is that he has such arrogant capital? Shanghai can't see Li Ziqian clearly without using his skills, and Li Ziqian also can't see Shanghai who has multiple camouflage methods. Before Li Ziqian said anything, the tall and thin man beside him started barking, pointing at mountains and seas. My lord is talking to you, do you dare not take off your hood? Shanghai? Hey, did you find a backer? You used to be like a dog in front of Lin Feng, but now you have a backer. Do you think you can do it? The film king of Shanghai possessed himself, tilted his head back, reached out his hand to shake the tall and thin man violently with madness and anger on his face, and shouted, "You have the right to speak here." As the words fell, a green energy void appeared in front of the tall and thin man, surrounding him in a circle. The thin and tall man was startled, and immediately felt his physical condition decline rapidly. The joints also began to creak as if rusted. In just a few seconds, the tall and thin man changed from the face of a middle-aged man to one in his 60s or 70s. Shanghai blew his palm in satisfaction, admiring the new image of the thin and tall man. He clicked tut twice. "I'm so kind." Now, the waist of the thin and tall man is automatically arched because of his old age, and he will no longer have to bow his waist to please his superiors. "You." The tall and thin man was startled and angry, his fingers pointing at Shanghai were trembling. Shanghai's face darkened, and the tall and thin man hurriedly withdrew his fingers in horror. Shanghai didn't know what he did, but abruptly accelerated his time by hundreds of years. He originally had a lifespan of nearly 1,000 years, but now, there are about 100 years left. Ignoring the thin and tall man's haggard face, Shanghai snorted coldly. "This is just a small lesson. Before you speak next time, think about it first." The tall and thin man clenched his teeth, wanting to cry, but felt that he was really cheap. With the backing, one forgets that Shanghai is completely crazy. How could he think that such a lunatic would restrain himself in front of Master Li? My lord Li, you have to make the decision for me." The thin and tall man's voice became old, tremblingly asking for help from his Lord Li. He can still struggle, and there are still a few pretty lovers in his family, and he wants to have a few more in the future. Now that he has become like this ghost, how can he be humane? A trace of disgust flashed in Li Ziqian's eyes, and he kicked the tall and thin man away. "Go away, trash." In his opinion, the thin and tall man is simply self-inflicted, has no ability, and cannot see through the current situation. Put on a smiling face again, and ask Shanghai kindly, "Is this the ability obtained from the mission target?" Shanghai nodded, then took off his hood, revealing his face, with a crazy and nervous smile. "That's right, time manipulation is very useful. When joining the Black Robe, everyone's appearance is kept on file, definitely. Those who have permission to view it are basically the second sequence up. So there is nothing to hide about the face that Shanghai is pretending to be. This Li Ziqian must have seen it in the database. Well, yes, it is indeed a good skill." Master Li nodded in satisfaction, squinted his eyes and repeated yes. He said it was good, but there was a gleam of jealousy in his eyes. He never thought that this time skill would be so useful in the hands of Shanghai. Generally speaking, time skills are not too powerful, and even have great side effects. And using time skills at will cause its own causal confusion. Currently the only time skill that can be driven with minimal cost is time gem. That's right, for an existence like the Black Robe that dabbles in countless worlds, there are naturally some props that can manipulate or affect time. Infinite gems, among them. It's just that even the Black Robes of the second sequence cannot often use time gem. No one wants to be contaminated with karma in a large area, let alone, the activation of time gem requires a lot of energy and will cause harm to the body. But as far as I can see just now, the side effects of Shanghai's use of time skills are very small, or even none. Li Ziqian is best at perception skills. After using the skills in Shanghai, he didn't feel any change in Shanghai's aura, which meant that he was not infected with karma. Then this time skill, which was originally estimated to be a low-level skill, obviously exceeds the existence of time gem. This caused an evil fire to burn in Li Ziqian's heart. This tea is outrageous. I thought it was a small D-level skill, but it is actually a top-level S skill? When I go back, I have to cut down the task estimator. To be honest, if it wasn't for the person above, Li Ziqian would have wanted to grab this skill, but he didn't know if this skill could be resold. It's just that Li Ziqian doesn't know what kind of mission skill this is. It's a time manipulation ability comprehended entirely by Lin Feng himself. Lin Feng, who has many means and skills, can control a Black Robe whose strength is not as good as his own. Can he still have a backlash? Li Ziqian smiled, but suddenly his face collapsed. He pretended to sigh, and said falsely, "But Shanghai, for this skill, it is not advisable to kill your companions. The higher authorities have already decided to erase your existence and get back the corresponding skills." Li Xie paused for a moment, wanting to see the panic expression on Shanghai's face. But he was disappointed. Shanghai still had that frivolous and crazy expression, showing no trace of fear. With a judgment in his mind, Li Ziqian changed the subject again. "But there is an adult who has blocked this matter for you. So, this matter can be big or small, do you understand what I mean?" Li Ziqian pursed her lips, not letting go of Shanghai's expression. A lunatic does not mean a fool. Shanghai obviously had the ability to kill the tall and thin man before, but he didn't, and only killed the tall and thin man's two underlings. Regardless of whether leaving the tall and thin one back to report a message or something, it shows that Shanghai has no intention of betraying the Black Robe. Moreover, there is a reason for killing people in mountains and seas. Nasia was killed because of the quest items. As for the two subordinates of this trash, the thin and tall one, they were also trash. Kill it, no one will care what happens to the two trash." Shanghai snorted at what Li Ziqian said. I get shit. A group of grandchildren who have colluded with each other, just that bad fart. Inside the Black Robe, there are also faction divisions. After all, only by holding together can we strive for higher and better interests. Master Li, if you have something to say, just say it. Li Ziqian's eyes lit up. Okay, then I'll make it clear. Sure enough, although Shenhai was crazy, he was not stupid. The little brother's attack is fierce and decisive, which is very suitable for that adult's appetite. How about the development of our gold and silver tree? The adult said, as long as you join, you will be the first to choose rewards from future missions. And as long as you agree, this is yours. With a wave of his hand, Li Ziqian took out a wristband with exquisite patterns. This wristband represents the status of the second sequence. Not only has higher authority, but also can accept higher tasks. Li Ziqian took out this, so there is no need to say much. As long as Shanhai agrees, he is the second rank, belonging to the Jinyanshu. Shanhai tilted his head, as if thinking. With a smile on his face, Li Ziqian was not in a hurry, so he squinted his eyes and waited for Shanhai to make a choice. He believes that Shanhai will make the right choice. From his previous actions, it can be seen that he is an unscrupulous person for the benefit, and to deal with this kind of person, as long as there is enough price. Now the competition among the several camps within the Black Robe is fierce, and Shenhai Shao said that he also has the top combat power of the second rank, and it is a ready-made big boost to win over. As for the question of loyalty, don't worry at all, he has personally experienced the method of that adult. In addition, the rewards of the faction are so rich that it is jaw-dropping. As long as you have a little brain, you will know how to choose. It is Shanhai's honor to be favored by that adult. Shanhai pretended to be thinking, but sneered in his heart. If you don't accept it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out of this door today, right? But isn't that what you want? What are you doing undercover? Isn't it just climbing high, taking root deeply, and finally a wave of anti-Bone Boy explosions? Stimulate? Shenhai and Li Ziqian looked at each other for a long time. Li Ziqian's face froze, and just when he was getting impatient, Shanhai finally moved. A wave of psychokinesis came, and immediately dragged the wristband on Li Ziqian's hand towards Shanhai. Li Ziqian was startled, but did not stop, and then smiled with satisfaction. Very well, you made a wise choice. I represent Jinyanshu, welcome to join us. Li Ziqian stood up and patted Shanhai on the shoulder, as if to encourage him. It seemed that he was very happy because of Shanhai's joining. But in fact, Li Ziqian also breathed a sigh of relief. The mission given to him above was that if Shanhai disagreed, he would be killed on the spot. Fortunately, Shanhai agreed, otherwise, judging from Shanhai's strength, he might not be able to take him down. Li Ziqian speculates that Shanhai can at least stand firm in the middle and upper layers of the second sequence. In addition to this time skill that has no side effects, it is not a problem with the arm wrestling at the top of the second sequence. If you fail to take him down, and go back to rescue soldiers, you will lose your face. Don't call me lordly anymore, call me brotherly. Li Ziqian showed a friendly attitude. Without waiting for Shanhai to say anything more, Li Ziqian laughed loudly, pulled Shanhai up and walked out. Let's go, since it is the second sequence, we can no longer stay in this low-level gathering star. I will take you to the gathering star of our gold and silver tree. It is good. Shanhai smiled and cooperated on the surface, and also in his heart, almost didn't laugh out loud. This is the first time I've seen someone deliver food on a pole. I think I'm not fast enough to go undercover. The two left the mission station, and there was only an old man, a tall, comatose man in a black robe who couldn't straighten his waist. Pitiful. On Mars, Lin Feng finally looked away. At this point, you don't need to look any further. Instead of leaving the DC universe, he called Superman Clark to Mars. This is also what Clark requested. He wants to see the restart of Kryptonian civilization with his own eyes. After all, this is also his tribe. Lin Feng didn't expect that Clark had a sense of ritual, and he brought little Kayla here. Well, after all, the code of life was provided by Clark. Lin Feng has no reason to refuse this request. Clark took Kayla and floated above the city, right behind Lin Feng. With his clairvoyant eyes, he could easily see the cultivation facilities under the ground, which were all arranged by Lin Feng. For the first batch of Kryptonians, I set the physique as an adult at birth. Is it okay? Lin Feng asked. Clark had no problem, although it felt a little inhumane and a little unfair that the first Kryptonians would have no childhood. But if cultivated from infancy, so many, who will raise them? There is no way. Sometimes for some things, you still have to make some sacrifices. It seems that Clark is quite conscious, and there is no such thing as being too rigid. That being the case, Lin Feng didn't say anything more, and directly manipulated the underground nursery room to start running quickly. In the original Krypton, it took a while to cultivate. But Lin Feng didn't wait that long, and directly accelerated the time for the nursery warehouse. Anyway, the materials needed for cultivation are enough. Lin Feng is now more and more proficient in time manipulation, and he can do it with his hands. In the nursery, the genes in the code of life began to be injected, and soon something like an embryo began to appear. Under the effect of time acceleration, the embryo took shape quickly, and within a short while, the embryonic form of a human child was already formed. This phenomenon occurs in every nursery warehouse. Kryptonians also have the most basic inheritance. This inheritance endowed them with corresponding professional skills. According to Clark's request, Lin Feng removed the occupation part, leaving only the information about the history of Krypton. Definitely, Lin Feng would have done it even without Clark asking. However, in addition to this, Lin Feng secretly added something to the inheritance of the Code of Life. Well, it's not an addition, it's just a modification. After modification, the Code of Life was marked with Lin Feng's name. Regardless of whether the future Kryptonians are bred from the nursery or the crystallization of natural birth, they will subconsciously follow Lin Feng's orders. Not to mention betrayal or something. This can be regarded as an insurance policy. Lin Feng doesn't like to be betrayed. This is not despicable. Everyone has selfishness. If the Kryptonians created are anti-bones, then what are they trying to do? The first batch of Kryptonians, Lin Feng had tens of thousands of them. In the nursery, the newborn Kryptonian has turned into a teenager. Behind Lin Feng, besides Clark, stood another duplication that was summoned before, silently helping Lin Feng to manipulate time. This duplication has a heavy complexion, he doesn't seem to like to laugh, and looks very stable. Each of his duplications has a different personality. So far, except for the first slacker, the rest are not bad. Although Lin Feng doesn't need help and doesn't consume much energy, such behavior makes Lin Feng very comfortable. Lin Feng felt that such a character was very suitable for managing the nascent Kryptonian civilization. After a while, Lin Feng removed the time acceleration. In the current petri dish, the physique of the Kryptonian has grown to about 20 years old. The nursery pod awakens these newborn Kryptonians. Under a kind of wonderful guidance, they changed into the clothes that had been placed outside the nursery, and then walked towards the ground spontaneously. While walking, the information and memories about Krypton and Lin Feng began to emerge in my mind, evoking the inheritance hidden in the depths. When they came to the ground, they looked at Lin Feng in midair, already full of respect and fanaticism. Lin Feng and Clark at the moment have already put on the iconic Superman battlesuit, one red and one black. The huge S-shaped logo slightly reflects the sun's rays. Seeing Kryptonians, men and women, appear on the surface of the planet, Lin Feng also felt an inexplicable sense of relief and joy in his heart. In the following time, Lin Feng delivered a lengthy speech according to the speech he had prepared before. Well, the main thing is to build the planet, don't run around, and remember to bask in the sun more often. And then, well, there's no more. Lin Feng is really not good at awkward chats, and the lengthy talk is just a few sentences. Fortunately, he had also experienced StarClan's restart before, and Lin Feng didn't see any embarrassment on his face. Thanks to Lin Feng's modification, so did the Kryptonians below, and they didn't feel wrong at all. The next thing will be handed over to duplication, including future construction and so on. Lin Feng himself is only suitable to be a hands-off shopkeeper. After he retired and said goodbye to Clark, Lin Feng was about to leave the DC world. Lin Feng's itinerary was quite rewarding. The duplication mountain and seaside has climbed to the second sequence, and also got the Code of Life, rebuilding the Kryptonian civilization. Before long, Lin Feng will have a bunch of Superman at his disposal. As of now, Lin Feng has 2 legions under his command, a symbiote legion and an unformed Superman legion. As for shapeshifting the King Kong legion, Lin Feng sighed, don't mention Martina's solicitation. She's useless and useless. I don't know why, although the IQ of the Autobots she enlightened is normal, and the quality has improved, but the quantity has not been good. It took 10 days and half a month to wait for almost 1 car, so I simply gave up temporarily. After bidding farewell to DC, Lin Feng returned to his own Marvel universe in a happy mood. The period of time away was very short, and nothing happened to Blue Star. The duplication squatting near various cosmic fragments still has no news of Hela. This made Lin Feng somewhat hesitation, whether to let duplication take those fragments back. However, although this kind of thing does not seem to have an owner, it is definitely not easy to hold, and it is already common sense. After hesitation for a while, Lin Feng still ordered 2 of the 4 squatting guard duplication to try to get the fragment of the heart of the universe. You can't wait for Hela all the time, since she doesn't show up, then take the initiative to attack. All the fragments are here, and it will be too late for Hela to do anything by then. After staying in Blue Star for 2 days, Tony called again. I don't know what's going on, so Lin Feng must go there. Rolling his eyes, Lin Feng felt that he couldn't bask in the sun on purpose in the future. He even wondered if Superman had been tampered with while basking in the sun, so he didn't bask in the sun a few times. Just like that, in the Harry Potter that Lin Feng watched before traveling, the professor of the Black Magic Defense class. No one can stay until the 2nd year, something will happen. It was the familiar Stark building again. Lin Feng flew over lazily and landed familiarly. Well, Tony is sitting on the sofa with a grimace. Lin Feng said hello and sat on the sofa, only to find that Little Morgan was also there. Little Morgan. Lin Feng big brother. Little Morgan greeted Lin Feng with a sweet smile. This little girl doesn't like to call Lin Feng godfather, but prefers to be called big brother. Lin Feng is also a casual person, so he doesn't have any trouble with this title. Little Morgan, come, let the big brother see if he has grown taller. Lin Feng smiled and waved to Little Morgan. Little Morgan was kind and ran over obediently. Teacher Tony was also happy watching from the sidelines. After teasing Little Morgan for a while, Lin Feng asked Tony what he wanted from him. That's right, you know that my wedding trip with Pepper is set in the universe, right? Lin Feng nodded, yes, and then Martina turned the spaceship into a robot for you, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. In the past few days after returning, Lin Feng took Martina to do a whole job for teacher Tony, turning the spaceship into a silicon-based life form. Definitely, talked to Tony about this before. After thinking about it, Lin Feng said thoughtfully, could it be that you want to ask me where to travel? Tony smiled, you understand quite well, it does mean that, but this time there are two things. Indeed, one of the reasons for coming to Lin Feng this time is to ask if there is any place Lin Feng recommends. Although it is said to be space travel, but there is no place to go, to see the stars and the sea every day. It will be boring, okay? Lin Feng laughed, selected a few coordinates at random, and entered the storage device of JARVIS. There are not many coordinates, only 3. 2 of them are primitive planets with completely different scenery. The last one is a large transit star. Although the transfer planet is dangerous, it can still be handled by someone like Tony. Not to mention that he will bring several generations of symbiote legions with him, and he still has Lin Feng's rescue device in his hand. I gave the coordinates to J.A.R.V.I.S. What is the other thing? The other thing is Little Morgan. Tony squeezed the space between his brows with some headaches. Lin Feng looked suspiciously at the Little Morgan sitting beside him. Little Morgan giggled, showing a mouthful of small white teeth. Little Morgan doesn't want to go to the universe with us. Tony said, quite a headache. Lin Feng rubbed the melon seeds on Little Morgan's head. A little strange. I don't want to? Why? Shouldn't children be full of curiosity about unknown things? What's the matter if you don't want to? The universe is dark. I don't like it. Little Morgan pouted and responded, as if the universe was a very scary place. Anyway, I don't want to go. I'll just wait for Daddy and Oi at home. Lin Feng snorted, if you don't go, don't go. It doesn't matter. This is not a big deal. Children always have their own ideas, even parents should respect it. So you asked me to come. It was Tony's question. Tony hummed, as you can see, Little Morgan doesn't want to go, so I think Little Morgan is staying with you for a while. Lin Feng nodded, that's not a problem, but why don't you let the 2 old people take Morgan with you? It's not a problem for Little Morgan to stay with him for a few days. Anyway, he knows the 2 children in the family. Tony made a slightly embarrassed expression. You know my father's occupation. When they heard that they were going to the universe, they had to go with them, so there was no one to take care of Little Morgan. On my side, the conditions on your side are better. And Little Morgan also said that she doesn't know the others well, so if she wants to go, she will go to your place. Tony also has no choice. Little Morgan doesn't know why, and refuses to go to the universe. He didn't believe that Little Morgan was really scared, but since he came here, Little Morgan had hardly made any demands on himself. Not wanting to go to the universe this time, Tony couldn't bear to reject Little Morgan. To be honest, he still has a few friends who can let Little Morgan stay for a while. But there is no doubt that Lin Feng has the best conditions. There are not only 2 careful women in his family who can take care of daily life, but also a child of the same age who can play with Little Morgan. Well, Lin Feng said that he has no problem at all. Howard is indeed a research madman, plus a workaholic, with the same temper as Tony. With such a good opportunity in front of him, it would be out of Howard's character not to go. An hour later, Lin Feng left the Stark building with Little Morgan in his arms. In the space, there is also a small suitcase of Morgan Jr., which is clothes or something. Tony's trip to the universe this time can be regarded as a preliminary experiment for the official departure later, but the risk factor is close to 0. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying the wind. The Little Morgan in his arms raised his head to look at Lin Feng from time to time, hesitated to speak a few times. This move did not escape Lin Feng's eyes. Little Morgan, what's on your mind? After seeing off Junior Morgan and Lin Feng, Tony finally couldn't hold back anymore. He leaned hard on the sofa, took a deep breath, and then let it out slowly. The originally strong smiling face also turned into a bitter face, with his right hand pinching the center of his brow lightly. Squeak. The door opened and Pepper walked in slowly. She walked over to Tony, who sat deflated on the couch with a worried face. Little Morgan, are you leaving? Tony responded muffled. Morgan, she should know. Pepper had a look of disappointment on his face. What do you know? Definitely know that they are not the biological parents of Little Morgan. It should be. Tony said in a daze. Pepper was even more disappointed now. Little Morgan's abnormality cannot escape the eyes of the 2 adults. Both Pepper and Tony realized that Morgan Jr. knew part of the truth, and then got emotional. But there was nothing the 2 could do about it. And Junior Morgan showed a strong desire to find Lin Feng. The excuse is that I dare not go on this trip to the universe, and I want to live at the Lin Feng big brother's house. Poor teacher Tony didn't dare to ask more questions, for fear that he might not pay attention to something and make Little Morgan sad. So I can only smooth it out and see what the Little Morgan is looking for. Lin Feng. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Pepper was in a very depressed mood, and she couldn't see the shadow of the businesswoman at all. On weekdays, Pepper spends more time with Morgan Jr. Although with the assistance of J.A.R.V.I.S., it is still different from Tony and Pepper in another world in some behaviors and habits. She also didn't expect that Little Morgan would be so sensitive and able to detect these small differences. On weekdays, she carefully manages the communication and interaction with Morgan Jr. But after a long time, not only Pepper was a little tired after going back and forth like this, but even Morgan could feel that her oi was not quite right. Tony smiled wryly and shook his head, got up and walked to Pepper's side, giving the tearful new wife a tight hug. No, it's not your fault, you know that right. Together, we can solve all the problems? Little Morgan will figure this out sooner or later. Little Morgan wants to go to Lin Feng this time, there must be something he doesn't want us to know. I'll give Lin Feng a call later, don't worry too much. Tony was also numb. For the first time, he felt that being a parent was not easy. Well, after Pepper responded, she walked out of the door. She wanted to be alone. Tony sat down again, his face turning calm. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. Inside, there is a mind gem, which was given by Lin Feng. Sometimes, he really wanted to use infinite gems to make Little Morgan forget that sad memory, or in other words, modify the content about zombies. In this way, she will become a real carefree and happy little friend. To modify memory, both mind gem and soul gem can do it. But he couldn't do that. Morgan Jr. was his daughter. He didn't want Little Morgan to lose any memory. What's more, although that memory was sad, it was the memory of her, herself, and Pepper in another world. Mind gem, he will never use it on Little Morgan. Twisting the sky, Lin Feng is flying to his villa with Little Morgan. Little Morgan was unusually quiet. If it was any other child, he would have been dancing with excitement for flying into the sky. Or, dancing with fright. Lin Feng knew that Little Morgan had something on his mind. Children's thoughts are generally hidden. If you look at Little Morgan, it's almost written on your face that something happened. Lin Feng thought it was a little funny, but didn't say anything. The child's heart is not only hard to hide, but also hard to hold back. Maybe even without asking, Little Morgan will speak out by himself. The two soon arrived at Lin Feng's villa. Little Morgan was sitting on the sofa, his little hands kept tugging at the corners of his clothes, which was a manifestation of inner entanglement. Lin Feng grinned, got up and went to the kitchen, made a cup of hot cocoa, and handed it to Little Morgan. Okay, just say what you have to say. Don't hide it. Patting Morgan's little head, Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. The hem of his clothes was almost torn by her, so he should hurry up and ask what's the matter. While Tony was there, he had already noticed that something was wrong with Little Morgan. Moreover, Tony must have felt it, and even gave Lin Feng a wink at that time. So Lin Feng was considerate and didn't ask any more questions, and brought Little Morgan back directly. Little Morgan held a big cup of hot cocoa a little bit awkwardly, but didn't drink it. She looked up, and Lin Feng noticed that there was uneasiness in her eyes, a little embarrassed, even a little sad. Hiss. Lin Feng frowned slightly, his expression became serious. What's going on? This little look. It's okay, tell Lin Feng big brother, what's the matter? Lin Feng lowered his voice. Little Morgan strongly asked to come here, so there must be something that needs his help. Little Morgan plucked up his courage. Lin Feng big brother, can you take me home to have a look? It's my former home. Lin Feng's pupils trembled slightly. Little Morgan, what does this mean? Homesick? But home is here. Could it be that? What's the matter? Did Tony treat you badly? Lin Feng asked subconsciously, but immediately denied the question himself. Tony has the potential to be a daughter slave, so how could he treat Little Morgan badly? Sure enough, Little Morgan shook his little head. Daddy and I are very nice to me, but they are not my old daddy and I, right? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Sure enough, it doesn't work to lie to yourself. How did you fool Little Morgan at that time? It seems that her old Tony father went to another world without zombies. At that time, he told such a lie casually in order to bring Little Morgan here. But both Tony and Lin Feng are mentally prepared that Junior Morgan will see through this lie sooner or later. Although they are two parallel universes and their historical development is very close, there are still many differences. For the rest, it's okay to say that Pepper and Tony showed their flaws, so there is really no solution. Children of this age are generally not so sensitive. But Little Morgan noticed these differences, and Lin Feng can only attribute it to the doomsday life that made Little Morgan more sensitive and mature than in the movie. Regarding Morgan Jr., Lin Feng and Tony have mentioned this problem more than once. It's just that when you really face this, it's a bit of a toothache. Lips twitched for a while. Lin Feng wanted to quibble. But when he saw the clear and innocent eyes of Little Morgan, Lin Feng found that he couldn't panic. Lin Feng murmured, then sighed, you already know. Little Morgan lowered his head, I always knew. Although they were nice to me, I knew they weren't them. Lin Feng big brother, daddy, and I aren't here anymore, right? Little Morgan's immature voice tinged with tears, but he held back his tears. She can feel the love from daddy and Oi here, but she still dreams of daddy and Oi from another world from time to time. They stood together, smiled and said to themselves to live well. Lin Feng scratched his head. He has never known how to deal with children, especially when it comes to children who are upset. Well, Morgan, do you know about parallel universes? Although I don't know how to coax, diverting attention is undoubtedly the fastest way. Little Morgan wondered, parallel universe. Well, parallel universes are hard to explain. Lin Feng scratched his head in distress. That is to say, two similar worlds. Well, you will know when you grow up. There is your daddy in this world, and there is also your daddy in another world. Although it may be different in some places, it is undoubtedly your father. Lin Feng changed the concept secretly. Well, in a way, there is nothing wrong. The Tony of this world undoubtedly loves Little Morgan. And Tony from the zombie world also entrusted Little Morgan. Little Morgan was lucky and unlucky. Unfortunately, born in the zombie universe. Fortunately, although the daddy in that world is gone, there is still a daddy in this world. 2 daddies. Little Morgan tilted his head. Lin Feng, yes. So there are 2 Morgans too. This. The corners of Lin Feng's eyes twitched. How could he justify this? Fortunately, at this time, a call came in. Lin Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Drink something, Morgan, I'll answer the phone first. Little Morgan let out an "oh," lowered his head, and Lin Feng hurried to the side holding the phone. No matter who called, Lin Feng thanked his whole family. Looked down. The caller ID made Lin Feng frown. Tony? Lin Feng clothed himself with an invisible shield so that Little Morgan could not hear his conversation. After finishing, Lin Feng answered the phone. Lin, how's it going? On the other end of the phone, Tony's somewhat depressed voice came. It is not difficult to hear that there is still some worry in the words. Are you talking about Little Morgan? Well, is she by your side? Lin Feng glanced at Little Morgan. He was in a good mood, a little stable, and was drinking hot cocoa. Don't worry, she can't hear it. Well, that's good, she's been in a mood lately, I don't know what's wrong with her. She has been looking at old photos from the past, which she brought back from that world. Pepper realized it too, but didn't dare to ask. Tony sat on the sofa, frowning into a bitter chrysanthemum again. Lin Feng sighed. Sure enough, children's emotions can't be hidden from adults at all. It wasn't surprising that Tony knew, he had even winked at himself before. To Tony, there was nothing to hide. Lin Feng directly sold Junior Morgan backhand. As you can imagine, Little Morgan knows all about it. She asked me to take her to that zombie universe. I don't know what she was thinking. Maybe I just want to go back and have a look. There was silence on the phone. Lin Feng knew that Tony's mood was very complicated now. Raising children is always a headache for adults but unavoidable. After a long time, Tony's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. If she wants to go, take her there. Linear. I think you can do it, right? Just promise me that you must bring Little Morgan back safely. Lin Feng was also silent for a while, before he hummed and made a decision in his heart. Since Tony also said so, let's take Little Morgan back and have a look. Looking at the place where she lived in the past and the traces of her life, maybe Little Morgan will be relieved. As for the safety belt back, isn't that nonsense? Even if Little Morgan wanted to stay in that world, Lin Feng would not agree. Okay, let's do this first. I went to see Pepper, she is not in a good mood. With that said, Tony was about to hang up the phone. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Wait, Tony. What's wrong? Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I have an idea that came to me suddenly. You and Pepper, how about accompanying Little Morgan to that world? What? Tony on the other end of the phone was startled, and stood up as if struck by lightning. He and Pepper go to the world where Morgan Jr. lived? Thoughts were racing. Tony immediately felt compulsive about the proposal. Correct. Being with Morgan Jr. is a formal farewell to the past, isn't it? But in an instant, Tony's eyes darkened again. Little Morgan only told Lin Feng about this, not because Lin Feng was the only one who could bring her back to that world. Little Morgan probably didn't want him and Pepper to know about it, and he was probably afraid that he and Pepper would think too much about it. What a good child, he will be scruples about other people's feelings at such a young age. After thinking for a moment, Tony decided to reject this exciting proposal. But on the other end of the phone, Lin Feng's voice continued to sound. Listen to me, Tony. Now that Little Morgan knows, it's good to open up and talk about it. Keep holding it, aren't you, and Pepper tired? Even if you are not tired, there will always be a gap in Little Morgan's heart, and she will be tired too. Rather than that, why not go together? You know that I have the ability to bring back the souls of dead people, right? Everyone meet each other, sit down and talk, and the knot in Little Morgan's heart will be untied naturally, don't you think so? Tony's breath became short of breath. Lin Feng's proposal really touched his heart. That's right, go with Morgan Jr. If Lin Feng really pulls out his self and Pepper's soul from another world, let's talk about it, and Morgan Jr. will most likely let go of his knots. He's meeting with his alter ego self, who's sure to entrust Junior Morgan to him. Don't ask why Tony is so sure. Put yourself in another way, if he were Tony in the zombie world, he would do the same. Who doesn't want their children to live a happier life? You, let me think about it, I will discuss it with Pepper. Tony's tone was obviously emotional, and Lin Feng smiled. Okay, you two hurry up, I'll be waiting for you at the villa. After speaking, Lin Feng hung up the phone. No need to ask, Tony and Pepper will definitely be here. This is also the fastest and most effective way to untie Little Morgan's knot. Only in this way can Little Morgan truly let go of that world and face a brand new life. In fact, it's not that Lin Feng hasn't thought about whether to revive Tony and Pepper from that world. But, what about the Tonys and Peppers of this world? They're probably used to living with Little Morgan. Lin Feng intends to ask the soul of the Ancient One in that world. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng walked towards the sofa in a good mood. My daughter definitely wants Tony to pay more attention to himself. Now, Tony may have more headaches than himself, hee. Seeing Lin Feng came back, Little Morgan put down the hot cocoa in his hand, stopped drinking, and just looked at Lin Feng like this. Drink, why don't you drink it? Lin Feng picked it up for her again. Hot cocoa can soothe sad emotions, drink more, and be happy? Little Morgan shook his head, I won't drink anymore. She looked at Lin Feng with expectant eyes. Lin Feng, big brother, can you take me back to have a look? Just now her Lin Feng big brother and godfather didn't give her an answer. Little Morgan also didn't feel how difficult it is to travel through the universe. After all, in her opinion, Lin Feng big brother just hugged her, and when his eyes went dark, he arrived in another world. Lin Feng pursed his lips, but instead of agreeing first, he asked instead, can you tell me why you want to go back and have a look? When Morgan heard this, his little head tilted, and he bit his nails in distress and thought for a long time. She also didn't understand why she wanted to go back and have a look. I don't know, I just want to go back and have a look. Very good, it's the same as saying nothing. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng understood. Little Morgan is still young, and he cannot fully reflect and express his emotions and thoughts. Little Morgan wants to go back, probably because he wants to relive the place where he lived before, at least Lin Feng thinks so. Humans are animals that like to miss. Including Lin Feng himself, although the Marvel Universe is also his home, but Lin Feng still wants to go back to the blue star of the original universe. Okay, I can take you back. Lin Feng let go. Little Morgan's eyes lit up and he smiled happily. But, going back this time, Daddy and Oi will also be with Little Morgan. Lin Feng added. The smiling face that Little Morgan had just put on immediately came down. Huh? Daddy and Oi are going too. But me, I don't want them to know. Little Morgan was frightened by Lin Feng's words, pinching his fingers anxiously. The daddies and Ois of this world couldn't have been nicer to Little Morgan. Don't say what you want and give. As a business strongman, Oi also took a lot of time to accompany him. Although they didn't say anything, Little Morgan knew how much they cared about him. So Little Morgan didn't want them to know, let alone worry them. Don't want them to know. Little Morgan nodded sharply. But they already know. What? Little Morgan's mouth was wide open, and he looked like he was about to cry, without the slightest doubt that Lin Feng was telling a lie. How could this happen? She felt that her little Juju was well hidden, so why would she still be discovered? How could it be? How could I know? Little Morgan was running around in a hurry, and suddenly thought of the call Lin Feng had answered before, and suddenly realized. She turned around and pointed at Lin Feng with her small hand, and scolded, I know, it's the Lin Feng big brother who informed you. Yes, it must be. She couldn't hear what Lin Feng big brother called just now, but it must have been the whistleblower at that time. Lin Feng's face turned dark. This unlucky boy, why did I tell you the secret? Even if I don't tell you, your father knows that you are abnormal, okay? Don't point fingers, it's impolite. Lin Feng took Little Morgan's little hand and gently pulled it down, but he didn't get angry. Oh, Little Morgan responded. But you inform. The little face wrinkled together again. Obviously Little Morgan didn't intend to let her Lin Feng big brother go. I didn't. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Your daddy and I have already seen that you have something on your mind. Hearing this, Little Morgan was startled at first, and then became firm. This is absolutely impossible. It's damn impossible. For a child of your age, if you want to hide your worries from adults, you are still far behind. What's more, who are Morgan's daddy and I? Those are a group of people standing at the top of Blue Star. Their eyes are very vicious. If it wasn't for taking into account Little Morgan's feelings, I'm afraid he would have jumped out to expose her long ago. Okay, hey, believe it or not, they're definitely going to go together this time. Lin Feng spread his hands, indicating that you have no choice at all. Lin Feng big brother, bad. Little Morgan's face was swollen with anger. What? I won't go then, and your father won't come either. Lin Feng tilted his head, pretending to be angry. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Hearing that he couldn't go, Little Morgan rushed over and shook Lin Feng's arm. His eyes widened, trying to wake up Lin Feng's conscience. Lin Feng was angry for a while before showing a smile again. Children should be carefree, just like now. The sad rhythm was completely skewed by Lin Feng. Xiao Mo sat on the sofa, kicking her little feet and waiting for her daddy and I. Tony had the same idea as Lin Feng, and after hanging up the phone for about an hour, he rushed to the villa. Little Morgan, who had just returned to normal not long ago, became nervous again when he saw Daddy and Oi. The two adults stood in front of her like this, with expressions she had seen many times before, called worried emotions. Little Morgan wanted to cry again. What did she do? Troubled Daddy and Oi again. Yes, sorry for making you worry. As soon as the crying voice came out, Pepper was in a panic, and quickly squatted down and hugged Little Morgan, coaxing him up. Lin Feng had sharp eyes and saw that Pepper was wearing a small nano device on his wrist. Well, it should be the rescue armor that Tony specially made for Pepper. After all, he was going to the blue star of the universe that was once full of zombies, so Tony definitely made some preparations. Although Pepper doesn't like this stuff, safety always comes first. According to what Lin Feng said, before he left, Blue Star had already developed an antidote, but there were other dangers, so it was always right to be prepared. Tony also noticed Lin Feng's eyes, and shrugged indifferently. Shall we go now? He asked. Lin Feng motioned Tony to look at the mother and daughter who were sticking together with his eyes, and then stood with Tony and waited helplessly. After scribbling for a while, the mother and daughter finally remembered the business, and stood up embarrassedly, expressing that they could leave. Under Lin Feng's arrangement, several people stood together and prepared to go to the zombie universe. Are there any precautions? Tony asked. At the moment Tony holds Little Morgan in his left hand and Pepper in his right hand. Lin Feng shook his head. Not really, just leave it to me. He is now a skilled batch of teleportation skills, and there will be no accidents. After speaking, he dragged Tony directly and disappeared in place. Zombie universe. It has been about a year since Lin Feng left last time. With the efforts of little Spider-Man and the Wasp, the potion was spread all over the world through Stark technology. The zombie world was saved, but in the end, people didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The zombie virus was completely wiped out. After losing the virus, those infected zombies collapsed on the ground without the need for a living person to kill themselves. Some of them who had just turned into zombies were lucky enough to be found by little Spider-Man or other kind people, and they survived after being treated in time. But not many. There is no way, those zombies are missing a piece here or there. If they lose the zombie virus, there is a high probability that there will be only one dead end. What is even more frustrating is that more than 90% of the world's people have been infected with the zombie virus. So, although the zombie virus has been defeated, the number of human beings surviving is frighteningly small. The surviving people took to the streets, and after a brief silence, they burst into joy after the end of their lives. This kind of joy didn't last long before being silenced by the frighteningly cold city. There are really too few people, there is no 1 out of 10. In this case, even if the city is cleaned up, it will take a long time, so you can't help it. Fortunately, there are new Avengers headed by little Spider-Man in this world, as well as the technology and general-purpose automatic armor left by Tony, and some kind people who have hope. But the problem still exists, there is a lot of work to be done, but the number of humans. This is not something that can be solved with hard work. Even if you give birth now, it will take at least 18 years until the child grows into an adult. In this case, the zombie virus has disappeared, but the world is still in a state of almost complete shutdown. Today, a year later, the same is true. On the desolate and dilapidated Waste Twister Street, a group of 4 people appeared out of thin air. Lin Feng brought Tony and they teleported over. His eyes were full of scars, which made Lin Feng frown, but he understood immediately. Tony looked at the scene with great interest, and then took out a drone that was shrunk down with Stark particles from his pocket. The drone was restored to its original state and released into the air. At the same time, he took out a handheld terminal and began to try to connect to the world's network. As expected of a scientific research madman, he took his broken equipment with him everywhere. Is it really like this? It's exactly the same as I imagined. Tony stood there and muttered to himself. Pepper, too, had never seen this scene before, and couldn't help shivering. There are a lot of question marks in her head. Doesn't it mean that the zombie crisis has been resolved? From time to time, a human appeared on the side of the street with dull eyes, like a walking corpse. Little Morgan was even more frightened and kept hiding behind Pepper, clutching Pepper's clothes tightly. She felt that the world here was as scary as it was a year ago. Let's go there. That's where I found Little Morgan, Lin Feng said, pointing to a green area. The location he sent over was exactly the location he left with Little Morgan last time. It's a safe house, Tony, and if you want to connect to the internet, it should work there. Problems with electronic products must not bother Mr. Tony at all. Humans are animals that are good at huddling together for warmth. With such a small number of people in the world, although most of their work in life cannot be guaranteed, they will most likely keep the network unblocked. Because of the internet, they can exchange information with more people, and they can also find more people of the same kind, more people, the hope of living. Little Morgan's safe house has been left unattended for a year, and the entrance has been covered with colorful plants, so that it is impossible to see where the entrance is. Lin Feng walked over, and with a wave of his hand, those plants turned into dust and were blown away. Morgan, come and open the door. Lin Feng called out to Little Morgan behind Pepper. Back then, Tony was afraid that after he became a zombie, he still had some memories. In order to avoid opening the safe house by himself and harming Little Morgan, the setting of this safe house is that only Little Morgan can open it. I have to say that Tony was really thoughtful back then. Little Morgan hummed, stepped forward, and pressed his little hand on the authenticator with ease. The safe house, which had been dormant for a year, was re-energized and operational. Identification verified. Morgan, welcome back. With an emotional female voice, the door of the safe house was opened. The safe house is powered by several small arc reactors left behind by Tony. After Junior Morgan left, the safe house went into hibernation, so there was no need to worry about electricity or anything. A few people walked in, and the safe house, which had been dormant for too long, was buzzing. It was Friday activating the ventilation system to reflow the air in the safe house. However, the safe house was almost exactly the same as when Morgan left, and there was no dust. Little Morgan showed a look of reminiscence, wandering around in the safe house. She is familiar with this place. There are not many things on the first floor of the safe house, just some entertainment and living areas for Little Morgan, and a work area. The working area is for Tony to use. Little Morgan ran to the sofa and picked up a doll she had forgotten to take away. It was one of the gifts Zoe gave her on her birthday. Tony didn't care about Little Morgan's actions, and walked towards the work area. He stroked the equipment on the table with complicated eyes. This is his creation from another world. It's like looking at another work of myself, which is very magical. Press the power button and the workspace starts to run. The previous female voice sounded again. Sir, is that you? The female voice belongs to Friday, the artificial intelligence created by Tony, which deliberately removed the emotion and interaction system. That's right, I'm back. Tony's eyes moved slightly, and a lie came out of his mouth. Sir, welcome home, congratulations on successfully conquering the zombie virus. And Ms. Pepper, welcome home. Friday wouldn't think about why Tony, who had turned into a zombie and died, would come back again. But there was no mistake in the identity verification, and according to the observation program left by Tony, since Tony and Pepper appeared, Friday has been observing continuously, and it has just been confirmed that the two have left the zombie state. The weapon equipment that was originally arranged in the safe house and started quietly has also entered a standby state. Friday, retrieve all logs since the outbreak of the zombie virus. Tony began to issue orders. He wanted to find out what the world was like. While Tony was learning about the world, Lin Feng was also exploring the whole world with super perception. It's not just the waist twisters, the whole world is almost at a standstill, making Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. However, he is gratified that there are still many people who are looking forward to the sun. They gather together and live hard. And at this time, at the base of the Avengers, little Spider-Man, as usual, is training some newborn Avengers. In this doomsday of the zombie virus, there are some special people who, after being infected with the virus, not only did not become zombies, but instead possessed some special functions. Now these few new preparations to join the Avengers Alliance were found by little Spider-Man. As for why the Avengers are needed, that's because in this almost shut-down environment, most people are prone to lose control of their emotions. They will take to the streets to vent their emotions by beating, smashing, looting and burning. Definitely, there are also some of them who were originally thugs. Moreover, those who are infected with the virus and acquire special abilities are not all good people. With ability, the dark side in their hearts is infinitely magnified and the threat is even greater in such a chaotic and suspended world. But even if the world has become like this, little Spider-Man has not given up on life. He has been working hard to do everything he can. What's more, at least he has Aunt May to accompany him, right? Although Aunt May has not fully recovered, as long as people are alive, there is hope. But thinking of Aunt May, little Spider-Man couldn't help but sigh. There is an extreme shortage of people in various industries now, not to mention the existence of doctors and nurses. So all along, Aunt May's treatment has not been good. But in order not to worry him, Aunt May greeted him with a smile every time she passed by. After she left, Aunt May showed a painful expression. She thought that little Spider-Man didn't know, but in fact, little Spider-Man had seen it secretly for countless times. Little Spider-Man sighed, and pressed the glasses he was wearing casually. These are the glasses Tony left for himself, and he can talk to Edith at any time. How is today, Edith? Is there another riot going on somewhere? Or, is there any latest information? Over the past year, little Spider-Man has also learned about the situation around the world through Edith. Little Spider-Man used to listen to the disaster on the radio, but now, only Edith is with him. Looking at the Avengers training on the field, little Spider-Man's thoughts wandered, waiting for Edith's response. I don't know why, maybe it's because of Edith. Little Spider-Man suddenly remembered Mr. Stark, and that powerful Mr. Superman from other universes. If Mr. Stark was still alive, what would he do in this world? And little Morgan, I don't know how things are going now. Being taken away by Superman, at least I don't have to worry about Ben's life and safety recently. While the thoughts were diverging, Edith sent a message. Sir, there are currently no riots in the area, but Mr. Stark has been monitored and appeared in the safe house. No riots? What a pleasant day, little Spider-Man sighed, then froze. Who did you just talk about? Who showed up in the safe house? Sir, Mr. Stark has appeared in the safe house. What? Little Spider-Man was confused, and he plucked his ears vigorously. Edith, today is not April Fool's Day. Sir, Mr. Stark and Miss Pepper are in the safe house in the central square. The information has been docked with Friday, and the information is accurate. Little Spider-Man opened his mouth wide and didn't react for a long time. It took a long time before he lowered his head short of breath, resisting the urge to cry. Before he could even say hello, little Spider-Man jumped out of the Avengers base and ran towards the safe house. Inside the safe house, Tony clicked his tongue secretly as he looked at the information provided by Friday. Although it has long been known that the culprit is the wastewater discharge plan on Neon's side. But seeing these materials in front of him, Tony still felt a palpitation. Fortunately, my own world prevented the implementation of this plan. Tony was wondering if he should send someone to follow the old man Pym when he went back. I don't know what the old stuff is for, and the Pym particles can still be stolen. While thinking, Lin Feng walked over. Tony, your big boy is here. Tony's hands stopped moving. What's so big? Lin Feng responded. Who else? Little Spider-Man Peter. Peter. Tony was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that what Lin Feng said should be the little Spider-Man Peter Parker of this world. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the real-time scene of the safe house entrance popped up on the monitor in front of Tony. Little Spider-Man Peter is banging on the door and shouting, Mr. Stark, I know you are here, please open the door. Mr. Stark, Mr. Stark. Since the safe house was well sealed, and the metal door at the entrance was thick enough, the sound did not reach inside. Tony could only see on the screen that little Spider-Man was dancing and banging on the door. Tony pressed the button to open the door with a strange expression on his face. I don't know, I thought Peter came to collect debts. As soon as the door opened, little Spider-Man came in with a bang. The acquaintances in the room were subconsciously ignored by little Spider-Man, and they rushed straight to Tony. At this moment, little Spider-Man burst into tears. Edith hadn't lied to him, He had seen Mr. Stark alive again. Little Spider-Man couldn't control his emotions at all, and gave Tony an octopus-like hug in a big jump. Mr. Stark, you're still alive, you're still alive. Why did you come back now? You don't even know how much everyone misses you. You don't know how much everyone misses you. Where have you been for so long? The world is messed up now. I worked very hard to maintain order, but there are really too few people, too few. And Aunt May is still lying in the hospital, and there are many people lying in the hospital. I almost don't know what to do. Mr. Stark, you must have a way, right? You are back. You must have a way, right? Little Spider-Man hugged Tony, who was blindfolded, to vent his emotions. Over the past year, Little Spider-Man has seen so many dark sides, and prevented so many violent struggles. I don't even know how many times I sighed. Tony tried to pull him off, but Little Spider-Man was too tight. Peter, calm down, you calm down. Lin Feng told him about the Little Spider-Man in this world, and Tony also knew something about it. Tony cast a helpless glance at Lin Feng, who was gloating at the side. The Little Spider-Man in this world seems to have not changed at all. The most important thing is that it talks too much. Seeing this scene of father is loving and son is filial piety, Lin Feng shook his head happily. Little Spider-Man saw Tony's old father, and his IQ went offline directly. A year ago they were at S.H.I.E.L.D's base, watching Tony's last words video together. But Little Spider-Man's performance is also reasonable. With such a big Tony in front of him, it must be wrong for him to be able to control himself to think normally. After seeing enough fun, Lin Feng stepped forward to help Tony pull Little Spider-Man down. Okay, Peter, calm down. Talk slowly if you have something to say. Oh, Mr. Superman. Are you here too? Great. The Little Spider-Man realized that Lin Feng was there, and Lin Feng nodded helplessly. After all these things, Little Spider-Man is still so unreliable. 10 minutes later, Little Spider-Man sat awkwardly on the sofa, his face a little red. So excited, I made a mistake. It turns out that Mr. Stark is not from this world. No wonder it always felt weird just now. This Mr. Stark was obviously younger than the one he knew. But it's amazing enough. Another world, another Mr. Stark, and another himself. Little Spider-Man is a little envious that there is no zombie virus outbreak in their world. Drink something. Let's talk slowly. After Pepper brought a few cups of hot drinks, he picked up Little Morgan and sat aside. Little Spider-Man clearly has a lot to say. Lin Feng was also happy to sit by and drink hot drinks. After calming down, Little Spider-Man started to output to Tony again and again, which made Tony's head ache. Fortunately, Tony's old father knew that Little Spider-Man had experienced so much, and couldn't bear to interrupt him all the time, so he listened patiently for a while. Little Spider-Man talked for a long time in one breath, finally felt thirsty, picked up the cold drink and drank it vigorously. Little Spider-Man is troubled because there are too few people. Just the snatching incidents that happen every day by the Twister, it is enough for Little Spider-Man to be busy. Moreover, he has no experience, no ideas, and no direction for future development. But he believes that Mr. Stark from another world is also wise and can help him solve the current problem. Tony frowned with a headache. So, where are those guys from the Grey Palace? All gone. There's no one person in charge of life after recovery. Well, it's gone. Little Spider-Man nodded vigorously while holding the cup. Tony pursed his lips. He hadn't seen this part of the information yet. Well, generally in this case, humans should elect a leader and then formulate the next development plan. Tony thought of the information he read from Friday. Isn't there some gathering places in this world? Didn't Little Spider-Man pay attention? Haven't you paid attention to the gathering place in the east? Little Spider-Man scratched his head. Gathering place? What do you mean? Tony's face turned dark. Friday, play some videos of gathering places. Sir, 698 suitable videos have been retrieved and are being played randomly. Tony pointed at the screen, beckoning Little Spider-Man to check it out. A few minutes later, Little Spider-Man came back with an embarrassed face. He's sorry, he really hasn't paid attention to this kind of gathering place. The key point is that Edith didn't tell himself. Could it be that the way he asked the question was wrong? With a dark face, Tony asked again, it's fine if you haven't read it. Then did you ask Friday to make a corresponding solution? Although there is no emotion interaction system on Friday, the database that can be accessed is frighteningly large. According to the current situation, it should be possible to make a more perfect plan. This. Little Spider-Man scratched his head even more awkwardly. I didn't ask. The corners of Tony's eyes twitched, and he slapped his forehead. This is really great. Sure enough, Peter never let him down in some weird ways. Lin Feng smiled while rubbing his chin, always felt that this scene seemed familiar. Here on Friday, some disadvantages are reflected. She will not be able to give you some suggestions on her own like JARVIS. If you don't ask, there is a high probability that Friday will be dumb. Well, Tony didn't hold out much hope for Little Spider-Man either. On Friday, count the number of surviving people in the world, distinguishing between men, women, and children. Then, based on the current situation, with reference to the Eastern Bayotwin group and the concept of a gathering place, a feasible plan for restoring order is calculated. After 2 sentences, Tony clapped his hands at Little Spider-Man. That means you see, after 2 sentences, you only need to wait for Friday to give a plan, and then you can have a more feasible plan that can be implemented. Little Spider-Man was in a complicated mood and couldn't lift his head. As a superhero, little Spider-Man can still pass. But if you want him to be a leader and think about these things, it doesn't seem to work. In the past year, he was busy every day, his butt and head were not in a straight line, but he was not completely sure of the direction. Tony shook his head, wondering whether the little Spider-Man in his own universe would be able to live up to the high expectations he placed in a few years. Next, let me tell you how to quickly restore order. Little Spider-Man is highly malleable, and Tony is willing to teach him. The concept of a gathering place is well understood. It's no problem if there are fewer people. Gather the survivors who are still alive, and divide the labor reasonably according to the occupations they were good at before. Gatherings are applicable in almost most end times. Even before the zombie virus is completely eradicated, there are still some gathering places. They huddled together to keep warm and fight against zombies together. Seeing that Tony started to teach little Spider-Man, Lin Feng interjected first. You guys talk, I'll go out for a while. Tony turned his head, and Lin Feng nodded at him unobtrusively. Tony returned a wink that I understood. He knew that Lin Feng was the soul of Tony who should go out to summon this world. Tony really wanted to talk to his other self, tell him by the way, little Morgan is doing well. When Lin Feng walked out of the safe house, he didn't immediately look for the souls of Tony and Pepper in this world, but instead flew into the sky. Then, just quietly floating in midair, as if waiting for something, began to doze off. He was doing a little experiment that was very interesting to him. Last time the Ancient One of this world predicted the arrival of Lin Feng. He wanted to see if Ancient One could still predict his actions this time. Not long after, the translucent Ancient One appeared out of nowhere. Lin Feng, are you looking for me? Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled meaningfully. Magician, I have to say that you are really magical. You in another world have no way to predict my actions. The action just now was just a small experiment by Lin Feng. A year ago, Ancient One predicted the arrival of Lin Feng, and explained the matters related to Tony Stark in advance, and only then did Tony's other world daughter Morgan Jr. And what caught Lin Feng's heart even more was that the Ancient One, who was in the state of soul body, could obviously see the pictures of Lin Feng's past. It stands to reason that Lin Feng, as a very special individual, only exists in the current timeline, and Ancient One should have no way to see his future and past clearly. Definitely, it's also possible to see some vague clues. After all, magic is originally more mysterious. So this time Lin Feng thought about finding Ancient One in his heart, and set a deadline of 1 hour for himself. If the Ancient One doesn't show up after an hour, he'll go out of his way to find and summon the Ancient One. But now, the experiment was successful, and the Ancient One in the soul state in front of him cast a meaningful look. That smile made Lin Feng shudder. Mr. Lin Feng, maybe some things are not as you imagined. Lin Feng spread his hands, and said with great interest, oh, tell me in detail. I hear your sophistry. Why don't you find a place to drink tea and chat slowly? Ancient One didn't start babbling immediately, but suggested instead. Lin Feng frowned. You are in this state, can you drink tea? This is interesting. Lin Feng has never seen a soul that can drink tea. Ancient One chuckled. What's wrong with that? While responding, Ancient One activated magic, and the scene around them changed rapidly. Soon, the two came to a place Lin Feng was familiar with, Camartage. Perhaps it was because the time was too long, coupled with the outbreak of the zombie virus, Camartage has been desolate and declining, and no one can be seen. There are dilapidated buildings everywhere, no longer the glory of the past. Even the small house before Ancient One is already dilapidated. Even though Ancient One was calm and breezy, he couldn't help but sigh slightly when faced with the change of his former residence. Not to mention how brilliant it was, at least it was a holy place for cultivating magicians, but now it has become like this. Ancient One shook his head, and walked towards the hut first. Let's go, Lin Feng. With each step of Ancient One falling, the scenery of Camartage is rapidly reversed, and the dilapidated small house has become branched again. When he walked to the door, Camartage recovered, and he was no different from the Camartage in Lin Feng's own Marvel universe. Lin Feng sat in front of this familiar yet unfamiliar table, and only then did he realize that, compared to the last meeting, the soul of Ancient One seemed to be stronger. The specific manifestation is that, the transparency is not as high as before. Ancient One put his hands in his hands, and took out a teapot from his sleeve, which was still full of tea. Lin Feng silently watched the operation of Ancient One, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, where did you learn all this knowledge? Come, have a drink. Ancient One poured a glass and pushed it to Lin Feng, and then showed an inexplicable wise look. After drinking, your doubts will be answered. Lin Feng scratched his head in confusion, and cast a suspicious look at Ancient One. This bald magician is as mysterious as ever. But Lin Feng still picked up the cup and drank it. He is not afraid of Ancient One harming him, mainly because he has confidence in his own strength. After drinking the tea, Lin Feng smacked his lips, feeling the same as ordinary tea. The Ancient One in this universe does not have the tree of life tea leaves that he gave himself. But in the next second, Lin Feng was stunned. That cup of tea is obviously not that simple. There seemed to be a lot of information contained in the tea, which made Lin Feng's mind enter a mysterious state. Lin Feng is familiar with that feeling, as if the soul is about to leave the body. This. Before he had time to experience this feeling in detail, the scene around him began to change. Like a kaleidoscope, the scene changes one after another. Countless universes and stars passed Lin Feng's side. They were too gorgeous, just like the palm that Ancient One gave Strange back then. Lin Feng said that he can play, and the bald magician, what did he drink for himself? Although I have watched the Sea of Stars countless times, this passive feeling like watching a show made Lin Feng find the joy of watching movies as an ordinary person before. The stars change, the universe is destroyed and revived, and everything in the world quickly passes by the two of them. The only thing that remains the same is Ancient One and the small table in front of them. I don't know if these scenes are caused by the tea, or if Ancient One secretly cast some magic. The changing scene quickly stopped, and the two arrived at an open area. There is nothing here, only a wall with huge amounts of. Lin Feng frowned. Is this a wall? Lin Feng touched his chin. It should be a wall, right? A wall standing in space. The ivory white wall looks a little unreal, but no matter how it looks, it is an ordinary wall. It's just that this wall has no end in sight, as if it is the outer wall of the entire universe. Yes, this is a wall. Ancient One drank tea calmly. The atmosphere was a little mysterious. Lin Feng was a little silent, and he didn't even know what to scold. It's no ordinary wall, though. Lin Feng kind of want to invite little Spider-Man to line up with the bald magician. Seeing that Lin Feng was speechless, Ancient One added, no one knows what's behind this wall. Behind this wall is the fourth dimension, or the fifth dimension. Is it the convergence point of time and space, or in other words, this is the fourth wall? Lin Feng's pupils trembled, and the bald magician seemed to say something terrible. But the fourth wall? What a joke. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This is impossible. The fourth wall should not be real. Ancient One nodded. That's right. That's why I said, no one knows what's behind this wall. Lin Feng stared at Ancient One speechlessly. He really had the urge to curse. But how did the Ancient One know about the fourth wall? In Lin Feng's memory, it seems that he has never seen the settings in this regard. Shaking my head, even if it is really the world in the movie, there will be many differences, so there is no need to worry about this. This wall records images of all universes. Well, it should be. At least you can find everything you want to see here. The wise Ancient One was rarely quite sure of his words. She reached out and pointed at the wall, and the wall was like a curtain. Countless pictures appeared out of thin air. Among them, a group of images were pulled out and slowly floated in front of Lin Feng. This skillful operation shows that it is not the first time that the bald magician has done this kind of thing. Lin Feng stared blankly at the picture floating in front of him. These pictures record everything about him in the past, one of which is the scene of Lin Feng coming to the Marvel Universe for the first time and saving Tony Stark. The picture runs through all of Lin Feng's experiences in the Marvel Universe, including the DC that Lin Feng has been to and the extra-numbered Venom Universe, etc., all the way to the picture of Lin Feng sitting in front of the wall in a daze. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and the image on the screen stretched out his hand together. This wall is like a, well, how should I put it? Ancient One thought for a moment. Should it be a computer? Maybe. It records all your pictures, so as to analyze what you might do next, you see. Ancient One reached out and clicked on the screen about Lin Feng, and a new screen popped up on top of the screen. 1 hour later, the Ancient One magician will get information about the changes in the Lost Universe. 2 hours later, Lin Feng will summon the souls of Tony and Pepper from the zombie universe. 1 day later, return to the first arrival of the Marvel Universe. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. He just felt like he was naked now, and his thoughts and secrets were all seen by others. He wanted to ask Ancient One magician if he could revive Tony and Pepper's information right now, and he was even more surprised to find that the time predicted on the screen for Lin Feng's action also changed accordingly. His heart sank, and Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. This wall is too weird. This is the first time Lin Feng has encountered such a tricky thing. Moreover, Ancient One magician can see this wall. Can others also see it? Magician, can anyone else see this wall? Lin Feng said. His voice was a little hoarse, which startled Lin Feng himself. Ancient One continued to drink tea calmly. For now, only you and me in this universe can see it. Look at this. Ancient One tapped the wall lightly again, and something like a dialogue window popped up on the wall. Visitor, Zombie Universe Ancient One, Soul Body State, Unknown Individual, Lin Feng. Ancient One smiled helplessly. That's why I said this thing, it's a bit like a computer. Lin Feng looked at the only 2 names on the visitor list and breathed a sigh of relief. There are also lists and so on, which are indeed a bit like a computer. But Lin Feng was not happy at all. Although only he and Ancient One magician have seen this wall now, no one can guarantee whether anyone will come here in the future. If the Black Robe sees it, then the consequences. An idea was unstoppably born in Lin Feng's mind, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. For this kind of thing, there is only one best way, and that is to destroy it. Although it's a pity, if Lin Feng stays, he can see whatever he wants at any time. But if this stuff stays, Lin Feng will always feel uneasy. As soon as this thought came out, the aura of destruction that represented Lin Feng poured out uncontrollably. Ancient One's eyes trembled slightly, and he put down his teacup. You want to destroy it? Lin Feng was non-committal. It's too dangerous. Ancient One was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It's really dangerous. There is no way to control this thing, if it is used by someone with a heart. The consequences are terrible to think about. Magician, how did you find this wall? Lin Feng squinted his eyes and stared at the wall, wanting to know how Ancient One found the wall. Ancient One recalls seeing the wall for the first time. I didn't find it. At that time, I had just left my physical body, Then I suddenly knew how to get here. Don't ask me why I suddenly know that magic is always amazing. Sometimes, when the time is right, something just happens by itself. Ancient One started panting riddles again. Lin Feng was used to it, ignored Ancient One, stood up instead, and suddenly a heat ray opened up. The corner of Ancient One's mouth twitched imperceptibly, and he didn't stop Lin Feng, but felt that Lin Feng was decisive enough. This thing was obtained by a caring person. It is indeed too terrifying. Ancient One thinks it is better to destroy it. Simply continue drinking tea and watching the show. But the situation doesn't seem to be good. Lin Feng continued to increase the power of the heat ray, but it didn't cause any damage to the wall at all. Not even a little ripple appeared. No, it shouldn't be said that no damage was done. This gave Lin Feng the feeling that it was more like heat ray passed through the wall. Stopping the heat ray, Lin Feng directly invoked the power of the fragments of the heart of the universe, mixed with destructive purple energy and blasted to the wall again. But the result is still useless. Lin Feng stopped his useless attacks, and a question mark popped up in his heart. Is this wall, it has no substance? Lin Feng squatted down, staring at the wall and pondering carefully. Ancient One on the side wondered, what's wrong? Can't this trick be destroyed? You should have other means of attack, right? Lin Feng nodded, and responded, that's right, but I feel that this wall seems a bit weird. My attack didn't seem to hit the wall, but went straight through. As he spoke, Lin Feng reached out and touched the wall. Previously, it was a screen that was clicked from a distance, and I hadn't touched the wall directly. Lin Feng was taken aback by the cool touch. That's right, it's an entity, so what's the matter with heat ray? Why would it be passed on? Do you want to use physical attack? Lin Feng pondered whether to stand up and do a set of radio gymnastics. But at this moment, a faint message suddenly entered Lin Feng's mind. After seeing this message, Lin Feng was stunned. Seems like a way to use this wall? What's the situation? Lin Feng looked at this message and felt puzzled in his heart. At the same time, he felt more and more familiar feeling from the wall inexplicably collapsing, which made him even more confused. For a moment of happiness, Lin Feng's heart moved slightly, only to see that the endless wall trembled suddenly, and then disappeared. Ancient One was stunned, and the teacup in his hand fell to the table. What have you done? Lin Feng didn't answer, but squatted there and continued to be dazed. Strictly speaking, that wall didn't disappear, but went into Lin Feng's mind. It is surrounded by endless black vortexes, completely invisible at a glance. What does it mean? With a thought in Lin Feng's mind, the wall reappeared. With another move, the wall disappeared again. Ancient One frowned so much that it could kill a fly, but Lin Feng was still enjoying himself. His eyes became brighter, and at the same time, an unspeakable joy welled up in his heart. Fuck. This wall, is it mine? After the wall disappears, the other side is the normal dark universe. The bald magician couldn't sit still anymore. The wall appeared and disappeared. No matter how dazed he was, he knew it was Lin Feng's fault. Lin Feng, what is this? Ancient One had some guesses in his mind. The wall is weird, but it works. And now, it's mine. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up uncontrollably, looking a bit like a crooked-mouthed dragon king. Hey, it's not his fault either. Don't look at the current wall that only shows the function of recording history and predicting the future. But Lin Feng subconsciously felt that this wall was definitely not that simple. He believed in his intuition. Even though this thing is just a wall, it will not be worse than the heart of the universe at the last time. Because, the system can't even analyze what the hell this thing is. When the wall appeared in Lin Feng's mind, the system had already been blown out. The system is obviously also curious about this wall, and is constantly trying to analyze the wall in Lin Feng's mind. It's just that the dazzling analysis progress made Lin Feng want to laugh. Progress 0001. Ha 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 ha, the street rush system can't have today. Not only did Lin Feng not feel helpless, but he was also very happy. The slower the analysis, the more it proved that this thing is not simple. Call. Lin Feng sat back at the small table comfortably, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it happily. Ancient One was still poking around. One thing Lin Feng did not guess wrong, that is, this wall is definitely not as simple as predicting the future and recording. Ancient One will more or less order an inexplicable mysterious magic. After becoming a soul, Ancient One came into contact with more strange creatures. Many of them existed at the beginning of the universe. Therefore, there are more strange things that Ancient One knows. She once cryptically asked these ancient creatures if they had ever seen a wall with this ability, and the answer was no. It would be fine if it was really destroyed by Lin Feng, but now it's in Lin Feng's hands. Ancient One shook his head and didn't think about it any further. Lin Feng's actions have proved that he is not a heinous person, and the things that Ancient One imagined should not happen. However, Ancient One still pointedly reminded to use it well. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, not dwelling on this issue. Okay, let's talk about something else. You haven't told me yet. What are you looking for? Ancient One asked after filling Lin Feng with tea. Shouldn't you simply ask me why I can see your past? Lin Feng shrugged. He definitely wouldn't be so bored that this question alone would bring the soul Ancient One over. Asking this question is just incidental. Actually, I'm looking for magician this time, mainly because I want to ask some questions about this universe. Afterwards, Lin Feng confided all his thoughts. After all, Lin Feng is kind, but not a saint. He is also struggling whether to resurrect Tony and Pepper from the zombie universe. This is very simple for him. But the point of Lin Feng's hesitation is whether the resurrection at will cause other inevitable consequences. Lin Feng can avoid most of the influences brought by the timeline, but the causal thing is amazing. Lin Feng doesn't have the confidence to avoid things like cause and effect. When reviving the Howard couple in his own universe, Lin Feng felt something staring at him. The feeling was fleeting, as if something had glanced at him, but he didn't feel threatened. He was pretty sure it wasn't Hela, the goddess of death. That's weird. Lin Feng wondered if Thanos felt this way when he snapped his fingers and destroyed half of life, and Hulk. Both of these guys snapped their fingers while wearing the Infinity Gauntlet and affected half the life in the universe. And when Lin Feng jumped out to resurrect Tony from the zombie universe, he subconsciously wanted to deny this idea himself. So Lin Feng finally chose to ask Ancient One. This bald magician may not be as strong as Lin Feng now, but in terms of knowledge, Lin Feng is still not as good as him. Playing with life recklessly is not a good thing. Ancient One paused for a long time before jumping out. I know. Lin Feng responded speechlessly. It's not like he just rushed to revive someone just because he saw someone die. It's just that it involves the people around him, and it has nothing to do with Lin Feng, so he doesn't bother to revive them. So, didn't you get that wall? Why don't you find the answer yourself? Ancient One suggested. Lin Feng silently glanced at Ancient One. That's right, there are all these things, why ask about Ancient One Magician? There is no hesitation at the moment, just immerse yourself in your mind, come to your mind, and swipe on the wall for a while. Ancient One smiled without saying a word, quietly drinking tea and waiting for Lin Feng. In just 5 minutes, Lin Feng came back to his senses with an ugly expression on his face. Ancient One showed a really so expression. Is there no way? Lin Feng hummed. Looking ahead, Lin Feng can also use Time Gem. But the good thing about this wall is that it will directly give the final answer, which one is feasible and which one is not, and it will tell you all. Unlike Time Gem, you have to see the countless results yourself. However, Lin Feng still changed his mind to draw many branches on the wall, but none of them was the result Lin Feng wanted. Let me guess, there is no problem with resurrecting Iron Man, but I think they will suffer from various disasters, even involving the entire universe, and the final result will still be dead, right? Ancient One guessed. Moreover, his resurrection will involve more innocent lives. The most serious thing is the people around him. Morgan, or Peter. A series of speculations made Lin Feng smile bitterly. You guessed it, magician. What Lin Feng saw was similar to what Ancient One guessed. He can resurrect Tony and Pepper from the zombie universe. But as Ancient One said, those around them will be affected. Little Morgan first, will die of various disasters. As long as Tony is resurrected, all kinds of disasters will follow, making it impossible for Morgan Jr. to live to the age of 18. Then there was Little Spider-Man, which was also so miserable that Lin Feng couldn't bear to watch it. The resurrection of Tony in the zombie universe will undoubtedly be another disaster. I told you a year ago that you should not help this universe excessively. Otherwise, it will cause more serious consequences. Do you believe it now? Ancient One said indifferently. She had known for a long time that the result would not be good, but Lin Feng obviously did not want to die until the Yellow River. Yet, you also said that unless I stay in this universe all the time and constantly solve all kinds of backlash. And this backlash is endless. Lin Feng sighed. But there is one thing that Lin Feng can't understand, that is, why in his own universe, he has a kind of omnipotence, and can shield the backlash caused by modifying the timeline and absolute time point. Thinking in his heart, Lin Feng asked directly, Magician, why in my universe, I feel that I can block all backlashes and influences including timeline modification. You may not know that I resurrected the Howards in another universe. Their death should also be an absolute point in time, but I'm pretty sure that nothing in that universe is affected by their resurrection. And with my current strength, I can even create a complete living planet. Why? Lin Feng is weird, he is so good, but he still can't block the influence of a resurrection? Could it be that his multi-universe strength is fake? You may have been mistaken about one thing, Lin Feng. Ancient One also said with a sigh. You have the ability to destroy multiple universes, but it is a different ability to create countless universes. I can feel that your physical body is extremely powerful, but your soul is not half as strong as your physical body. If your soul is also strong enough, it may be more likely to achieve the effect you want. The reason why you think that in your universe, the backlash caused by the modification of the timeline can be shielded. It's because the timeline of your universe has been messed up by you. Ancient One shook his head, not knowing what to say. It can only be said that Lin Feng is still too young. Most of the time he does things according to his heart, and he doesn't care about the consequences. But it is also because Lin Feng has been affecting the timeline of his own universe, so Lin Feng's resurrection of the Howards will not have much impact. The two universes are not the same. Your move to resurrect Howard is considered lucky. Try not to resurrect other people in the future. Okay. Lin Feng understood what Ancient One meant. Indeed, Lin Feng's strength has grown too fast. In a few years, he has jumped from an ordinary person to a multi-universe powerhouse. This directly led to Lin Feng's unavoidable expansion, thinking that as long as the destructive power is strong enough, he can do whatever he wants. But the fact is that development must be comprehensive, otherwise, it will be subject to the weaker aspect in many cases. As the saying goes, how much water a bucket can hold depends on the shortest board. A few years after Lin Feng came to Marvel, for the first time, he really started to reflect. Magician, may I ask, how can I strengthen the strength of my soul? Lin Feng asked. Ancient One continued to drink tea. I in another world, did I let you learn magic? Lin Feng was taken aback. Isn't this embarrassing? You refused, right? Ancient One smiled again. Did you feel that your ability is strong enough, so you rejected it? Ancient One's gaze pierced Lin Feng like a ray, and Lin Feng awkwardly picked out a universe. The bald magician's eyes are too sharp. Lin Feng doesn't know if she really guessed it or saw her previous behavior through the wall. But he did decline Ancient One's invitation. And for the right reasons, he felt that he was strong enough that he didn't need magic or anything. Ancient One was not annoyed either. After you go back, go and meet me in that world. The mystery of magic must be of great help to you. Is there any problem? If there is no problem, I should go back. After reminding her, Ancient One had finished drinking the tea in the teapot, and she felt that it was time to go back. Lin Feng quickly responded, no, thank you magician for clarifying this time. Ancient One shook his head, remember what I said, make good use of that wall. As soon as the words came out, the figure of Ancient One began to become unreal, and the scene around Lin Feng began to change rapidly again. When he came to his senses, Lin Feng returned to Kamartaj's hut. Only the Ancient One magician is gone. Lin Feng let out a long breath, and the embarrassment was finally relieved. Lin Feng plans to follow what she said, and meet the Ancient One in his own universe after returning. According to the Soul Ancient One, magic should help improve the strength of one's soul. Let's put this aside for a while, there is still one more important thing to do. Next, call the souls of Tony and Pepper in the zombie universe, and meet with Little Morgan. It is not the first time that Lin Feng has done the summoning of souls, and using Soul Gem is undoubtedly the fastest. During the flickering of Soul Gem, the souls of Tony and Pepper were pulled directly by Lin Feng from a boundless red space. The state of the two was a bit muddled. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and urged Soul Gem to emit a ripple. Wake up. The two words hit the brains of the two of them like a bell. The eyes of the two people in the soul state gradually became clear. This is... Tony, who was awake, looked around in a little surprise. Mr. Lin Feng. Pepper in this universe doesn't know Lin Feng. She and Tony stood together without speaking, but curiosity could be seen in their eyes. Tony, we meet again. Lin Feng greeted with a smile. Tony was in a trance, and had been in a daze since his death. There is a red space all around, and translucent souls move forward unconsciously like Walking Dead. And every time I wake up, I will fall into a confused state again soon after. Fortunately, in that space, he found Pepper. Pepper, this is the one I told you about, Lin Feng. After Tony came back to his senses, he immediately introduced to Pepper beside him. In that endless red space, Tony once explained to Pepper Jr. Morgan's whereabouts. After all, the two were most worried about what Jr. Morgan would do after they died. Hearing this, Pepper looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng. Thank you for helping Little Morgan. Pepper was sentimental, thinking of Little Morgan, tears flowed uncontrollably. God knows how much she wanted to hug Little Morgan again and hear her say oi. Tony also moved his cheeks slightly, but his emotions were well hidden. Lin Feng chuckled, it's okay, I'm good friends with Tony from another universe, just let it go. This time, I summoned your souls for something. But before that, thanks to Tony, your research, the zombie virus has completely disappeared from this world. Lin Feng first told Tony the news. Disappeared? Just disappear. Tony froze for a moment, showing a relieved smile, but followed by a slight frown. Mr. Lin Feng, call us out, is something wrong with Little Morgan? Lin Feng's sudden call made Tony feel flustered. He was not obsessed with Lin Feng's magical method, which was able to summon the souls of dead human beings. Because the bald-headed magician showed him some of Lin Feng's abilities, which were powerful and miraculous, otherwise he wouldn't be able to let Lin Feng take Little Morgan away with confidence. What made Tony feel flustered was that Lin Feng asked himself if something happened to Little Morgan. When Pepper heard Tony say this, he couldn't help becoming nervous. Even though she managed such a big Stark industry during her lifetime, no matter how big a problem she encountered, she never felt as flustered as she is now. After all, children are everything to their parents. Don't worry, Little Morgan is fine. Seeing that there was a misunderstanding, Lin Feng quickly explained. Hearing this, Tony and Pepper were relieved. It's just that, although Little Morgan didn't have any accidents, she found you in another world, not her biological father. Lin Feng continued. This. Tony was a little embarrassed, but not too surprised. Little Morgan would see through sooner or later. He had already thought of it. According to the information given to him by the bald magician, the timeline of his self in another world is a few years ago, which means he has no children yet. Although a piece of information about Morgan Jr. was given, after all, he was not raised since he was a child, and it is normal that there will inevitably be flaws in some places. Don't look at Little Morgan, who is usually stupid and cute, but in fact, when the kid is smart, he will find something wrong, which is completely expected. But even so, there is no better option than sending Morgan Jr. there. Little Morgan, in a mood. Tony asked tentatively. That's not true. I just wanted to see where she used to live, so I took her to see it. Lin Feng explained in a calm tone, asking them to relax as much as possible. Is Little Morgan back? Can I meet her? Hearing Lin Feng say that Morgan Jr. is here, Pepper couldn't help but stepped forward and asked, "Please, just let me look at her from a distance." Pepper couldn't help crying again. To see her little Morgan again, she is willing to pay no matter how high the price is. Lin Feng chuckled and responded, "It's definitely no problem. Actually, the reason for calling you this time is also because of little Morgan. She's in a bad mood right now. I guess it will make her feel better if you meet her. Speaking of which, I also have an exaggerated request. I want to ask you to persuade little Morgan to say goodbye. Can you understand what I mean?" Hearing this, Tony fell into deep thought. Little Morgan obviously still misses the world. This is most likely because her life in this world has not come to an end. Things like house and bed generally don't have that much influence on children. Then it should be him and Pepper that Morgan misses. Little Morgan did not witness and verify the deaths of the two with his own eyes, so naturally he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. This hope and the fact of knowing will form a contradiction and bring a feeling of uneasiness. So what Morgan Jr. lacked was a formal farewell to his parents. This originally hopeless farewell, like a big rock, weighed on Morgan's immature heart. And now, because of Lin Feng's existence, there is hope for this farewell. Say goodbye to little Morgan well, let her let go of her worries about the world and the two of them, and live a happier life. Thinking about this, Tony also sighed in distress. Poor little Morgan, because of the zombie virus, couldn't meet Tony and Pepper for the last time. He felt that there was nothing wrong with Lin Feng's approach, and even thanked Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. At least, they and little Morgan could meet again and talk again. "I see," Tony said in a deep voice, holding Pepper's hand. Lin Feng hummed, "As long as he understands, he doesn't need to bother to explain, and he doesn't quite understand the relationship." The three hit it off and immediately went to the safe house. On the way, Tony explained the reason to Pepper again, which made Pepper feel sorry for little Morgan even more. By the time we got back to the safe house, it was already dark. When Lin Feng went out, Tony had already added access permission to him through Friday. Lin Feng didn't bother to knock on the door, so he directly opened it and walked in with the two of them. Inside the safe house, little Spider-Man is still hanging on. For him, it was a good thing to see Mr. Stark and little Morgan one more time. He didn't know when they would go back. Pepper and little Morgan were sitting on the sofa playing some children's games. Tony saw Lin Feng, who came back first, and stood up from the chair. "Lin, did you get lost? Did you come back so late?" Tony thought that Lin Feng was going out to summon himself from this universe, but he didn't expect that it took most of the day to go there. But the next second, Tony was speechless. Well, he guessed right, Lin Feng indeed ran out and summoned himself from this universe. It's just that this state is familiar to Tony, a translucent soul state. Morgan, Pepper, Soul, saw the little Morgan who was thinking about it day and night, and he couldn't contain the emotions in his heart at all. He rushed forward and wanted to hug the little Morgan. Little Morgan also looked at the translucent eye who rushed towards him stupidly, and didn't understand what was going on for a while. But it's a pity, after all, it is the state of the soul, so Pepper's soul hands directly passed through little Morgan. "What's the situation? Do you want to hug your daughter?" For a moment, grief came from his heart, and Pepper, Soul, cried directly. Lin Feng sighed, still a little bit unbearable, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, temporarily creating a physical body for the two of them. The two bodies are only valid for 1 hour, but Lin Feng must keep in mind that they cannot be revived. Pepper, Soul, got what she wanted, and finally hugged little Morgan, and little Morgan finally realized that this was her oi. The mother and daughter hugged each other and wept bitterly. Lin Feng felt dizzy for a while. Fortunately, Tony, Soul, can still maintain his sanity. To facilitate the distinction, the soul of the zombie universe is Tony Pepper. Tony stood up and met Tony, Soul, inexplicably. Tony, Soul, frowned and looked at Tony from another universe for a while, pointing to Tony and asked, "Mr. Lin Feng, what's the situation? Isn't it the timeline a few years ago? Why is this so young?" The bald magician said it was a few years ago, but this young one is obviously more than 10 years old. Can this take care of little Morgan? What? Isn't it good to be young? Tony raised his brows, stood up and responded with some displeasure. Tony, Soul, pursed his lips, so young, can he take care of little Morgan? Tony, Soul, knows how turbulent he was when he was young, and he basically wakes up every day as a different cover girl. He doubted very much that his young self would be able to take good care of little Morgan. But these words directly hit Tony's back, and a burst of anger immediately surged up. "Can you say that again? Why? Lost your ears at a young age. I'm really worried about how little Morgan will live with you. At least it's better than living with you. You can't even protect little Morgan. If you hang up yourself first, you still have the face to criticize me." These words directly ignited the anger completely, and the two Tonys directly started a war of words, leaving Lin Feng on the side in a daze. Why did they suddenly hurt each other? Should it be said that it is the arrogant teacher Tony? In fact, it is understandable to say that, although Tony, Soul, entrusted Junior Morgan to the past, he was upset. After all, even if he is himself in another universe, he has given his daughter to someone else, so how can Tony, Soul, talk to him happily? In the final analysis, it was still Tony's usual old and arrogant personality that was at work. The two quarreled as if no one was there, and the two Peppers and little Morgan on the side were also stupefied. Little Morgan was the first to react, struggling to get out of Pepper's soul embrace, and ran towards the two old fathers. Daddy, Daddy, don't quarrel, it's not good to quarrel. Seeing Little Morgan rushing over, the quarrel between the two Tonys came to an abrupt end. At the same time, the old father smiled and opened his arms towards Little Morgan. Little Morgan stood there in a daze, not knowing who to embrace. A younger daddy, a daddy with more wrinkles. Although he knew that the old daddy was his own daddy, but the other daddy was also a daddy. So, here comes the problem, which daddy falls into the arms, it seems that it will hurt the other daddy. What is this tea called? Seeing Little Morgan froze in place, the two old fathers began to confront each other again. Little Morgan, come to me. Little Morgan, come to daddy. Put the pressure on Morgan Jr. It was even more difficult for Little Morgan, his eyes turned into circles. Tony. The two Ois were angry at the same time, and the roar of the East Lion made the two Ois twitch on the spot. The two Ois pulled the Little Morgan back, and gave the two Tony a warning look. By the way, don't hug either of them, let's hug the two of you together. The two Tonys touched their noses awkwardly, looked at each other, and snorted at the same time. This is the end? Lin Feng put away the potato chips with some regret. How about, sit down and have a good chat? Lin Feng suggested. This inexplicable anger is over, it's time to sit down and talk about serious business. But the two stopped arguing and started to sulk again. Lin Feng, who was sitting between the two of them, was extremely speechless. The little Spider-Man on the side was trembling, and the bosses were arguing, so he didn't dare to disturb him. Did you brush your teeth well at night? Shut up, I supervise it myself every night. The two Peppers on the side were having a good time, chatting about the topic of Little Morgan. This dress is really nice, as expected of me in another world, very discerning. Pepper, Soul, touched the clothes on Little Morgan. Starting with the soft and comfortable high-level fabric, coupled with the low but full mental state of Little Morgan, it is obviously very comfortable to live. Fortunately, the self in another world also loved Little Morgan very much, and did not let her be wronged. That's right, it's Pepper after all, how could he not love Little Morgan? That's definitely, after all, it's Pepper. Now that I've lost most of my work, I'm afraid I won't have time to spend with Morgan. Having said that, Pepper, Soul, became guilty. If I had known this, I should have spent more time with Little Morgan. You can come and see Little Morgan at any time? Are you resurrected now? Pepper pinched Pepper's, Soul, shoulder, and it was warm. It must be a human body. Pepper, Soul, shook his head. This body is only available for 1 hour, and I will return to my soul state. As soon as these words came out, Pepper subconsciously glanced at Lin Feng. But she knew that Lin Feng revived Tony's parents. But she was smart enough not to ask Lin Feng why he didn't resurrect the Tony and Pepper of this universe. The two tacitly put aside this depressing topic, and started a wave of business bragging about Morgan Jr. As for Tony, Lin Feng took the lead and worked hard for a long time, and finally he was able to chat normally. The two talked about their family history, small nuclear reactors, and their heart as a father. In the end, the two talked about the steel battlesuit, and then, they started arguing again. Do you understand the gold content of the K-85 nanometer battlesuit? When he heard Tony say that there is a better battlesuit, Tony, Soul, obviously couldn't sit still. The K-85 is the crystallization of his life's painstaking efforts. How can he create a nano battlesuit that surpasses the K-85 when he is still so young in another world? Doesn't he remember being so good at bragging? K-85? Abandoned long ago, times have changed, you old antique living in the past. Who do you call old antique? K-85 has gathered all my life's research and technology, and it can be changed if you say so. You're so stubborn that it's disgusting. Thank you for the compliment, and you too. And with all due respect, without the technology one entrusted Mr. Lin Feng to bring over, if you want to make K-85, you may have to wait until you get old. Are you doubting my skills? Tony was furious. Is there any doubt about that? Lin Feng slapped his forehead. Why did it start to burn again? He thought that when the two Tony and Pepper met, they could sit down in a friendly way and chat like old friends. The two Peppers did not disappoint Lin Feng, but the two Tonys were arguing like children. Not convinced? Go out and play a game. Tony's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Don't think it's another self and I will let you go. Today I will let you know how powerful Tony from another universe is. K-85? Just kidding. With Lin Feng's help, Tony has already become unimaginably strong. And in the case of having a symbiote, Tony can fight Tony, Soul, wearing a K-85 without being armed. Come on, let's show you how powerful Tony Stark who made the K-85 is today. I hope you can say this after a while. Tony sneered, and walked out the door first. Not to be outdone, Tony, Soul, raised his head and followed. The two of them were completely angry, and it seemed that this fight was inevitable. Lin Feng slumped, leaned back, and lay on the chair. Abolish it, destroy it, it's good to fight one more. When Tony, Soul, went out, he took a reactor by the door and went out. This is the K-85 nano battle suit he left in the safe house as a spare. There are 2 pieces in total, and this is one of them. The door closed gradually. Lin Feng looked back lazily, and didn't even bother to move. The two Iron Man fought each other. In Lin Feng's view, it was the same as a child fighting, and the high level didn't go anywhere. And don't look at the two people talking about it, but they still have a bit of scruples in their hearts, and they won't kill them, so Lin Feng didn't bother to care. On the side, the two peppers rolled their eyes, and neither of them planned to go out to take a look. They know Tony very well, they have been together for so many years. Tony sometimes behaves like a child, and always makes you angry in unexpected places. You are used to it? And although the two Tonys were spitting harsh words at each other, they came back within less than 10 minutes of fighting each other. One is proud and the other has a dark face. The one with the dark face is definitely the Tony of the zombie universe. As soon as Lin Feng curled his lips, he knew that there was no suspense in this battle. How can you beat the symbiote battlesuit on the K-85, not to mention that this symbiote battlesuit is a battlesuit that has been greatly strengthened on all the functions of the K-85. How about it, are you convinced? Tony slapped his butt on the chair, shaking his feet tremblingly. He won? At this time, if you can have another drink, it will be even more pleasant? Hehe, you call that monster-like black fluid monster the latest research technology. Tony, Soul, was obviously not convinced. He felt that the opponent was 2 against 1, the kind who didn't talk about martial arts at all. Who do you call a monster? Stinger couldn't take it anymore when he heard this sentence. He stuck his head out from behind Tony, and rushed to Tony, Soul, with grinning teeth, yelling, "Damn, this thing still has intelligence." Tony, Soul, exclaimed and widened his eyes. He didn't expect this thing to talk. Rao has seen it just now, but at such a close distance, the ferocious fangs and the pale eyes hanging upside down are still too visually impactful. Just as Tony was about to explain, Little Morgan's weak voice came from the side. As soon as the two old fathers turned their heads, they saw Little Morgan standing there blankly, obviously frightened by the stinger. She looked at Tony with a look of fear, and said in disbelief, "Daddy, is it a monster?" Tony, N.I. Lin Feng covered his ears. OMG, Angry Pepper is scary. Even the temperature of the room seemed to be raised by the anger. Little Morgan was taken aback, and Tony was obviously going to be in trouble. Little Morgan has never seen a monster with such a powerful visual impact, not even in a movie. How should I put it? In Little Morgan's heart, the stinger is even scarier than Godzilla? It's not. Morgan, you listen to Daddy's sophistry. Abba. Tony slapped himself. This mouth is not sharp when it should be sharp. Stinger, back it up for me? Quick. Tony gave Stinger a vicious look. The poisonous Stinger conjured up an arm a little aggrieved, pointed at Tony, Soul, and whispered, "He was the one who called me a monster first. Get back." Okay, you are the boss. Stinger shrank back aggrieved. "Ha, I said you can't take care of Little Morgan." Tony, Soul, gloated and chattered. Tony, Pepper, Soul, reminded with a frown, "Which means you are gloating, it's all Tony Stark, and you are no better. Simply, it makes people want to go up and kick their feet." The two Peppers looked at each other, and directly pulled Morgan to the back room. Her Tony daddy is too eye-catching. If you look at it again, I'm afraid it's going to wash Little Morgan's eyes. Pepper both sighed, and she said, "Tony will always make you jump. It's obviously a joyous gathering atmosphere. Why is it so weird now?" With the two women gone, there were only 4 men left in the room. The two Tonys, who were still at war just now, fell silent at the same time. It felt like they were going to quarrel because of Pepper's presence. "Are you finally ready to talk about this atmosphere?" Lin Feng only thought it was funny. He was still that face-saving Tony. Even in front of Pepper, he didn't want to show his soft side. The scene was silent for a long time, just when little Spider-Man couldn't help but wonder if he should open his mouth to break the weird atmosphere. Tony, Soul, spoke. "I admit it, you have the ability to protect Morgan. Hehe, what do you need to say?" Tony sneered and choked. But strangely, the two did not quarrel like before. After 2 sentences of conversation, there was silence again. Tony rubbed his hands and broke the silence. "Don't worry, Little Morgan is eating and drinking well now. Not only was she protected by me, but she also recognized Lin Feng as her godfather." The two Tonys set their sights on Lin Feng together. Lin Feng had a thick skin, and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it at all. He just spread his hands blankly. Lin Feng is a good person, and the symbiote battlesuit also came from his help. The current Stark industry has begun to march into the universe, and this cannot be separated from the credit of Lin Feng. Tony sent a good person card to Lin Feng, intending to reassure Tony in the zombie universe that Lin Feng is not a bad person. Tony, Soul, nodded, "I know that. Superman, he has great abilities and a heart of justice, but he didn't expect Little Morgan to recognize him as godfather. But in this way, Little Morgan must be safer. That's fine, that's fine. There are Superman comics in this world, otherwise little Spider-Man couldn't recognize Lin Feng's Superman battlesuit at a glance when he saw Lin Feng. And Tony, Soul, has seen those pictures of the bald magician, Lin Feng's character and ability. He knows very well." Suddenly, Tony, Soul, felt relieved. It was a helpless move to hand over Morgan Jr. at the beginning. But now it seems that, well, Little Morgan is safer, and he doesn't seem to have anything to worry about. Was silent again. Lin Feng looked up at the ceiling, a little speechless, but did not intend to speak. This is how 2 old fathers treat their daughters, so don't interrupt yourself. From the corner of Lin Feng's vision, he saw Tony's, Soul, clenched hands on his lap, as if he was a little tangled and nervous. He knew in his heart that Tony, Soul, was going to say something to explain. Tony, Soul, voice was a little hoarse. Then, Little Morgan, I will officially hand it over to you. You must treat her well and don't let her be wronged. Having said this, Tony, Soul, was visibly relieved. Tony hummed, and said seriously, don't worry, Morgan is Tony Stark's daughter and will always be, regardless of which universe this Tony Stark comes from. This confession is only a few sentences, which seems a bit simple to Lin Feng, but what carries it is the promise and handover between the two fathers. Tony, Soul, relaxed, and looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting on the rocking chair, looking at the sky with some complicated eyes. To be honest, I am quite envious of your world. If there were Supermans in our world, it probably wouldn't be where it is today. Lin Feng stopped shaking back and forth, and sighed without looking back. Every universe has a different development trajectory. This universe, I can help, that's all. Tony, Soul, shook his head, I understand. By the way, Tony, be careful of the wastewater project over there. Tony, Soul, hesitated for a while, but still said the matter. He doesn't know if similar events have happened in another universe, and he also knows that he can't interfere with the development of other universes at will. But Little Morgan lives in that universe, and Tony, Soul, has to remind him that he doesn't want Little Morgan to experience another zombie virus outbreak. Tony stood up, waving his hands as he walked without looking back. Don't worry, that plan has been stopped by me. Where are you going? Tony, the Soul, asked. Wait for me a bit. After speaking, Tony opened a room door and walked in. As soon as Tony left, Tony, Soul, looked at Lin Feng. It seems, I am worrying too much. That world is guarded by Superman, and there is another self who is far stronger than me. There should be no possibility of an outbreak of zombie virus or something. Mr. Lin Feng, I still want to thank you for taking care of Little Morgan. Although he has been arguing with himself in another world just now, Tony, Soul, has been focusing on Little Morgan. He tried his best to restrain himself from hugging Little Morgan. He was afraid that he would lose control of his emotions and be reluctant to part with Little Morgan. The difference between father's love and mother's love is that sometimes there is no obvious expression. It's okay. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling that he doesn't need to care so much, it's just a matter of lifting his hands. Tony, Soul, nodded, and looked at little Spider-Man who had been squatting aside. Peter, I'm here, Mr. Stark. Little Spider-Man immediately jumped up, looking a little excited. Good guy, I finally thought of myself. Is it that I have no sense of existence? Is life difficult now? Tony, Soul, said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, little Spider-Man felt a sore nose. This is simply unimaginably difficult. Captain America is gone, Mr. Stark is gone, Avengers is almost gone. Little Spider-Man no longer has any seniors to rely on, and he can only grope for everything by himself. It's not hard, Mr. Stark. I can hold on. Little Spider-Man's voice changed a bit, obviously losing control of his emotions. Tony, Soul, sighed, although I know this is cruel to you, but some things fell on your shoulders, and you have to work hard to hold them forward. Believe me, although it will be very tiring, you will always find friends who move forward together, and the final outcome will always be good. Familiar preaching, and a little bit of Captain America, but little Spider-Man didn't show the slightest impatience. On the contrary, he was about to cry out of emotion. Woohoo, this long-lost old father's teaching, I didn't expect to hear it again in my lifetime. Little Spider-Man couldn't hold back his emotions after all, and stepped forward to give Tony, Soul, a big hug. I know, Mr. Stark. I will take good care of this world. Tony, Soul, froze for a moment, and patted little Spider-Man on the back unaccustomed to it. Okay, Peter, I have another thing for you. Tony, Soul, who is not used to hugging men, quickly broke away from little Spider-Man, walked to the work area, and knocked on it. It's not that he's looking for an excuse to escape, but he doesn't have much time, and he really has something to give to little Spider-Man. Within minutes, Tony, Spirit, was back with a small reactor. This is my vision for the new Nano Spider battlesuit before the zombie outbreak. I also made the finished product, but I haven't had time to hand it over to you. In it, there is an assistant similar to Jarvis. He has other high-level interaction functions. Let him help you in the future. Tony, Soul, handed over the reactor to little Spider-Man with some emotion. Just now Tony, Soul, was just running the final self-test and tuning of the battlesuit, so it didn't take long. He knows that little Spider-Man is still a bit young after all, and when encountering some things, it is difficult to think of the best solution in a short time. Whether it is the Edith he left for little Spider-Man, or Friday, some interactive functions are missing. Giving this to little Spider-Man can help little Spider-Man deal with some things to the greatest extent. This is the last thing Tony, the Soul, can give little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man looked at the reactor in his hand and clenched his hands. He is an adult, and he still shoulders the task of restoring order. He cannot cry. Lin Feng watched from the sidelines and sighed again and again. He really couldn't see this kind of scene, and he preferred the cheerful and entertaining atmosphere by comparison. Because of this kind of scene, people can't help but feel melancholy. At this time, Tony, who had entered the house, came out with little Morgan in his arms. I don't know what he said when he went in, and neither Pepper came out. Lin Feng glanced at him, and his heart moved, as if he knew what Tony was going to do. I saw him walking over with little Morgan in his arms and stuffing it into Tony's, Soul, arms. Let's have a good chat, You probably don't have much time. After Tony finished speaking, he walked to the seat beside him, leaving room for the father and daughter. Tony, soul, was in a daze, as if he didn't realize it. Daddy. Little Morgan buried his head on Tony's, soul, shoulder, wrapped his hands around his neck, and called softly. Tony, soul, felt the long-lost hug in his arms, and his hands couldn't help trembling at this moment. His lips trembled twice, but he only called out Morgan's name softly. He acted a bit useless, but no one would laugh at him. The old father Tony, soul, whispered something in Little Morgan's ear. Tony sat next to Lin Feng, anxiously scratching his head. He wanted to hear if Tony, who had lost his universe, was speaking ill of himself to Little Morgan. Otherwise, why would they look at themselves after saying a few words? For a moment, he was as anxious as a monkey. Why do you look like a sour chicken? What are you doing? Lin Feng said with a teasing smile, shaking the rocking chair. Having been exposed, Tony glared at Lin Feng. What is this called? What sour chicken? But the body was honest, at least he didn't jump up and down anymore, but that expression was unseeable. Tony, soul, is explaining some future things to Morgan Jr. It wasn't that Lin Feng wanted to eavesdrop, he didn't amplify his hearing, but even so, his hearing was better than ordinary people, and he didn't know where to go. After this hug, I went down in 20 minutes. If it wasn't for the body that Lin Feng made for Tony, soul, the time is coming soon, he would still be reluctant to let go of Little Morgan. At this time, the two Peppers also came out. The not-so-big room was full of people. An aura is a very strange thing. When everyone stood up, even Little Morgan noticed something was wrong. The room was filled with an atmosphere called parting. The time is coming. Lin Feng reminded. The time of the body is almost up, but the soul can stay longer. But Lin Feng doesn't plan to let them stay for a long time anymore. If this continues, it will only bring more factors of instability to the zombie universe. Tony, soul, hummed in a deep voice. He and Pepper, soul, squatted down at the same time, looking at Little Morgan with unprecedented tenderness. Little Morgan wiped his tears in a daze. You're leaving, aren't you? Gatherings are always short-lived, and adults will feel sad, let alone children. Morgan, don't cry. Pepper smiled slightly, soul, and stroked Little Morgan's head. I promised Oi to be strong. Little Morgan choked back his tears. I don't cry, Morgan doesn't cry. Tony, soul, also knelt down and took Morgan's hand. Remember Daddy's words, and, this is for you. While talking, Tony, soul, took out a small bracelet and put it on Morgan's hand. The bracelet used Tony's, soul, nanoparticle technology, and quickly shrunk down to a file size suitable for Morgan's wrist. Inside, there are words from him and Pepper to Morgan Jr. from now until the age of 20. Every year on his birthday, the video set by Tony, soul, will be played in advance. A year ago, Tony, soul, wanted to entrust Lin Feng to give this to Morgan Jr. But giving this thing to Little Morgan will undoubtedly let her know that Daddy and Oi in another universe are not her too. But now, Little Morgan already knew about it, so naturally he didn't have this concern. Little Morgan nodded vigorously. At this moment, Little Morgan's hand suddenly passed through Tony's, soul, arm. Tony, soul, was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in relief. The time has come for them to become the spirit-body state again. Moreover, the soul has become more and more transparent, and it seems that it will disappear soon. Go, Morgan, go and live a healthy and happy life with Daddy and Oi from another world. Morgan, you are lucky. No matter in this world or another world, Daddy and Oi will always be your Daddy and Oi. Don't worry, we love you the same. Go ahead, Morgan. Tony, soul, and Pepper, soul, said their farewell words, and Little Morgan tried hard to control the tears. Go, Morgan, Daddy and Oi from another world are waiting for you. Pepper, soul, touched Morgan Jr.'s head one last time, but his palm went through. Following the direction of her finger, Little Morgan saw another pair of Daddy and Oi. Daddy and Oi were smiling at her. Little Morgan couldn't understand that kind of smile, but it felt very warm. Lin Feng on the side saw it clearly. That kind of smile was gratifying, encouraging, and contained complicated love. Little Morgan subconsciously walked towards Daddy and Oi. Walking halfway, Little Morgan looked back at Daddy and Oi in this world. Their figures became more transparent, but their smiles were still warm. They smiled and nodded at Little Morgan, and Little Morgan stopped hesitation and rushed into the arms of Tony and Pepper. Meanwhile, Tony, soul, and Pepper, soul, have run out of time and disappeared into the safe house. Without Lin Feng's energy supply, they returned to the previous red space. Will I see them again in the future? Little Morgan asked tentatively in Tony's ear with some hesitation. Tony immediately cast Lin Feng a questioning look. Lin Feng came over. Yes, I promise, you will see them again. But remember, what they expect from you is to grow up healthily. If you have anything to do in the future, you must talk to Daddy or Oi. As he spoke, he reached out and rubbed Little Morgan's head. Little Morgan raised his head from Tony's embrace, and looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. Thank you, Lin Feng big brother. Little Morgan understands that the reason why he can still see that Daddy and Oi today is all due to this Lin Feng big brother who has a magical ability. I'm sorry, Daddy, Oi. I just didn't want you guys to worry. Little Morgan apologized again to Tony and Pepper. Oh, you don't need to apologize anymore. Daddy and Oi didn't blame you. Pepper took Little Morgan from Tony's arms. Little Morgan had already apologized before coming, and she was worried about the two of them and didn't want to cause trouble for them. Pepper and Tony never blamed Little Morgan from the beginning to the end. Little Morgan buried his head in Pepper's shoulder again. Oi, shall we go home? I want to sleep. This time, Pepper cast a questioning look at Lin Feng. It has been almost a day since he came to this world. Little Morgan still has a lot of emotional ups and downs today, and it is normal to feel tired. Okay. Lin Feng shrugged. It's really late, it's time to go back. With a wave of his hand, circles of blue light enveloped the three of Tony, and with the blue light, the figures of the three disappeared into this universe. After seeing Tony and Pepper from the zombie universe this time, the last connection between Little Morgan and this universe was finally broken. Presumably, with the development of time, Little Morgan will gradually forget about this universe, and live happily as the two Tonys said. But Lin Feng didn't lie to Little Morgan. There will always be a chance in the future to let her meet Daddy and Oi from the zombie universe. Let Lin Feng think about it. A coming-of-age ceremony? Or at graduation? It must be very meaningful. Lin Feng sent the three of them back first, while still staying in this universe. Poor little Spider-Man, as Tony's big brother, the two Tonys didn't say goodbye to him. This heavy responsibility fell on Lin Feng's shoulders. Peter, Lin Feng shouted. Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Lin Feng? Aren't you going back? Little Spider-Man responded puzzled. Little Spider-Man is no longer called Mr. Superman, but Mr. Lin Feng is more affectionate, just like Mr. Stark. Lin Feng shook his head. I will definitely go back. Then, is there anything you want my help with now? Little Spider-Man scratched his head. In fact, he was not as disappointed as Lin Feng imagined. Both Mr. Starks glanced at themselves before disappearing. Lin Feng didn't pay attention, but little Spider-Man knew that it was a look full of farewell and affirmation. The farewell between the two men was very simple, not like it was with Little Morgan. And the appearance of two Mr. Starks is like a booster, which recharges the little Spider-Man who is tired of maintaining the order of the Twisters. In the coming days, I am afraid that little Spider-Man will be full of energy for a long time. I don't have anything to ask for your help. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. It seemed that little Spider-Man was not affected by too many emotions, so he was relieved. Let's go for a walk, I will go back soon. Lin Feng invited. Little Spider-Man readily accepted. The two walked in the dark night. Because of the small number of people, compared with Lin Feng's Marvel universe, it looks more silent and deserted here. Lin Feng didn't know why he wanted to walk away. Maybe it was also a farewell to this zombie universe. In this universe, there will be no special circumstances in the future, and it will never come again. Lin Feng has read a lot of zombie novels, and also fantasized about traveling to the zombie world, possessing a super ability to kill and kill. But I didn't expect that the debut would be the pinnacle, and the zombies could no longer arouse Lin Feng's interest. Look at it again, it's the last memory. As for the summoning of Tony's soul in Morgan Jr.'s graduation ceremony, that was also a call to his universe to participate in. This request was not difficult for Lin Feng. However, when Lin Feng was halfway there, he casually glanced in one direction and came up with an idea. He changed his footsteps and walked in that direction. Little Spider-Man didn't notice anything unusual. He had already started talking, happily talking about interesting things after the zombie virus disappeared. Yes, although the world is not very good now, there are still many happy things. At least with these, little Spider-Man doesn't go crazy. Lin Feng smiled and agreed to little Spider-Man, and didn't interrupt him, but he thought in his heart that if he had the opportunity to call the two Peters and Deadpool together, that scene would definitely be very interesting. Deadpool, standing in front of Lin Feng in real life, is far more personal than what you see in the movies, and can leave a deep impression on you. Lin Feng doesn't know what's going on with Deadpool now. It's been a long time since we met last time, so he probably won't hang up. While thinking, Lin Feng came to a somewhat dilapidated hospital. The little Spider-Man, who had been rambling all this time, finally noticed something strange, and looked at the familiar building with some surprise and confusion. Let's go and see Aunt May. Lin Feng took the lead in walking towards the hospital. The direction he was looking at just now was Aunt May, who lived in the hospital. He already knew about Aunt May's status all the time, and it was considered an acquaintance. Lin Feng planned to give little Spider-Man a gift. The little Spider-Man was taken aback for a moment, then followed Lin Feng's pace. He didn't understand why Lin Feng suddenly wanted to see Aunt May, but when facing Mr. Stark, and Lin Feng as Superman, he will subconsciously listen to their opinions. Just when little Spider-Man wondered whether Lin Feng knew which room Aunt May was in, Lin Feng had arrived at Aunt May's room accurately. Pushing open the door, there are no guards in the room like those seen on TV. Only Aunt May, with a pale complexion, was lying on the hospital bed, connected to numerous instruments. Aunt May's condition was obviously not good. She was skinny, not asleep, but unconscious. Lin Feng could feel the very faint breath of her life. To be honest, it is a miracle to be able to survive until now, and I have been holding on, probably because I can't let go of little Spider-Man. The little Spider-Man helped Aunt May tuck the quilt with some habit. Although Aunt May survived, her body was damaged during the time she became a zombie, and there are too few doctors now, so. Little Spider-Man sighed sadly. Although as long as Aunt May is still alive, there is hope. But most of the time, little Spider-Man will also worry about whether Aunt May can survive tomorrow, because Aunt May's condition is getting worse every day. He has to come here every day, stay for a long time before leaving, and sometimes he doesn't even leave. Because he was afraid that when he opened his eyes one day, Aunt May would be out of breath. Peter, before you leave, let me give you a present. Lin Feng took out a bottle of green liquid from the warehouse. This thing has not been used for a long time. This kind of liquid can quickly pull a dying person back, and then recover in a very short time. When was the last time you used it? Seems like it's still time to save Mr. Bruce? Forget it. Lin Feng shook his head, and handed the vial to little Spider-Man. Feed this to Aunt May, it will make her recover quickly. Lin Feng chose to let little Spider-Man do this action. Restoring Aunt May to health will not have any impact on the world. This is, little Spider-Man took the green vial suspiciously, and looked left and right. Why does this color look so poisonous? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This is a special medicine that can restore your Aunt May to a normal person. Hurry up, can I still harm your Aunt May? This, alright. Little Spider-Man opened the bottle cap with some doubts. The moment the bottle cap was opened, a strong breath of life floated out. The indescribable smell, like the lawn after the rain, lifted little Spider-Man's spirits immediately, and the fatigue of the past few days seemed to disappear without a trace in an instant. He looked at the small bottle in amazement, and the doubts he had just now were immediately forgotten. Maybe this thing can really cure his Aunt May? This, how to feed. It seems that Aunt May can't eat now. Little Spider-Man stretched out his hand, then paused again. Aunt May could barely eat anything on weekdays, and she relied on medicines and nutrient solutions to hold her breath. Not to mention being in a coma now. Lin Feng commanded speechlessly, open your mouth, just pour it down. This high-level potion will definitely consider what to do when the subject loses consciousness. As long as it is poured into the mouth, it will be automatically absorbed by drinking. If it doesn't work, you can just pour it directly on your body, but this method is too wild. Aunt May is still a woman after all. Lin Feng didn't teach little Spider-Man this method. Aunt May drank the potion, and her face, which had been pale for nearly a year, suddenly flushed red. Little Spider-Man exclaimed incredulously. This kind of recovery speed visible to the naked eye is like watching magic in the eyes of little Spider-Man. At the same time, Aunt May's breath was recovering crazily, as if on the verge of dying. She was on a return rocket. Healing is an ability that many people can't ask for. Little Spider-Man only knows that Superman has a powerful self-healing ability, but he has never seen that Superman can use this kind of self-healing on others. But little Spider-Man misunderstood this. It is obviously a bottled potion, so how could it be considered Superman's ability? It can only be said that little Spider-Man's head sometimes thinks about things from an amazing angle. A few minutes later, Aunt May suddenly let out a soft snort, and slowly opened her eyes. The prolonged darkness made her pupils unable to withstand the stimulation of the white light in the room. She closed her eyes again, and slowly adjusted to opening them. His eyes slowly focused, and then he saw the little Spider-Man beside the bed staring at him dumbfounded. Peter, Aunt May called. As soon as the words came out, Aunt May was startled. Every time she wakes up in a daze, her whole body feels like being soaked in icy sea water, tingling and powerless. And now, he didn't feel a sore throat when he spoke by himself? Also, it seems that there is no pain in the body. What's the situation? Did she not persevere and died already? Aunt May subconsciously sat up. She was fine. She was no different from her healthy self before. It seemed that she really died. Getting up and getting out of bed were a little stiff, but for Aunt May, these movements were impossible a day ago. Following Aunt May's movements, the connecting wires of the instrument were pulled off one after another, making a creaking sound. Aunt May didn't pay attention. She stepped forward and touched little Spider-Man with an excited expression on her face. Then, pinched his face and tugged vigorously. Hey, it hurts. Little Spider-Man tilted his head. Aunt May, what are you doing? Fuck, I'm not dead. Aunt May pinched little Spider-Man's face in doubt. Little Spider-Man wanted to break free, dumbfounded. What are you talking about, Aunt May? You are better. Your body has improved. The wound has healed. Aunt May let go of the hand holding little Spider-Man in a daze, and groped around her body, looking for the wounds left before. It was gone, even the pain that had plagued her in her lethargy was gone. I'm healed, Aunt May said loudly in disbelief. Now she is healthy, as if yesterday's weakness was like a dream. Little Spider-Man smiled and gave Aunt May a hug. That's right, Aunt May, congratulations on your recovery. I really can't believe that I've recovered. Aunt May still couldn't believe that she had recovered. After a while in silence, she finally accepted this fact that made her happy. This long-lost feeling of health is really great. Aunt May was bouncing around the room with a happy smile. Speaking of which, Peter, how did you do it? What can you do? Little Spider-Man was taken aback for a moment, and then realized. Oh, yes, thanks to Mr. Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng. That's right, that's. Little Spider-Man pointed out, wanting to introduce Lin Feng to Aunt May, but found that Lin Feng had long since disappeared. This, little Spider-Man is a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng also left without a word. This time, I don't know when we can meet again. He seems to be gone. Little Spider-Man scratched his head, explaining to Aunt May awkwardly. Mr. Lin Feng, that's the one I told you about before, Mr. Superman who solved the zombie virus. How the zombie virus disappeared, Aunt May definitely knows, because little Spider-Man has told her more than once. That Superman that you admire, who came out of the animation. Aunt May asked puzzled. That's not animation? That's Superman from another universe. Little Spider-Man hastily explained. Aunt May shrugged indifferently, not knowing what little Spider-Man was insisting on. Okay, no matter what universe Superman he is, thank him anyway. By the way, is there anything to eat, Peter? Aunt May stroked her belly. She has been hanging her life by nutrient solution for a long time. Now that she has recovered her health, Aunt May feels hungry. Little Spider-Man didn't say a word, supported Cobweb, and hurried out to find something to eat for Aunt May. Aunt May's character has always been like this, with a little escape in her joy. Just estimates, little Spider-Man's character is inseparable from her. As for Lin Feng, he laughed when little Spider-Man poured the potion on Aunt May, and he can guess the next scene. Now that little Spider-Man has what his Mr. Stark gave him, plus Lin Feng cured Aunt May, the mental stress in the future can be greatly relieved. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when I returned to the Marvel Universe. Lin Feng thought of the picture he saw on that wall, and couldn't help but sneer. Boring predictions. Look at the systems analysis progress of the wall, 000134. There are bits and pieces, which makes Lin Feng even more amused. What a hot chicken system? That is to say, the system didn't hear it, otherwise it would have to jump out and scold. But just as Lin Feng thought, the more difficult it is to analyze, the greater the surprise it will bring after analysis. Lin Feng had a hunch that after a complete analysis of this thing, it would definitely be one of his biggest trump cards. Stop talking, sleep. Lin Feng blew a little tune, and drifted calmly towards the hotel. He is a good man. So late, what should I do if I disturb Susan when I go back? On the outskirts of Twister, there is a small house that looks ordinary. Like most residents living in the suburbs, it doesn't see anything special. But strangers, there is no way to approach here. Tony has arranged a layer of force field generators similar to an enchantment here. Well, the statement is not very accurate. The main reason is to use Mind Gem to generate an invisible magnetic field within a kilometer of the room. Creatures within 1,000 meters of the house will unconsciously deter or leave directly. I have to say that Tony's technology is progressing rapidly, and playing infinite gems is getting more and more slippery. In little Morgan's bedroom, Tony turned off the light, closed the door gently, got up, and walked to the living room. The light was still on in the living room, and Pepper was sitting on the sofa, reading a book by the not-so-bright light. Book title, 100 Kinds of Precautions for Getting Along with Children. I have to say, she is a good mother. Hearing Tony's footsteps, Pepper closed the book. Morgan asleep. Tony sat down on the couch and put his arms around Pepper's shoulders. Well, Morgan is asleep. This should be the last time little Morgan slept in. Little Morgan, who felt sleepy, chatted with the two of them intermittently for a long time after he came back. It wasn't until I couldn't hold it any longer that I fell into a deep sleep. Little Morgan should have no worries in the future. Pepper narrowed his eyes and smiled. After this wonderful journey, little Morgan should have completely let go of the past. That's definitely. Shall we sleep too? Tony suggested with a smirk. Little Morgan just said that he wants to have a younger sister. Pepper gave Tony an angry look. What kind of pig talk? Tony dragged Pepper to the bedroom without shame. We have our eldest daughter, Morgan, but I haven't figured out what to call my younger daughter. Give little Morgan the whole sister out, and life will be happier in the future. Lin Feng is a man of action, and he set off for Camartage early the next morning. This time, I naturally want to learn magic. Ancient One's magic looked really cool in the past, but after Lin Feng became Silver Superman, he didn't care about magic anymore. After all, magic couldn't affect him to a large extent. It's just that I went to the zombie universe this time and was told of my shortcomings, so I decided to learn magic. The first time Lin Feng touched the soul was when he forcibly pierced through the fourth wall. It was also at that time that I met the Cosmic Cube who had lost his body, and he was a prostitute Lin Jilly. I have to say, what a great fate. Camartage Lin Feng has been here countless times, and he is very familiar with it. Every time I come, I can see a bunch of diligent apprentices practicing magic there. They are no strangers to Lin Feng's arrival, and they all know that this Superman with magical abilities is a good friend with the Ancient One magician. The apprentices didn't dare to greet Lin Feng, because there was a magician watching their every move, and they didn't dare to be distracted when they were practicing hard. But magician saw Lin Feng and greeted him proactively. Lin Feng has seen this passerby magician in the movie, but forgot his name. Responding politely, Lin Feng walked towards Ancient One's hut. Lin Feng retracted the foot that had been stepped forward. Fuck. Strange. Lin Feng saw that among the group of apprentices, there was a future sorcerer supreme. It's just that the current Strange, dressed in a very wild way, with messy hair like a chicken coop, looks like a waste picker, and his hands were still shaking slightly. This phenomenon made Lin Feng's eyes move. Did Strange just come to Camartage to learn magic? Lin Feng hissed and counted with his fingers. Just kidding. It seems that the time when Strange searched for Camartage was a little later than in the movie, about half a year. Mr. Superman. Strange looked at Lin Feng in amazement. Didn't expect Superman to know Camartage? Not long after he came to Camartage, the magician took him to experience the truth of the universe and threw him out to let him learn magic. To be honest, after that accident, Strange has been trying to find Superman. He vaguely remembered that in the past few years, Superman showed his healing ability. It's just that he wasn't sure if a being like Superman would take care of him, and he couldn't find Superman either. After all, you may know the address of Superman, but you will never find that address. Even if you are standing in front of Superman's villa, you will not recognize it. Tony's hut copied Lin Feng's operation. After some tossing, Strange finally came to this place called Camartage. Unexpectedly, here I ran into the Superman I had been looking for. Only now, he is curious about magic, and he wants to try to see if he can self-heal his hands. Therefore, Lin Feng was not asked to help him. And depending on the situation, that bald magician should be friends with Superman. If it can't be cured in the future, let the bald magician help find Superman. Hello, Strange. Lin Feng greeted Strange with a smile. He naturally didn't know what Strange was thinking, otherwise he would definitely scold him for being embarrassing. The magician, who had seen Strange stop practicing and was about to step forward to make trouble, retreated silently after seeing Lin Feng's words. Well, I let Strange go this time, and rushed forward. What if I pissed off Superman again? Lin Feng didn't know that he was such a person in their hearts, and after greeting Strange, he left him alone and walked into the hut. Ancient One magician, or sitting in front of her small table, drinking tea leisurely, as if she has been staying at this small table except for sleeping? Yo, you're here. Ancient One took out a teacup and poured Lin Feng a cup. Lin Feng sat down and was not polite. Come on, what's the matter with Strange? Did he come here half a year late? Lin Feng couldn't help asking. Ancient One let out a hack, and gave Lin Feng an inexplicable and reproachful look. Who do you think is to blame? Lin Feng looked at her eyes, and pointed to himself silently. Is it my fault? Ancient One, it's really your fault. Lin Feng, no, I said it casually. Ancient One, you turned the timeline of this universe into a ball of wool. It's a mess. In this case, is it weird that some things happen later? Your good brother Tony got married almost 2 years too early. Lin Feng rubbed his nose. Well, that's true, but why do these words sound familiar? So, what are you looking for me this time? Ancient One asked while drinking tea. Lin Feng came to look for her. He must have encountered some problem again. He wouldn't come to him for tea. Well, there are indeed some things. Lin Feng said. This Ancient One has never seen that strange wall, so naturally he can't see Lin Feng's future and past. I met another you in another universe. Lin Feng continued. Ancient One put down his teacup. How long has she lived? Lin Feng said a word. She probably understood the meaning. Maybe it was the self in another universe. Let Lin Feng come to find the self in this universe. Just don't know what's going on. This is normal. Did I in that universe say something to you? Ancient One asked. Lin Feng nodded in response. Almost. It's just that you in that universe have become a soul body. She suggested that I come and learn magic with you. Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense, and opened up the topic with 2 sentences, with a very clear purpose. You want to learn magic? Ancient One put down his teacup and looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully. Lin Feng had proposed to her to learn magic before, but at that time the time was not enough. Later, given the opportunity, Lin Feng stopped learning. Lin Feng explained, that's right, I want to increase my soul strength. Ancient One hummed, so that's how it is. It's not surprising that in the past few years, Lin Feng has become so powerful that Ancient One can't understand it. Strength grows too fast, and sometimes it is not a good thing. It is indeed a good choice to temper one's soul strength at this time. This is a good thing, I can teach you personally. Ancient One made a decision after a while. She had intended to teach Lin Feng magic before. You must know that it is not always possible to use physical strength to solve problems. The stronger Lin Feng is, the safer the universe is in this regard. This kind of benefit, after Lin Feng became the Silver Superman, was fed back to Ancient One to a certain extent. Some of the things that Lin Feng did in the universe were not deliberately concealed, and the creatures with a heart will still get some pictures. Because of this, in the past 2 years, Ancient One has noticed that there are fewer and fewer eyes secretly peeping into the 9 realms. If you want to say that this has nothing to do with Lin Feng, it is not realistic. Obviously, seeing Lin Feng was scared. To be honest, if Lin Feng was Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One would not have hesitation. Lin Feng's psychic clearance, although a little jumpy, but he has experienced other disasters in the real-level universe. But Lin Feng's character is destined not to stay in the holy place or Camartage honestly. And he's not bound to anything. So although Ancient One was very excited, he denied this plan from the very beginning, otherwise what would Strange do? Lin Feng also came early. After making a decision, Ancient One simply began to teach Lin Feng magic. Do you like this picture? Ancient One held a book and showed it to Lin Feng with great interest. Lin Feng looked at the A-cup-ointment diagram of the human body on the page speechlessly, only feeling that this scene was very familiar. No, you show me this? Isn't this the same thing that Ancient One showed Strange when Strange met Ancient One for the first time in the movie? Magician, I think I can skip this item. Lin Feng responded strangely. What about acupuncture points in the human body? Is Lin Feng's see-through eye a display? Lin Feng refused, and Ancient One magician smiled even more happily. Lin Feng felt that she was definitely hiding a black belly. Okay, this is just a joke, let's talk about the soul. Ancient One was really just joking, she doesn't really like serious teaching. Show Strange this thing to let him know because Strange needs it. And Lin Feng, with his knowledge of the universe, is much higher than Strange. Don't resist, let me bring out your soul. Ancient One said. She wanted Lin Feng to experience the mystery of the state of the soul for himself. However, she can easily cast out Strange's soul, but she doesn't have such confidence in Lin Feng, even though Lin Feng doesn't know magic. However, if Lin Feng does not resist, there is still no problem. But Lin Feng directly waved his hand and refused. No, I can do this myself. Is that right? As soon as the words fell, a phantom emerged from Lin Feng's body, which was Lin Feng's soul. Who are you? Ancient One looked at Lin Feng's floating soul with some surprise, and subconsciously looked at Lin Feng's body. Miraculously, Lin Feng's body did not fall backward because of the loss of his soul. Even if he loses his soul, Lin Feng's physical body will not lose his ability to move. This is due to the strength of the physical body and some subconscious aspects. Lin Feng's soul is separated from the body, and some traces of behavior patterns and ideas will remain on the body. Relying on these traces, Lin Feng's soulless body can fight with others. This is not surprising. The hero has no return. Didn't the little Spider-Man fight with him for a long time after being beaten out of his soul by Strange? It's just a small ability that I mastered after an accident. Lin Feng explained while floating around in the hut. Ancient One pursed his lips, without any hesitation. Okay, let's learn something else. Since Lin Feng has already experienced the state of the soul body, it saves Ancient One some time. Over the next few hours, Ancient One began to explain how to use magic to Lin Feng. This thing is also a bit like a master leading the door to practice and relying on the individual. This study takes almost a day. The sun was setting and the sky was a little dark. Lin Feng squatted on a step outside the house with a somewhat ugly expression. In his hand, he was fiddling with a sling ring, which was given to him by Ancient One. This thing can be regarded as a powerful magic weapon. Lin Feng didn't understand it very well. He only knew that without this thing, the group of magicians would not be able to use magic. The sling ring is a magic weapon that can help magicians freely travel through the universe, but in Lin Feng's hands, it is like an ordinary metal ring, completely useless, and Lin Feng feels a little uncomfortable. During this day, Ancient One explained many theories to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng could understand them all. But when it comes to practice, Lin Feng seems to be unenlightened, and he can't use it. After a whole day of tossing, Ancient One had poured several large pots of tea, but Lin Feng was stunned to make no progress at all. Lin Feng was also speechless. He wondered if he didn't have the ability to learn magic. This is very wrong. Is it because of Superman's physique? Lin Feng couldn't think of the reason, and sat there blankly watching the sunset. Mr. Superman. At the moment's camartage, it's almost time for dinner, and the day's training is over. The apprentices and magicians who practiced magic dispersed one after another, leaving only 2s and 3s cleaning and finishing work. Strange did not leave with the crowd. He noticed Lin Feng, ran over, and squatted beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the sky with some distress. What kind of Superman is it? Just call it Lin Feng. He doesn't have any pretensions or external persona. Mr. Linear. Feng. Well, at least it sounds better than Mr. Superman. What's the matter? Aren't you going to eat? Lin Feng was actually not in the mood to chat now, but out of politeness, he could still chat with Strange. I'm not in a hurry. Mr. Lin Feng, are you here to learn magic too? Strange noticed the sling ring in Lin Feng's hand. This made Camartage have a more mysterious image in Strange's heart. Does even Superman come to learn magic? Strange's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that those abilities of Superman all come from here? Yeah, learning magic. Lin Feng threw the sling ring back. Throwing it, Lin Feng had the urge to throw it out. This thing is really hard to learn. Unexpectedly, the dignified silver Superman was stumped by a magic spell. Difficult to learn? Strange nodded sympathetically. Not long after he got this thing, he was thrown into the ice and snow by the cruel bald magician. Fortunately, I successfully opened the portal in that extreme environment. Otherwise, I might be an ice sculpture now. The current Strange still doesn't know how amazing his ability is. By the way, what's the matter with your image? Didn't you take care of it? Lin Feng diverted his attention to himself, and didn't want to think about this annoying question anymore. Strange's hair was messed up like a chicken coop. Lin Feng couldn't understand. He remembered that this guy changed into clean clothes and tidied his hair not long after he came to Camartage. What are you talking about? Strange pinched his sticky locks of hair and said, this is to commemorate my past life. I won't touch it before I learn magic. Lin Feng? Didn't it say in the movie that Strange still has this hobby? Forget it. Hairstyles are nothing to talk about. Lin Feng has always had a hairstyle since he came to the Marvel Universe. Looking at the sunset, the two big men fell silent. Strange didn't know much about Superman on weekdays, and he couldn't hold back any topics after thinking about it for a long time. Not knowing what to talk about for a while, the two big men just looked at the sunset. Suddenly, Lin Feng gave a silent smirk. He looked at Strange's trembling hands, and then turned his head to look not far away at the Ancient One hut with its door closed. I said, Strange, do you need my help to heal your hands? Strange was startled, and stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. Really? Definitely true, I can still treat a hand tremor. Lin Feng suddenly wanted to know, what would happen if he healed Strange's hands in advance? Will he continue to learn magic and become a sorcerer supreme in the future? But thinking about it, it shouldn't have much impact. After all, magic is so amazing. Who would let it go if there is an opportunity to learn? A figure covered the setting sun on the two of them. Lin Feng? Strange needs to heal his hands. Oh, Ancient One magician, I thought you were going to eat. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently and smiled. Strange, you go to dinner, I have something to talk to this Mr. Superman. But, Strange wanted to struggle for his hands. Go. Okay. Strange walked away dejectedly. Before leaving, he gave Lin Feng a wink, and it seemed that he did not give up Lin Feng's help. Seeing Ancient One's expressionless face, Lin Feng curled his lips. As for it, your successor to Sorcerer Supreme won't run away. Ancient One shook his head helplessly. Let you think about what's wrong with you. Are you here to influence the future for me? With Lin Feng's ability, it is normal to make rapid progress when learning magic. However, after teaching for a day now, Lin Feng can't even open a portal. Lin Feng said that he was also very helpless, who knows why he couldn't drive. Come on, let's open another portal. Ancient One said. Lin Feng sighed, put on the sling ring, stretched out his hand and began to draw circles out of thin air. Golden particles began to appear with the turning of the gesture, which was a precursor to the magic. However, within a second, the golden particles suddenly disappeared, replaced by a blue-black chaos mist, and then a huge black circle appeared, and the other end of the circle was connected to endless darkness. Well, the portal opened, but not by magic. It's been a day, and every time I open the portal, it's like this. I don't know where the portal opened. On the other side of the door, there appeared a hideous head with devil horns on its head. It looks like a grotesque donkey. The long-horned black donkey looked extremely excited when he saw the scene here, and was about to rush over at a trot. It's just that as soon as a donkey's head came over, Lin Feng slapped it back mercilessly. After closing the portal smoothly, Lin Feng spread his hands to Ancient One. That means, look, it's still like this bear. Ancient One felt a little headache. Indeed, it is a portal, but it has nothing to do with magic at all. As expected. Ancient One muttered to himself. Did the magician figure out the reason? Lin Feng asked helplessly. He squatted here thinking for a long time, but he didn't come up with 1, 2, 3. Ancient One held his hands. There is a guess. Oh. Lin Feng became interested. Tell me, magician. Ancient One didn't whet his appetite either, and said bluntly, there is no way to use magic, it may have something to do with your original ability. My ability. That's right, you've seen it too. At the beginning, there was a harbinger of magic, but after that, it suddenly disappeared. I think this has something to do with you originally teleporting through other methods. Ancient One said. Is it originally related to me? Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Humans are creatures of habit. When you want to open a portal, you will subconsciously choose a method that saves effort and is faster. So when you use magic to open the door, your body will subconsciously use its own ability to open the door. That is to say, in the process of using magic to open the portal, because you didn't focus on using magic, your body automatically switched to the original teleportation skill. Afraid that Lin Feng would not understand, Ancient One explained in detail. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, thoughtful. It seems to make sense. This is what happens when you focus too much on the result and ignore the process. Next, your goal should be on the process of using magic. I suggest you, first forget that you can teleport this skill, you should have a good harvest. After Lin Feng went out, Ancient One reflected on Lin Feng's behavior several times, and found that he paid too much attention to the result of the portal, but was not concentrating enough in the process of casting the spell. According to Ancient One's speculation, Lin Feng needs to temporarily forget that he has the ability to open the portal, or the method, in order to successfully use this magic. Ancient One shook his head amusedly. If I had known earlier, I should have taught Lin Feng another magic, and had to teach a portal that Lin Feng originally knew. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Following Ancient One's explanation, Lin Feng gradually came to a realization. Indeed, he only thought about opening the portal, but deliberately ignored the operation of magic. So, the problem is here, knowing where his obstacles in learning magic were probably, Lin Feng began to study in a different way. It turns out that Ancient One's guess was completely correct. Lin Feng focused his attention on the process of opening the portal, and successfully opened the portal after a short time. Golden particles were swimming in the air, and a circular portal was successfully opened. The other side of the door is the direction that Lin Feng just connected with his ability. The success this time finally made Lin Feng smile. It turned out that it wasn't that I didn't have the ability to learn magic, but that I used the wrong method. Seeing this, Ancient One also smiled in relief. However, when he looked at the place where Lin Feng opened the portal, he frowned. Because the dark aura over there is very strong. I've always wanted to ask, what place are you connected to? That kind of donkey head with horns and a skeleton body. Even though Ancient One has read so many books, he has never seen such a strange dark creature. Lin Feng scratched his head, he didn't really know it himself. I don't quite understand what it is, the coordinates I knew by accident, I haven't seen it in the past. Lin Feng wasn't lying. These are the coordinates that I somehow knew when I was thinking about where a succubus-like creature like Zixing would come from. It's just that Lin Feng never walked into that space. As for why I chose this place when opening the portal, it is because opening the portal here is even more difficult than opening the portal to other universes. Ancient One took a deep look at Lin Feng. Well, try not to go there. That dark atmosphere is full of ominous. Lin Feng hummed casually, and stopped discussing where the portal opened, but continued to play magic excitedly. After successfully using the magic once, the rest became much easier, and Lin Feng became more and more proficient in playing it after a few times. he found that the magic weapon sling ring is still very magical, and its function is similar to the magic wand in movies and anime, but it is extremely convenient to use. After tossing until midnight, Lin Feng stopped using magic. Lin Feng didn't go home either, and planned to continue studying the next day. Sensing that Lin Feng stopped his magic, Ancient One finally breathed a sigh of relief and was able to sleep soundly. She was afraid that something might happen to Lin Feng, so she had been watching secretly. In her opinion, Lin Feng is a complete pervert, who can use high-intensity magic uninterruptedly, and even now, he is still full of energy. Thinking of what Lin Feng said to himself, there is no problem with the soul leaving the body for 10.5 months, Ancient One could only shake his head. Can't compare, can't compare. It is impossible for a normal person, even if it is her own soul, to leave her body for such a long time, and she can basically be sentenced to death. The next day, Lin Feng got up early in the morning to practice magic. It's like getting a new toy. Before Lin Feng gets tired of it, it will take a long time to use it. Ancient One was both relieved and speechless. For the next few days, Lin Feng did not leave Camartage. Ancient One didn't hide its secrets, and treated Lin Feng with what to teach and what to ask and what to answer. After solving the learning problem, the learning speed is faster than Lin Feng imagined. Almost every time Ancient One uttered a method of using magic, it didn't take long for Lin Feng to manifest it. Lin Feng's progress was rapid, and Ancient One was numb. In a few days, Lin Feng's magical attainment can be compared to her immediately, at least the other magicians on the Blue Star can't match her. Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng not only learns magic quickly, but he can also draw inferences from one example. A defensive magic circle can be played by him. The golden gatling with the weapon, I am afraid that no magician's shield can last for a while. A week passed quickly. On this day, in the hut, Ancient One poured Lin Feng a cup of tea with a complicated expression. Lin Feng, I have nothing left for you. You are far more capable than I imagined. Lin Feng chuckled, scratched his head, and said modestly, where is it? Isn't this taught by the magician? Speaking of which, magician, why did I learn magic? But I didn't feel that the strength of my soul had increased. Lin Feng. He picked up his teacup and asked. After playing magic for a week, I was very happy. Lin Feng was so happy that he almost forgot why he learned magic. Lin Feng has learned a lot of magic, but the strength of his soul has not increased as Lin Feng imagined. Ancient One showed a familiar wise expression again. You are too impatient, Lin Feng. When learning magic, peace of mind is very important. I suggest that in future battles, you can try to use only magic. If you practice more, what you want will naturally come. Lin Feng was having a hard time listening. The magician who could speak Mandarin had to turn a corner. But Lin Feng can understand that this is to use more magic in the future. I'm a little impatient. It doesn't mean that learning magic will immediately increase the strength of the soul. It means that you need to use magic to temper your soul. Lin Feng's original soul strength was beyond the reach of ordinary strong men. This is one of the reasons why he can use high-intensity magic uninterruptedly. So if you want to increase the strength of your soul visible to the naked eye, you still need Lin Feng to find the way through magic. So, am I considered a teacher now? Lin Feng asked. Ancient One nodded. Well, you are a special existence, I have expected this. If you can become the next Sorcerer Supreme, I don't think you need Strange. Ancient One said half jokingly and half seriously. Lin Feng chuckled. That's not good, magician. I have returned all the time gem to you, and you have already said that Strange wants to heal his hands. What is the purpose of returning the Ancient One time gem? Part of the reason was that Lin Feng was afraid that Ancient One would take this idea. He doesn't want to be a Sorcerer Supreme. Speaking of which, magician. Lin Feng didn't want to talk too much on this issue, so he wisely chose to change the subject. A few days ago, I wanted to ask one thing. Ancient One drank his tea and said calmly, what is it, you ask? Lin Feng hummed, but remained silent for a while. He was thinking about how to say this. In fact, when Lin Feng met Strange, Lin Feng remembered one thing. The appearance of Strange means that the main plot of Doctor Strange has progressed to a certain extent. In a short while, Ancient One will die from serious injuries due to the actions of Dormammu's minions. This is actually what Lin Feng does not want to see. To be honest, although Lin Feng usually thought that the bald magician was nagging, he didn't hate her. Magician, are you tired of endless life? Lin Feng asked slowly after organizing his words. Tired of disaster after disaster, too. Innumerable, unsolvable disasters. Ancient One's eyes flickered, and he looked at Lin Feng in surprise and remained silent for a while. Do you know what? Lin Feng nodded. Rather than knowing something, it is better to say that we have always known this future. Regarding why Ancient One accepted death, netizens before time travel also have different opinions. But what is more convincing is the meaning expressed by Ancient One. She has been drawing on the power of darkness to prolong her life. This behavior may be incomprehensible in the eyes of others, but Ancient One prolongs his life not for himself, but to prevent the invasion of dark creatures on the Blue Star. There is no right or wrong with power originally, it just depends on what you use it for. But the long life also let Ancient One know one thing, that is, disasters are endless. She solves disasters again and again, but disasters always follow without end. So when Strange was almost able to be alone, Ancient One chose to accept death. With a successor, she can finally get her wish. And a sentence that Ancient One magician said in the play also shows in disguise that Ancient One no longer wants to absorb the power of the dark world to prolong life. Although it is used to fight against dark forces, the energy that continues the dark dimension still makes Ancient One feel an indelible sense of guilt. So under such various influences, it is not surprising that Ancient One chose to accept death. Ancient One hesitated for a long while before sighing. She already understood what Lin Feng was talking about. It seems that Lin Feng didn't know what method to use to know her thoughts, or the future. I now have some hesitation. Ancient One was in a rare state where he couldn't make a decision right away. As Lin Feng thought, she was tired of this kind of life, tired of solving endless disasters, tired of drawing energy from the dark dimension. But Lin Feng has been bringing the tea to Ancient One, and Ancient One has been drinking it. This magical tea has allowed her to greatly reduce the negative effects of absorbing energy in the dark dimension. Ancient One is Sorcerer Supreme, yes, but also a flesh and blood animal. The appearance of Lin Feng made her stress a lot less than before, and Lin Feng gave her the hope that she could get rid of the dark dimension completely. Ancient One really wanted to try the retirement life. Lin Feng has unknowingly changed too many things in the Marvel Universe. Forget it, I don't really want to talk about this right now. Ancient One still didn't choose to continue this topic. But promise me, Lin Feng, don't meddle in Strange and Dormammu's affairs. You don't want to interfere with my future choices, okay? After Lin Feng greatly influenced the future, Ancient One has actually been struggling with this issue subconsciously. Now being asked by Lin Feng, it was like a stone on the shore kicked into the water, causing ripples. Ancient One found that his mentality had changed, from accepting death calmly in the past to following fate now. The future has been turned into a mess by Lin Feng, let's just follow along and see how it develops. However, Ancient One still doesn't want Lin Feng to intervene as to how he will choose at that time. Lin Feng thought for a while, then sighed quietly, okay, I promise you not to interfere, magician. It seems that Ancient One still intends to let some things happen, and use these things to carry out the final growth of Strange. If Lin Feng intervenes, Dormammu has no chance to play at all. But if Ancient One chooses death and liberation, Lin Feng feels that he has no reason to stop it. Shaking his head and not thinking about this question anymore, Lin Feng changed the subject again. Magician, can I borrow some from the library? Now that there is a way to enhance the strength of the soul, Lin Feng wants to try whether he can get the magic about the soul from the books. Kamartaj's library has been managed by King Fat Magician. This king is also an interesting talent, and his interesting soul is worthy of his weight. Ancient One agreed to Lin Feng's request without hesitation for a long time. It's okay to borrow, but some magic, don't try it lightly. The magic is far beyond your imagination, you have to be careful. Ancient One confessed. Magic is indeed amazing. The reason for Ancient One's hesitation is because he is afraid that Lin Feng will be attracted by some dark magic that needs to pay a price. But after thinking about it again, the dark magic that can be seen by Lin Feng seems to be, well, Kamartaj is not without it, but Ancient One feels that Lin Feng no longer needs those huge amounts of dark magic to enhance his own strength. That's it, thank you, magician. Lin Feng cheerfully pushed 2 packs of tea leaves in front of Ancient One, and then ran towards the library. The Tree of Life tea, the strengthening version, can also be regarded as the tuition fees taught by Lin Feng to Ancient One magician. Ancient One watched Lin Feng leave dumbfoundedly, and then looked at the 2 packs of tea bribed to him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Good guy, actually hiding something. This breath of life is far stronger than the tea leaves given to her before. Lin Feng is also an interesting person. After laughing, Ancient One picked up 2 packs of tea and sat there quietly, lost in thought. King. Lin Feng walked into Kamartaj's library full of energy. I have to say that the title of Wang is really enough to take advantage of others. Mr. Lin Feng, you're here. Wang greeted Lin Feng with a smile. Ancient One has already told him that Lin Feng is coming to borrow books, and there is no limit. Yes, I'm here to borrow some books. Lin Feng responded. Please feel free. Wang said politely, and sat down to continue reading. During Lin Feng's week in Kamartaj, he did not hide his learning of magic. From knowing nothing on the first day, to using it proficiently on the second day, to the third and fourth day, he was actually able to squat on the martial arts arena and instruct a magician who was much older than him to use magic. It was absolutely jaw-dropping move. Even Ancient One felt bald at Lin Feng's learning speed and magic strength. To be honest, if he didn't know the character of Ancient One, Wang would suspect that she has mastered the magic of mass-producing Sorcerer Supreme. In the end, everyone couldn't understand how Lin Feng could do in a few days what others couldn't do in decades. In the end, I can only guess that it is Superman's special physique and ability. Wang had never seen anyone who learned magic so quickly. If you want to say envy, there is indeed a little bit, but not too much. Because Superman originally was already a strong symbol, and now it shows some unique advantages in magic, which unexpectedly feels quite normal. With this in mind, Wang continued to read the books he had read halfway through. Kamartaj has a large collection of books. When Wang manages the library in his spare time, he will read the books he is interested in. When reading some unimportant books, Wang likes to wear headphones and listen to his favorite music to read. Today, he didn't put on the earphones, and continued to read the book for a few minutes before frowning. Because he didn't wear earphones, the sound of flipping books has been heard in his ears since the beginning, which disturbed his reading. Wang frowned and looked at the place where the sound came from, and couldn't sit still. His eyes widened, and he called out, "Good guy." It was Lin Feng. He was sitting cross-legged in the corner. He didn't know what kind of magic he used. Books flew to him one by one, and after turning the pages quickly, he changed to another. Wang was startled. Who else reads like this? What kind of cramming is this? An average of 5 seconds for a book. He thought that Lin Feng would choose several books, check them out and read them slowly after registration. But looking at the current rhythm, are you going to squat in the library and read all the books you need before leaving? I didn't care about Wang's actions. Lin Feng is in a strange state now, and has no time to pay attention to him. Book flying uses magic. Lin Feng originally wanted to use psychokinesis, but thought of what Ancient One said, use more magic, so he gave up psychokinesis. Magic controls the rapid turning of the pages of the books, and the knowledge formed by the words is also crazily entering the brain through Lin Feng's eyes. In order to improve his soul strength, the lazy Mr. Superman also worked hard and directly and deliberately used the Superman brain that he had hardly used much. This knowledge was quickly engraved in Lin Feng's mind, formed, then understood, and finally transformed into knowledge that he could use. Wang looked at Lin Feng's horse fork bug operation with interest for a while, then pretended to be too far away, and stopped observing Li Feineng. After all, magic, everyone knows it. He was just surprised that Lin Feng could see it so fast. Could it be that the magician taught Lin Feng the magic of quick memory? This kind of magic is not without it, but Ancient One once warned the king not to use shortcuts to explore the road of magic. Well, Superman is different from ordinary people, so if you take shortcuts or something, don't try to persuade me. He took out the earphones, blocked the sound of flipping through the pages, and continued to read happily. On Lin Feng's side, they kept running from noon to dusk before stopping their operations. In a few hours, he absorbed a lot of knowledge. He wanted to digest and experiment with what he saw, so he didn't continue reading. Lin Feng's idea is correct. There are indeed some books on the soul in the library, but there are not many, and there are no books on how to enhance the strength of the soul that Lin Feng wants. Lin Feng didn't know what to do, but when he thought of the words that the Ancient One in the soul state said, as well as the wall, he couldn't wait to improve his soul strength. It may be caused by inner uneasiness after knowing my own shortcomings. In this way, giving up the rest time, Lin Feng read books during the day and experimented at night. In order to cast spells safely, Lin Feng always came to the mirror space to experiment. He found that magic does have its own unique features. It can be said that it is also a kind of energy use. If you really want to use it, give it enough energy. The destructive power is not weaker than Lin Feng's heat ray. Definitely, this means that Lin Feng has so much energy to spend, and Ancient One can't use destructive magic that can be compared to Silver's super heat ray. Lin Feng doesn't know about other universes, but here, magic power is also a form of energy, so one can imagine how destructive the magic Lin Feng can use is. A few days later, Lin Feng had searched Camartage's library all over, and his head was filled with all kinds of knowledge about magic and messy magic. But this did not satisfy Lin Feng. After finishing the last page of the last book, Lin Feng walked out of the library sullenly. Wang Can behind him was puzzled. What's the matter? You're not happy after reading all the books? Lin Feng walked towards Ancient One's hut without much interest. I have also finished learning magic and reading the book, and Ancient One said before that he is considered to be a teacher, and it feels like it is time to leave. Presumably, I should be the fastest in the history of Camartage. Walking into the hut, Lin Feng sat down at the table. He didn't know how much Ancient One liked to drink tea. As long as Ancient One was sitting, there was never a lack of tea sets and tea in front of her. Why, didn't you get what you wanted? The Ancient One magician saw Lin Feng's sullenness, and asked with a smile. Yes. Lin Feng yawned and responded helplessly. It's okay to be too impatient, Lin Feng. Ancient One continued with a smile. You have finished reading the book. Next, you only need to use more magic, and you will always find a way you want to enhance the strength of your soul. Magic also pays attention to integration. Your knowledge is in your brain. If you use it more, you may have new discoveries. No matter how powerful Lin Feng is, he is still relatively young after all, with some things and experience. Ancient One, as a person who has experienced it, told Lin Feng some of his own experience. Lin Feng shrugged and let out a breath. Well, magician, you have some truth. It's just that I haven't found a solution for the time being, and there is no solution to the entanglement. Lin Feng just has no other way for the time being, and he is a little distressed. It's time for you to leave too, Lin Feng. Ancient One didn't care about Lin Feng's teasing words, but said with meaning. She didn't restrict Lin Feng from reading any books, among which there were some cryptic books about black magic. That thing, enchanted by Ancient One, would not be seen by others. But this magic can't guard against the current Lin Feng. But after discovering that Lin Feng read taboo books, Ancient One didn't bother too much. Now that he has learned everything he wants to learn, Ancient One also believes that he has nothing to teach Lin Feng, and the rest is Lin Feng's own practice and thinking. Yes, I came here today to bid farewell to the magician. Lin Feng responded. If you stay here any longer, you won't gain much. It's time for Lin Feng to find other ways. Let me repeat one last sentence, Lin Feng. Be patient, think a lot, use a lot. Finally, don't use too much dark magic. Ancient One gave Lin Feng a meaningful look, and stopped looking at Lin Feng. This posture is about to see off guests. Lin Feng stood up and nodded solemnly. If dark magic is used too much, it will erode the soul. Before the strength of the soul has not reached the level he is satisfied with, Lin Feng will not use dark magic extensively. Besides, with his strength, does he still need to use dark magic? After hesitation, Lin Feng took out 2 test tube bottles, the small ones with their own lids. Inside, there is a liquid emitting green fluorescence. Although it is only a few days to study in Camartage, Lin Feng has gained a lot regardless of the time. Magician, thank you for taking care of me these days. This is for you, I'm leaving. Putting the test tube bottle on the table, Lin Feng left Camartage and flew into the sky. Watching Lin Feng fly away, Ancient One silently thought in his heart, I hope Lin Feng really listened to what she said. After Lin Feng left, Ancient One curiously picked up what Lin Feng left on the table. It's so green, but it makes people unable to look away at a glance. She didn't know what this thing was, but her intuition told her that it was definitely not simple. With a thought, Ancient One pulled off one of the bottle caps. In an instant, the extremely rich breath of life rushed out of the bottle crazily. Ancient One was so startled that he hurriedly put the cap on the bottle, almost swearing. She has lived for so long, and she has never seen anything with such a strong breath of life. Even though the bottle cap was closed, there were still some scattered fluorescent particles floating in the air. The particles landed on the small wooden table of Ancient One, and the table seemed to come alive, with tiny branches sprouting out and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, after a long period of time, it stopped. Ancient One looked at the table with crisscross branches in confusion, and carefully put away the 2 vials of liquid. She didn't expect Lin Feng to give such an expensive gift. Ancient One speculates that this thing should come from the same place as the tea leaves that Lin Feng brought out, but the breath of life it contains is so shocking. She doubted that if this bottle goes on, all those who die will be able to give milk a living. Anyway, good stuff. Ancient One is gratifying, it's good, it's not in vain. In the sky, Lin Feng was flying towards home. Instead of using his own flight ability, he let the magic cloak fly him. Since he needs to use magic frequently, Lin Feng naturally chose this magic item and let it come out to breathe. This is the first time to go to the zombie universe to obtain a magic cloak. After inputting enough energy, it can cover the entire solar system. After leaving the zombie universe, this magical cloak was transformed into a cloth decoration, which has been attached to Superman's wrist. Cloak excitedly flew Lin Feng in the air. For so long, Lin Feng has not used it, and it has complained to Lin Feng more than once. But there is no way, its owner is too powerful, flying faster than him, both attack and defense are infinitely stronger than him. So on weekdays, I just go out to let the wind go by myself, and there is really almost no place where Lin Feng can help. Flying by yourself is a completely different experience than being led by others, and Lin Feng is also happy to be at ease. But as he flew, Lin Feng stroked his chin and began to meditate. He muttered the words magic cloak, and he always felt that he had thought of something, but he didn't seem to have a strange feeling. Cloak, do you know how to increase the strength of your soul? Lin Feng asked casually, but he didn't expect Cloak to know. Sure enough, consciousness came from the cloak. I don't know. Fortunately, it's the manga version of the magic cloak, I don't even know. But Lin Feng didn't intend to embarrass the cloak, just muttered to himself. I don't know if Ancient One has any secrets. There are very few soul magics in the library, or in other words, there are originally few uses of soul magic in the world. Lin Feng searched in distress in his memory, marvel and there are traces of magic there, so he can explore it by himself. At this time, the consciousness of the cloak came again. The master wants to increase the strength of the soul? That's right. Lin Feng replied casually. But I have read Camartage's library, and I haven't got an intuitive and quick way. The cloak knew about Camartage, and it also knew about Ancient One, but Lin Feng had asked it, and it didn't know about Strange, and Lin Feng was also his first owner. Although I don't know how to increase the strength of the soul, but after reading Camartage's library, can't I go to other libraries? Cloak thought very simply, but Lin Feng smiled wryly. If only I knew where there are still spellbooks to read. Lin Feng has only recently come into contact with magic, so the possibility of magic races in the universe is naturally not ruled out. But you must know that the magic is powerful enough to block Lin Feng's perception search, and only then can it help Lin Feng. For those magical races that Lin Feng can find at a glance, even blocking peeping can't be done. Lin Feng feels that there must be nothing there that he wants. Hey, wait. Lin Feng suddenly slammed on the brakes in the air. Hey guy, how did I forget that thing? He thought of the thoughts that had just flashed by him. That's right, I've finished reading this library, so why don't I just read the next library? Lin Feng really thought of such an existence. City of Lost Books. I also played Infinite Ultron with the blackened version of Strange and the big-headed Universe Observer. How could I almost forget the Dark Doctor Strange? That guy has been to the City of Lost Books. The City of Lost Books in Camastro, the legendary library that holds all the books. It was there that the Dark Doctor Strange gained enough power to change the absolute point of time. But the Dark Doctor Strange was still too weak after all. Although he revived his girlfriend, the world collapsed in an instant, and his girlfriend was gone. Cloak, do you know where the City of Lost Books is? Do not know. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Trash, he doesn't know anything. Cloak wasn't expected to know, though. In Lin Feng's memory, the last time he finished fighting the Infinite Ultron, it seemed that the Dark Doctor Strange was going to stay on the Blue Star in that universe for a while. Lin Feng has always been a man of action. Once this idea popped up, it couldn't be suppressed. Immediately, it was a snap of the fingers, opening the portal to the dark universe where Doctor Strange resides. However, Lin Feng did not go over immediately, but stood in front of the door and paused. What's wrong? The cloak came to ask. It's nothing. Lin Feng waved his hand in embarrassment, and removed the portal. Then, put on the sling ring, draw circles in the air, and reopen the portal. In early 2028, Blue Star. It has been nearly 3 years since Blue Star entered the peace phase after the crisis of Infinite Ultron. In the past 3 years, the Avengers used to be terrified, afraid that someone would jump out and destroy the entire universe, but they gradually got used to a peaceful life and began to show up. It can't be said that it was bad, it's just that the big disaster is gone, and after experiencing so many disasters, everyone has become very comfortable with the small troubles of the evil forces like Blue Star. And the Dark Doctor Strange still stayed in Blue Star, squatting in the holy place with Strange all day long, not knowing what he was doing. At that time, it was said that he would stay for a year or 2 before leaving, but now it seems that he has obviously regarded this Blue Star as his home. Captain America is still the same, without the slightest change, either fighting crime or on the road to fighting crime all day long. As for the Widow Sister, there are more winds and frosts on her face, but because of the tea leaves that Lin Feng sent when she left for the first time, and the fact that Blue Star has not had any wars in the past few years, those traces of winds and frosts are unexpected. It makes the Widow Sister look more mature. As for little Spider-Man, he lived up to Tony's hopes. His behavior and handling of things were more mature than before, but the only thing that could not be changed was his broken mouth. It is worth mentioning that the incident of the mysterious guest still happened, but thanks to the fact that the Blue Star has 2 Doctor Strange, plus Tony Stark did not die, so the mysterious guest has not caused any waves, it has been solved up. As for the homelessness of the 3 Spider-Man heroes in the same frame, in this parallel universe, it didn't happen. Lin Feng strolled on the streets of Waste Twister, looking at a city that was similar to his own but not quite the same. This city is a few years ahead of its own universe, and it doesn't feel like it's changed too much. When Lin Feng came here for the first time, it was an accident. When he evolved into Silver Superman, his ass was stolen by the Black Robe, and the system forced him to go offline. Forced to have no choice but to trace all the way to the past of this universe, and then to the future. That was also Lin Feng's first real confrontation with Thanos. Definitely, he easily eliminated the Thanos player. For the second time, the last time, the big-headed baby universe watcher, and the Dark Doctor Strange came to find Lin Feng's help in dealing with Infinite Gems Ultron. I have come to this universe twice, and my strength has changed drastically. Calculating the time, 2 or 3 years have passed. Lin Feng clicked his tongue secretly. If I had never had the power of Superman, even if I could survive all kinds of disasters until now, I probably would have achieved nothing. The Marvel Universe is not as simple as City Reborn. Without certain strength, even if you know all the plots in the future, you don't have the ability to participate. Unless you're willing to find Avengers and spoil future plots. But the better result is probably caught by Nick Fury for research. While thinking, Lin Feng strolled to the gate of a school. At the moment, just as the students were leaving school, school buses were waiting at the school gate. This is the Norman Twister, and the privileges of school buses are higher than special vehicles, police cars and fire trucks, to a certain extent, in order to protect the safety of children. Definitely, there are also students who choose to ride their own bikes, or wait for their parents to pick them up. The primary school students walked out of the school gate talking and laughing. Lin Feng looked at it with a little emotion. When he was in school, he was never so happy. At that time, Lin Feng's personality was a bit withdrawn, so he hardly had a good friend to play with. At this moment, Lin Feng rubbed his eyes. He seems to have seen little Morgan in the student group. With long hair and a school bag on her back, she was talking and laughing with another girl in school uniform. But this head can no longer be called Little Morgan. At the intersection not far from the school, the two separated. That little Morgan who was 1 size bigger stood there by himself, probably waiting for someone to pick him up. Lin Feng thought for a while, stepped forward, and tentatively called from behind, "Morgan." The girl turned her head, looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, and then let out an "Ah, are you Lin Feng big brother?" Lin Feng smiled. Unexpectedly it was Morgan. "This is much higher than the last time I saw it." "That's right, based on the current time, Morgan Jr. should be around 10 years old. I didn't expect it was really you." Lin Feng greeted. "I thought that after a few years, you wouldn't recognize me. I didn't expect you to have a pretty good memory." He didn't have much contact with Morgan in this universe, and he wasn't too familiar with it. But Morgan was quite relieved to be able to think of him. Morgan smiled, a little embarrassed. What's wrong with her is that she has a good memory. Lin Feng only appeared once or twice, how could she always remember Lin Feng? Mainly, the statues of Lin Feng and the Avengers who saved Blue Star stood on the square. Moreover, as some subjects, the school specially organized more than one visit to explain that war. "Lin Feng big brother, why are you here?" Morgan asked. Then, without waiting for Lin Feng's answer, he continued, "Daddy will be very happy to know you're here." "Oh right, Daddy should be here in a while?" "He said he would pick me up today." Mentioning that Tony came to pick her up, Morgan seemed a little too excited, which Lin Feng couldn't understand. But it doesn't matter, Lin Feng chuckled. Come on, that old guy. The Tony in this universe communicates well with me, and unlike the Tony in my own universe, who has given a lot of help, how happy can I be to see myself? What grade are you in now? Is your daddy still flying around every day? Now that we met, and Tony was coming soon, Lin Feng simply chatted with little Morgan for a while, waiting for Tony's arrival. This time he came here not to save the world, he had a lot of free time, and he also wanted to see what the Tony of this world looked like now. Morgan didn't mind, and it seemed that the kid liked chatting more than he imagined, and he actually had a back-and-forth fight with Lin Feng. Lin Feng decided to use 3 consecutive questions to deal with bear children. The first question is how to learn. But to Lin Feng's surprise, Morgan's study actually got an A every time. Morgan, I remember telling you not to talk to strangers casually. While the two were chatting, the old father's helpless and angry voice came from behind Lin Feng. Oh, Daddy. Seeing Tony, little Morgan stepped over Lin Feng and ran over excitedly. We're going to buy that now, is this big bear? Lin Feng turned around. My good guy, did you come so fast? He finally knew why little Morgan was so excited. It turned out to be purposeful. Lin Feng saw Tony, but Tony didn't notice him. At the moment he was stroking Morgan's hair with a serious face. Don't buy it? Who told you not to listen to Daddy? Tony was a little angry, obviously telling Morgan many times not to talk to strangers. In the end, this girl ignored his words. Tony's eyes are so sharp, the man who just chatted with Morgan looks like a bad guy from the back. A normal man, who would chat with elementary school girls. Morgan's face collapsed when he heard this. Why is this? I didn't talk to a stranger this time, Daddy. Tony frowned. Yoha, also learned to quibble. He pointed at Lin Feng, then who is he? Who? Lin Feng. Tony opened his mouth in surprise. Lin Feng spread his hands helplessly. You've finally seen me, Tony. When did this guy suffer from persecution paranoia? And Morgan had such a big reaction after chatting with himself. Oh, I'm sorry, Lin Feng. Tony patted his head angrily. Damn, what did he just say? Lin Feng touched his nose. It's okay, as long as you don't call the police and arrest me. Tony chuckled, a little embarrassed, just looking at the back, subconsciously thought that Lin Feng was a bad guy. It's not his fault, it's no secret that Morgan is Tony Stark's kid. There are often some people who have bad intentions about Stark industrial technology, and when they see little Morgan who is alone, they sneak up to him. To Tony's hesitation, Morgan was always curious to have a chat with someone. If it weren't for Tony's forced deterrence and the self-defense weapons prepared for Morgan, Morgan would have been kidnapped long ago. After apologizing to Lin Feng again, Tony briefly explained the reasons. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. Well, it really cannot be blamed on Tony. It seems that similar things happened more than once. So does Morgan. It's not nice to be so unguarded. No wonder Tony is mad. Speaking of which, why did you come here? Don't get me wrong, I don't mean that you are not welcome. I want to say, maybe something else is going to happen. Tony asked nervously. Lin Feng came here twice, and both times were disasters that could destroy the universe, which made him think of the purpose of Lin Feng's coming. Am I that much like a walking natural disaster? Lin Feng smiled. I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time. I just came here to find someone, and no disaster happened. Tony was relieved to hear that there was no disaster. He's used to a peaceful retirement, and every day is Pepper Morgan. And now Pepper is at an age when demand is high. Now there is going to be another level universe disaster, and he doesn't know if his old waist can withstand it. Daddy, don't talk anymore, go buy bears first. The place selling raging bears should close soon. Morgan interjected dissatisfiedly, frowning. But she knew that once the grown UPS chatted, there would be no end to it. She wants to get the bear today, that is the promise that Daddy gave her for her excellent grades in the school year. The toy store doesn't close so early, Tony responded helplessly. But, well, let's go now. No way, as a daughter slave, Tony couldn't refuse Morgan's request at all. Lin Feng, let's go together. It's rare to meet again, let's get together. Tony sent out the invitation smoothly. Glancing at the excited little Morgan, he added, definitely, I have to buy Morgan's bears first. Yes, Lin Feng replied. Tony looked older than a few years ago, and since he apologized to Lin Feng just now, his temper and Sundara personality have also changed. It seems that the peaceful life and age made Tony's heart calm down. The trio climbed into Tony's latest 4-ring buggy and headed to the toy store. In the car, Lin Feng couldn't help asking Tony why he found an ordinary elementary school for Morgan. In general, someone like Tony, for conservation and learning, shouldn't pick some. I thought so too at the time. To this, Tony responded. But you may not know that I changed 2 schools for Morgan. Some of the children there, even the adults, approached Morgan very purposefully. You know, Stark Industries, and the technology of steel battlesuits. How many times have I declared, but there are always people who are unwilling to give up. Lin Feng raised his brows, and said so. They are all grown UPS. After 2 sentences, you will know what you want to say. The kind of school Lin Feng mentioned must be full of people who are either rich or expensive. Those children who have been educated by their families since childhood are much more precocious than ordinary children. And why are adults with a purpose? Most of them are for the technology of Stark Industries. These people are really unscrupulous for profit. However, the situation Tony mentioned is considered a minority in those schools. And Tony only hopes that Morgan can grow up healthy and happy, and doesn't want to deliberately let Morgan get in touch with these things prematurely. So in the end, I chose this school directly. The reason why I chose this school is because there are some Stark shares in it. Morgan is here, at least she can ensure that there are no bad-hearted people around her. Tony explained. How much is some? Lin Feng smiled teasingly. He had no doubt that Tony's old father would directly buy the entire school for Morgan. Tony returned an odd look. Are you still curious about this? Stop talking about that, let's talk about you. You just said you're looking for someone, who is it? Tony changed the subject. No matter how much he bothered about Morgan's affairs, he would not be fooled. But Morgan was still in the back seat, and Tony didn't want to talk too much in front of Morgan about these things. Well, I'm looking for Strange with dark circles, do you remember? Lin Feng seemed to be on a tourist trip. He didn't use his ability to find the Dark Doctor Strange, but asked Tony. Still the same sentence, if you use ability too much for everything, you will slowly wear out your humanity, and there is a feeling that no matter what you do is a game. Lin Feng doesn't want that. Tony responded with some uncertainty, that parallel world plays magic. Yes, that's him. Oh, I definitely remember him. These two magicians are now staying in the Waste Twister holy place. What do you want him for? Tony asked curiously again. In his impression, the two magicians were mysterious all day long, and he didn't like to have too much communication with Strange. For some reason, Tony always seemed to have a problem with Strange, no matter which Strange it was. Half an hour later, Morgan sat in the back seat contentedly holding a teddy bear that was as big as two of her. $988, this is already her 21st giant bear doll. Tony started the car with some headaches. I really don't know how a piece of cloth wrapped with some cotton is so expensive. That is to say, Tony's old father can buy these things for little Morgan without caring about money. For an ordinary family, it is a big burden to be able to buy one. Also, Morgan, I really can't buy this next time, it won't fit in the room. Tony turned his head. Got it, Daddy. Morgan happily played with the giant bear, not caring what Tony said at all. I'll send her home, and then I'll send you to find the magician. You're done, let's get together again. Or let's eat first. Tony asked Lin Feng after arranging Morgan. Lin Feng thought for a while, call Strange to have a meal together. As for getting together, let's talk about the situation. He said he didn't mind having dinner together, but Lin Feng didn't really want to meet Captain America and the others. No matter which universe it is, they are not too familiar with Lin Feng and Captain America. Well, though I think they'd be happy to see you. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Everyone has their own habits and personality, Lin Feng doesn't like it, and he doesn't force it. After sending Morgan home, the two headed straight to the holy place, the Twister. The two Stranges are there, and Blue Star is extremely peaceful now. These two people, plus a king, basically drink tea and brag all day long. They have nothing to do, so they simply drag them together to have dinner. Definitely, also brought Wang. With Wang's body size, he could only sit in the co-pilot, and Lin Feng and the two Strange were squeezed in the back seat. Why don't you just open a portal? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Well, in fact, he doesn't mind a squeeze. For him, this kind of experience is not much. How about going to the barbecue restaurant last time? Tony ignored Lin Feng's words, and then suggested. As he gets older, Tony doesn't like too formal occasions. Barbecue is fine, as long as you don't choose the stupid restaurant you took us to last time. Lin Feng remembered the barbecue restaurant that Tony suggested to go to during the Avengers Alliance incident. At that time, he was still wondering why everyone was silent while eating barbecue while watching the Easter eggs in the movie. It wasn't until that time that Tony took everyone to eat Lin Feng that he didn't know that the barbecue restaurant was unimaginably terrible. Huh? I from your universe also took you to that barbecue restaurant. Tony smiled. Yes, although it is a different universe, there are many similarities. That's right, but there are many things that are very different, such as you. In the back seat, the Dark Doctor Strange spoke. If I'm not mistaken, there is only one Lin Feng in all the universes. Lin Feng chuckled. You're right, I'm, well, a rather special individual. Lin Feng is not an aborigine, there is definitely only one him in the entire universe. So, what are you looking for me this time? Dark Doctor Strange asked again. To be honest, knowing that Lin Feng came to find him, Dark Doctor Strange was still a little panicked. Whether it is the big-headed doll universe observer or Lin Feng, they are all figures at the level of big bosses, but if there is a little thing, it is not a trivial matter. Another half-hour later, Tony stopped by a Chinese barbecue restaurant. I recommend this restaurant, don't worry about the taste, Morgan can eat it. Tony directly led several people to a place by the window. This skillful movement was obviously not the first time he had come here. He ordered food in somewhat broken Chinese, and ordered 2 bottles of wine by the way. The 2 Sorcerer Supreme obviously didn't eat much barbecue, and their movements were a bit clumsy, but no one laughed. On the other hand, Wang, who knows how to live better, took the tongs and put the barbecue on the baking tray in a leisurely manner. By the way, he also mixed a few dishes of dipping sauce. After drinking for 3 rounds, the Dark Doctor Strange once again wondered what Lin Feng wanted him to do. Lin Feng put down his wine glass and said, Strange, I want to know how you got to the City of Lost Books. The Dark Doctor Strange was taken aback, and asked, Cagliostro's Book City. Lin Feng nodded. That's right, that legendary place that holds all the books. I don't know if you can still go there now. Cagliostro's city of books. Dark Doctor Strange muttered these words, which brought back a memory he didn't want to bring up. What bookstore? What's that? Tony asked curiously as he tossed the barbecue. Hiding all the books? This is really loud. Strange on the side answered, that's not a big deal, there are indeed all the books in the universe hidden there. Okay. Tony frowned, then lost interest. Although it sounds nice, he has no interest in books. The books recorded there can give you unimaginable power. However, if it is not used properly, it will also cause unimaginable consequences. While saying this, Strange glanced at the Dark Doctor Strange slightly. Wong chuckled and didn't interrupt, and ate the barbecue when he saw it was cooked. He's just here for a meal, it's best not to let him talk. In the past few years at Blue Star, Dark Doctor Strange also mentioned his past to Strange and Wong. Strange didn't expect that his self in another universe would have such an experience. But he could understand the pain of the Dark Doctor Strange. After all, both of them were strange, and he could fully imagine what it would be like to lose Christine. Tony pursed his lips and ate the barbecue in peace. He didn't want to get into such a topic. What do you ask about that place? Maybe you want to go there? The Dark Doctor Strange asked with gloomy eyes. To be honest, he didn't really want to recall the past. Now he has seen a lot, but those things in the past have forever carved an irreparable scar in his heart. You guessed right, I want to go there, so do you remember how to get there? Lin Feng responded while playing with the wine glass. The Dark Doctor Strange nodded hesitantly. Well, he definitely remembered, the place that made him strong, but twisted at the same time. Back then, he wanted to resurrect Christine, but was stopped by Ancient One. When he was about to escape into the timeline of the past, he was split in two by Ancient One's dark magic trick. It was split into two. Strange. The two coexist in different timelines of the same universe. However, Lin Feng already knew about these experiences of the Dark Doctor Strange. At that time, one Strange chose to let go of the past, while the other Strange came to a jungle after a burst of light. There, he meets Oban, the librarian. Following Auburn's footsteps, he came to the legendary city of lost books. Can you tell me, what book do you want to consult? It's fine if it's inconvenient. The Dark Doctor Strange hesitation asked a question. Lin Feng pondered for a while, and felt that it didn't matter to tell the truth, so he said directly, I want to increase the strength of my soul. Now my physical body is strong enough, but there are always some threats, not only from the physical aspect. Dark Doctor Strange was taken aback for a moment, and then asked, for an existence like you, do you still need to increase your soul strength? Lin Feng shrugged, why not? Improving the strength of the soul can be regarded as a rainy day. For the time being, Lin Feng couldn't think of anyone who would launch an attack from this aspect, but since he knew it, he had to guard against it. Dark Doctor Strange is silent. He was a little conflicted whether to take Lin Feng to Lost Book City. He was afraid that Lin Feng would become like him, in order to pursue great power and cause uncontrollable consequences. Strange and Tony didn't have the desire to intervene, and the two of them stuffed the barbecue at the side, and they were inexplicably compared. Wong was not to be outdone. Gan Fan's speed became faster, and the clips in his hands danced with afterimages. This man's weird and childish desire to win. I do know how to get to the city of lost books. The Dark Doctor Strange still chose to tell the truth. In front of Lin Feng, he didn't think he could hide it. And even if he didn't say it himself, Lin Feng would find the Lost Book City through other methods. This Dark Doctor Strange has no doubts. Then take me there after dinner. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He believed that he should have gained a lot in the city of lost books. The Dark Doctor Strange can help, so it saves Lin Feng to find other ways. In addition to being happy, Lin Feng wanted to have a piece of barbecue to celebrate, but when he looked down, he found that there was no meat on the grill. Look at Strange and Tony again, looking at each other, showing off the barbecue in their mouths, and there is a king next to them. Lin Feng put on a black question mark face. What the hell are these three people? I always feel like I'm arguing about something weird. Reluctantly putting down his chopsticks, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the Dark Doctor Strange's expression was not quite right. It seems that there is some entanglement, and there is some reluctance, definitely, mixed with a trace of regret and sadness. This little expression deduces. Lin Feng opened his mouth and asked, what's wrong with you? Are you entangled like this? The Dark Doctor Strange took a deep breath, shook his head and said, it's okay, I just remembered that place, and I'm in a bad mood. Eat, I will take you there after eating. After a while, he had already figured it out. He was originally afraid that Lin Feng would be like him, stubbornly doing something and causing the destruction of the universe. But looking back, my situation is considered one of the very few extreme situations. And regarding the matter of infinite gems Ultron at that time, he thought that even the Divine Universe observers could not solve it, so he needed to ask Lin Feng for help. Infinite gems Ultron beats Cosmic Watchers like grandson. Lin Feng beat Infinity Ultron like a grandson. If he is really someone who is easy to go wrong, the universe is probably gone long ago. After talking about the business, a few people talked about some interesting things. Several people were also drunk, and they were all big appetites. They ordered one plate after another of barbecue, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves after a meal. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that this battle finally ended. The face of the owner of the barbecue shop burst into smiles, and he sent them out in person. The consumption of this table is comparable to the sum of the other tables present. The Dark Doctor Strange is going to take Lin Feng to the City of Lost Books himself, and Tony and Strange are definitely going home. Due to drinking, Tony threw the car here in a free and easy manner, wearing a nano battle suit and soaring into the sky. Strange is much simpler, take the sling ring to draw a circle, and return to the holy place with Wong through a portal. The Dark Doctor Strange also brought up the sling ring, nodding towards Lin Feng. Let's go. Lin Feng definitely has no comments. Although it was getting late, Lin Feng's energy had no upper limit. The two passed through the portal and came to a dense green jungle. Seeing this familiar scene mixed with a trace of strangeness again, Strange felt a little hurt. While taking Lin Feng through the jungle, he talked about the past. At that time, I stayed here for centuries. Auburn was at the end of his life when I came out. Auburn is the librarian here. Strange explained, not knowing that Lin Feng knew the information. After that, I found another me. I thought that the complete me was strong enough to reverse the absolute time point, but things didn't go as smoothly as I imagined. Lin Feng walked behind silently. Dark Doctor Strange is also a tragic figure. His original intention was not to destroy the whole world, he just wanted to resurrect his beloved Christine. At the last moment, he regretted it, but things had reached the point of no return. He asked the Universe Observer for help, but was ruthlessly rejected. After all, changing these things will only cause more sacrifices. After all, at least one of Dark Doctor Strange's points is right. That is all the regrets, all because of insufficient strength. And the reason why Lin Feng seeks all kinds of power to strengthen himself is to have enough power to support the thoughts and actions in his heart at a certain moment in the future. While talking, the two walked through the jungle, and the space in front of them suddenly widened. Streams, grasslands, not far away, are huge amounts of angular buildings. Towering, strange, shocking. This architectural style is somewhat similar to the Asgard that Lin Feng visited, with the same splendor and a sense of mystery. Let's go. The Dark Doctor Strange slowly floated into the air. It is worth mentioning that his sling ring has been taken down. Most of the magic does not need to use the sling ring, it can only be used when opening the portal and entering and exiting the mirror space. Lin Feng floated up following the Dark Doctor Strange, and came to the entrance where he came for the first time. The Dark Doctor Strange turned his wrist, and easily deciphered the magic placed at the entrance. The two went down to the inside of the Lost Book City. The space inside the book city is not as wide as imagined, but the height is astounding. On the countless towering shelves, there are books one after another, the kind where you can't see the end at a glance. Looking at the countless books, even Lin Feng couldn't help being amazed. This is probably not a holy place for scholars. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Then, shall I go back first? Dark Doctor Strange said beside him. He felt that Lin Feng's reading time should not be too short, but it should not be too long. At the beginning, I stayed here for several centuries, and I didn't feel that time had passed for so long. But at that time, most of the time of the Dark Doctor Strange was used for cultivation and devouring dark mysterious creatures. Sure, thank you, Strange. Lin Feng replied indifferently. When do you need me to pick you up? Dark Doctor Strange asked again, but he realized that it was a bit redundant. Lin Feng still needs him to pick him up? Sure enough, Lin Feng got a negative response. The Dark Doctor Strange didn't say much, and Shiren floated to the sky above the City of Lost Books. After taking another look at the City of Lost Books, the Dark Doctor Strange opened the portal and left. In the City of Lost Books, only Lin Feng was left alone. Lin Feng strolled in the book city and visited it. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a holy place for scholars. There are not only magic books here, but also books related to the use of various energies and the principles of all things. You can find almost all the books you want here, without exception. After wandering casually for a while, Lin Feng found a corner and sat down. He didn't do any more unnecessary things, he came here just to look up books. Lin Feng raised his arm and beckoned casually. The books towering on the bookshelf seemed to be summoned, and they automatically started to fly, one by one floating around Lin Feng. There is something magical about the library here, it seems to sense what you need, or what books you want. When Lin Feng spread out his needs with his thoughts, the corresponding books would fly from the bookshelf to Lin Feng. Similar to the scene in Camartage, one magic book after another opened the pages, and a huge amount of knowledge of characters and patterns were constantly recorded in Lin Feng's brain. At the moments Lin Feng's eyes lost focus, and a layer of white light covered him, and he was rapidly absorbing. Not only magic books, but Lin Feng will choose to consult as long as it is about the soul. Lin Feng is like a human-shaped USB flash drive, connected to the database of Lost Book City, and started high-speed copying. A lot of knowledge washed Lin Feng's brain over and over again. With the superimposition of time, his cognition of magic is also being refreshed step by step. The books and knowledge here are not at all comparable to the library in Camartage. The books on the soul alone are many times more than Camartage's collection, and Lin Feng shouted that he was right. A book flickered before Lin Feng's eyes, and then returned to the shelf. Suddenly, Lin Feng paused while looking up the books, and the white light in his eyes disappeared. Because there are a few magic books that floated over without his summoning. Lin Feng looked at the newly floated magic books with some doubts. Darkness, this was Lin Feng's first sense when he saw the magic book. Several magic books together are like a black hole, like a whirlpool, making people unable to move their eyes away. They have different appearances, the only thing they have in common is that they are as black as ink, and just looking at them makes people frown. Dark forbidden magic. Lin Feng smiled, thinking it was quite interesting. He didn't take the initiative to call, and these books, who took the initiative to find him, are they wise? Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he felt hesitant for a while, should he take a look? Dark magic and taboo magic are not much different in meaning, and they all belong to magic that also has a great influence on the caster. And these few books seem to be relatively top existences in dark magic? They seem to be alive, circling around Lin Feng autonomously. As long as Lin Feng has a thought, they will automatically open the pages of the book. Lin Feng stopped manipulating other books, and after some hesitation, he grabbed one of the magic books. Still, he decided to see what was written inside. Isn't it the dark forbidden magic? He believes that he can control the backlash. No matter how bad it is, if it really hurts, then it will be unnecessary. Seeing that Lin Feng was going to catch him, the dark magic book not only didn't hide, but even twisted it happily. This behavior gave Lin Feng a pause. I always feel that it is tempting me, and the horror movies I have seen before come to Lin Feng's mind. Maybe there are some unwatchable content in it, or some monsters are sealed. Seeing Lin Feng stop moving, the dark magic book became anxious, and flew towards Lin Feng's outstretched palm in midair. However, the moment it was about to come into contact with Lin Feng, a white light flew from the library out of nowhere. It was a ball of light, with a strong holy aura, directly hitting the dark magic book that Lin Feng was about to grab. The dark magic book was not slow to react. A black mist quickly spread from the book to meet the white light. One black and one white collided violently, creating a whirlwind in the library. The whirlwind swept through the entire library, and countless books were swept into the air and fell to the ground. Lin Feng, who was watching it, called it a good guy. The hurricane didn't have any effect on him. Just kidding, even a category 12 hurricane can't make Superman take a step back. After all, the dark magic book was not as powerful as the white ball of light. Not long after the stalemate, it was slapped away by the light ball. But it didn't fly too far, but floated not far away. The whole book was twisted, making a tooth-piercing horror scream. Lin Feng plucked his ears. The voice had a feeling of exasperation. Why did it feel like cursing? After knocking away the dark magic book, the white light actively stopped in Lin Feng's palm. The hand sank, and the white light changed into a pure white magic book. Obviously, this is a white magic book, and it is still a very powerful one. The reason why it is said to be powerful is that apart from the dark magic book that collided with it, the other books flew away as if they were fleeing when it appeared. Is this taking the initiative to send it to your door for yourself to see? Lin Feng looked at it carefully with doubts. The whole book is white, a holy color that is so white that it radiates light. On the cover, some outlines and symbols are outlined with golden borders, which are so delicate that Lin Feng can't put it down. Glory. Lin Feng held the book and looked at the cover for a long time. Apart from the symbols, there were only these two characters that he could understand. It's not Chinese characters, nor is it any text on Blue Star. Lin Feng parsed these two characters with Superman's brain for a long time. Glorious magic book? And judging from his previous performance, he seems to have picked up a treasure. Feeling a little excited, Lin Feng couldn't wait to open the cover of the shining magic book, wanting to see the contents inside. In an instant, white and golden rays of light erupted from the infusion, illuminating the entire library like a sun. Countless golden graphic symbols flew into the air, filling the entire area around Lin Feng, white light and golden light flashing alternately, which is really beautiful. Lin Feng looked at the scene in front of him in amazement, not to mention anything else. The special effect alone made Lin Feng feel that the things recorded in this book were absolutely boundless. The light converged into a swirl shape and floated on Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Feng's eyes were covered with white light again, and he began to read the knowledge in the glorious magic book. The few dark magic books gathered together, jumping up and down screaming, but they dare not approach this side. The incantations and theories recorded in the glorious magic book are esoteric but easy to understand. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng was still reading the magic book. He was a little surprised that this magic book, which didn't look too thick, actually contained so much content. Almost as thick as him, Lin Feng absorbed the knowledge in his brain within a few seconds. Half an hour later, Lin Feng was still watching. After an hour, Lin Feng exited the reading mode with a black question mark on his face, and the white light in his eyes suddenly faded. The thick magic book only turned 3 pages? This bullfrog? Unexpectedly, there is such a strange existence in the library. The text on the page didn't look like much, and they were all symbols that Lin Feng couldn't understand. But when they are transformed into knowledge, this page is a huge amount of magic theory and practical notes, so even if Lin Feng can't understand it, he can still understand it. He didn't know who took those notes, but the style wasn't alone. It seems that the person who wrote this magic book should not be alone. Lin Feng recalled the content stuffed into his head during this hour. The aurora curse that is enough to light up the entire planet, and the nameless curse that can instantly revive with full blood in one breath. Positive elements, defensive spells, offensive spells. Lin Feng tried to cast these spells while recalling. The books scattered on the ground were also returned to their original place by Lin Feng. Not to mention other things about the brilliant magic, at least the special effects are very attractive. Every time Lin Feng casts magic, it is accompanied by white or golden light. And while casting spells, the radiant characteristics will bring people a sense of holiness, comfort, and joy. After playing for a while, Lin Feng finally tapped his finger in the air, and a forest deer surrounded by white light appeared in front of him. It is like the pure deer drinking water by the river in the deep forest in the movie CG. Every move is full of spirituality. Lin Feng even saw curiosity in its eyes. This is a defensive spell. It will automatically dispel the darkness for you and block the enemy's attack. Lin Feng touched his chin strangely, feeling that this thing was a bit familiar. After thinking for a long time, Lin Feng clapped his hands. Good guy, I just said why I always feel like I went to the wrong set, and there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Why does this thing look like the Patronus charm Harry used in Harry Potter? Lin Feng has watched the entire series of Harry Potter movies, including Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. And he still has a few wands in his home outside the fourth wall. Pointing at the deer again, the deer let out a cry and suddenly turned into a shining sword. The Guardian spell is transformed into an attack spell, which is extremely smooth. Magic, very interesting. I guess if I travel to Hogwarts now, the magic in my head can make Dumbledore's jaw drop. Now give yourself a wand and a magic robe, you can go to Hogwarts to play a magician. It seems to have felt Lin Feng's thoughts. Suddenly, another ball of light burst out from the radiant magic book. An exquisite magic wand is suspended in the light cluster. This time Lin Feng was really shocked. Damn, do you really have a magic wand? You won't really let me travel to the magical world. Lin Feng was overjoyed, never expecting that there would be a magic wand in the glorious magic book. Gently took the floating magic wand, and the moment he took it, some of the energy in his body was sucked out uncontrollably. The energy was absorbed by the wand. Lin Feng felt that the arm holding the wand seemed to be extended, it fit perfectly, and the quality was extraordinary. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was a raging second-year fire. At this moment, he seemed to have really traveled into the magical world. He stood up and waved his wand quickly. Every time you click, a white deer will appear. Compared with pointing with fingers before, the cohesion is faster, the body shape is more solid, and it is also more powerful. Obviously, the magic wand has a good auxiliary effect on the use of Lin Feng's magic. Bullfrog. Lin Feng had fun playing, stepping forward with his right foot, waving his arms quickly and pointing forward, thinking about the magic in Harry Potter in his mind. Awada eats a big melon. Cruciate. Nothing happened. The humanity of the brilliant magic book trembled a bit, as if it was amused by Lin Feng's behavior. But at the same time, there was a hint of dissatisfaction. As if to say, I showed you radiant magic and gave you back your wand, but you left here to cast the unforgivable curse on me? Lin Feng retracted his wand in embarrassment and scratched the back of his head. Well, I seem to think too much. Tried using the unforgivable curse from Harry Potter, but it didn't work. Sure enough, it was completely different from Harry Potter's wizarding world. And Lin Feng feels that this magic wand can change shape arbitrarily, and you can even make it into a ring. The reason why it just appeared in the shape of a magic wand was the result of Lin Feng's will as the dominance. Okay, it's not bad. Lin Feng is satisfied enough with this, at least in terms of image. It's not like he made a cameo. Changing the wand into a ring and wearing it on his hand, Lin Feng turned his attention to the glorious magic book again. Good thing, this thing is probably an artifact originally, right? There is a huge amount of knowledge that I only turned 3 pages in an hour, and there is such a thing as a magic wand. It's a waste to leave it in the Lost Book City to collect dust. For a moment, Lin Feng made a decision in his mind. When he left, this magic book should be a souvenir. Lin Feng felt that he had to make a statement. It wasn't because of greed that he took away the glorious magic book. He just felt that if he stayed here for such a glorious magic book, no one would have to take a look at it for centuries. What a shame. Wouldn't it be great to follow your own adventures and make some achievements to save the world? Well, anyway, he will not admit that he is motivated by money. Lin Feng smacked his lips, looked around cunningly, and then quietly put the glorious magic book into his arms. It's just that the black question mark on the face in the next second. What am I doing? Why do you look like a thief? Apart from myself, there are no living creatures around here at all, so I am afraid that others will see it? Laughing at himself, Lin Feng was a little speechless. It would be nice to just put this stuff away in the space. There are too many contents in this book, it will take Lin Feng a lot of time to read it. Anyway, I decided to take it away, so I put it away first, and then I read other books first, and I just read this glorious magic book slowly. Throwing it into the space, Lin Feng started to read other books. But at this moment, several dark magic books that had been hidden away due to the appearance of the bright magic book, slowly floated in front of Lin Feng again. It seems that Lin Feng hasn't given up yet. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then grabbed one of them directly. Still unable to withstand the test of curiosity, I want to know what is written in it. The book Lin Feng took was the one that collided with the glorious magic book before. At that time, other dark magic books were hiding far away, only this one dared to go up. It should be the most powerful one among these dark magic books. Now, it lay quietly in Lin Feng's palm. It is about the same file size as the glorious magic book, but the difference is that even Lin Feng can't read a single character on it. The black book cover is inlaid with weird green stripes, which makes it feel extremely weird at a glance. But Lin Feng didn't panic. He gently opened the cover and saw the prologue. That is, the moment it was opened, a puff of black smoke suddenly emerged from the book and floated into the air. Lin Feng sneered. He is always on guard against such weird things. Isn't it all written in movies and novels? Weird books are bound to be accompanied by weird lives. The black smoke quickly turned into a hideous smoke monster, screaming and roaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the smoke indifferently, without any movement. In perception, this smoke does not have any signs of life, nor is it a soul body, a threat. Not to mention, sure enough, the smoke monster didn't attack Lin Feng, but made some intimidating gestures, and then got back into the book. Lin Feng tilted his head, thinking that he could really be a monster. He had prepared the biological force field and the glorious magic book that he had to pull out at any time, but this was the end? Looks like I was expecting too much. However, this behavior seems to scare away people who read this book. Shaking his head, Lin Feng chuckled, not thinking about those questions, but looking at the pages of the book. It was still an incomprehensible symbol, but with previous experience, Lin Feng did not panic. He tapped the page twice with his finger, and the symbols on the page floated up, transforming into knowledge that Lin Feng could understand. Regarding the dark magic, Lin Feng did not choose to read quickly, but looked at it word by word. The ghost knows if there is something lurking inside. Lin Feng feels that it is never wrong to be careful. When reading this type of book, it is like watching countless pictures spliced together. The picture now presented in Lin Feng's mind is a strange picture of darkness and darkness. In the picture, Lin Feng saw the black smoke just now. He seems to be an NPC, constantly casting various black magic out of thin air in the swamp-like black open space. Above his head, there are lines of magical notes. Lin Feng clicked his tongue as he watched this teaching. And as expected of dark magic, most of the black smoke demonstrations were magic related to curses, as well as black magic sealing techniques. Maybe it was because Lin Feng couldn't understand it. After the black smoke performed it, it conjured a few small animals out of thin air, allowing Lin Feng to see with his own eyes the effects of these magics. These black magics are simply torture methods to torture people. Lin Feng read it for a while, then closed the book, too lazy to read anymore. It's too weird, he doesn't need books on this. Throwing it aside, Lin Feng stretched out his hand towards the other dark magic books. Half an hour later, Lin Feng read through these dark magic books. Well, how should I put it, it really opened Lin Feng's eyes. As expected of magic that can be associated with darkness and taboos, there is no one normal. Almost all magic is harmful to one's own soul, the kind that hurts 1,000 enemies and 800. Lin Feng even doubted that the smoke that just came out could be the soul sealed in the book through these magics. However, there are also some things in it that mention the soul that Lin Feng wants. One of them is the same as what the Dark Doctor Strange used before, through constantly absorbing various mysterious creatures to enhance his physical body and soul strength. But in this case, the exchange is a chaotic soul. Lin Feng doesn't want his soul to be black and white. Throwing these magic books back to the bookshelf, the glorious magic book is still reliable. In the following time, Lin Feng set his sights on ordinary magic books. Read it as soon as possible and leave as soon as possible. Although the buildings here are unique, there is almost no sound. Although Lin Feng likes silence, he doesn't like silence. Lin Feng also set a time for himself to prevent himself from being the same as the Dark Doctor Strange at the beginning, and centuries have passed in the blink of an eye without realizing it. Lin Feng kept flipping through books in the City of Lost Books. And Duplication, who was sent to get the fragments of the heart of the universe, finally got the desired result after hard work. Just as Lin Feng imagined. Regardless of the fact that those fragments are unowned, the place where they exist does not seem to be dangerous. But as long as you want to get it, countless difficulties will follow. In order to get these 2 fragments of the heart of the universe, the 2 duplication levels have been exhausted. How? How does the main body respond? The 2 duplications came together, and one of the duplications asked. At that time, Lin Feng's main body gave them an order to notify him immediately when they got it. Another duplication responded, contacted, the main body is currently looking for something in the Lost Book City. He asked us to take it to another duplication to help guard. At that time, Lin Feng sent a total of 4 duplications to stay at Hela, and each duplication guarded the location of a fragment of the heart of the universe. And now, the pieces of the heart of the universe in 2 places have been taken away, so duplication is no longer needed. The 2 duplications looked at each other, you go to number 3, I'll go to number 4. After the conversation, the duplications left using their teleportation abilities. Not long after they left, another dark portal opened to the place where the fragments of the heart of the universe were stored. Hela, goddess of death, stepped out of it. Beside her, there is another man. That man was one of the clues that Lin Feng had seen before, possessing the fragment of the heart of the universe. Hela walked around this place with a gloomy and terrifying expression on her face. It looks like things are worse than expected. Didn't you think of this result a long time ago? The man shrugged with an indifferent attitude. How is it? Do you want to visit other places? If he collects them all, it won't be something we can deal with. Hela didn't respond, and was silent for a while, as if thinking about the pros and cons. After a while, just shook his head. Didn't you hear what they just said? Now the remaining 2 places, each place will have 2 duplications of Lin Feng. Although the strength is not as good as Lin Feng, but the 2 together, do you have the confidence to deal with it? She listened to the conversation between the 2 duplications just now. It's no problem to hold them back for a short time. The man spread his hands. Hela glanced at him coldly. And then, then procrastinate and wait for Lin Feng's body to arrive. That's right, the two together can hold two duplications, but what about the latter? Wait for Lin Feng to come and take them all together? Lin Feng became stronger faster than he imagined. Hela, who was just holding a game mentality, seemed to have dug a big hole for himself, so he had to work hard and be vigilant. There is no way, the previous behavior has made the two of them have formed a bond. The man pursed his lips, helplessly discouraged. Then what do you say? Is it just watching him collect the fragments of Chi's cosmic heart? The combined fighting power of the two of them is unable to deal with Lin Feng. If they had collected all the fragments of the heart of the universe, they would still have a good chance of winning. And now, if Lin Feng collects them all, is there still a way for them to survive? The man's mind was full of thoughts, and he regretted agreeing to Hela's cooperation request for a while. Hela snorted, also a little annoyed that she had found a useless man to cooperate with. She didn't even know how this kind of person got the fragment of the heart of the universe. There is still a chance, now let's find another person holding the fragment. Okay, listen to you? The man shrugged again, as if you were the boss. Waist twister holy place. The sky was drizzling with light rain. It was evening, and the weather was a little bit colder at this time. The dark Doctor Strange was sitting by the window, looking at the scenery outside in a daze through the glass window inlaid with huge symbols. Behind him, Strange and Wong walked over together. The two held hot tea in their hands, and Wong thoughtfully brought a cup for the dark Doctor Strange as well. During the years that Doctor Strange stayed in Blue Star, he sometimes taught the king some innocuous dark magic. Wong still has a good sense of the dark Doctor Strange. To him, they are all strange, but one of them has gone the wrong way. Remember her again. Strange sat on another chair, drinking hot tea and exposing his scar. Wong kicked Strange with a strange expression. If you can't speak, you should speak less. Yeah. Dark Doctor Strange sighed, glancing at Strange's hands. The opportunity for the two of them to embark on the road of magic is different. Sometimes the Dark Doctor Strange envies Strange very much. Strange's hands can be healed at any time, but his own Christine cannot be saved by magic. He has also seen Christine in this universe, but he knows that it is not his own Christine. After so many years, I still can't let go. Dark Doctor Strange shrugged. This is not so easy. Because of Christine, the Dark Doctor Strange is on the path of magic. Every time he used magic, he would recall Christine. This is like a spell, accompanying him all the time. Wong didn't speak at the side. In terms of feelings, he couldn't give any advice. He could only hope that Strange would say less. How about, ask Lin Feng if there is any way? Strange asked tentatively, poking his head. Strange. The king on the side couldn't hold back anymore. His face darkened immediately. This Strange is good at everything, but if his brain can make a wrong circuit, he will say and do some stupid things that make people's heads full of question marks. Aren't you clear about the consequences of changing the absolute time point? Wong said angrily. Just look at the Dark Doctor Strange, the whole world has been played by him. Okay, I was just joking. Strange raised his hands with a nonchalant smile on his face. The Dark Doctor Strange also gave Strange an annoyed look. Don't give him such vain hopes. He doesn't want to destroy this world too. There was a moment of silence. Strange obviously couldn't hold his breath anymore. Do you think there is a possibility that Lin Feng can really do it? 6 infinite gems of Ultron can't force him to go all out. Cosmic Watchers have to ask him for help. I mean, what if Lin Feng can really do it? You have also said before that the reason why you can't reverse all this is because you are not strong enough. This time there is an opportunity in front of you. Are you really willing not to give it a try? Wong immediately got up and grabbed Strange by the neck and dragged him away. Let me tell you about my duties as a sorcerer supreme. Oh, Wong, give me a chance. Don't you think Lin Feng is really possible? Shut up. The sound faded away. Dark Doctor Strange watched silently as Strange was dragged away. When the guy was dragged out, he winked at himself. Oh, naughty. Shaking his head and laughing, the Dark Doctor Strange turned his head, and continued to quietly look out the window at the people walking in the drizzle. But compared to the situation just now, his originally calm heart beat faster at this moment, and his breathing gradually became a little faster. Strange's words just now echoed in his mind again and again like a magic voice. That idea that has been dead for many years quietly sprouted a new sprout, Asgard, Martial Arts Arena. This is a competition venue with the main theme of fighting, and it is also the most exciting event for Asgard residents on weekdays. Every day, young fighters compete and learn from each other here. And in the stepped seats around, there was never a lack of audience, and there were loud cheers and applause. Last time, Thor fought Lin Feng here, but he was not Lin Feng's opponent at all. And today, Thor appeared in the arena again. This time, the opponent is Hela, who is dressed in black. Well, it's not the one who is eyeing Lin Feng's soul, the comic version of Hela who intersects with the old Thanos, but the Hela who competed with Lin Feng for the Cosmic Cube last time. Last time, Loki played a trick on Lin Feng and brought the people from the Time Management Bureau here, along with the old Thanos. When the battle started, the guy ran away, but when he returned to Asgard, Odin, Frigg, and Hela were already waiting for him. Everyone in Loki was dumbfounded. They never expected that just as Lin Feng was sent off on the front foot, Odin was ushered in on the back foot. According to his thinking, even if Frigga was there, it would be impossible to break the magic so quickly. He subconsciously thought of Lin Feng. But Loki thought too much. Lin Feng didn't do anything. Instead, the magic time management taught Loki was mediocre. When Lin Feng appeared in front of the time administration team, the magic began to weaken rapidly, but Loki didn't know it. From this point of view, the time administration team had no intention of cooperating with Loki on an equal footing at all, so Loki was also tricked by it. On the Blue Star, the weakening of the magic effect, coupled with the help of Ancient One, although they still haven't figured out what kind of magic it is, it can no longer weaken Odin's divine power. The three immediately set off back to Asgard. After seeing Loki, Odin happily tied him up, whipped him and put him in the prison. If Frigg hadn't stopped him, Old Man Odin and Hela would have beaten Loki to death on the spot. In this regard, Hela's identity cannot be concealed anymore, and Odin seems to have no intention of concealing it any longer. On this day, everyone found out that before Thor, God King Odin had a princess who had fought with him for many years. Definitely, Odin's family affairs are not something they can chew on. And not long after that, Thor finally returned to Asgard. Thor definitely doesn't like to see this unique black-eyed sister. The main reason is that this elder sister not only disrespects his father, but also is arrogant and despises herself very much. Thor can bear this bird's anger? Definitely won't get used to Hela anymore. If it hadn't been for Frigga to stop her, the two of them would have already decided whether to compete or not. Odin, like a normal person, watched a son and a daughter fighting there. As for the father-daughter conflict between him and Hela, well, how should I put it? Anyway, it's kind of meaningless. Hela still finds Odin not pleasing to the eye, and tries to find faults in different ways. In her heart, she was still staring at the throne of Asgard, and she felt that only under her leadership could it regain its former glory. Look at Asgard now. The great goddess of death, Hela, almost thought it was a chicken farm, and the weak ones were no better than chickens. But thinking about the Superman on the Blue Star, Hela temporarily shelved her plan. She is not a fool. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell right away. Lin Feng will not let her burn the war to all the kingdoms of the 9 realms. This made her very distressed. Even if Odin is killed, there is still a young Lin Feng. It seems that she still needs another plan. But today is obviously not a good day to sit quietly in the palace, drink tea, and think about plans. Because of her little brother with a head full of muscles. Oh, to be honest, she really didn't want to admit that this kind of person was her brother. That stupid little brother challenged himself again just today. Hela couldn't remember if it was the 8th time, or the 9th time. In Hela's eyes, Thor is a brat who lacks education, and he never tires of challenging himself several times. Every time, it was on this martial arts arena. But what Hela has to admit is that every time he challenges himself, he can see this stupid little brother making visible progress. From the first fight, which ended in less than 5 seconds, Thor has been able to hold on to Hela for more than 10 minutes with relative ease. Definitely, Hela didn't take this competition very seriously either. In her opinion, it was no different from children playing. Hela, Hela, Hela. Thor, Thor, Thor. Slogans and cheers continued to be heard from the stands, and the atmosphere at the scene was very lively. Relying on her good looks, strong fighting power, and her status as the revealed princess of Asgard, Hela quickly gained a group of fanatical followers. Most of the shouts at the scene were for Hela. To be honest, Thor is a little jealous. These slogans were all for him. The corner of Hela's mouth curled up unconsciously, even she didn't notice it. She gracefully walked towards the center of the martial arts arena, and with a flick of her hands, 2 sharp blades appeared in her hands. Come on, my stupid brother, let me see what new tricks you have learned. Don't let me down, the battle will end soon, it will look boring. Thor snorted, his shoulders kept turning, he was doing warm-up exercises, his whole body was crackling like fried beans. Oh, my poor brother, you haven't exercised for a long time, are your joints rusted? Hela made a regretful expression, but his mouth was not forgiving. After several battles, Hela has figured out Thor's character, he is easily irritated and loses his mind. Just as she thought, there were muscles in his head, and after a few simple sentences, Thor's eyes became sharp. Clearly, he was fantasizing about teaching himself a lesson. Thor snorted again, are you ready? Hela tilted her head in surprise, she didn't expect that Thor didn't refute herself this time. Don't you like to talk trash to each other in the past? It seems that I have learned a lot this time, and I know that I can't beat myself, so I don't even have a refutation? With a whistle, the battle officially started. Thor stepped forward quickly, swinging his weapon. Hela shook her head. Every time she started with this trick, to be honest she was tired of watching it. Moreover, the tricks of recklessness are the same. He didn't even bother to raise the weapon, he turned sideways slightly, and kicked Thor's waist. Thor flew upside down and groaned on the ground for a long time. Shocking cheers came from the auditorium again, as if seeing the Prince of Asgard being beaten was an extremely exciting thing. Thor grinned and stood up, rubbing his waist. How do you have a hobby with Lin Feng? What? Nothing, let's continue. Less than half an hour later, Thor was already lying on the ground. Clearly, another victory for Hela. There was another round of cheers at the scene. Hela curled her lips, threw away the weapon in her hand boredly, and exited with a small figure. She can't even warm up for this level of fighting. Wait, Hela. Thor rested for a long time, and a carp stood up straight, so he wouldn't call Hela his sister. What? Do you want to fight again? Thor subconsciously touched his waist. That's not. It's just that today, my friend from Blue Star is coming as a guest, do you want to greet him together? Your friend? I welcome. Hela was confused. I didn't hit your brain just now, did I? Did you break yourself? Thor said speechlessly, what are you talking about? It's Tony and his family. They said that if they want to go on a wedding trip in the universe, the first stop is Asgard. Tony? I don't know. Hela tilted her head and thought for a while, then turned away without any hesitation. Hey, Tony is Iron Man, and his daughter Morgan Jr. belongs to Lin Feng. Thor can't remember the word. Looks like a daughter. Lin Feng? Hearing this name, Hela's footsteps stopped. And go even faster. Well, Thor dusted himself off and walked in the opposite direction. It seems that I have to meet my Blue Star friend Tony by myself. Moreover, he has a brain twitch. Still want to invite Hela? Neither Hela nor Thor noticed that the relationship between them, including the relationship between Hela and Asgard, was gradually easing. When Thor came to Bifrost, his waist was still aching, which made him regret that he challenged Hela today. After all, he had to receive Tony and others. Heimdall, how's it going? Thor asked. If you want to come to Asgard, using the Rainbow Gate is undoubtedly a very convenient and fast way. There was a faint gleam in Heimdall's eyes. They seem to be ready. Do you want to send them here? Send it. When Heimdall heard it, he turned on Bifrost. He didn't know why Asgard still received Blue Star's natives. But this is the order of Odin and Thor, and he can't control that much. Bifrost started, and after a burst of light, Tony, Pepper, Morgan, and Howard came to the legendary Asgard god's domain. Tony. Thor stepped forward and gave Tony a bear hug. Welcome to Asgard as a guest. Okay, I get it bro, you're so enthusiastic. Tony raised his face, trying to stay away from the big fool as much as possible. He's not used to hugging men. Okay, come on, little Morgan, hug. Thor let go of Tony, and stared at Morgan again with his trademark big fool smile. Little Morgan hid directly behind Pepper, only showing his small head. What a hot-blooded muscular tough guy. Little Morgan doesn't like it very much. She still likes Lin Feng's image of the big brother next door who seems to have everything in his hands and is confident. It has to be said here that although Lin Feng is also muscular, compared to Superman in the movie, Lin Feng's muscle lines are smoother. And when not fighting on weekdays, his muscles don't swell like Thor's, but the kind that makes him look thinner when he's dressed, and fleshy when he undresses. Thor held up his hand, a little embarrassed. Okay, Tony, my father has some things to deal with. I will take care of your itinerary this time. Since the cutie didn't want to see him, Thor gave up and chatted with Tony about the next itinerary. Tony raised his brows. That would be great. After all, Odin and I are not familiar with the God King. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce you to these two. Tony introduces the Howards to Thor. After saying hello, Thor drove the open-air flight boat prepared in advance, and took several people to the arranged residence. In fact, Odin didn't have anything to deal with, but he didn't want to meet the natives of Blue Star. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's advance greeting this time, Odin wouldn't even agree to let Tony and the others come to visit Asgard. But since Lin Feng spoke up, and it seems that he has an unusual relationship with that little girl, Odin simply sent Thor, the only person who knew Tony here, to be the guide of Asgard. The family sat on the flight boat and looked down. Asgard's fairyland-like scenery and ingenious buildings immediately captured everyone's eyes. Tony kept clicking his tongue. Little Morgan even leaned on the side of the boat, staring blankly at the scene. Oh my god, this is too beautiful. Pepper admired softly. Pepper has more or less traveled to many places on Blue Star, but even if the beautiful scenery she has seen adds up, it seems that it is not as good as what she sees here. As for the Howards, they were sitting at the stern of the boat, whispering something. But seeing them laughing at the scenery from time to time, you can also know that they are very satisfied with the scenery of Asgard. Thor piloted the spaceship in front, his mouth almost reaching his ears. As long as you praise Asgard, we are good friends. No one who comes to Asgard for the first time will not be shocked by the scenery. Definitely, there are very few guests in Asgard. Visit Haifiki here. And in another universe, here in Lost Book City, Lin Feng also closed the last book. The white light in front of his eyes disappeared, and Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Wonderful, really wonderful. In the past few days, Lin Feng has read countless books, but they are still only the tip of the iceberg in the library. However, the books Lin Feng read are all useful to him. Including some non-magic theoretical research is also helpful to myself. The last book he read now was written by a race with only soul and no body. It records in detail their lifestyle, fighting style, and how to train their souls. Lin Feng raised the idea of taking this book with him, but quickly gave up. This is just an ordinary book, and the content inside has been firmly remembered in my brain. The Glorious Magic book was accepted earlier because it was originally not an ordinary book. It stores a large amount of brilliant magic and theories, and can act autonomously. Lin Feng has no doubt that it may have self-awareness. Putting all the books back in place, Lin Feng stood up and patted the dust that didn't exist on his body. It's been a week before you know it. It's time to leave. Lin Feng left the city of Lost Books. He has already recorded the location of the Lost Book City, and if he wants to come back in the future, all he needs is a thought. However, Lin Feng did not return to the Blue Star, nor did he return to his own universe, but teleported to an empty star field. During this trip, Lin Feng got what he wanted, the way to strengthen his soul. The strengthening of the soul is nothing more than the one speculated before. Devour other creatures, or nourish the soul through some methods and items. In the process of reading these books, Lin Feng was deeply impressed by two books. One is the glorious magic book that Lin Feng took away, and the other one is the one mentioned earlier, written by the soul body race without a body. The history of the development of the soul race is mentioned in the book. It's not that they don't have a body from the beginning, but like ordinary humans in Blue Star, they have flesh and blood. And the planet they live on has many similarities with Blue Star. But the difference is that their planet is too small, and the population is constantly multiplying and expanding. Their reproduction seems to be a curse, and they can't stop at all, as if there is something in their genes that forces them to reproduce continuously. Soon, their home planet was overwhelmed and began to gradually collapse. At the critical juncture, their leader stood up. Through an ancient method that has been passed down in the clan, but has not been used, all the clansmen abandoned their bodies and continued to live on the planet in the form of souls. This method is derived from what was engraved in the genes of this planet at the beginning of life. And the reason why it can become the state of the soul body and maintain it without disappearing has a lot to do with the core of the planet. After changing into a soul state, they no longer need to eat, and no longer need a large house to live in. The resource consumption on the surface of the planet has been alleviated, and the loaded planet has gradually stabilized. Lin Feng didn't bother about why this magical race couldn't colonize other planets. Each race has its own way of life, and from the books, soul races do not have similar technological abilities. But even if it becomes a soul body, the good times don't last long. In the first few decades, the soul race developed harmoniously and peacefully. Even in order to live a better life, the soul body began to exercise the soul according to the knowledge that had been passed down in its mind to strengthen its own soul strength. But as more and more people used the method to exercise the soul, at an inexplicable note, an emotion called irritability began to spread wantonly between the soul and the body. And violent emotions bring endless quarrels and fights. The leader who wrote the book wrote in the book, "Reproduction is like a mission, like a mark of our race, but the soul body cannot reproduce again." I don't know when, everyone started to become extremely irritable and unable to reproduce, like the fuse of destruction, amplifying everyone's negative emotions. The violent emotions mentioned in the book, like a virus, gradually began to infect every soul and body. Under this influence, the spirit body begins to become distorted. Why am I a soul body? Why am I not as strong as him? Why can't the soul body reproduce? Countless questions and disadvantages gradually erupted under the blessing of violent emotions, and then derived jealousy and arrogance. Even, greedy. Their eye sockets turned red, and their sanity began to crumble. After some soul bodies discovered that devouring other souls could strengthen themselves, this war of extinction within the race finally broke out on a large scale. The silent battle between soul and body is taking place in all corners of this planet, without exception, without exception. A soul race was declared extinct in this ridiculous way. The leader of the soul body race who wrote this book was the last one to die on the planet. This book was a bit depressing to read. The book ends here, and the history of the development of this race is full of weirdness in Lin Feng's view. First of all, why is there no reason for the inheritance of knowledge about the soul body in the memory? Secondly, the book doesn't mention where the violent mood came from. Whether it is emotions or war, it is very strange, as if someone is deliberately controlling it. Think carefully and fear. Lin Feng read the book twice. He was convinced that behind the development of this planet and the soul race, there must be an invisible hand manipulating it. As for why he did this, Lin Feng thought of an appropriate metaphor, which is petri dish. That is a kind of experimental vessel used for microorganism or cell culture. Microorganisms grow and develop in petri dishes for people to observe experimentally. And this planet is like a petri dish. The existence behind it gives a way to survive as a soul, so as to observe what fate this race will lead to, including the subsequent irritability. It is like the growth-promoting drug added during the petri dish experiment. If you explain it like this, everything makes sense. So it is not an exaggeration to say that it is extremely scary to think carefully. The star field that Lin Feng came to is the location of the mother star recorded in the soul body race book. He found the planet of the soul body race very smoothly. The galaxy where the planet is located also has a fixed star like the sun. It's just that the light emitted by this fixed star is red, and blood red. Lin Feng looked directly at the red fixed star, the light sprinkled on the other planets, like a layer of blood mist, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Lin Feng muttered a strange galaxy in a low voice, and then turned his attention to the planet of the soul body. A small planet, about 1/5 the volume of Blue Star. The entire surface of the planet is like the moon, full of potholes, and there are many deep holes with different file sizes. Lin Feng thinks that there are only 4 words to describe this planet, which is riddled with holes. The dense vegetation, mountains, and rivers recorded in the book no longer exist. But the leader of the soul body who wrote the book, before he died, the planet should still be mountains, rivers, and green trees. How could it become what it is now? It's a completely dead planet. Lin Feng squinted his eyes and used supervision to directly see through the entire planet. Under the perspective of ability, the planet is in every detail, and there is no trace of life that has existed here before. Even the core of the planet is actually a huge circular cavity. It's as if something in the middle has been taken away. Intriguing results. But this result also proved some of Lin Feng's conjectures. Lin Feng speculates that the core of the planet should be the thing placed by the big hand behind the race that can support the existence of the soul body without disappearing. After all, the soul body, without proper supply, either went to the kingdom of death, or dissipated in the air. It seems that there is nothing wrong with my speculation. This is indeed a petri dish made by a mysterious existence. Cultivate a spirit body race in order to observe how this race develops. As for the purpose behind it, Lin Feng is unknown. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng sat down where he was. He was very curious about who was the one who took away the core of the planet. Simply use the ability of time to look at the past. Definitely, Lin Feng has no intention of turning back time to the past. The destruction of the soul body race is too far away from the present time. If you want to turn back the time to that time, there will definitely be some big problems. Lin Feng closed his eyes, covered the entire planet with perception, and began to inspect the past images. Regressing in units of 1 century allowed Lin Feng to quickly lock in the existence time of the soul body race. The development history of the soul body race was played in front of Lin Feng one by one in the form of fast-forward pictures. It is the same as the written record that Lin Feng saw in the book. Since the books of the soul body race do not have the ability of dark magic books and light magic books, they can directly transform text content into pictures, so the text I saw before is easier to understand without the picture in front of me. Some of the details are not recorded in the book. However, Lin Feng is no longer very interested in the development of the soul body race. He directly fast-forwarded the time to why the planet became like this after the genocide was destroyed, and who took the core of the planet. However, the answer is destined to disappoint Lin Feng. After the last leader of the soul body race disappeared, the planet was still a normal life planet. But then, in the next second of the screen, without warning, it turned into the riddled planet that Lin Feng sees now. Is there something missing in the middle? Lin Feng's eyes snapped open. Someone has blocked this section of the timeline. Things are getting more and more interesting. There is such a big story behind a book I read casually. The existence that took out the picture is undoubtedly the mastermind behind the creation of this soul body petri dish. The reason why the picture was adjusted was obviously not to let anyone see who turned the planet into what it is today. But the more this happened, the more curious Lin Feng became. If you show it to me, your curiosity will disappear, and Lin Feng will probably leave with a pat on the ass. The more you don't let me see, Lin Feng said, the more excited he is. He. You can't see it back in time, but don't forget that Lin Feng just got a nameless wall that can be called against the sky not long ago. Lin Feng's direct consciousness immersion came to his mind. The wall stayed quietly inside, and the dog system was still analyzing it with all its strength. Lin Feng came to the wall, on which were still playing pictures of the past and future of various universes. It was easy to follow the coordinates to find the relevant pictures of the soul body race. No matter who is drawing the picture in the timeline, no matter how awesome it is, Lin Feng feels that he will not escape the record of this wall. After all, as a special individual like myself, the walls have recorded his past. Under Lin Feng's search, he quickly found the missing picture. Just looking at the figure appearing in the screen, Lin Feng was stunned. Fuck. Black Robe? In that picture, it was Lin Feng's old rival organization, the Black Robe, that pulled the core of the planet. In the picture, shortly after the total extinction of the spirit body race, a black robe appeared near the planet. He just waved his hand, and the core of the planet turned into countless strands of energy-like fluid, rushing out frantically from the inside of the planet. The fluid transformed from the inner core gathered in his hand like what was originally a black robe, and finally turned into a key-shaped thing. Seeing this picture, Lin Feng understood. It turned out that those bottomless holes on the planet were the damage caused when the core was extracted. After the core was drawn, the planet withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Afterwards, I saw a burst of green energy emanating from the hands of the black robe. Just like this, Void didn't know what it caught. After completing these two actions, the figure in the black robe disappeared into the universe. Lin Feng knew that his last snatch movement should have removed the scene where he appeared from the timeline. As expected of a black robe, he does shitty things like dogs all day long, and he doesn't know what kind of conspiracy he is up to. Countless lives, in their place, are like microorganisms in a petri dish, which can be discarded at any time. And the next picture, there is nothing interesting. Lin Feng knows everything he wants to know. I don't know if I'm lucky or not. I found a book casually, and I came to the place in the book out of interest, but I didn't expect that it would be related to the black robe again. However, it is not surprising that the black robe appeared in this universe. Lin Feng came to this universe for the first time. Didn't he come here because of the scheme of the black robe? The black robe in the picture is obviously of extraordinary strength. It seems that there is no difficulty in being able to draw out images from the past and create a planet of life. It can be observed as a petri dish, but existences at the multi-universe level, if they are not proficient in life and creation, cannot make such things. The least powerful is also the top of the second rank, or the first rank. Lin Feng exited the screen and walked towards the blue star. He was happy when he came, but when he went back, his brows were tightly frowned. As for the black robe, Lin Feng was more concerned. Lin Feng also saw the time of the emergence and extinction of the soul body, about 700 years ago, and the history of the soul body is only 300 years. In other words, it has been 400 years since the soul body became extinct. Why did the black robe make a petri dish for this kind of soul body? Lin Feng put this question aside for the time being. It should not be because of his own reasons. 400 years ago, I guess I wasn't even born, let alone traveled to the Marvel universe. Never mind. Lin Feng shook his head and teleported to the solar system. It's time for him to go back to his own universe. For now, let's say goodbye to Tony and the Dark Doctor Strange. By the way, in order to thank the Dark Doctor Strange for taking him to the City of Lost Books, Lin Feng also prepared a big thank you gift that he could never have imagined. Hey, he thinks it's unexpected, but he doesn't know if it's right for me to do this. Lin Feng was floating outside the blue star, ready to prepare the presents in advance. A hollow-like void appeared in front of him. He stretched out his hand, and with a light grasp, he grabbed a soul body. Anyway, that world has been destroyed, so there is no absolute point in time, right? The soul captured by Lin Feng was a bit confused, as if all souls pulled from the kingdom of death were like this. This is also the case with Tony and Pepper pulled out by Lin Feng last time. But soon, the soul regained its sanity. Well, that's the gift Lin Feng intends to give to the Dark Doctor Strange. His old friend, Christine. For this Christine, the Dark Doctor Strange heroically destroyed the whole world. But pulling out this soul is not just to thank the Dark Doctor Strange. But by the way, I found a reason to toss about Hela's Death Kingdom, and at the same time, I also tried the knowledge I got from books. What? Sharp screams sounded from around. Just as Christine, soul, regained her senses, she saw the scene in front of her in outer space, and immediately screamed out of fright. Lin Feng picked out his ears, careless. The soul can't breathe, so it shouldn't cover Christine with a biological force field, so she can't scream. But the soul seems to be able to scream directly in your head? Who are you? After screaming, Christine found Lin Feng next to her. With vigilance in her eyes, she asked a question in a panic. Calm down, Christine. Lin Feng comforted him wordlessly. Remember how you died? Christine froze. This sentence was thrown on her head like a bomb, and it immediately exploded. Died. Christine muttered to herself, only feeling a pain in the head, and countless memories spewed out instantly. Strange, car crash, darkness, red, tentacles, monsters. Chaotic memories filled the brain for a while, and after the pain, there was a burst of dizziness. I died. Christine lowered her head and saw her translucent hands. She recalled that she was indeed dead. Moreover, I always feel that I have died more than once in my memory, but without exception, it is basically in the car. Only the last memory, she saw a terrifying monster. That monster turned out to be Strange. That time, she felt as if she died in Strange's arms. Well, I don't know why God tossed her like this, going back and forth to die several times. She also didn't know what Strange did. At that time, it seemed that the whole world died after her. Not long after she lost consciousness, she came to a place where both the sky and the ground were blood red. She didn't know where this place was, and she couldn't think well. Because this kind of red seems to be able to confuse her, making her brain clear for a while, and confused for a while. Just like that, I don't know how long it took. When she fully woke up again, she saw Lansing in front of her. Get rid of, although she is dead, she is still the soul of an ordinary person after all. It's like an ordinary person who wakes up and finds that he has come to the universe, and the planet he lives in front of him. No one will be shocked. Lin Feng was on the side, watching Christine cry for a while, laugh for a while, frown for a while and think, and finally became enlightened. Evidently, she had already remembered how she was useless. It seems that you have already remembered. Christine nodded sadly. I remembered. Then come with me. I think Strange should be glad to see you. Strange. Christine's memory was interrupted by Lin Feng, and she froze again. No, I can't see him. Christine backed away constantly as if seeing some great horror. The last time I saw him, the whole world was shattering. Although I don't know what happened, but I think it should have something to do with us. Christine's eyes dimmed. She is a smart person, and she can figure out some things with a little thought. Strange turned into a monster, and the destruction of the world should all be related to his own death. And at the end of death, she seemed to have seen the existence of God. Although that God looks a bit, but combined with the conversation between him and Strange, it should be what Strange did for himself, causing the destruction of the world. Could it be resurrection? Kristen was thinking constantly, as if these things just happened not so long ago. Lin Feng glanced at her unexpectedly. I didn't expect that they were quite smart, and they were able to know that the destruction of the world was related to the two of them. You are right. The destruction of your world is indeed inseparable from Strange. But you don't have to worry about it now, because you haven't been resurrected. After reading countless books, Lin Feng has gained a deeper understanding of the soul. It's true that Christine's death is an absolute time point, but as long as Lin Feng doesn't resurrect Christine and just summons a soul, there will be no problem. This is not considered a loophole, or a bug or something. As for whether there will be a time paradox again, Lin Feng didn't think so. One is the world where Christine and the Dark Doctor Strange lived, which has been destroyed. The second is that, although Christine's soul is still there, the person is gone, and the body is gone. So it doesn't cause the Dark Doctor Strange to give up on the path of magic. Besides, the world is destroyed, so why talk about time paradox now? Lin Feng wanted to try if resurrecting Christine would also cause the collapse of this universe. He speculated that it would not, but still did not implement the idea. Although I have the ability to reverse, this kind of behavior is too prone to unknown accidents. If you have ability, you have ability. Lin Feng doesn't want to find more things for himself. If it wasn't for his own desire to experiment with something, and the trouble of finding Hela by the way, Lin Feng would have given Dark Doctor Strange other things instead of summoning Christine's soul to meet him. Christine thought of her transparent hands, then I am now. Soul. Clever. Stop talking about these things, and ask your Strange if you have any questions. I haven't seen you for so many years, Strange has never forgotten you. Saying that, Lin Feng took Christine's soul and was about to descend to Blue Star to find the Dark Doctor Strange. Presumably, that Dark Doctor Strange guy will definitely jump up happily. Just when one person and one soul were about to leave, a vision popped up. The crack that Lin Feng opened just now, leading to the Kingdom of Death, suddenly opened by itself. From the crack, a guy wearing a black hood and holding a huge black sickle walked out. Isn't this dress the Death God in the movie? There was an imperceptible smile on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, and he turned his head as if he had expected it. Coming, Lin Feng noticed this guy dressed as Death God when he extracted the souls of the Kingdom of Death a few times before. It's just that he always hid in the dark, watching Lin Feng take away the soul but didn't dare to show up, so Lin Feng ignored him. This time I finally couldn't bear it anymore. Want to ask for an explanation? It's the third time. The visitor said hoarsely. What's the third time? Lin Feng was taken aback. Playing with the decedent's soul will destroy the order of the universe. The guy dressed as Death God didn't answer Lin Feng's question, but turned to Christine. The face under the hood is exposed. It is a skull, which looks somewhat similar to Red Skull. His empty eye sockets are fixedly staring at the soul that Lin Feng pulled out from the realm of death. Christine was frightened by his appearance, and subconsciously shrank behind Lin Feng. And Lin Feng also understood, the third time he said, should be the third time he took away the soul from the Kingdom of Death, right? Twice for the Howards, once for Tony Pepper of the zombie universe, and once for the current Krypton. It seems to be one more time. What is it? Lin Feng couldn't figure out if there were any more, but if they could only be recalled, the number was not right. This. Did you remember it wrong? It should be more than 3 times. The skull turned his head stiffly. Lin Feng actually read a speechless attitude from his empty eye sockets. I'm afraid the skull didn't expect that the people in front of me would pay such a strange attention. Anyway, I'm here to take her back. Death God pointed to Christine. The first few times, I can ignore it, but you can no longer play with the decedent's soul. What does it mean to play with a decedent's soul? Lin Feng said dissatisfied. And you ask her, is she willing to go back with you? The skull looked at Christine threateningly. Christine trembled from the cold stare, his sanity began to blur, and he was about to say yes subconsciously. But Lin Feng immediately said, even if she wants to, I don't agree. Lin Feng had a smile on his face and folded his hands on his chest, as if he was bargaining with the ant in the vegetable market. Skull. If it wasn't for not needing to breathe, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to get through this breath. Skull is also to see people order. If other people had said so, he would have gone down with a scythe. But in the face of Lin Feng, it would be nice if he could bring up the courage to come over. The main reason is that Lin Feng is too bullying, pulling souls from the Kingdom of Death over and over again, completely ignoring the love general of the Goddess of Death. The Kingdom of Death cannot be so casual. The implication is that you treat this place as your back garden? If you have nothing to do, take out your soul and come out to play? You're right. Lin Feng mused for a long time. So, you asked Hela to come out and talk to me. How dare you call that person by his name? Skull was startled. Hey, co-author, you don't know that I have a grudge against your family. Lin Feng said amusedly. Skull was speechless, he regretted coming here. The one in front of him is even more awesome than he imagined. But when it comes to this, I still have a question. Seeing that the skull was silent, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, and his eyes became dangerous. Why do all the souls in the Kingdom of Death look in a daze? You, or Hela, shouldn't be relying on some unspeakable methods to use your soul to improve your strength. The skeleton of the skull's whole body tensed at this moment. If he still had flesh and blood, Lin Feng would definitely be able to see the cold sweat dripping from his head. The skull raised the sickle and slammed it down heavily, causing waves in the space it hit. Oh, am I right? Lin Feng's muscles tensed. This is what I said. Are you ready to fight in anger? To be honest, for this speculation, when Lin Feng pulled Tony's soul from the zombie universe, there was a clue. However, Skull's next move made Lin Feng stunned again. The sickle knocked across the air, and after a burst of ripples, it wrapped around the skull and disappeared. Yes, gone. The question marks all over Lin Feng's head had nowhere to go, and there was always a feeling of punching cotton. This is running away? Fuck, it's just dumbfounding. Do you want to be so cowardly, thinking that you can't say that you are going to start a fight, but you didn't expect such an imposing movement to be a forward move to escape? Really? An eye-opener. Lin Feng laughed and shook his head, pulling Christine to continue to Blue Star. Lin Feng didn't care about what the skull said. What is playing with the soul? If it weren't for respecting the departed souls, Lin Feng would have gone to the Kingdom of Death to make a fuss. He didn't believe that the back garden was on fire, and Hela could hold back her fart. But those souls are innocent. Lin Feng will not use this method. There may be something wrong with the act of extracting the soul. The lost soul should stay in the Kingdom of Death. But rules are always made by the strong. When you are unimaginably powerful, you are the one who makes the rules. And judging from the Goddess of Death's desire to obtain Lin Feng's soul, it is enough to know that there is no reasonable fairness in her Kingdom of Death. Obviously, it's a little bit of a straight talk. Definitely, Lin Feng drew 2 souls over and became free of any moral pressure. Moreover, Lin Feng's tentative words before, whether to use a special soul method to enhance his strength. Judging from the hastily escaping action of the skull, it can almost be a real hammer. Just like that, how dare you jump out and say that others are playing with souls? It's you who co-authored to treat the kingdom of death as a back garden and exploit souls at will, right? But Lin Feng didn't expect that his guess would be confirmed so quickly, if nothing unexpected happened. He's just a level A, he cheated out the opponent's big move, that skull is really brainless. It is estimated that he will have a hard time returning to the kingdom of death. If Hela knows, he will be gone immediately. Lin Feng's speed was very fast, and before his thoughts diverged, he had already arrived at the holy place. It was night. Lin Feng dragged Christine and knocked on the door of the holy place. Strange, open the door. Look who I brought you. After knocking for a long time, the door finally opened. It was the Dark Doctor Strange who opened the door. Strange and Wong in this universe have already fallen asleep, only he is a night owl, still sitting by the window thinking about what Strange said during the day. When he saw the familiar and unfamiliar figure beside Lin Feng, the Dark Doctor Strange uttered a word of shit that resounded through the whole street. In the middle of the night, Wong and Strange were tossed about. The holy place has not been so lively for a long time. Lin Feng, the Dark Doctor Strange, was sitting on the sofa, and next to him was Christine in a soul-body state. Strange sat opposite them, watching them with great interest without saying a word. It's just that the gossiping smile on his face is obviously ready to eat melons. The hard-working Wong came over with a tray, and he went to make tea again. The tea was distributed to several people one by one, and when it was distributed to Christine, Wong paused. The soul shouldn't be able to drink tea, right? Forget it. Wong still gave her a cup. After all, it was soaked. In the end, holding a cup of tea, she sat on a chair with a bitter face, and quietly listened to Lin Feng's narration of what had happened. To be honest, when seeing the soul-body Christine appear, Wong felt that something was wrong. It's not like he doesn't know about the Dark Doctor Strange and Christine. This blue star has just been stable for a few years. Why did this great master get Christine out again? But he was not familiar with Lin Feng, and he didn't dare to say anything due to Lin Feng's strength, so he could only grit his teeth with a chubby face. If it was Strange, he would have scolded him bloody. In the middle of the night, in the warm holy place, Lin Feng slowly talked about what happened. So, the appearance of Christine's spirit will not cause the collapse of this world. The Dark Doctor Strange finally heaved a sigh of relief after listening to Lin Feng's constantly narrating. When he saw Christine just now, so did the Dark Doctor Strange. His heart almost stopped suddenly. During the day, I was still thinking about asking Lin Feng to try it out. Although I might not agree, but the idea came up, and I couldn't hold it down anymore. Unexpectedly, at night, Lin Feng brought such a surprise. To be precise, the appearance of the soul will not cause disaster, Lin Feng said. And, now it seems that the world has not begun to destroy, has it? The Dark Doctor Strange nodded subconsciously. He saved Christine at that time, but it caused the destruction and collapse of the world at the beginning, but now it seems that there is nothing abnormal in this world. But it's still full of dangers. Blue Star can't stand such a toss, and the universe can't stand it even more. The king on the side couldn't hold his breath anymore, and immediately interjected. He felt that Lin Feng's behavior was too hasty. What if he misjudges and Christine wreaks the inevitable havoc again? Calm down, king. Nothing happened right now. Strange on the side hastily patted Wong's fat belly, fearing that if he got agitated, he would say something he shouldn't say and anger Lin Feng. But Lin Feng is not such a stingy person. Wong stared at Strange fiercely, a little hated that iron can't be made into steel. This person has always watched the excitement without thinking it's a big deal. It will be too late when something goes wrong. Wong still couldn't hold back and added another sentence. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. He was indeed not angry, and Wong was also worried about Lan Xing's comfort, and a few complaints were harmless. Okay, Wong, just let them reunite. Christine's death is already a fact. As long as this fact is not changed, it will not be so easy to go wrong, Lin Feng explained. Besides, tomorrow at most, I'll send Christine back. As for tonight, how about leaving space for the two of them? The story has already been told. Definitely, it was told arbitrarily, and Lin Feng didn't say something that shouldn't be said. Now, it's time for them to exit, leaving space and time for the young couple. Hey, I hope so. After Lin Feng said that, Wong couldn't say anything more, so he could only turn his head and go to sleep. He thought about it. What was he worrying about? The sky fell. Lin Feng and Strange faced it. Strange watched him leave. He's just worried about the universe, Strange said. Lin Feng shrugged. I know, you don't have to think about it. Then I will leave first. As for you two, Lin Feng said, turning his head and looking at the Dark Doctor Strange and Soul Christine again. Tomorrow evening, I will send Christine back. After speaking, Lin Feng left the holy place. In the past few days since he came out, Lin Feng has achieved his desired goal, and at most he can give the Dark Doctor Strange a day, and tomorrow he will return to his own universe. Inside the holy place, the Dark Doctor Strange hesitated to speak. At first, he wanted to say something to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had already gone away. He looked at Christine, but he didn't choose to chase after her. Strange got up, patted the Dark Doctor Strange on the shoulder, and gave him a look that you understood. Treasure the time of this day. Strange also left, and by the way, cast a little magic on the lights of the holy place, turning them into warm tones and lowering the brightness, which is really sweet. There was only one man and one woman left in the hall, and the atmosphere became a bit ambiguous. The dark Doctor Strange felt a sudden in his heart, secretly said that he is indeed another me, he really understands it very well. Christine. The dark Doctor Strange spoke softly, staring at Christine gently, reaching out to touch his long-lost face. Strange. Christine, too, looked nostalgic and sad. For a moment, they looked at each other speechlessly, but it seemed as if they were saying how much they missed each other. Needless to say about the next thing, what can the young couple who haven't seen for a long time do? But the process is somewhat weird, because Christine is the soul, which is generally untouchable. But the dark Doctor Strange has many ways to touch the soul. Don't forget, people can also leave their souls. But it was really weird, so this night, the two of them spent most of their time talking about nostalgia and the past. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting on the top of the Stark building. While not a universe, the Stark building is almost identical. Lin Feng didn't need to rest, he was sitting on the roof, sorting out the magical knowledge he had recorded in his mind. Knowing more, Lin Feng has a more accurate understanding of his current soul strength. Lin Feng's soul is indeed equally powerful. When his body becomes stronger, his soul also becomes stronger. But under this change, the intensity is not equal. According to rough calculations, for every 10 points of Lin Feng's ability to enhance his body, his soul will be enhanced by 2 to 3 points. It seems rare, but Lin Feng can easily destroy a galaxy even in the state of soul. But in this way, there is always a gap between the body and the soul. Lin Feng thought for a while, then sighed. Improving the strength of the soul is not as simple as increasing the strength of the body. He felt that he was a little bit on the edge of a dead end. Anyway, the soul is already strong enough, why not let it develop naturally? Besides, he really didn't pay attention to how powerful souls exist in the Marvel universe. Well, Lin Feng just vented his negative emotions. Enhancing the strength of the soul is a must, whether it is the advice given by Ancient One, the soul of the zombie universe, or Lin Feng's own speculation. His premonition has always been accurate. If he doesn't work hard in this area, he will regret it sooner or later. Lin Feng recalled several ways to increase the strength of the soul that he saw in books. Forget about absorbing mysterious creatures or something. He chose a method that didn't seem to work, but it was a bit reliable after careful consideration. It was a fragment recorded in an unnamed book, and a lot of content was missing. Lin Feng looked up at the moon and stars in the night sky, and shook his head dissatisfied. It is mentioned in the book that the more stars the better, the brighter the better, which is obviously not suitable here. But it's not a big problem. Lin Feng knows a few places on Blue Star where he can get close to the starry sky. He got up and flew into the sky, and then there were several sonic booms, and then disappeared into the night sky. Meanwhile, in the sky above the Twister, Tony is rushing to the Stark building in a battlesuit. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng has left. Friday's voice sounded from inside the helmet. What? Tony frowned. I'm late? Where did he go? Calibrating information. Calculating the route. Friday worked very well, and within 10 seconds, Lin Feng's flight route was displayed on the inside of the helmet in the form of a map. Straight flight route. Looking at this route, Tony couldn't help nodding his head. He also likes the simple and rough flight route. After all, the line segment between 2 points is the shortest, and the aircraft cannot fly in a straight line between the 2 points in many cases due to routing problems. But like Lin Feng and him as Iron Man, they naturally don't have to worry about so much, how to save trouble and how to fly. But because of this, Lin Feng's destination was calculated by Friday. Sir, according to speculation, Mr. Lin Feng's destination is New Ceylon, the Maki Dark Sky Reserve. At the current speed, he will reach the destination within 1 minute. Inside the helmet, a photo of the protected area and its location appear. Tony paused in midair, puzzled. He knew the place, lit up almost every night by thousands of stars, thanks to the strict control of light pollution in the area. There, the Milky Way can be seen, where he once traveled with Pepper and Morgan Jr. But he didn't understand what Lin Feng was doing there. Was he also going to watch the starry sky? Isn't that right? With Lin Feng's ability, he can fly to outer space, and still watch the starry sky on the Blue Star. Sir, are we going there? Inside the helmet, an emotional Friday asked. According to the current maximum cruising speed of the battlesuit, it will take us more than 10 minutes to reach the destination. Tony pursed his lips. Go, why not go? I have something to look for him. All the energy is supplied to the thrusters. Turn on the stealth, I will disappear from the radar. As soon as the words fell, Friday's response came. The energy line has been deployed, and the stealth has been turned on. The original 2 legs on the battlesuit synthesized a huge amounts of propulsion device. There was another sonic boom in the sky, and Tony disappeared into the night sky. And his target person, Lin Feng, at the moment has arrived at the destination. In the sky, countless stars are twinkling alternately, and the Milky Way can even be seen. This kind of scenery makes people feel happy from the heart. It really is a dark sky sanctuary. The starry sky here is unmatched in urban areas. The light pollution in the current city is serious, and it is not bad to be able to see a few stars. It is midnight now, but there are still many people on the ground below observing the starry sky. In order to cause unnecessary trouble, Lin Feng directly chose to become invisible, and then let his soul leave the body. After losing his soul, Lin Feng's body did not lose control like Strange did, but seemed to enter standby mode, automatically suspended in midair. Next, Lin Feng dug out the method that he wrote down in his mind, and read it again. On some planets where life flourishes, a special magnetic field is produced. In this magnetic field, the light cast by the starry sky will have a magical ability. It nourishes the soul of life. But there is no doubt that this kind of passive nourishment cannot be felt by ordinary life, and the improvement is too slow. Therefore, the ancestors developed a method to actively absorb this mysterious energy and use it to nourish the soul. This is the method recorded in the book. According to the method mentioned in the book, Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to communicate with the magnetic field to absorb the transformed starlight. This is the method that Lin Feng can find without negative effects for the time being. In the blue star's special magnetic field, the starlight began to transform into small light spots invisible to the naked eye, slowly gathering towards Lin Feng's soul, and then merging into Lin Feng's soul. It is precisely because of the unique magnetic field of this layer of living planets that this effect can occur, otherwise Lin Feng would have flown into outer space. In this regard, Blue Star showed another magic feature of itself. Feeling the benefits brought by those light spots, Lin Feng was happy. This method can really increase the strength of the soul, but the speed is not ideal. And for Lin Feng's current soul strength, it can almost be said to be a drop in the bucket. Taking this speed as an example, it is lower than the time and degree of Lin Feng basking in the sun to improve his strength. But Lin Feng is still very happy because he has found a suitable method. He didn't even think about eating a fat man with one bite. Next, he just needs to improve this method to make it more efficient. Having obtained the desired method, Lin Feng also stopped absorbing the light spots. Forget it after verifying the method, let Lin Feng put up a pause here all night, absorbing such a little bit of light, let's forget it. Lin Feng is going to go back first. After sending Christine's soul back tomorrow, he can return to his own universe. At that time, he should think about how to improve this method. Standing up and patting his buttocks, with a wave of his hand, Lin Feng's body automatically flew over. If you go back, use teleportation and find a place to sleep. There was no sound at all, Lin Feng teleported back to the waist twister directly. Less than 10 seconds. In the sky, an Iron Man came to a sudden stop. What did you say? Say it again. Tony stopped in midair and asked in disbelief. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng has returned to the city center, are you kidding me? Hearing Friday that Lin Feng had returned to the city center, Tony was a little confused. When did he go back? Why didn't he tell me? Tony was a little annoyed. He felt like a Sohei. I flew for 10 minutes, just came here and you told me that Lin Feng went back? A few seconds ago, sir, replied Friday. Mr. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared from the sky here, and then appeared in the city center. It is speculated that some kind of space shuttle technology was used. Tony choked up, there was nowhere to post, and it was only a few seconds away from co-authoring? Unable to resist rolling his eyes, Tony turned his direction helplessly and flew towards the city center again. Okay, let's go back too. I hope Lin Feng won't suddenly disappear again. When we met a few days ago, I should have given him a mobile phone. However, Lin Feng's space shuttle really moved Tony's heart. It would be great if this ability was also developed for his battle suit. As for Lin Feng, he didn't even notice that someone was looking for him. All his attention was on the method that had just been successfully tested. Central Park Hotel, Lin Feng found his room with his key card. The price of a night here is staggering, but Lin Feng is not short of money. As for where the money came from, Lin Feng's space definitely has some Blue Star hard currency such as gold and gemstones, and it is enough to spend it if you just change it. No matter how bad it is, let's find out about the empty-handed creation. Lin Feng habitually sat by the window, took out some tea sets from the space, and started to make tea. Then, he took out the glorious magic book from the space and read it. The glorious magic book should also record some soul training methods, and they should all be positive and have no side effects. The milky white book looks particularly bright against the night. This glorious magic book not only records all kinds of positive magic, but also some rare materials and items. After searching for a while, Lin Feng really found it. The book records many herbs and items that are helpful to soul power. But regarding this aspect, Lin Feng checked the system store when he was still in Lost Book City. There are no herbs that can enhance the soul in the store, but there are some expensive bonus equipment. Taking out most of the things in the system can make an ordinary person have the power of a superhero in an instant. But those equipments are of little practical significance to him. In the final analysis, Lin Feng's current level is too high. Soul Gem can also increase the strength of the soul. Lin Feng saw a familiar pattern of infinite gems in the glorious magic book. Absorbing the energy of the soul gem is accompanied by great danger, but it can greatly increase the strength of the soul. This is the original words in the book. Lin Feng thought it was wrong at first, because he had absorbed a large number of infinite gems before, among which the soul gem was definitely indispensable, but Lin Feng did not feel that the strength of the soul had increased significantly. Is it the wrong way to use it? In the past, when absorbing gemstones, the radiation of gemstones was used to enhance the strength of cells, so as to achieve the enhancement of overall strength. Lin Feng touched his chin, and continued to look down patiently. The method is to use soul gem to build a long river of starry sky. After the soul leaves the body, it hides in the river. Thousands of stars gather in one body, which can enhance or even sublimate the soul level. This method requires magic as follows. The book considerately attaches the use of magic and precautions. Isn't this the meaning of letting the soul absorb the starlight? Also starry sky and long river. It is somewhat similar to the method Lin Feng just experimented with, but it looks more advanced. But why soul gem? Aren't infinite gems all releasing gamma rays? Is there any difference here? Is it because of the word soul? Lin Feng remembered that its function was to steal, modify, and create souls. It must be related to this, but for the specifics, you need to go back and experiment to find out. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneered. Unexpectedly, it is not enough to bask in the sun and become stronger, and now you need to bask in the stars? Let this method be put aside for a while, and then experiment later. There are a lot of information recorded in the glorious magic book, and Lin Feng intends to find out if there is another way. As time passed by, Lin Feng gradually became fascinated by watching it. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a thumping sound outside the window, which interrupted Lin Feng's reading. Lin Feng didn't take it seriously at first, but the thumping sound became louder and louder, so he put down the book helplessly, and turned his head to look out the window. What's up so late? Iron Man. Lin Feng, who saw clearly outside the window, was very puzzled. Since when did Tony have this hobby, wearing a steel battlesuit and flying to high buildings in the middle of the night and knocking on the windows? What's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled, but he still reached out and pressed his hand on the window. His hand vibrated slightly, as if by magic, the huge amounts of French windows disappeared. Tony flew in. Lin Feng, it's not easy to find you. Saying that, the nano battlesuit faded away like a tide, and shrank back to the reactor on Tony's chest. Lin Feng waved his hand to turn the floor-to-ceiling windows back, motioning for Tony to sit down. What's up, Tony? What are you looking for me so late? Lin Feng poured a cup of tea for Tony, thinking in his heart that something will happen again. Thank you. Tony sat down. He had just flown at high speed for nearly an hour, and he was indeed thirsty. After drinking the tea, Tony noticed the magic book on the table that was glowing strangely. That light, just looking at it, makes people feel happy. Where did you buy this? Tony suddenly became interested, thinking that this could not be a new book brand night light from the Oriental Yuwa small market, right? This light can give Morgan a hole. Thinking about it, Tony wanted to reach out and take a look. Unexpectedly, before the hand touched it, it was like being slapped, and it bounced back immediately. What? Tony looked at his hand in doubt, then at the book, and stretched out his hand again in disbelief. This time, I could see it more clearly. There seemed to be something like a protective cover on the glowing book, and Tony's hand was bounced back by that thing. Lin Feng also read it surprisingly. This book will also automatically defend itself, not to show it to others. When I took it by myself before, there was no such phenomenon. What the hell is this, Lin Feng? Tony couldn't get the book, so he cast doubtful eyes on Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged. A very magical magic book. It seems to have its own consciousness. You'd better not speak ill of it. Lin Feng grabbed the magic book, and unlike Tony, he was not hindered by anything. With a flip of the hand, it was retracted into the space. Okay, Tony, tell me quickly, what can you do with me so late? Lin Feng is not used to receiving a big man so late. If it is a beautiful woman, he can still accept it. Tony touched the hand that was a little sore from the beating, seeing that Lin Feng didn't really want to talk about the magic book, so he gave up. Magic. Tony has never been able to understand it, and he is unwilling to study it. But when he mentioned what he wanted to do with Lin Feng, his expression became serious in an instant. Lin Feng noticed that Tony was a little nervous, shook his head, and took a sip of tea calmly. Don't worry, speak slowly. Tony in 2028, his daughter is so old, something that can make him, Iron Man, nervous. Is there something happening that even the Avengers can't handle? Tony took a deep breath and said slowly, I have been feeling uneasy since the past few days. It's like something is missing, and there are some emotions that make me restless. I checked on Friday, and there is nothing wrong with my body. Lin Feng slowly put out a question mark. What nonsense is he talking about? Wait, you mean, you came to me because you were restless? Lin Feng had an unusually weird expression. I'm not a psychiatrist, Tony. Tony raised his hand to interrupt Lin Feng, looking even more anxious. Listen to me first, Lin Feng. The last time I had this symptom, it was because of Thanos. Lin Feng was stunned by Tony's words. Thanos? It seems that there are 3 Thanos who died by his own hands. Lin Feng remembered Tony's words, as if Tony had been worrying about Thanos for several years, until Thanos really came to Blue Star. Now the Tony of this universe says he feels that way again? Is there any omen? Lin Feng put down his teacup and tapped his fingers on the table lightly. Tony was like a disaster detector. As early as the beginning of the Avengers Alliance, Tony, who flew out of the universe, knew that not only Chidori, after Blue Star, there will definitely be more powerful enemies. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Feng also felt that it was not Tony's style to come to him just because of the feeling of anxiety. What's more, he is not familiar with this Tony. I saw aliens again, Tony said, rubbing his hands together. Lin Feng raised his brows. If aliens come to Blue Star, it doesn't have to be a disaster, Tony. No, I trust my feelings. That alien appeared just 2 days ago. He took away a bunch of information about Blue Star's geography and material resources, and I realized that things are not simple. This is an image taken on Friday. Tony released a picture of an alien in his mouth. He has the same appearance as a human, but his behavior is a little weird, probably in disguise. How do you know he's an alien? Just because he behaves differently. Tony shook his head, and fished out a test tube vial from his trouser pocket. Lin Feng saw that the bottle contained some purple slime. Where he walked, a little bit of purple mucus was left behind. I've done an analysis, and it doesn't belong to any species on Blue Star. Lin Feng looked at the bottle with great interest, and then took it. Purple mucus, looks a little disgusting. Lin Feng observed for a while, then directly used supervision. Like a microscope, the mucus continued to magnify in Lin Feng's eyes until he could see the cells that make up the mucus. The cell performance in it made Lin Feng raise his brows. How long has it been? Lin Feng looked at the cell and asked with squinted eyes. It's been close to 100 hours. Tony replied with a heavy face. Awesome, 100 hours, and still be so active. Also, these cells seem to be extremely aggressive. In Lin Feng's line of sight, each cell was like a big round spike at the end of a meteor hammer, and it was very active. Generally speaking, cells do not survive for more than 10 minutes after leaving the body. Even in a specially created nurturing environment, they can only live for a few hours. And Tony is right, Blue Star has never discovered this kind of cells. Tony nodded. The longer this kind of cell lived, the more difficult it was for the alien and the more serious the situation. How many of these cells are there? There are 2 more bottles, both of the same amount. Tony responded. But one of the bottles was experimented by me. A variety of drugs, even strong acids, cannot effectively damage them. The fastest way to kill these cells is to use electricity or a high temperature above 1000 degree dot. Besides, an ordinary electric current needs 10 minutes of electric shocks to kill them completely. What's even more terrifying is their division speed. After the cells are reduced by electricity, the remaining cells continue to divide like crazy. Speaking of which, Lin Feng knew why Tony felt restless. The speed of division beyond common sense, as well as high temperature tolerance, plus the body fluids that are almost certainly from alien organisms. There is also the Blue Star information that the alien took away. All of this is like the prelude to a disaster. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, an idea popped up in his mind, his eyes suddenly glowed red, which startled Tony. What are you going to do? Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng's heat ray hit the purple slime through the bottle. The purple slime twisted instantly as if suffering great pain, and Lin Feng gradually increased the energy of heat ray. Sure enough, as Tony said, as the cell death and injury in the purple mucus became more and more serious, the remaining cells were dividing crazily. The mucus, which was originally only the size of a fingernail file, exploded to half a bottle in a few seconds. However, the number of divisions is limited, and it should be limited by nutrition, and the dividing cells are getting smaller and smaller. Without giving it a chance, Lin Feng directly increased the energy by an order of magnitude, completely killing the purple slime in the bottle. The current purple slime has turned into a mass of black ashes. Lin Feng shook the bottle, as if the whole bottle had been enchanted. It quickly disappeared into the air without leaving a trace. This thing is really dangerous for Blue Star. 1 bottle left, don't study it, Tony. Also, don't let it come into contact with living things. Lin Feng solemnly warned. Although Lin Feng has never seen this kind of thing before, judging from its characteristics, if it contacts living things and has more nutrients to split and grow, it will be finished. This kind of slime gave Lin Feng a feeling, like a combination of symbionts and zombie viruses. His intuition has always been more accurate. It seems that Tony's feeling is about to come true again. The Blue Star here will usher in new enemies. Lin Feng's warning, Tony said he can fully understand. He has a smart head and knows the seriousness of the matter, so he certainly wouldn't experiment with this slime on living organisms without knowing anything. I see what you mean, but at the same time I have an idea. I know this might be too much, but I don't think we can deal with this kind of enemy. Tony expressed his desire to trouble Lin Feng without any hesitation. In the past, Tony would never have done this. He has his pride and enough self-confidence. But now Morgan and Pepper are everything to him. He can't just gamble with his family's life just because of his pride and self-confidence. Moreover, this purple slime gave Tony an ominous feeling that he had never felt before. Steve said that if something goes wrong, we will bear it together. As long as we work together, we will always deal with all difficulties. But I still stand by my opinion. The incident with Thanos also proved that it was our luck. If it weren't for Lin Feng, I would have sacrificed that time. That's what the magician told me later. To be honest, Tony has always been grateful to Lin Feng. After the incident with Thanos, Strange still told Tony the only possibility of victory he saw. Strange definitely couldn't see Lin Feng anymore, so what he saw was the scene of Iron Man snapping his fingers. In a way, Lin Feng saved Tony's family. Be optimistic, Tony. Lin Feng said comfortingly. Things are not at their worst yet. Besides, don't you guys have the rescue device I gave you? Through that rescue device, you can contact me at any time, no matter which universe you are in. When he left, Lin Feng left the Avengers Alliance everyone's rescue device. With that thing, Tony didn't need to panic. Hearing this, Tony frowned and thought for a while. Survivor, you mean that metal piece? Tony remembered what Lin Feng gave at the last banquet. That's right. Tony curled his lips and said, that thing was taken by Nick Fury. Hidden away like the antique BB machine Carol gave him. He is in the name of being for the world, and I don't want to get entangled with him too much, you know. Tony said with a sigh. However, when Nick Fury was mentioned, Tony's expression became inexplicably impatient, and he couldn't help complaining about S.H.I.E.L.D. to Lin Feng. By the way, Lin Feng sounded a little bored, he wasn't very interested in these things. But at this moment, Lin Feng's ears moved. There were slight footsteps in the corridor, which did not escape his ears. He turned his gaze to the door. Tony, I don't think it would be nice to interrupt you, but Nick Fury seems to have heard you. What? Tony, who was still beeping, paused, followed Lin Feng's gaze to the door suspiciously. The next second, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng directly opened the door with psychokinesis. The Nick Fury of this universe walks in with a female agent that Lin Feng has never seen before. Mr. Lin Feng, welcome to our Blue Star as a guest. When the black stewed egg came in, he greeted Lin Feng first, and Lin Feng immediately ignored him. Sure enough, he is indeed an annoying black braised egg. Although what he said is correct, he is also a blue star. Why does this sentence always feel like Lin Feng is expelled from the ball? Okay, maybe the corned egg just wants to express that the universe is different. Also, I only heard the last sentence, Tony. Black braised egg pointed the finger at Tony. Is that how you tell others about me behind your back? Tony was not afraid at all, and went up hard. Why, I'm not telling the truth. You know what you have been doing all these years, and you are afraid of others saying a few words. You are like little D raised by Morgan, you want to know everything, and you want to get involved in everything. In the end, make a mess of things, and then pass the responsibility on to others, and let people not say it. Lin Feng was stunned watching from the side. Why did he open fire all of a sudden? This is not quite right. Tony's state. Why does he feel as disgusted when he sees black marinated eggs as if he sees some kind of bedbug? What's more, these words are completely responsible for black corned eggs, and the words are very sharp, which makes the relationship between the two of them extremely rigid, even more rigid than Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D. in their own universe. No, isn't the relationship between the two in the movie okay? And from Tony's words, it can be analyzed that the reason for the current appearance should be that S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to have done something incredible in the past few years? But Lin Feng doesn't care about these things. I'm curious, who is Xiao Ziyadai? Why didn't he remember that there was such a character in Marvel? But it was raised by Morgan, so it wouldn't be some kind of pet. A 3-year-old golden retriever, very annoying. If it wasn't for Morgan's protection, he would have been beaten to death a long time ago. Tony cast a wicked glance at the black marinated egg. Golden retriever? Dog? Well, it's really a pet, and it's normal for children to like small animals. But what Tony said, anyone can tell that this is a reflection of a black marinated egg. Tisk tisk tisk. This time, Lin Feng felt that it was better for him not to interfere. Black braised egg definitely understood, and stared at Tony closely with a pair of dead fish eyes. Watch your words, Tony Stark. So you came here in the middle of the night just to eavesdrop on our conversation and make me pay attention to my words. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. care about what other people say now? It's so fresh. Hiss. Lin Feng gasped, as expected of teacher Tony, with such momentum, such words, God is riding on the head of a black stewed egg to output. Looking at these two people, sparks can be seen in sight. Well, these two big men managed to arouse Lin Feng's interest. What did the black stewed egg do to cause today's scene? I didn't come to argue with you like a teenager, Tony. Hyazudan stared at Tony for a while, then replied with a sullen face. Then it's okay, you can leave now, hurry up. Tony directly stretched out his hand and made a gesture of chasing people away. The corners of black braised egg's eyes twitched, wanting to explode, but he still held back his anger. He waved to the agent beside him, and the agent handed over a document in a hurry. Do you think you're the only one who discovered that weirdo? Black braised egg threw the information in front of Tony. Tony sneered, but didn't turn it over. I definitely don't think so, didn't I say that? You are just like Little Day. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to find it, would we? Just like you did with Peter and Natasha Romanoff. It started again. Lin Feng felt that if this continued, the two of them would have to fight. But unexpectedly, in the next second, the black stewed egg actually softened up. Black braised egg pursed his lips, and then said, I admit, S.H.I.E.L.D. did a little too much that time. I'm so sorry about that, but you can't just hang on, Tony. In the face of an unknown enemy, I hope you will temporarily put aside the grievances of the past. Black braised egg tried to make his expression look more sincere. Tony picked out his ears, not looking at Hey Danden's face at all. Am I listening to some big joke? One thing? Why can't I remember more than that? And should you apologize to me? You should apologize to Peter. Because of your plan, Peter was almost destroyed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Black braised egg was silent for a while. Sometimes, some sacrifices are necessary. I don't want to talk about the past, Tony. Now there are new enemies, we should regroup and face together. Now you know how to face it together. I think with Lin Feng here, I don't need to face it with you. Tony refused the black marinated egg mercilessly. Mr. Lin Feng is not from this universe, he has no obligation to help us, we have to rely on ourselves, Tony. Have you ever thought of saying that? Who took Thanos away? Who solved the proposed infinite gems Ultron for playing spells? If it wasn't for Lin Feng, the world would have been ruined, and you still have the life to stand here and talk to me. Tony seemed to be aroused by the words of the black corned egg, and almost jumped up and pointed at the nose of the black corned egg and scolded. You're too radical now, Tony. Black braised egg obviously put away the file helplessly. I still say that we should solve our own affairs. When you calm down, let's have a good chat. Mr. Lin Feng, excuse me? Black braised egg greeted Lin Feng, and quickly slipped away with the agent, apparently aggrieved and ready to escape. Lin Feng shrugged, didn't speak, watched the black stewed egg go out, and closed the door with psychokinesis without any hassle. As soon as the black stewed egg left, Tony also turned off the fire in an instant. This tea, getting angry is the same as getting into a fight, which is exhausting. He frowned, and said with some distress, sorry, Lin Feng, I'm a little out of control. Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care, and then refilled him with some tea. It's okay, but I didn't expect that the relationship between you would become so bad. This attitude is much more conciliatory than when I was not showing off to S.H.I.E.L.D. I have the same demeanor as I did a few years ago. I don't want to make it into this situation, but Nick Fury doesn't seem to grow up after all these years. Last time, Peter and Natasha Romanoff nearly died in one of his stupid schemes, Tony said with a sigh. Anyone who comes to him is a prop that can be used. He has become even more incomprehensible now. I think you can understand what he means when he just came here. Lin Feng nodded, and it was very obvious that Black Braised Egg was secretly asking Tony not to ask for help like Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally didn't like what he said, that is, his temper was not bad. If he were a Homelander, the Black Stewed Egg would have just received a box lunch. Seeing that Lin Feng understood what he meant, Tony continued, to be honest, if possible, I really want to take Morgan and Pepper and find an uninhabited planet to continue living. Just like Thanos who destroyed infinite gems back then. Tony thought Thanos' garden planet would be nice. But Tony can't do this. Morgan is still young, and she still needs to get in touch with the society and friends. Blue Star, what a disaster. Tony sighed and picked up the teacup. Yeah, Lin Feng nodded sympathetically. Indeed, no matter which universe it is, Blue Star will always be full of disasters. After taking a sip, Tony put down his teacup, was silent for a while, and said, I have a hunch that those who play spells can't handle spells, Steve can't handle it, and all of us can't handle it. There was some weakness in his voice. He believed in his hunch. In this regard, he never made a mistake. Lin Feng couldn't stand Tony's help-seeking eyes, because Tony didn't have this kind of character at all. It seems that the things on the shoulders of adult men have become more and more heavy. I don't know what evil I have done. This tea helped Tony from the third universe, right? Is it because I liked steel battlesuits before time travel, so I have to return them after time travel? Really? Did you owe Tony in your previous life? Lin Feng also sighed, and said, it's not realistic for me to stay here forever, Tony. But Lin Feng mysteriously stretched out his hand and pinched it in the air, and a familiar piece of metal appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This is for you. When you need it, press it, and I will come over. Tony raised his eyebrows, and took over with bright eyes, is this, that thing? At that time, Tony took a look at the appearance of the rescue device, and now it has been a few years, and he can hardly remember it. Lin Feng chuckled, that's right, and it's from Nick Fury. This is my thing. If I give it away, it will naturally be taken back. Tony pinched the metal piece and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Taken from Nick Fury? Ha 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 ha, for no apparent reason, there is a feeling of relief. You're pretty good at it. Then definitely, since he doesn't want my help, why does he still keep this thing? Lin Feng and Tony looked at each other and smiled. Ah yes, Lin Feng's move immediately made Tony feel better. Now he seems to know that when the black marinated egg sees the disappearance of the rescue device, he should have such an exasperated and extremely puzzled face. With a strong backup that can be called at any time, Tony's goal has been achieved, and he is always happy when he leaves, which is the complete opposite of black braised egg. After seeing off Tony, Lin Feng can finally rest, get some sleep, and it's time to go back tomorrow. On the second day, Lin Feng wandered around in 2028's Waist Twister all day. It was agreed to send Christine's soul back in the afternoon. Although when I first came here, I didn't see anything new. But in this era, there are still many novel products. Although Lin Feng is not too fond of these things, it is still good to buy some back as small gifts. In one day, Lin Feng exchanged the money he exchanged for 2 gold bricks for small gifts. Electronic products and themed dolls in 2028 let Lin Feng experience the joy of wanton shopping. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Lin Feng patted his buttocks and walked towards the holy place. It's time for the Dark Doctor Strange to say goodbye to his beloved Christine. Boom. The door of the holy place opened. Dark door opened by Doctor Strange. Lin Feng frowned, as if he noticed something was wrong. Why do you feel that the dark circles under your eyes are darker than before? Lin Feng, can you think of a way to revive Christine? The Dark Doctor Strange spoke. His voice was low and he looked around, as if he was afraid of being discovered by someone. Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback when the Dark Doctor Strange spoke a word. Why did he think about Christine's death again? Lin is numb. What nonsense are you talking about? Has this guy forgotten what happened when he crossed over to save Christine? Are you serious? Dark Doctor Strange scowled. Tell me, Lin Feng, do I still have a chance? Lin Feng didn't speak. The Dark Doctor Strange's hairstyle was a mess, and he seemed to have been melancholy for a long time. This whole thing made Lin Feng feel a little regretful that he had summoned Christine's soul. He shouldn't have given the Dark Doctor Strange any hope. Go in and talk. Lin Feng said. What's the matter with talking in front of the door? The two walked into the holy place. Wang and Strange were not there, and they didn't know what they were doing. Maybe they were deliberately distracted by the Dark Doctor Strange. The two sat by the window, in the same position as yesterday. The Dark Doctor Strange remained silent, his expression terribly tangled. Where is Christine? Lin Feng asked. Not only Wang and Strange, but Christine didn't see it. He suspected that it was hidden by the Dark Doctor Strange, right? This way is quite wild. But Lin Feng thought too much, and the Dark Doctor Strange pointed to a room. In the room, Lin Feng opened a clairvoyant eye and discovered where Christine was. Well, it's still a little sensible, and I didn't hide it directly. Does Christine know what you think? After confirming Christine, Lin Feng asked again. Dark Doctor Strange nodded silently. She knows, but she doesn't want to be resurrected. She's afraid of getting involved in this world. Lin Feng, please tell me, is there any chance? I'm talking about resurrection, not traveling to the past to save Christine. Dark Doctor Strange emphasized emphatically. Resurrecting and going back in time to save Christine are two different things. Traveling through the past to save Christine is to change the absolute point of time, and what is changed is the timeline of the past, so that the death of Christine never happened. This is also the root cause of the time paradox. Resurrection is another completely different way. It can make Christine live again as a living person, but it will not change the fact that Christine died in the past. That's how he and Kristen explained it. But Christine is kind, and she already knows that the Dark Doctor Strange has destroyed a world in order to save her. But she wasn't sure if there would be other problems after the resurrection, which would involve more worlds. Lin Feng nodded. Christine was right. The world has already been destroyed once, and even if the world is destroyed, she and the Dark Doctor Strange are not together in the end. The ending seemed destined to be a tragedy, leaving them no choice. As for the meaning of the resurrection is different, but the possibility of other consequences cannot be ruled out, and this probability is very high. You have the ability to revive her, right? Seeing that Lin Feng was silent, the Dark Doctor Strange couldn't help asking again. Lin Feng did not answer the Dark Doctor Strange's question, but instead asked, since the person involved doesn't want to be resurrected, why do you want to resurrect her? The Dark Doctor Strange smiled wryly. If it wasn't for the fear of implicating the whole world, who would refuse to leave that ghostly place and return to real life? Late yesterday, Kristen and the Dark Doctor Strange spoke about the world reached after death. Blood red, confused, chaotic. The Dark Doctor Strange was also an ordinary person. He definitely has human emotions and desires. He also has a selfish side, and he can understand Christine's thoughts. Once, for Christine, I destroyed the whole world. The rest of my life will be spent in redemption. But your appearance gave me hope, Lin Feng. I admit that I am a selfish person, and this hope should not be born again. Lin Feng, please tell me, can you resurrect Christine? I am willing to give everything. Dark Doctor Strange has seen Lin Feng's ability, and last night Strange gave himself a bad mouth. He really can't suppress this thought in his heart. Lin Feng's scalp felt a little numb. He could see that the Dark Doctor Strange was asking him for a hope. Can he resurrect Christine? Definitely can. But the relationship between Lin Feng and the Dark Doctor Strange is mediocre, and it is not yet known what impact Christine's resurrection will have on the world. If the object of resurrection is Susan, then Lin Feng will definitely not hesitate, but Christine. Lin Feng is also selfish, and he definitely doesn't want to cause any trouble to himself because of Christine's resurrection. The Dark Doctor Strange's brain is so easy to use, just look at the Lin Feng hesitation, you know there is something going on. If you can't be resurrected, just deny it directly. This hesitation scratching your head is obviously a bit embarrassing. Is there any difficulty? The Dark Doctor Strange asked cautiously. Lin Feng nodded, but he didn't fool around. I don't know what the consequences will be after Christine's resurrection. It doesn't matter if it appears as a soul for a short period of time, but if it is resurrected, there are too many things involved. Lin Feng made it very clear that the Dark Doctor Strange is a magician, and he definitely understands the stakes. He didn't say it to death, but the Dark Doctor Strange also understood what Lin Feng meant. It can be resurrected, but the consequences will definitely not be much better. The resurrection will not cover up the fact that Christine died. There should be no problem, right? The Dark Doctor Strange continued to struggle unwillingly. You are right. Resurrection will not cover up the fact of Christine's death, nor will it change the absolute point in time in the past. But as I said, the things involved here are intricate, and even involve the kingdom of death. Apart from anything else, in terms of strength, you can't keep Christine from the goddess of death. If Christine is resurrected recklessly, will the army of the kingdom of death come to this world? Lin Feng asked questions one after another. If it weren't for the fact that Christine's resurrection was different from salvation, the absolute timeline would not have been changed. Lin Feng had already refused decisively. He doesn't have the time to stay here every day and do the work of wiping his ass. The Dark Doctor Strange listened to Lin Feng's words in a daze, speechless. Why is it so difficult to resurrect Christine? After a long silence, the Dark Doctor Strange sighed heavily. Then, can you keep Christine's soul here forever? Or, stay here for a long time? Lin Feng let out a snort. He's already talked about this, but the Dark Doctor Strange still hasn't given up. Regarding the opinion of the Dark Doctor Strange, after thinking about it, Lin Feng shook his head again and said, it still doesn't work. The souls of ordinary people cannot stay here for a long time. You are a magician, you should know that this is not like what is written in novels, nor is it like those ghosts shown on TV. The soul stays here for a long time, it will only cause the wear and tear of the soul, and finally disappear. However, Lin Feng does have a few props that can hide the soul, and he bought them from the Time Management Bureau for 0 yuan. But still the same sentence, he is not familiar with the Dark Doctor Strange, and the Dark Doctor Strange took him to the Lost Book City, and it was enough for him to pull Christine's soul out to meet him. Dark Doctor Strange fell silent again. I have some ideas about this. When I was in the City of Lost Books, I once saw a book. There's something about the soul in it that's helped me a lot. I also tried to find the Kingdom of Death, and took another path to find Christine, but I never found that place. Now you have pulled Christine's soul here, as long as you don't send her back, I can use other methods to reduce her wear and tear. I even said that I can use some methods to keep her soul in reality. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. Are there books about the soul, which can also reduce the wear and tear of the soul in reality? He recalled the books he had read in the Lost Book City, and none of the books mentioned similar things. Could it be that he missed it? Which book are you reading? Why didn't I read it? Lin Feng said bluntly. The Dark Doctor Strange scratched his head, a little embarrassed and hesitation. You didn't see it, that's because I took that book from the City of Lost Books. Lin Feng fell back tactically, and almost couldn't help blurting out that you are so hot. Good guy, I didn't expect to be a fellow. This made Lin Feng take away the glorious magic book from the Lost Book City, and the remaining trace of guilt disappeared in an instant. However, there are restrictions in the Lost Book City, and it is not easy to take a book from the Lost Book City. What book is it? Can you show me? Lin Feng asked curiously. Definitely yes, please wait a moment. The Dark Doctor Strange ran into the house in a hurry, and took out a box. Good guy, it's still the kind that is locked with chains. Not only that, the box is also engraved with various magical patterns. The book is a bit odd, so something special has to be done, explained Dark Doctor Strange. He put the box on the table and carefully unchained it. Then he gestured with both hands in front of him, launching an unknown magic. The magic patterns on the box light up one by one, like solving a puzzle. When all the magic patterns light up, there is only a click, and the box is opened. This protective method, like it, you can tell at a glance that this magic book brought out by the Dark Doctor Strange is not simple. The Dark Doctor Strange carefully opened the box. All of a sudden, a strong black-faced aura rushed towards him with an ominous feeling. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed. Well, it's a book of dark magic. And this strong dark atmosphere is even more frightening than the sum of the few dark magic books I read in the Lost Book City before. Driven by curiosity, Lin Feng looked into the box. A magic book that emits black mist from time to time lies quietly inside the box. In the mist, a green lightning flashed from time to time, making people's scalp numb. Negative emotions such as darkness, ominousness, despair, helplessness, etc. surrounded the book, and Lin Feng looked at it in amazement. Lin Feng has only seen one book with special effects in the Lost Book City, and that is the Book of Brilliance. Wait, the glorious magic book? Lin Feng suddenly had a strange feeling, but before he had time to think about it, the Dark Doctor Strange began to urge him. Take advantage of this moment and read it as soon as possible. After the sun sets, this book will have a life of its own. The Dark Doctor Strange said with a serious expression as he glanced at the setting sun that was about to disappear outside the window. It contains some forbidden magic related to the soul, and this is only a small part of it. There are still a lot of magic that I haven't understood yet. If you like, this book can be given to you, as long as you don't send Christine's soul back. How about it? The Dark Doctor Strange pushed the box towards Lin Feng, with an expectant look in his eyes. Lin Feng gave him a meaningful look. Good guy, are you waiting here for me? Without answering the Dark Doctor Strange's question, Lin Feng grabbed the book. As soon as he holds it, the magic book seems to have life, which makes Lin Feng feel the illusion of being distorted in the palm. In the book, there are several symbols that Lin Feng can't understand, but he can understand the meaning of two of them. Taboo. Forehead. Looking at these two words, Lin Feng thought of the glorious magic book lying in his own space. What's going on? This contrasting sense of familiarity is weird. Lin Feng's previous outrageous feeling became more and more profound. There shouldn't be any relationship between these two books, right? From the style and symbols of the books, they seem to be of the same kind. Pursing his lips, not thinking too much for now, he slowly opened the cover, and Lin Feng began to read the first page. But only a few seconds later, Lin Feng closed the pages of the book with a snap, with a strange expression on his face. The layout and content presentation of this book is almost exactly the same as that of the glorious magic book, and the content is also massive. But at the same time, Lin Feng also confirmed that the glorious magic book and this taboo magic book definitely have their own lives, because within 2 seconds of Lin Feng's reading, a female scream came from his mind. Why do you have the aura of that brilliant bitch on your body? It was this sentence that made Lin Feng close the book with a snap and didn't read any more. Interesting, very interesting. Lin Feng's eyes radiated gossip. There is definitely an unusual relationship between these two books. Lin Feng's intuition told himself, this is definitely a big melon, and it's the bloody kind. When I was in the Lost Book City, I thought about it. Since there is such a powerful existence of the glorious magic book, will there be a corresponding dark magic book? At that time, Lin Feng smiled, thinking that this is not acting in a movie or writing a novel. How could such a bloody thing happen? As a result, it turns out, it really smells like blood. How? The book is for you, and Christine's soul is for me. The Dark Doctor Strange asked again expectantly, rubbing his hands. Lin Feng weighed the magic book in his hand, remembered the sentence in his mind, and smiled lightly. Deal. Want to buy Lin Feng with just one book? That is definitely not possible. But helplessly, the Dark Doctor Strange gave too much. It looks like a book, but the spells recorded in it, as well as the self-awareness displayed, can no longer simply be called books. For a few seconds, Lin Feng didn't read much in the directory, but Lin Feng only saw a few of the names of the forbidden spells recorded on it and felt that it was awesome. Multi-universe tearing technique, soul jumping technique, Vientiane erosion spell. As for that, Lin Feng couldn't quite understand the collection of spells dedicated to brilliant Baichi. Probably it has something to do with the roar before. Brilliance and taboo are opposites, and it seems that there is a deep hatred between the taboo magic book and the glorious magic book. Two books, one black and one white, feel like a CP who loves and kills each other. With spells and melons to eat, Lin Feng decisively agreed to the Dark Doctor Strange deal. The transaction was successful, and the Dark Doctor Strange showed his white teeth and smiled from ear to ear. As long as Christine's soul is not sent back, nothing can be said. And what surprised the Dark Doctor Strange even more was that Lin Feng waved his hand directly and created a body for Christine's soul, using this body as a container for the soul. This move directly surprised the Dark Doctor Strange. This body container has exactly the same appearance as Christine, and it looks almost the same as ordinary people. But there is no heartbeat, no blood flow, and no normal body temperature. This didn't affect anything, and the Dark Doctor Strange happily called out Christine. With this thing, Christine can walk on the street, live an ordinary life like ordinary people. The two can go shopping together, eat together, watch movies together, and even eat the caramel cream dessert they didn't eat on their last date. Christine was helplessly dragged to the lobby, and greeted Lin Feng somewhat restrainedly. After briefly introducing how to use the body, the Dark Doctor Strange couldn't wait to urge Christine to try it out. Christine hesitated, but still did what the Dark Doctor Strange said. Well, she really couldn't refuse this expectation. And this isn't a resurrection, and Lin Feng who pulled her from the kingdom of death is also here, so it should be safe. She is willing to believe in her strange. They still have an unfinished celebration, although it may be a little late. Christine stepped forward and gently touched the body container made by Lin Feng. This body seemed to have suction, and the moment Christine touched it, it sucked her in. The body created by Lin Feng is very compatible with Christine's soul. It's amazing, there is no feeling of discomfort at all. Christine marveled at the ease of use of this body. She tried to raise her hands without feeling any hindrance or discomfort. It was exactly the same as when she was still alive, without any jerky feeling, as if this body was originally hers. Except for no heartbeat, no need to breathe. Christine walked around, constantly feeling the new body. Although she didn't have the previous functions, she looked no different from ordinary people, which meant that she could living like an ordinary person is already very satisfying. That's for sure. Lin Feng chuckled. With the blessing of the fragments of the heart of the universe, Lin Feng's creation ability, creating a soul container is simply a piece of cake. In the past, he also built a body for Ling Jili's brat. But back then, it was made with infinite gems, and it would disappear after losing energy. But there is one thing to pay attention to. Although hiding in this container can reduce the wear and tear of the soul to an infinitely close to zero, but this body also needs energy. Lin Feng pointed out the shortcomings of this body. It's not that Lin Feng can't create a body that doesn't consume energy, but things that violate the laws of nature will soon be targeted by some weird things. So Lin Feng added a little setting to her, so as to blind some unspeakable sights. Moreover, although it is a body, it is functionally a container, so it is not considered a resurrection. Isn't this a perfect solution to the problem? Then how do you charge it? Dark Doctor Strange asked with his mouth open. Are you eating? Shouldn't it be charging? By the way, can this container be eaten? The Dark Doctor Strange was still holding Christine's little hand as he spoke. It was cool, but enough to excite him that he hadn't forgotten his last night with Christine in centuries, and he hadn't taken Christine to eat creme brulee. Although it was different from the resurrection he had imagined, the two of them could finally live a normal life together. Excited, the Dark Doctor Strange couldn't help but want to ask if this container could give birth to a child. It's completely fine to eat. Lin Feng replied with a smile. But to recharge, use infinite gems. You should have a time gem, right? Strange. There is another Eye of Agamotto hanging on the chest of the Dark Doctor Strange, which contains the time gem. Lin Feng just makes sure. Yes, but how do I use it to recharge Christine? The Dark Doctor Strange asked suspiciously, squeezed a magic spell, opened the Eye of Agamotto, and took out the emerald green time gem from inside. Give it to Christine. Lin Feng said directly. Dark Doctor Strange passed the gem over, and Christine held it in her hand. Miraculously, although there is no heartbeat or blood flow, Christine can already feel the existence and temperature of objects. Oh, The time gem lay quietly on Christine's hand, and some green energy slowly flowed out of it, and penetrated into Christine's palm, and it was still being delivered continuously. Kristen felt refreshed, and it wasn't an illusion. Lin Feng shrugged. It's very convenient, isn't it? The Dark Doctor Strange was fascinated, nodded. Indeed. If you feel that the container is jerky or uncomfortable, just hold the time gem for a while and it will be fine. Well, about 5 minutes will be fine. In fact, it takes almost a second for infinite gems to fill a container. But to be on the safe side, Lin Feng said it like a power bank, input slowly, and it can be fully charged in 5 minutes. More compliance with the laws of things and the current development stage of reality is also conducive to Christine avoiding those observations. Christine. After explaining to the Dark Doctor Strange, Lin Feng looked at Christine again. If one day I feel that something is wrong, or it has an irreparable impact on reality, you only need to say destroy in your heart 3 times to destroy this container, and then you will automatically return to the kingdom of death. Now that the container is given, Lin Feng tries to make it as perfect as possible. This is another function Lin Feng set for the container. This function can timely remedy some disasters that will be caused or have occurred because of Christine. When the container is destroyed, Lin Feng will feel it and come to check the situation immediately. This after-sales service can be said to be very conscientious, and it is not a loss to exchange for a taboo magic book. Christine nodded in surprise. As the Dark Doctor Strange said, who can live in reality, who would want to go to that red place where the birds don't shit? Now the worries about the future have also been solved by Lin Feng. Because of Lin Feng's existence, the 2 desperate couples have new hope again. At this point, the transaction is truly completed. After thanking Lin Feng excitedly, the 2 happily drove into the car to eat the so-called cream brulee. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile and left the holy place. He has never tried caramel cream. After all, it sounds very sweet and greasy. Well, it is quite suitable for young couples who are passionately in love. Next time you have a chance, you can try it with Susan. Thinking of Susan, Lin Feng felt a little overwhelmed. However, before that, he still has a place to go. Lin Feng closed his eyes, checked the direction, giggled ghostly, and then disappeared in place. Time administration. Since the warehouse was stolen last time, a new administrator who is said to be very powerful in combat has been transferred here. It's just that the words excellent combat effectiveness made everyone in the Time Management Bureau deeply suspicious, but they didn't dare to say anything more. Because the new administrator is very muscular, and the characteristic is that he loves donuts very much. As for why no one dared to say anything more, it was because the new administrator had very high authority. It may also be because of this. The ant is arrogant, looks at people with her nostrils all day long, and she doesn't know if she has any weird hobbies. She always likes to toss the timekeeper and some auxiliary staff below because of some trivial things. But this doesn't affect the copywriter, Bai Mao Qiana. At the moment, she was fiddling with 2 small colorful stones in her hands, with excitement on her face, chatting gossip with her colleagues. What you can't get is the most precious, and you can only know how to cherish it when you lose it. Last time the Time Management Bureau was stolen, even the collection with Qiana's table foot, and the small stones in the drawer also disappeared. Qiana was sad for a long time. However, there are always some time stowaways in the universe, and the stolen items in the warehouse can be regarded as starting to make up slowly. But this kind of colorful little stones are not as many as before. Qiana only got 2, and now the precious ones are not good. Have you heard? Ant seems to want to remove the position of team leader. Qiana rubbed 2 small stones with her small hands, chatting with another girl with long purple hair beside her. She didn't notice at all that there was a slight fluctuation in the space behind her. I heard that the administrator was targeting that team everywhere. And the plan against that thief failed again last time, and the administrator has found a reason to deal with them. The purple-haired girl sighed. There is a friend of hers in the team, but she has very low authority, let alone fight against the administrator. The only thing she can do to help her friend is to pray. Also, don't call the administrator aunt anymore. You will be miserable if she hears it someday. The purple-haired girl warned seriously. This white-haired friend is good at everything, but he seems to have no nerve in his head. He dares to say anything, and sometimes he is dumbfounded. Sure enough, Bai Mao Qiana didn't care at all, flicked 2 big white ponytails, and snorted, I don't care about her. She saw that Miss Ben is good-looking, and she hasn't settled with her for making things difficult for Miss Ben last time. One day, Miss Ben will step on her, and then, Qiana was speechless because her mouth was covered by the purple-haired girl. The purple-haired girl looked around in fear. Fortunately, it's the rest time, and there are only the 2 of them here. You are crazy? Don't say it. Be careful that she will count you in the next mission to hunt down that thief. No. Qiana danced. What? After the clay medicine is finished, I am stunned. Huh. The purple-haired girl looked puzzled. Pulling off the purple-haired girl's hand, Qiana panted heavily and rolled her eyes angrily. I said you were going to suffocate me. Only then did the purple-haired girl come to her senses, and smiled. I'm sorry. But really don't say it, it's too scary. The girl silently took out a tissue and wiped the saliva on her palm, emphasizing again. The administrator ant is a terrifying existence. If the ant really hears about it, both of them will suffer. I know, you're very talkative. Qiana said impatiently. The purple-haired girl was just as talkative as her mother. But to be honest, it's not scary to hunt down that thief. To be honest, I really want to meet him, he is so handsome in the photo. When mentioning the thief who evacuated the warehouse, little stars appeared in Kiyana's eyes. Powerful, handsome, and able to come and go freely in the Time Management Bureau, it perfectly meets Kiyana's mate selection requirements. Are you a nympho again? The purple-haired girl unconsciously moved the seat under her butt to the outside to prevent being infected by her. What is a nympho? Let me tell you quietly. The last time the recycling team was said to have even moved out the RET can, they didn't even get rid of the thief. Do you know about RET can? That is the most powerful weapon here. Just one shot. Bye Mao Kiyana closed one eye very subconsciously, and gestured with her palm. One shot can completely erase the target's timeline. Completely, whether it is the future, the past, or the present, all will be eliminated. However, even this outrageous weapon didn't hurt the thief. It's amazing. Kiyana's face flushed with excitement, and after finishing the gesture, she waved two fists at the air, as if she was the one who resisted the RET can. This series of childish behaviors made the purple-haired girl extremely speechless. When it comes to RET can weapons, the purple-haired girl obviously knows about it. That kind of super weapon beyond common sense can almost be said to be the most powerful existence on the surface of the Time Management Bureau. As for whether there is anything more powerful in private, it is unknown. But at least one thing Kiyana said was right, that is, that thief is indeed extremely powerful. The purple-haired girl has worked in the Time Administration for so many years, and she has never seen anyone who is so bold as to evacuate the Time Administration without being sanctioned. But he just left too fast, we can only see it from the photos. Kiyana said with a sigh. After the nympho time passed, she took out a bunch of photos from the drawer and spread them out on the table. These are all her collections for many years, and they are priceless to her. The purple-haired girl glanced at the photo, and suddenly had a question mark face like an old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. This bunch of photos are all various types of handsome guys, some of them are time criminals, and I don't know where Kiyana collected them. Kiyana reached out and took out a photo from it. It was a photo of Lin Feng. Look, this is the thief. Isn't he handsome? Kiyana showed off to the purple-haired girl happily. The purple-haired girl tilted her head in surprise. You actually have his picture. Good guy, I can understand the photo you took when you had time. After all, those people have already been caught, and no one will say anything about taking a photo secretly. But the thief was obviously not caught, and the backtracking video in the Time Management Bureau could not be seen. Now everyone knows that there is such a person, but they really don't know what Lin Feng looks like. And her best friend, Bai Mao Kiyana actually has a photo. The purple-haired girl gave Bai Mao Kiyana a deep look, full of admiration. This girl is really wild. But looking at the photo, the thief looks really handsome and sunny. This makes the purple-haired girl a little strange. This person doesn't look like a thief either. Okay, I admit, she really looks good. The purple-haired girl didn't have the attributes of being arrogant, so she expressed her feelings from the heart. It's just that it doesn't look like someone who will rob the Time Administration. I don't care about that. Who knows what weird reason is in it? You said, do I have a chance to meet him? Kiyana touched the handsome face in the photo, a little bit of a harbinger of another nympho. The purple-haired girl rolled her eyes dumbfounded. I think you can. Kiyana sat up straight excitedly. Really? The purple-haired girl said seriously. Didn't you say that he can come and go freely in the Time Management Bureau? Maybe he's standing behind you right now. Kiyana froze for a moment, turned around and looked behind her, but there was nothing. But she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that the space behind her seemed to be distorted. He rubbed his eyes. Well, it was confirmed that he was dazzled. How could Kiyana not understand that the purple-haired girl was trying to tease her? Immediately she said coquettishly, I hate it. It's not that you are a nympho. Hee haha, the two girls are fighting together. The scene where the girls are fighting is very, well, sometimes they are more relaxed than the boys. For a while, the atmosphere in this small area was inexplicably charming, and the oranges were in great shape. Don't talk about that, let's go eat. After a fight, the purple-haired girl straightened her clothes, got up and said, if you don't eat, I'm afraid you won't have time to rest. Bai Mao Kiyana looked down at the cartoon watch on her wrist, and exclaimed oops. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat today. I heard that there are new donuts out today. Although it's annoying to that aunt, but the donuts are innocent. I've said it all, don't call me aunt. The two girls held hands, their voices gradually drifting away. The office area returned to silence. Suddenly, the space distorted, revealing a figure. It was Lin Feng, looking at the two leaving girls with a strange expression on his face. In the scene where the two were fighting just now, their clothes were almost torn apart, and Lin Feng's blood was boiling with excitement. He touched his nose. Very good, Superman's physique prevented him from such a shameful behavior as nosebleed. Lin Feng quietly stood up. The position was just behind the seats of the two girls. He was squatting here just now. Well, it should be said that I have been squatting here since the beginning, shamelessly concealed myself and listened to the girls' private conversation clearly. When the purple-haired girl who looked like May just said that she was right behind them, Lin Feng was startled. I thought that these two people had some special ability, but it turned out that they were working hard. Well, actually Lin Feng didn't mean to eavesdrop. He came this time because he wanted to order some more infinite gems. The Zing mentioned earlier needs soul gem. Lin Feng wondered if a few more soul gems would be better, so he visited this 0 yuan shop again. Besides, the Time Management Bureau sent a team to bombard him with a RET can, and Liang Ziyi was finally settled, although this Liang Ziyi seemed to be Lin Feng's first start, hehe. The last time Lin Feng visited the Time Administration, he was in a hurry, so he didn't pay much attention to the white-haired girl. Only this time did Lin Feng realize that this guy actually looks a lot like the character in the game he played before. The white-haired paramecium Kiana in the Three Jumpers? And the one next to him, no matter how you look at it, it looks like Mei. When seeing the two of them, Lin Feng almost thought that he had traveled through time again. However, the content of the chat between the two made Lin Feng feel a little puzzled. Does the Time Administration have a document to record this position? And what about the cafeteria? Lin Feng scratched his head. He didn't want to understand. It can only be regarded as the deviation between the setting of the movie and the reality. As for that ant, well, Lin Feng doesn't plan to pay attention to it. After all, he just came to buy it for 0 yuan. He looked at the two infinite gems lying on the girl's table. One of them is Soul Gem. Kiana is a foodie, and was in a hurry to eat, but put these two things on the seat casually. Lin Feng licked his lips, picked up two infinite gems without any hesitation. Fortunately, I got a soul gem at the first stop. However, it is clear that the collection ability of the Time Administration cannot satisfy Lin Feng. In the past, infinite gems were used as table legs and used as paperweights, but now they searched the entire office and only found two on Kiana's desk. Thinking of this, Lin Feng frowned and stopped what he was doing. Tossing the two gems and thinking for a while, Lin Feng put the other power gem back on the table. Or just take the soul gem you need. Seeing that Bai Mao Ting treasures these two beautiful gems, it is inevitable to feel guilty about taking them all away. Forget it, just be a retired captain with a deep love for paramecium. Leaving a gem for Kiana, Lin Feng was relieved and moved himself. This guy didn't feel at all that he took away other people's things, but also felt that he was taking care of them. What a shameless behavior and thinking. Things in hand, flash people. Next stop, Time Management Warehouse. Lin Feng, who was hidden, walked towards the warehouse like a street sneaker. I've been here once, and I'm so familiar with this corridor, I don't even need to see through my eyes. From time to time, hurried staff members passed by Lin Feng, and no one could perceive Lin Feng's existence. Lin Feng hummed a ditty, stealthily came to the location of the warehouse he visited last time. The warehouse door has been changed, from a normal door to one with identity verification. Lin Feng probably caused it because of his 0 yuan purchase. But this couldn't stop Lin Feng at all, even at the multi-universe level. Can't he have a mere super wall penetration technique? With a dodge, Lin Feng entered the curry side of the warehouse. Looking up, there are many treasures, but they are obviously less than 1/10 of what Lin Feng saw last time. Lin Feng was not surprised. When he was looking for infinite gems in the office area, he was mentally prepared. I don't know how long it took to accumulate those treasures last time. Lin Feng has seen most of the treasures here, and he still has the same type in his space. Lin Feng didn't stop, looked at the shelves one by one, and soon found the infinite gems he wanted. It's just a pity that the number of infinite gems this time is pitifully small compared to the last time. All infinite gems are packed in a wooden box, and there are probably dozens of them. But luck is not bad, among which soul gem probably accounted for more than 1/3. Lin Feng chuckled, and reached for the infinite gems. If soul gem can really quickly increase Lin Feng's soul strength, then he has to consider going to the Time Management Bureau in another area as well. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt his scalp tighten. Pursing his lips, he withdrew his palm. Something wrong? Lin Feng's super sense contains danger perception, which is countless times stronger than Spider-Man's danger sense. Sorry, it should have been Peter's shock. Perception issued a warning. It seems that the Time Administration has learned a lot after what happened last time. In this warehouse, there should be traps. Lin Feng didn't panic at all, his eyes were fixed, and he quickly scanned the warehouse curry like two radars. Soon, he discovered the so-called trap. With a sneer, Lin Feng raised his hand to the corner of the warehouse, and an inconspicuous cleaning broom beat a barrier. It's pretty fun to play, and actually disguised a space collapser as a broom. Although this thing can't do any harm to Lin Feng, the collapse of space will make Lin Feng's body coordinates constantly change. Although Lin Feng doesn't care, but if he gets tricked, he will look stupid. Reach for the box containing the infinite gems again. This time, Super Sensor gave no warning. Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. Just want to stop me from buying for 0 yuan? In the cafeteria of the Time Management Bureau, Kiana squinted her eyes, holding 2 donuts in her hand. Her cheeks were all buttocks. Her whole body exudes a sense of happiness that is about to condense into substance. Woo. Jinhao. Woo. Cough cough. Before she could finish a sentence she didn't understand, Kiana stared and slapped her chest, obviously choking. How many times have I said that? Don't talk while eating. Gritting her teeth, the purple-haired girl reprimanded, but quickly poured a glass of water for Kiana with her hand, and patted her on the back by the way. Cough cough, cough. Good guy, it's exciting. Kiana poured down a large glass of water, panting heavily. She is really exciting. Stimulation? Why didn't you choke to death? The purple-haired girl gave Kiana an angry look. Hey, don't say that. Life needs some exciting things to be exciting. The last time it was so exciting was when the alarm sounded. It's said that the alarm hasn't sounded for nearly 1,000 years. I didn't expect that I was lucky enough to see such an exciting scene. Qiana recalled. That alarm was the first time Lin Feng evacuated the warehouse of the Time Administration. Hey, tell me. Qiana poked the purple-haired girl's slender waist. When will the next alarm go off? I feel that I may not be able to see the second time in this lifetime. Qiana pouted her mouth and took a hard bite of the donut. Not only would she not be able to see the second alarm, but it would be impossible for her to see the thief in her life. Seeing Qiana's lifeless and regretful appearance, the purple-haired girl rolled her eyes sorely. Why are you afraid that the world will not be chaotic? When the alarm goes off, everyone needs to be checked, and everyone has to wait in line for a day. What do you mean by fearing that the world will not be chaotic? Think about it carefully, the things that have happened here in the past few years are almost better than the sum of the historical records. Qiana said dissatisfiedly, eating donuts non-stop. Those piled-up documents are simply not enough for human beings, and I don't know why they have to write them by hand. Obviously they have computers. Hearing this, the purple-haired girl had a strange expression on her face, and sighed melancholy. That's right, how easy it was before. Every day I went to work to catch fish, and I played video games after get off work. The current job, just look at the files of that one person, it can make people collapse. I have to say that there have been too many things in the past few years. Qiana nodded her head, right? And I always feel that I haven't been very normal recently. In this way, I feel that I may see a second alarm in this life. The purple-haired girl nodded sympathetically, then rolled her eyes and joked, maybe, the alarm will sound in the next second. Qiana was amused, picked up a donut and stuffed it into the purple-haired girl's mouth. He also said that he was afraid that the world would not be chaotic, and that the two of them were in the same nest. The purple-haired girl didn't refuse either. She squinted her eyes and tasted the donut. Work is work, you can't treat your stomach badly? The two girls were laughing and having a meal, and the next second, the chandelier on the ceiling suddenly started to flicker red. The ear-piercing beeping sound quickly spread throughout the Time Management Bureau. It's an alert from the Time Administration. The purple-haired girl held up the half-bitten donut in a daze, and forgot to chew the other half in her mouth. Her little head was filled with big question marks. Qiana on the side was stunned for a while, and then cast a terrified look at her. You shouldn't be a prophet. The ear-piercing siren sounded throughout the Time Management Bureau, making the two girls look at each other completely speechless. Qiana stammered even more in horror. You can't be a prophet. This wave of operation is really great. The alarm from the Time Management Bureau was initially regarded as a decoration, because it was impossible for it to sound. In their cognition, it is impossible for anyone to make trouble in the Time Management Bureau. Ringing once is less likely than winning the first prize every time you buy lottery tickets for a week in a row. And it rings twice in a period of time, it is infinitely close to zero. It was also hit by the purple-haired girl, this probability. A drop of cold sweat dripped from the purple-haired girl's forehead. This coincidence was unbelievable, and she couldn't help but suspect that she might not be awakening some weird super ability. Why, how is it possible? Don't talk nonsense. The purple-haired girl felt like crying. She can't bear this huge pot. Ghost knows why the alarm really sounded. There won't be any strange things happening again. The bitter purple-haired girl didn't even have the appetite to eat donuts. She put down the donuts with a melancholy expression on her face. Well, no idea why the alarm was going off, but no doubt it would increase their workload. The best result is to start working overtime from today. If the Time Administration is damaged in any way, they can stay in the Time Administration 24/7 and don't even need to sleep. When Bai Mao Qiana was shocked by the dog's head, she still didn't forget to stuff donuts into her mouth. Her eyeballs kept rolling. Why don't you talk? The purple-haired girl lay on the table, turning her head to look at Qiana with no love in her eyes. Didn't go to watch the fun? This doesn't fit Qiana's character? Well, I was thinking, how can I not work overtime? Impossible, give up, the purple-haired girl said, rolling her eyes. Still want to work overtime? What is Guawaza thinking? Oh, anything is possible. Look, you just said that the alarm would go off, but it actually did. Qiana said with a laugh. That's purely a coincidence, the purple-haired girl complained. I don't think so, I think you might really be a prophet. Goddamn prophet? I also said that the thief was right behind you. Why didn't you see him behind you? Ha ha ha, that's impossible? Could it be that the thief can hide behind me? Qiana laughed loudly, took another bite of the donut, and then suddenly thought of something. Her expression changed, and she even stopped chewing. Invisibility. The purple-haired girl chanted these two words, feeling something was wrong. She sat up, and met Qiana's eyes. Qiana turned around and ran away. No more donuts? Hey, where are you going? I'm going to see my baby. Qiana disappeared into the cafeteria without looking back. Baby? Those two gems? Wait for me. The purple-haired girl followed suit. This girl, doesn't she really think that the thief was right behind him just now? The other side of the Time Administration. A team arrived at the warehouse's location just as the sirens sounded. Because the alarm sounded, it was still in this warehouse. And the one who came to investigate, coincidentally, was the team leader from last time. Looking at the empty warehouse, the team leader showed no expression, feeling a little numb. The fellow team members experienced this kind of thing for the second time, so they will no longer be surprised. Captain, do you want to notify the administrator? A team member stepped forward and said. Everyone didn't speak, but they had the same thought in their hearts, that is, the person who evacuated the warehouse this time should be the same person as last time. After all, a team was sent a while ago, but they couldn't blast Deadman's house with the RET can. The beams are all solid, so it seems reasonable for people to come for a stroll again? The captain nodded. This kind of thing is not something they can handle. And the new admin aunt also told me not to act without authorization. No need to notify. I'm already here. Before the team could move, a shrill female voice came from the end of the corridor. Immediately afterwards, the new administrator aunt came over with her two subordinates twisting her fat body. Thick beauty, small triangular eyes, flat nose, and dull skin. This Nima, this face is absolutely amazing. Men and women can only be identified by body and voice. The aunt was wearing an unusually trendy dress, a small pink suit that couldn't cover her big belly. The two female subordinates beside her were more like her maids, each holding her hand. Looking at this ostentation, you can tell that the aunt is very unusual. Master Administrator. Everyone in the team lowered their heads slightly at the same time, respectfully getting out of the way. Seeing everyone's respectful attitude, the aunt nodded in satisfaction. She raised her head and glanced at the warehouse, which was empty. Obviously, the warehouse of the Time Administration was once again purchased for 0 yuan. But there was no sign of worry on her face. Master Administrator, do you need to turn on the time retrospective device to check? The team leader said respectfully. The team leader is very good at coming, and for this very powerful administrator, he has done a good job. The administrator's mother's smile collapsed and she snorted coldly. Activate that for what? Didn't you see it last time? I told you earlier, that thing should be eliminated. Yes. The captain cursed in his heart, but remained respectful on the surface. Come on, look at me. The ant administrator proudly took out a device from the pocket of her ill-fitting suit. Do you know what this is called? The captain looked at the glowing top and shook his head. The ghost knows what you took out. This is called a projection restraint device. The administrator's aunt's tone was rather showing off. Without waiting for the team leader to reply, she introduced herself. It is composed of the explosion trajectories and running rules at the beginning of the birth of 1.08 million universes. Because of this, its biggest function is the rule restraint. Within its enveloping range, everyone's ability, including the ability of items, will be restricted, thus becoming ordinary. Hearing this, the team leader's eyes lit up. This is similar to the prohibition in the Time Management Bureau. You mean, using this will make the thief who emptied the warehouse lose his ability, so he won't be able to leave the Time Administration. In the Time Administration, it is true that most of the treasures and abilities from the universe cannot be used. But the last time the thieves apparently used an unknown ability to leave the Time Administration. It seems that the administrator is specially used to target that thief. Being able to be a squad leader will not be so simple-minded. A few words from the administrator's aunt let the team leader guess her intentions. The aunt was still showing off, but when she heard the team leader's question, she glanced at him unexpectedly. I didn't expect you to be quite smart. That's right, I activated the restraint as soon as the alarm sounded. What can be confirmed is that the thief definitely did not have enough time to leave the administration. Regardless of whether he can teleport through space or use twisted jumps, it is no longer feasible. I have already dispatched several elite teams, as well as elite hunters hired in advance to search within the bureau. This time, the thief can't escape. Ha 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 ha. The administrator aunt looked up to the sky and laughed happily. After laughing, she was ready to leave. Coming here to see is just a formality. She has absolute confidence in the projection restraint device. All you need to do is wait for the fighters to bring that thief in front of you. Definitely, it doesn't matter whether you live or die. Can't it resist RET can? Without that ability, why don't you stop me from seeing? Now, the task you have to do is to guard the corridor here, and if you see anyone who is wrong, I will allow you to deal with it directly. Patting the small captain on the shoulder, the administrator aunt raised her thick eyebrows, and suddenly found that the small captain was quite to my liking. The young man is quite handsome. How many years have you worked here? It's been 20 years. 20 years? Become a small captain? Yes. The team leader was sweating coldly, and he didn't know if she meant that he had been a team leader for 20 years or was it too late. The ant administrator squeezed the fat hand on the captain's shoulder, and said meaningfully, not bad, not bad. I think you should have a greater potential that hasn't been realized. After this matter is over, you come to me, and I will do your homework for you alone, and you will definitely be able to climb up again. After finishing speaking, the ant administrator turned her buttocks and left. Before leaving, she winked her thick eyebrows and big eyes at the captain. The team leader sent off the administrator ant with a forced smile, then turned around and started working. ND, the ghost doing homework alone is obviously hinting at himself. Is this administrator ant playing so wildly? Captain, the administrator has taken a fancy to you? I want to give you extra lessons. The team members who reported earlier came up and said excitedly. It seems that the relationship with the captain is not bad. The squad leader felt a chill again, and cast a cold look at him. Get out? You like you to go. After cursing angrily, the team leader immediately ordered, the whole team is on guard, in pairs, start from the end of the corridor, and search for thieves in area B1. Leave a group for each area that is cleared to prevent thieves from turning back. Now, act immediately. Yes. With one order, the team broke into pieces and started working quickly. Clutching the kind of poke-unerasable weapons in their hands, they spread out. Just kidding, if you mess up your work, you may not be able to save your life. Ha, ha, ha. The team dispersed, and the corridor returned to peace. Projection restraint. Interesting. At the door of the warehouse, Lin Feng stood up with a meaningful smile on his face. He is still invisible. I have to say that the ant administrator still has a hand. Although a barrier was set up for the broom, the alarm sounded after Lin Feng finished taking everything. Lin Feng estimated that the broom should have the ability to sense objects, and if it fails to sense it for a certain period of time, it will trigger an alarm. This is because Lin Feng was careless, the barrier he threw was too simple. And the moment the alarm sounded, Lin Feng clearly felt that an invisible fluctuation instantly spread throughout the entire Time Management Bureau. Originally, Lin Feng planned to go to see where the arsenal was after taking these things, and wanted to remove their RET-Ken weapons by the way. Didn't you bombard me with this thing, I'll let you go directly. But this fluctuation aroused Lin Feng's curiosity. He waited in hiding, wanting to see what the Time Administration was up to. Then, I saw the scene where the Administrator Ant appeared. Now it seems that the fluctuation should be the fluctuation produced when the Administrator Ant activated the projection restraint device. According to what the Administrator Ant said, the projection restraint device should block all of Lin Feng's abilities, turning him back into an ordinary person. But the fact is not, all of Lin Feng's abilities can still be used. The projection restraint did not have any effect on Lin Feng. System, is the analysis finished? Lin Feng called out in his mind. What is resolved? Certainly not the magic wall. When seeing the projection restraint device, Lin Feng directly called the system for analysis. He became curious about this top-like thing, and he had never seen such a thing in the settings. The analysis is complete. The system sent a response. Projection restraint device, 1.08 million trajectories of the birth of the universe and objects transformed from running rules. Main function, return to zero restraint. Analysis, all items can be normalized, so that all super life forms in the universe lose almost all abilities and become ordinary life forms temporarily. This function does not take effect on almighty universe level. Due to the particularity of the cosmic heart, the restraint device cannot zero restrain the fragments of the cosmic heart owned by the host. Because the source of the host's ability does not belong to Marvel, the restraint that operates based on the birth trajectory of the Marvel universe cannot affect the host's ability. With just a few lines of explanation, Lin Feng read it at a glance. The last sentence is the point. The trajectory and rules of the Marvel universe cannot limit the body of Superman to zero. Ha ha ha, this tea made Lin Feng laugh. Unexpectedly, you use the restraint device of the Marvel universe to restrict the Superman blood of the DC universe? The paramecium next door laughed. Okay, you can do me harm as long as you have that ability. But you want to limit me with the trajectory of the universe and the equality rule. That's impossible? Thinking about the smug look on the ant's face before, Lin Feng wanted to laugh even more. It was almost as funny as tea. That's right, come to 0 yuan to buy and watch the show. Walk. The next stop is the armory. In the office area on the other side, Bai Mao Qiana looked at the only gemstone left on the table with some confusion. It's so complicated, this. Should I scold the handsome thief for stealing one, or thank him for keeping one for me? No matter what Bai Mao Qiana thinks, Lin Feng has found the arsenal here. It's strange to say that Lin Feng doesn't even know where the confidence of the Time Management Bureau comes from. The door of the armory was actually open, and the RET-Ken ray weapon was placed in the most conspicuous position. The bullfrog's self-confidence is fine. In this way, I feel sorry for them if I don't take it away. Taking the RET-Ken, Lin Feng continued to walk along the corridor. Last stop, restraints. That's right, he also stared at the item held by the administrator ant, the projection restraint device. Lin Feng, who was hidden, touched his chin and thought for a while. Isn't this too shameless? Originally, there was no such thing as a projection restraint device in Lin Feng's plan. But the ant was so arrogant that she actually slipped around under her nose with the projection restraint. No matter, let's take away the research and study first. As for the administrator ant, she seemed to have returned to her office after giving the order to arrest the thieves. Using clairvoyant eyes to scan around the time administration, Lin Feng quickly saw where the administrator ant was. During the period, I also saw the 3 robots. The 3 robots didn't notice Lin Feng's perspective at all. Lin Feng sneered thoughtfully, then continued to walk towards the ant's office incognito. But not halfway through, several staff members rushed past Lin Feng in a hurry. That direction is exactly the office of the administrator ant that Lin Feng is going to. Lin Feng looked back at the direction he came from and scratched his head. It should be found that the RET-Ken weapon is missing, right? It's not a big problem, anyway, they can't see themselves. Lin Feng's guess was correct. He was still separated from the office by a corridor, when he heard the angrily scolding of the administrator. Fuck, what did I raise you for? What does it mean that RET-Ken disappeared? Explain to me. The warehouse was stolen, the arsenal was also stolen. Why didn't you get stolen? And you, call me those bounty hunters. It's been half an hour, and there's still no information about the thief. It's just such a big area. How long will it take to search? Huh? What kind of trash are you all? Lin Feng pursed his lips and picked his ears. The words and tone were so graphic that he could imagine the scene of the ant pointing at the staff's nose and yelling without using clairvoyant eyes. And this lung capacity is directly proportional to the body, and the output does not stop. Lin Feng continued to hide himself, and quietly walked into the office of the administrator ant. As soon as he entered the door, a large piece of pink light mixed with gold came into his eyes. Lin Feng quickly raised his arm to block the light. This ant really has some special hobbies, right? The entire office is covered in death Barbie powder, walls, floors, ceilings. The items placed in the office are almost all shiny local gold. Office desks, chairs, and benches, including the drinking cups on the ant's desk. At the moment, the ant is still exporting a very high amount of language and culture to several staff members. Look at her gasping for breath. The poor little pink suit. Lin Feng started to lose his line when he saw it. And those few staff members didn't dare to breathe, and lowered their heads to listen to her output. After 5 or 6 minutes of non-repetitive output, the ant finally sat down a little tired, and waved impatiently at several staff members. Get out of here, old lady. The listless people who had been scolded immediately regained their spirits and quickly left the office as if they had been pardoned. The ant scolded dryly, and lowered her head to look for a water glass, only to find that there was no water in the water cup or kettle. You, bring me some water. The ant pointed to the maid who had helped her earlier. The other maid has already been sent out by her to find those useless bounty hunters. After the maid went out with the kettle, Big Mom was left alone in the office. Lin Feng smiled softly. Isn't this opportunity coming? He lifted his foot and walked towards the ant. Lin Feng remembered that the top-shaped projection restraint was placed in the right pocket of the small suit. However, the clothes were tightly collapsed on her swimming ring. Lin Feng frowned at the sight, and didn't really want to touch it. Although there is no cleanliness, it always feels greasy. Just when Lin Feng hesitated whether to do it or not, the ant seemed to have rested, and took out the top-shaped projection restraint from her pocket. Lin Feng? On the spinning top, the purple halo was still on. The ant fiddled with it for a long time, and said to herself very satisfied, it's still running, not bad. If the restraint device is still running, it means that the thief is still in a normal state, and without ability can escape from the time administration, then everything is within the controllable range. But here is the problem, where is the thief hiding? It stands to reason that with so many people searching, it is impossible to find him in half an hour. The ant was thinking about it, and suddenly felt a flash in front of her eyes, and her hands were also cold. The ant raised her head and looked around suspiciously, but there was nothing unusual. The projection restraint in the hand is also fine. Well, Auntie thinks she must have been hallucinated by anger? Frowning and thinking for a while, the ant put the projection restraint device back into her pocket, and then took out a box of donuts from the drawer. Next, just wait happily for the thief to be caught. And at the moment, Lin Feng had already left, and he was still throwing a small glowing top in his hand. This ant is too generous, she took out this thing on her own initiative, Lin Feng must not be used to it. Immediately, Lin Feng used the ability of creation to create a small spinning top with exactly the same appearance that can switch lights, and gave the ant a civet cat in exchange for the prince. All of this was completed in less than 0.001 seconds, and the ant would not notice it. At most she would feel an inexplicable breeze blowing by. Looking at the busy staff, Lin Feng curled his lips, and after turning around, his figure completely disappeared in the Time Management Bureau. Lin Feng, who succeeded, has no reason to stay in the Time Management Bureau any longer. That girl like Kiana, let's see it next time. That's right, this isn't the last time Lin Feng visits the Time Management Bureau, and he will come to visit after a period of fattening up. After a teleport, Lin Feng returned to his own Marvel universe. And when Lin Feng left with the projection restraint device, the time administration should have been messed up. Lin Feng can't control this. Or stay comfortably in your own universe? Looking at the huge amounts of planets under his feet, Lin Feng shrugged and flew down. He didn't return to Blue Star, but came to Star Clan. He hasn't been here for a while, and he wants to see how the development is going. And he hasn't forgotten that the 2 strange magic books he got newly, he planned to study with Star Clan before using the magic that required Soul Gem. The scenery of Star Clan is still beautiful and makes people feel happy. After landing on the ground, Lin Feng walked directly to Zixing's small house. Along the way, from time to time, the little sisters of Star Clan greeted Lin Feng in surprise. Among them, there were some freshmen from the Star Clan who didn't know Lin Feng, and looked at Lin Feng curiously. Thanks to Lin Feng's aura left in the ground veins, although they don't know Lin Feng when they are newborns, they can feel a very friendly aura from Lin Feng, and they won't be wary of Lin Feng. Under the introduction of the seniors, they knew Lin Feng's identity, and the curiosity in their eyes became more intense. Lin Feng ignored these gazes and walked towards the residential area. From a long distance, you can see that the residential area has changed a lot. 1/3 of the prefabricated houses have been replaced with wooden houses. At the request of Sing, Tony did not use modern materials such as cement to build houses, but collected wood from a tree called Gugu to build wooden houses according to the preferences and customs of the Star Clan. Well, the Star Clan is originally a race with a relatively green and primitive living environment, so building a concrete house is unavoidable, which is fine. That's right, looking at this scene full of vitality and thriving, Lin Feng felt relieved. Sing, who was busy in the residential area, soon discovered Lin Feng's arrival and invited him to his new house. As an elder, she was definitely the first being to have a cabin. It's not that Zixing is deliberately using the Elder's privilege or something, but Star Clan is a race that relies heavily on leaders. If Zixing didn't stay in the wooden house, the rest of the clan would feel uneasy instead. Entering the wooden house, Lin Feng looked curiously at the facilities in the wooden house. Although it is said to be a wooden house, there is nothing missing, and it can be seen that it is a construction method with experience and culture. Although it is not as square and simple as a cement room, it is full of a natural atmosphere. This kind of architecture with ethnic characteristics is very novel and interesting. How is it? It's okay. It was Natasha Romanoff who said this, and she was also in Zixing's house. After attending Tony's wedding last time, Lin Feng sent her back. You're here too, Natasha Romanoff. Lin Feng greeted with a smile. Now that Natasha Romanoff is one of her own, Lin Feng definitely won't make a bad face on purpose for others to see. Yes, I'm resuming the deal with Zixing before. Natasha Romanoff also smiled back. She is now flushed and full of energy. It seems that she is very satisfied and caring about the job that Lin Feng found for her. Already started the transaction? Lin Feng asked curiously. Natasha Romanoff nodded and took out a list. That's right, there have been 3 transactions. Here is a list of some exchanged materials, and the objects of the transaction. With that said, Natasha Romanoff handed the list to Lin Feng. On the side, Zixing brought a delicate wooden teacup. Come, have a taste of Star Clan's tea, Shi Xing said. After Lin Feng thanked, he took it and took a light taste. I frowned, and the taste was surprisingly good. Moreover, Lin Feng immediately analyzed that this tea actually has the effect of relieving fatigue and calming the nerves. Although the efficacy is not as good as Lin Feng's Tree of Life tea, the taste is not as good. The taste is very good. Is this item also on the trading list? Zixing smiled and shook his head. This is not a trading item. This production is not much, and we keep it for ourselves to drink. Lin Feng's compliment made Zixing smile even happier. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, and then looked at the list in his hand. But it was just a simple pass, and then let it go. There is no problem. The exchange of materials. Before Natasha Romanoff came to Star Clan, Shi Xing had discussed with Lin Feng more than once. Have you met any unsightly trading partners? Lin Feng asked. That's what he cares about. The reason why Star Clan was destroyed at that time was because things were being targeted by others. How did you say that sentence? Everyone is innocent, but pregnant is guilty. That's not true. The symbiont team has followed in these 3 transactions, and Xing Xing is also there. But although there are no unsightly trading partners, we should be targeted. Natasha Romanoff pursed her lips, exchanged a glance with Shi Xing, and then took a sip of the tea brought by Shi Xing. This kind of tea made her fall in love with it the first time she drank it. Not to mention the taste, it can also soothe the nerves and relieve fatigue. Natasha Romanoff does not have the physique of Lin Feng, so she has a deeper feeling for the benefits of tea feedback. Being targeted? Tell me in detail. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and continued to ask with great interest. Unexpectedly, he was targeted so quickly after trading some ordinary Star Clan specialties, but it is not surprising. If you have something good, someone is sure to follow it. The competition in the black market is nothing more than that, eyeing you and inquiring about news. If you are strong enough, then everyone cooperates. If you are not strong enough, then sorry, surrender or die. This is the tragedy of insufficient strength. However, from the faces of Natasha Romanoff and Shi Xing, there was no worried expression, so the matter must not be very complicated. The former Star Clan may be very worried about the coming of war. But now, Star Clan is hugging Lin Feng's thick thigh that can't see the edge. If Star Clan doesn't go out and cause trouble everywhere, those bastards should burn their noses. It's a race called the Ket Protoss that is eyeing us, Natasha Romanoff said. Ket Protoss. Well, the characteristics of their family are very obvious, with big ears and silver skin. Although they are called Protoss, they look more like simple-minded greedy monsters. In terms of combat power, I don't know yet. However, the transfer star used for trading left behind a symbiosis of 20 people. These girls will always collect the information we need and feedback. And I have already rented a store on Transit Star, which is used as a temporary base and a trading point for some insignificant small things. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's arrangement, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Yes, there is a smart agent presiding over the transaction, which really saves me a lot of worry. Good job. If there are any problems or enemies that cannot be solved, please notify me directly. Star Clan is in its infancy now. If anyone dares to cause trouble, we will beat them to death once. This will be more beneficial to our subsequent development. Lin Feng is no longer the young man he was a few years ago. He understands that hiding one's strength is sometimes inappropriate. When needed, you must fully display your fangs to avoid more troubles. Natasha Romanoff, who has been in the agent world for so many years, definitely understands this truth, and immediately nodded seriously. I understand. With Natasha Romanoff around, Star Clan will at least not be easily fooled when trading. As for the Ket Protoss, as long as Natasha Romanoff and Shi Xing don't ask for help, Lin Feng doesn't plan to take the initiative. These are all experiences for the newborn Star Clan. But to be honest, Lin Feng would rather that the Ket Protoss come to make trouble. In this way, they can be justifiably destroyed and show off the muscles of Star Clan. And even if Lin Feng doesn't make a move, relying on the combat ability of the symbiote can make most villains with bad intentions quit. By the way, has Tony been here these 2 days? After talking about the business, Lin Feng continued to ask. Natasha Romanoff was a little puzzled. Tony? Not at all, is he coming? Lin Feng hummed. Tony's wedding trip is the kind where he drags his family and his mouth to the universe, and the Scorpion's papa is the only one. Lin Feng recommended some places to him, gave him some coordinates, and got a general idea of Tony's itinerary. The first stop is Asgard, and the second stop is the planet of StarClan. Lin Feng greeted Asgard. Now that Tony hasn't come to StarClan, he should still be in Asgard. Lin Feng then briefly explained Tony's affairs. Tony has been to StarClan several times, and he is quite familiar with it, but his family has never been. Lin Feng also passed the altar and temporarily opened the teleportation authority of Tony's spaceship to use the space gem. Otherwise, with the distance from StarClan to Blue Star, Tony would have to jump for several days in the spaceship without stopping. After talking about Natasha Romanoff's affairs, Lin Feng turned his attention to Xixing again. You, Zixing. Is there any urgent problem that StarClan needs to solve right now? As the leader of StarClan, Lin Feng naturally cares about the development of StarClan. Hearing this, Zixing frowned and thought for a long time. You want to ask her how StarClan is doing? It sure as hell couldn't be better. There are guards from the top-level combat symbiote team for safety, and the mustache named Stark helps in daily life. To be honest, Xixing feels that the current StarClan is doing better than the StarClan before the catastrophe. At that time, the StarClan did not have high combat effectiveness, and even the elders could only slightly drive the cosmic cube to inject a small amount of energy into the earth veins. At that time, the StarClan was cautious about using energy, and the period when the energy of the earth veins was the most was less than 1/10 of what it is now. But the current StarClan almost doesn't have to worry about energy consumption at all. Therefore, in this case, neither the quantity and quality of the planet's vegetation nor the quantity and speed of the birth of the clansmen could be compared with before. Zixing probably calculated that after another year or so, the StarClan people will be able to recover the previous number. However, due to the current housing, tools, and other issues, this time needs to be extended. But the more people there are, the faster the work will be done. It's a virtuous cycle. And the StarClan planet is also so huge that there is no need to worry about population saturation for hundreds of years. No matter how you look at it, StarClan is in a thriving direction of development. I think should not be. Everything is fine in StarClan now. The energy of the earth veins is also unprecedentedly abundant. During this period of time, many clansmen have been born. And there are already infant clansmen born, although there are not many of them. Xixing answered after serious consideration. Those clansmen in their infancy were raised by the grown-up StarClan young ladies. Growing up in the StarClan as infants, surrounded by natural vegetation and energy, they will have a richer knowledge inheritance and affinity for natural vegetation than the current adult clansmen. This kind of affinity will play a big role in making potions and drinks, and the quality of the products will be higher. Zixing and her younger sister were from the tribe when they were babies. As for why the earth veins cultivate life, there is a kinship relationship like a sister. That's because Xixing and his younger sister are twins born from the same spot of light. It's just that due to energy reasons, the younger sister didn't take shape until Zixing became an adult. StarClan is so relieved. Lin Feng is also very happy. Deng even nodded in relief. Okay, it seems that everything is fine for the time being. StarClan's transaction, proceed according to your plan. Don't forget to contact me in time if you need anything. I'll go first. After Lin Feng explained again, he was ready to leave. Zixing grabbed Lin Feng suspiciously. Don't you want to see StarClan's little baby? I don't know what magic you cast. Those StarClan people who raise babies have an S logo on the little clothes they make for their children. Yes, it's the suit you wore when you were fighting, the symbol on your chest. Lin Feng? In the middle of getting up, Lin Feng sat down again. What happened? You did it. StarClan probably didn't know about his combat uniform, only Xixing and her sister had seen it. Hearing this, Zixing threw out a beautiful hygienic eye. How could I do such a naive thing? Childish. Lin Feng's face darkened. Anyway, I'm not too sure. Xixing skipped this topic. However, I found that after living for a while, it seems that all the clansmen have innate respect and admiration for you. It's not really a surprise, but the feeling, or the respect, is slowly changing. It's like converting to a faith. Zixing tilted his head, thinking for a long time to come up with these two words. Indeed, they don't usually see Lin Feng, but they seem to be very familiar with Lin Feng, and they can often hear vague words about Lin Feng on weekdays. If it's just this, Zixing won't care too much. But the bad thing is that she found that when the young ladies of StarClan were making the potion, they took out the S-shaped pendant from the clothes they gave to their chests and stuck it on their foreheads. That is obviously praying for the success rate of the potion. This is a small ceremony that has been passed down from the previous StarClan. They firmly believe that when making potions, devout prayers will bring a higher success rate. Lin Feng frowned, but he had some clues in his mind. He really doesn't show up in StarClan very often, and the young lady of StarClan who hasn't seen him obviously doesn't know him, and he still needs an explanation from his seniors. All of this may still be related to the earth veins. Perhaps, it's the result of my breath being contaminated by the energy when I drive the energy into the ground veins. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said it without hesitation. The energy has stained my aura. Even if the StarClan residents don't know me, they will have inexplicable respect for me. In addition, I have seen my people do their homework for them, and it is not a strange thing to think about me. For the relatively primitive life of Star Clan, faith is sometimes indispensable. In fact, what Lin Feng doesn't know is that no matter which batch of Star Clan young ladies are born, there is always a vague figure in their minds. The figure was floating in the air, and the face could not be seen clearly. But the huge S-shaped logo on the chest is deeply imprinted in my heart. They understand that that person, that symbol, has an inseparable relationship with the origin of their own life. Coupled with the outline of that figure and the aura that looked like a god, the young lady of Star Clan naturally subconsciously regarded Lin Feng as a belief. Let's put it this way, if Lin Feng is wearing a Superman battlesuit and goes out for a walk, those newly born Star Clan girls will immediately recognize that Lin Feng is the vague figure in their minds. With that figure and that sign, they will feel a sense of security from the bottom of their hearts. Hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Zixing nodded thoughtfully. Is it the breath? It's really a magical thing. Now, their attitude towards the S-shaped logo has faintly surpassed our original totem. When Shi Xing said this, he was a little bit embarrassed. Star Clan is a race with its own totem beliefs. It was a pattern of 3 small circles surrounding a large circle. These 4 circles represent the planets of the star family, and the 3 planets that can be seen from time to time in the sky. One is during the day, bringing light and illuminating the whole earth. One at night, emitting a soft glow that promotes the growth of plants and the making of potions. The scene Lin Feng saw at night earlier was inseparable from the light emitted by that night planet. And the last small circle is the planet that is moving in a long-distance elliptical orbit around the star population. Every time he circles the orbit, it takes blue star 1 year. And this totem has been gradually replaced by the S-shaped logo. Take the previous potion-making ceremony as an example. It used to be carried out with 4 round totems, but now it has an S-shaped symbol, which is the most obvious feature. Zixing can only find this totem in the altar group now. Zixing felt that the totems and beliefs in the hearts of the current Star Clan people were constantly changing into the shape of Lin Feng. She was not born from the energy infused by Lin Feng. She definitely didn't have that deep-seated belief and familiarity with Lin Feng, so she couldn't understand the feelings of those freshmen. I don't know if this is good or bad, and I was a little confused for a while. But this kind of thing is a good thing for Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng does not need to follow the path of becoming a god through faith in the novels, but the young ladies of the Star Clan believe in themselves unconditionally and follow themselves, so that there will be no second voice in the clan. Lin Feng is still very fond of Star Clan. After all, this is where he will retire in the future. However, Lin Feng also noticed that Shi Xing was a little depressed. After all, she went from the destruction of the old Star Clan to the rise of the new Star Clan. In her heart, it was obviously subconsciously based on her previous totems and beliefs. Lin Feng patted her on the shoulder. Staying the same is not necessarily good. As long as Star Clan lives safely, happiness is the most important thing, right? Star Clan has ushered in a change. I think many things. You should abandon the old concept. The current Star Clan is a new Star Clan after rebirth. Let go of the past and look forward. Xing. Zixing was stunned. Lin Feng's pot of chicken soup suddenly poured down, and he was a little confused uncontrollably. The main reason is that Lin Feng's strength has created preconceived notions. If someone else told her to let go of the totem of the past, she would have stabbed her already. But these words were powerful and inconceivable in her heart, and it also revived what Lin Feng of Star Clan said, and she subconsciously felt a fever in her head. Let go of the past. Zixing muttered to himself. Well, maybe Lin Feng is right. Compared with the past, the current Star Clan is infinitely better. But that totem is not just something as simple as a pattern. It records the memories of the past, every bit of Zixing's life, running through Zixing's life trajectory from childhood to adulthood. Seeing Zixing's little face tangled up there, Lin Feng didn't force her either. Patting Zixing on the shoulder again, Lin Feng left the cabin, leaving her to continue thinking there. It is obviously too much for Zixing to throw away everything in the past at once, just take it step by step. According to the current pace of life and development, sooner or later she will forget it by herself. After bidding farewell to Zixing and Natasha Romanoff, Lin Feng flew around the planet, looking for a suitable place. He wants to study the 2 magic books here. Good things should be saved until the end. These 2 books must be melons. Lin Feng soon landed beside a small lake. Next to the lake is an open space with huge amounts of land, which is very suitable for Lin Feng's requirements. Taking a deep breath of Star Clan's air, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged. The 2 magic books lie in Lin Feng's 2 spaces, one in the system storage space, and the other in the personal storage space that Lin Feng created himself. The reason why they are not placed in one space is because of Lin Feng's transcendent intuition. He felt that something was bound to happen when they were put together. Sitting by the lake, Lin Feng thought for a while, and then took out the previous glorious magic book. The glorious magic book still exudes a soft white light. No matter how many times you read it, it will always make you feel happy. Lin Feng patted the book in satisfaction. Lin Feng has only read 3 pages of the glorious magic book, and there is still a lot of knowledge waiting to be discovered by himself. This kind of taste like digging for treasure makes Lin Feng love it so much. Then, Lin Feng took out the forbidden magic book from his own space. Unlike the pleasing glow of the radiant spellbook, the forbidden spellbook gives people an ominous feeling as soon as it appears, trying to make people stay away. The moment the taboo magic book appeared, he began to feel restless. On the other hand, the Guanghui magic book was as calm as ever. Seeing the black mist coming out of the taboo magic book, Lin Feng knew that things were not easy. As the black fog got bigger and bigger, roaring sounds came from it. Bitch. The voice was so sharp that Lin Feng's ears twitched. The black mist cursed again and again, while quickly transforming into a human shape about 50 centimeters high. It has no face, and is completely composed of black mist, which looks like elemental life. But the body should be a woman, right? Oh, amazing? Lin Feng looked at the life form that transformed into a human form in amazement. Yes, I guessed right, there are definitely melons to eat. The moment the black mist formed, raising his hand was a flash of green lightning, directly hitting the glorious magic book in Lin Feng's hand. The glorious magic book couldn't keep calm any longer, and flew out of Lin Feng's hand in a blink of an eye, dodging the lightning. Then I saw a burst of white light rising from the radiant magic book, like the forbidden magic book, and quickly transformed into a human figure exuding a mixed light of gold and white. Who did Bai Chi say? A cold female voice sounded more like a child's voice. Do you think I'll be fooled by you again? The taboo magic book saw through Guanghui's trap at a glance, raised his hand, and another bolt of lightning struck him. Guanghui Bai Chi, now there is no restriction of the library, I will accept your life. You have a big face? My old lady is standing here today, so you can try it. Curse it, curse it. Lin Feng moved his body back, took out a bag of melon seeds from the space, and watched the development of the situation with excitement. Watching the action is always a great pleasure for men, and Lin Feng is definitely no exception. What's more, it's still watching two women fighting each other there. Lin Feng acted like a little transparent, exited the combat center, and continued to sit cross-legged on the ground. While eating melon seeds, he cast a biological force field around him. The destructive power of these two life forms transformed from the magic book is a bit beyond imagination. In order to prevent his planet from being destroyed, Lin Feng can only arrange a layer of protection. And the engagement center has upgraded from the ordinary greetings without dirty words at the beginning to a little genealogy. Hey, I haven't played for hundreds of years, why is it so annoying now? The two grimoires were constantly fighting, but it seemed that Taboo had the upper hand. The green lightning strikes Guanghui one after another as if they don't want money. This shiny green color reminded Lin Feng of the boy who survived the catastrophe and the unforgivable curse of gnawing a big melon. The destructive power contained in it is very similar to the lethal ability. Radiance does not attack, and keeps putting a white translucent shield-like protective magic for defense. But it was also because he never fought back, as if Taboo had misunderstood something. Ha 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 ha, Bai Chi, is it because the silence of thousands of years has made your magic power not enough to use high-level magic? Seeing that Guanghui had never attacked, Taboo became more certain of his guess. This girl must have worn out in the past year, and she dared not use high-level magic anymore. This is the difference between glory and taboo. What is taboo? The darker and crueler it is, the higher the taboo's ability. Because the method of obtaining energy ability can be unscrupulous, so even if it stays in the Lost Book City without energy fluctuations for thousands of years, taboo can still extract energy from various dimensions to maintain its own existence. Sure, taboo is more joyful. Although Lin Feng can't see her face clearly, he can tell that she is laughing happily. This time, I will take it. Dark Side Curtain. Taboo chanted a spell that Lin Feng couldn't understand. As the mantra was chanted loudly, the light in the entire area began to get darker and darker. Lin Feng felt something in his heart, and looked up. The black mist that could not be seen was slowly covering the sky. Without light, your strength will be affected. The damage will be even more serious. Taboo licked her lips. She was manipulating the black mist with one hand, while the other hand was still attacking and harassing Guanghui without giving a chance. Die in the endless darkness. Bitchy. Lin Feng was so amazed at this black sky skill that he even forgot to eat the melon seeds in his hand. His supervision quickly analyzed the ingredients contained in the black mist. It's not as simple as just blocking the light. It also contains a lot of darkness and curse power. Just floating in the sky, it is already able to image the ground. A large area of plants began to die, and the land was covered with a layer of dead gray. If this is placed on the ground, I am afraid that it will immediately turn this place into a carnival for the dead. Good guy, what kind of enmity is this? There is really no room for it. Guanghui on the field tightly pursed his lips, still not saying a word. Holding her magic shield, she flicked left and right, but she didn't emit any magic from the beginning to the end. At first glance of the scene, it seems that Huai's death seems to be a foregone conclusion, but Lin Feng doesn't think so. Taboo can draw power from all dimensions, so can't brilliance? Guanghui didn't use any magic from the beginning, but her right hand has been slightly hidden behind her back. Where Taboo couldn't see, the golden runes on that hand were constantly beating. Obviously, it was preparing for some big move. Lin Feng continued to eat melon seeds, but secretly, silently strengthened the strength of the biological force field. Wonderful, Taboo this guy, it seems that his brain is not as brilliant. After such a long time, didn't you see that the brilliance was growing? Ha 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 ha, what's the matter, you don't even have the strength to speak. Taboo was still clamoring. At the moment, black mist has covered the entire sky. The light has completely disappeared, and there is no light to be seen. Taboo in the dark, as if invisible, completely invisible. Only the radiance, like a moving light genicky, is blindingly bright in the dark. Without the forbidden sight, Guanghui obviously became more passive. Taboo is also good at hiding the aura. In a state of complete darkness, a green light will hit from nowhere. But soon, the Taboo also found something wrong. With the blessing of the black mist, the affinity attribute of darkness made Taboo's IQ skyrocket. She kept attacking in her hands, but she started to mutter in her heart. Why didn't this bitch Guanghui fight back at all? It's not like her style. And she doesn't care if it's completely dark? According to the past, she had already fired out the lighting technique. Or directly used the lightsaber that is as dazzling as the sun to split the black mist with one sword. And now, something is wrong, very wrong. No matter how weak he is, Guanghui won't be powerless to fight back. Hey, Baichi, why don't you fight back? Taboo couldn't help asking. Her invisible figure, hiding in the darkness, stared suspiciously at the brilliance. Under her deliberate observation, she soon found Guanghui's hand behind her back. That hand seems to have never reached the front. Mistgrass, are you trying to build up some big moves? Taboo exclaimed, and his figure quickly moved towards Guanghui's back in the darkness. Lin Feng, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was overjoyed. He didn't know that the black mist could also buff Taboo, and he was still wondering why his IQ suddenly went online. But although IQ is on the line, it seems to be too late. In Lin Feng's line of sight, the golden rune behind Guanghui had stopped beating, and instead formed a small ball of light, hidden under Guanghui's radiant body. Found it. Guanghui paused in his hands, and then laughed. Late. With Guanghui's coquettish cry, countless chains emitting white light appeared behind her. The chain seemed to be alive, and it directly rolled towards Taboo who was running. Taboo suddenly panicked, turned around and wanted to run back, and raised his hand to prepare for high-level magic. But Guanghui's half-day preparations were beyond her haste. The white light chain caught the Taboo without any surprise. Taboo let out an exclamation, and was quickly grabbed by the chains, posing a large character in the air. To suffer? The door is wide open, the opportunity is here. Eat my move. Guanghui held the ball of light in his right hand and finally brought it in front of him. Then, without any hesitation, he threw all his strength at the bound Taboo. There is only this chance, and Guanghui shouted that he will win it. The poles are reversed. The scene turned upside down in an instant. With a strong holy breath, the white light blasted straight at the Taboo. Baichi, you're crazy. Before the white light arrived, the scorching holy aura had already rushed towards his face. Taboo only had time to curse, and was already submerged in the white light. The white light, like a beam of light cannon, pierced in a straight line and rushed towards the sky. After penetrating the Taboo, without the slightest pause, it immediately tore apart the endless black curtain in the sky. The light suddenly fell, illuminating the earth again. The beam of light has not stopped, it has been through the atmosphere, and then disappeared into the universe. This scene was also discovered in the distant Star Clan residence. That ray of white light was so dazzling that it was hard not to be noticed even in the daytime. Alert! A female high-pitched voice sounded in the residential area, and several symbiote teams gathered from all directions immediately, forming a whole formation, watching the direction where the white light appeared warily. In the room, Natasha Romanoff and Shi Xing had already run out. I'll go and see the situation, Natasha Romanoff said with a serious face. This seems to be the first time that Star Clan has an abnormality. If it is dangerous, it must be resolved as soon as possible. I'll go with you. Shi Xing was also worried. This Star Clan has just started, so nothing can go wrong. Natasha Romanoff then shook her head. You are sitting here. What else would Xing say? Natasha Romanoff had already turned her head and set her sights on the symbiote team. The second team, and the executor team, follow me. Armed? Full speed ahead. With an order, the two teams quickly appeared from the large formation. Immediately afterwards, symbiote armed forces of different colors appeared on the scene. They followed Natasha Romanoff, who also changed into a symbiote form, towards the place where the beam of light appeared move forward rapidly without any hesitation. It didn't take long before he disappeared from Xing's sight. Xing hesitated for a while, but still didn't follow. Indeed, if something happens, the residential area needs to have her in charge. Shi Xing clasped his fists in front of his chest, and looked into the distance with a worried face. I hope nothing will happen. On the way, the executor team quickly left the second team behind and caught up with Natasha Romanoff. This executor team is the first generation of female symbionts specially created by Tony. Compared with the second and third generations, they have higher overall strength and greater mobility. There was no fear on the hideous symbiont's face, and even faint excitement could be seen. As the host of the symbiont, although they are not villains, almost everyone has a militant character, otherwise they would not sign up for the symbiont army. Living here for such a long time, there has never been a single battle, only daily boring training. Their fists have long been thirsty. Look at Lin Feng again. After the beam of light disappeared, he finally retracted his gaze. Smacking his lips, Lin Feng swallowed. Good guy, this power is absolutely amazing. He actually directly broke his own biological force field and poured it into the sky, and even strengthened his biological force field once. Well, although this biological force field, Lin Feng only used normal strength. He never expected that a magic book could use such an exponentially high attack. But the next second, he became excited. The stronger the magic book, the stronger the things recorded in it. He should be happy. Look again at the engagement center. I can't see the standing people anymore. The taboo has been beaten back to its original shape by this move, and the magic book that has become taboo again lies on the ground. It's just that the book has become a bit tattered compared to before. As for Guanghui, it seemed that he had exerted too much force, and was lying on the ground panting. She seemed to have run out of energy, and the white light covering her body disappeared. As a result, Lin Feng could see her face and clothes clearly. White as the base tone, a one-piece robe trimmed with gold, long golden wavy hair, but a child's face. This height, 1.5 meters is enough. Co-author is really a child? Lin Feng shook his head, dispelling the thought. From their previous chats and scolding, the two books have been in the Lost Book City for thousands of years. How can they be children? The reason for this posture should be due to some unknown reasons? While Lin Feng was thinking that Guanghui had already struggled to get up, she didn't look at Lin Feng, but staggered towards the taboo magic book. At some point, a golden long sword appeared in her hand, and it seemed that she was going to deal the final blow to taboo. Lin Feng frowned. This is not a prick? This book is now his treasure, and Lin Feng has not studied the black magic in it. With a teleport, Lin Feng picked up the taboo magic book on the ground. Looking at it up close, the book is even worse. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He was careless. He should have kept a taboo magic book just now. Like this, I don't know if he can recover. Get out of the way. A faint voice came from behind Lin Feng. The move just now had almost exhausted all her energy, so she could only slowly replenish her energy. Let me finish her, or she will recover. Guanghui continued. Recover? Hearing these two words, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it is indeed a living magic book, as long as it will recover. Lin Feng turned around and sighed. That's not okay. I haven't read what's written in it yet. Guanghui was startled. She's a forbidden magic book. You can't learn what's in it. What do you want to see? I have it here. Let me kill her first. Guanghui thought that Lin Feng didn't know it was a dark forbidden magic book, so he tried to persuade him. Except for taboos, Guanghui seemed surprisingly polite. Lin Feng chuckled, and directly put the taboo magic book into the space. I want to see yours, and I want to see hers. I'm sorry, but you can't kill her yet. Guanghui was taken aback for a moment, and then she became somewhat arrogant, and she raised her finger tremblingly to point at Lin Feng. Do you know that dark magic will bring disaster to the whole world? Listen to me, you. Guanghui went on to say something, and wanted to say something else. But in the next second, she rolled her eyes and lay straight on the ground, her body distorted and transformed back into the glorious magic book emitting white light. Yo, Lin Feng is happy. Does this mean that the energy is completely exhausted? There is no way to maintain human form. Go forward and put the Book of Brilliance into another space. What the hell are you talking about? Well, the two magic books are lying down, and I always feel that I haven't finished eating the melons, so let's save it for next time. Lin Feng clapped his hands a little unsatisfied, and the powerful power of time covered the entire lakeside. Immediately afterwards, the ground damaged by the two magic books quickly began to restore to its original state. The landform had just recovered, and Lin Feng's ears moved slightly. He felt something in his heart and looked at a place. There, two squads of the Symbiote Legion are on their way. Leading the charge is none other than Natasha Romanoff. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng realized that Natasha Romanoff and the others should have noticed Guanghui's attack earlier. Not bad, both speed and awareness are fine. Natasha Romanoff's speed is very fast, leading the first generation of symbionts to arrive here first. Worried, Natasha Romanoff was almost full steam ahead. However, after seeing the scene where the attack broke out just now, Natasha Romanoff stopped with a strange expression on her face, and called out suspiciously, Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and waved. Natasha Romanoff looked around, but found no enemies, and even the surrounding environment was not damaged. She was thoughtful, and her tense spirit relaxed. Since Lin Feng is also here, it proves that there is no uncontrollable phenomenon. Natasha Romanoff even had reason to doubt whether the previous attack was caused by Lin Feng. Natasha Romanoff, you came very quickly, Lin Feng said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he saw more symbiotes running over one after another. That scene, with its colorful and ferocious face, was still very shocking. Among other things, the visual impact alone has a hand. Natasha Romanoff smiled. That's definitely it. After all, this is where I will live in the future. If something happens, I definitely have to take care of it. After speaking, Natasha Romanoff turned around and put on a serious face. All, disarm, the alarm is off. After the symbiote team heard the disarmament, they immediately began to withdraw from the armed state and formed two teams again. They definitely know Lin Feng too, and knowing that there should be no more fights, they are inevitably a little disappointed in their hearts, and they were eager to fight just now. Stand by. Natasha Romanoff walked towards Lin Feng after giving another order. Afterwards, he and Lin Feng walked not far away. What happened just now? Natasha Romanoff couldn't help asking after arranging the symbiote. With the attack just now, Natasha Romanoff was ready to be injured. With an energy index of that level, half of his life was wiped out, but nothing happened in the end. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, organized his words, and explained to Natasha Romanoff. However, he did not say that it was caused by the two magic books, but told Natasha Romanoff that this was a small experiment of his own, but he did not notice the power. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. The co-authorship was exactly what she thought. All of this was caused by Lin Feng. Please, Master Lin Feng, Please find another planet without life for the next experiment. Really, I frightened myself in vain. Okay, I will definitely not experiment here next time. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Natasha Romanoff smiled back, then took out her mobile phone from her pocket, and told Zixing that she was safe. Lin Feng was not surprised to see this scene. It's just a mobile phone. There are several signal base stations in the residential area of Star Clan. And in the sky, there are several Stark industrial satellites floating, all of which are enhanced and improved versions specially made by Tony for Star Clan. Over there, Zixing finally breathed a sigh of relief when he received the call and was told he was fine. This may be because of being bitten by a snake once and being afraid of well ropes for 10 years. Shi Xing had experienced a genocide before, so he couldn't help but be very worried about what happened on the Star Clan planet. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm going back. Natasha Romanoff put away the phone and said. Lin Feng nodded. Go back, I should leave too. Well, I'm really leaving this time, and I won't do any experiments. After a brief conversation, Natasha Romanoff retreated with the Symbiote Legion. Watching Natasha Romanoff go away, Lin Feng felt a little emotional. The symbiote army that he had been thinking about before took shape, but Lin Feng already looked down on the strength of the symbiote. In DC next door, the Kryptonians under his management are basking in the sun every day. It is estimated that the Superman Legion will be formed soon. With a self-deprecating laugh, his vision really got higher and higher. Not thinking about those useless things, Lin Feng drew a circle with his hands, opened a portal with magic, and ran into the universe. Portals use magic. Lin Feng didn't forget that Ancient One let himself use magic more. I didn't use magic in the Time Management Bureau before, that's because the administrator aunt turned on the projection restraint device. Under the effect of the restraint, all power systems from Marvel and used in the omnipotent universe will be invalid. But in the universe, Lin Feng has one last thing to do before returning to Blue Star. That is the method of using Soul Gem to increase the strength of the soul that I saw in the book before. This method comes from the Glorious Magic Book. Lin Feng took out the Glorious Magic Book. The magic book shone with white light, but it was obvious that the figure that materialized before should still be sleeping. After a fight with Taboo, it is estimated that the energy has been exhausted. As for the energy source of the Glorious Magic Book, Lin Feng is not quite sure. However, it is estimated that this kind of thing has something to do with positive emotions and light, at least it is written like this in the novel. The Taboo Magic Book must be negative emotions and a dark environment. Why don't you take out the brilliant magic book to bask in the sun when you go back to Blue Star? Lin Feng still has questions to ask these two. Lin Feng didn't think about trying to inject energy into the two magic books. It's good that the two of them are sleeping now, so they won't disturb his experiment. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the Book of Brilliance, and went through the method of using the soul gem again. Well, be prepared. Although the process is simple, the threshold is very high, and it cannot be achieved by ordinary cosmic powerhouses. According to Lin Feng's estimation, at the very least, it needs to be the top combat power of a single universe to be able to display it. He took off a white gold-rimmed ring from his finger, and with a slight flick, it transformed into a platinum-colored wand. This thing is also given by the Radiance Magic Book. Whether it is the book, the clothes, or the things given, they are all in this color. She seems to like the combination of white and gold. Thinking about it, Lin Feng suddenly felt guilty. The Guanghui Magic Book showed himself magic, taught him how to increase the strength of his soul, and gave him a magic wand, but he prevented Guanghui from killing Taboo. Let's find a way to make up for Guanghui in the future. Back to the topic. As I said before, this magic wand can change at will, and the reason why it first appeared as a magic wand was because of Lin Feng's subconscious mind. The Harry Potter movies made Lin Feng subconsciously think that the utensil needed to use magic is nothing more than a wand. So at that time, the thing given by the Glorious Magic Book was the shape of a magic wand. But to be honest, Lin Feng still prefers the shape of the wand, which has a novel feeling. Keeping the method in mind, Lin Feng put away the Glorious Magic Book, and took out a few soul gem instead. The soul gem, which left the Time Administration, rekindled its light and restored the power of the universe. Lin Feng didn't take more, only took 3. Although the number is not mentioned in the book, but the top of the single universe can manipulate 1, Lin Feng feels that it is no problem to have 3. The larger the number, the faster the strengthening should be. 3 soul gems floated in front of Lin Feng. According to the method, Lin Feng began to infuse energy into the wand, and began to recite the corresponding spell. The tip of the wand began to gather light. Lin Feng faced one of the soul gems from the air, touched it, and then pulled it upwards violently. In an instant, energy gushed out like a flood, and the consumption was astonishing. Even Lin Feng felt a little unbelievable. No wonder the book said that it takes the strength of the top of the single universe to cast this spell. Following Lin Feng's movements, the inside of Soul Gem, like a slicking painting, was pulled out of a galaxy full of starlight, leading straight to the depths of the universe. Countless starlights instantly reflected in Lin Feng's pupils. This, regardless of whether it is useful or not, this scene is too beautiful to describe in words. The galaxy is beautiful enough, and at the moment Lin Feng is at the center of the galaxy. Every bright light in the galaxy seems to be condensed in this long river like stars in the universe. The stars twinkled, and Lin Feng snorted comfortably. Then, I felt a pulling force coming from all directions, as if trying to pull my soul out. With a twitch in his heart, Lin Feng knew that this should be the soul of Xing, who was about to start strengthening the magic user. Immediately, Lin Feng gave up resistance and allowed his soul to slowly float out of his body. The soul is completely exposed in the Milky Way, like soaking in a hot spring, making it more comfortable. Yes, very good. Unexpectedly, one day, the soul can soak in hot springs. Lin Feng closed his eyes, allowing Xing to output the light of stars to him, and the strength of his soul was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, it is visible to the naked eye, compared to Lin Feng's previous method. Blame it on Lin Feng. Originally, soul is strong enough. As an ordinary person, in this kind of star sea, the strength can almost be said to soar like a rocket. After experiencing it for a while, Lin Feng opened his eyes and set his sights on the other 2 soul gems. The soul does not need to return to the body, Lin Feng thought. The body began to move on its own. He waved his wand, and 2 more spells were placed on the other 2 soul gems. Wow! In the universe, 2 galaxies appeared again. With a wave of Lin Feng's magic wand, with a pull, the 3 galaxies quickly merged together, forming a bigger galaxy. Woohoo! Take off! Lin Feng shook his head excitedly. The speed of the strengthening of the big galaxy composed of 3 galaxies has also been greatly increased. Lin Feng stretched out his limbs comfortably, lying in a large font in the galaxy. Not bad. Lin Feng is very happy and satisfied. It can be regarded as finding a serious method that can work for oneself. This thing, back to Blue Star, you can also take Susan and the others to make bubbles together, and everyone will increase their strength together. Maybe it was too comfortable, but before he knew it, Lin Feng actually fell asleep. Well, I don't know why the soul is still able to sleep. Anyway, the master walks sideways in the universe, and his body can also fight back automatically, so he is not afraid of anyone who doesn't open his eyes and comes to make trouble for him. When he returned to Blue Star, Lin Feng still planned to try the previous method. That is, through the magnetic field of the living planet, the brilliance sprinkled by the starry sky will have a magical ability. This kind of radiance can slowly nourish the soul. Lin Feng thinks that it is possible to draw a galaxy in the Blue Star, and then use the magnetic field of life to try to see if it will speed up the absorption. But that is later. Now, let yourself enjoy this comfortable moment quietly. Lin Feng's hot spring here is so refreshing. In the universe, several bounty hunters dispatched by the Time Management Bureau are frantically searching for Lin Feng's trace. What Lin Feng took from the Time Management Bureau this time directly broke down the administrator's ant. On this day, the Time Management Bureau went up and down, and everyone heard the death-like howling of the administrator's ant. The RET can is gone, and even the projection restraint is taken away. This is the fate of the administrator? When I took office, I made a solemn promise that I would not let the thieves escape, and even made a promise that I would definitely catch the thieves. As a result, the thief brought an unprecedented surprise. The stolen things, all the things in curry that were emptied last time can't be compared together. At the moment, the ant administrator in the Time Management Bureau, her eyes were bloodshot, she was gnashing her teeth, looking like she was going to eat people. Beside her, 2 beautiful maids were trembling, for fear that one of them would be accidentally implicated by anger. Damn it, Blanche. The ant overturned her favorite local tyrant's gold desk, and her fat body trembled because of the strong panting. She had ordered that the thief be caught at all costs. RET can in some ways, be stolen and be saved. But the projection restraint is gone, her father can't even save her life. Outside, batch after batch of bounty hunters came to the Time Administration to receive tasks. The mission rewards given this time are unprecedentedly generous. It's not that they don't know Lin Feng's general strength, and they can buy it from the Time Management Bureau for 0 yuan, so there is a high probability that they will have nothing to do with this thief. But the Time Management Bureau gave too much. They were professionals with their heads tied to their belts. With so much, they could fight desperately. Not enough. Batch after batch of bounty hunters set off to receive their missions, but Auntie was still dissatisfied. Contact all the bounty hunters we can send, and catch that thief, dead or alive, the ant ordered to the maid grimly. Yes. The maid trembled when she was stared at by cannibalistic eyes, and her voice trembled. Outside the door, footsteps sounded, followed by a tall, thin man who was also one of the administrators. There was an unconcealable sarcasm in the man's eyes. What are you doing here? Are you watching a joke? The ant's murderous eyes cut across the man like a knife. The man sneered. No, I'm just here to remind you that Blue Star is a special planet with life. That's the center of the universe. If you send bounty hunters there, it may cause unexpected trouble. You can't afford the consequences. I can't afford it. The ant administrator was immediately irritated by this sentence. Her face turned blue and white, feeling insulted. It's none of your business, macaw. Now, get out of my office. The last sentence, the ant almost yelled out. She didn't know that Blue Star couldn't just go there. If you don't know, she sent a team with the RET Ken to the Blue Star to wait for Lin Feng last time, and she also used it to teleport into the universe. But now, Big Mom has no choice. Lin Feng took away the projection restraint device, which is no different from cutting off her way of life. Now Ant's eyes are red. Who cares if there will be any uncontrollable impact? Now, already, out of control. The administrator named Macaw silently exited the room. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Competition between the same positions is inevitable, and a place like the Time Administration is no exception. The fat ant came over to take the position of administrator by air, and her authority is still very high, which will definitely affect him. Now, however, Macaw could almost see what would happen to Big Mom. Do you really think he came to remind me kindly? He just came to stimulate the ant. Lin Feng's strength is extraordinary. Sending bounty hunters to the Blue Star is generally no problem to sneak in unnoticed. All you need to do is bring the time criminal back quietly. But can they bring back Lin Feng quietly? Macaw doesn't think they have this strength. The ending can only be one, that is, Lin Feng and the bounty hunter fight, causing the Time Management Bureau to be exposed to some sights. This act will turn the Time Administration into a laughingstock for a long time to come. Moreover, Macaw knew that there was not only Lin Feng in Blue Star, but also another terrifying existence. A cosmic cube with self-awareness that turned into a human form. Big Mom has her own projection restraint device, and Macaw, as the administrator, definitely has her own exclusive equipment. It was a crystal ball, able to see the existence of many things that cannot be detected. He didn't say anything about the cosmic cube he saw in Blue Star. It is estimated that after this incident, this fat ant will never be seen again. Thinking of this, McCoke whistled happily. Because of the plot, many settings of the Time Management Bureau are different from the original work. Please forgive me, McCork. Suddenly, someone stopped him at the corner of the corridor. McCoke turned around following the voice, and saw a tough guy with scars on his face. The scale-covered ears indicated that the person who came was not human. Aldridge. Why, you're here to pick up the mission too. McCoke frowned, although he was asking, but his tone was affirmative. He and Aldrich are old acquaintances. Aldrich is quick to handle and completes tasks quickly and with high quality. In the past, he also took on many tasks from Macaw. Yes. I heard that the target of this mission is difficult to deal with, so after receiving the mission, I need to come and get some unique weapons here. But I heard that you didn't release this mission? What's going on? Aldridge asked a little strangely. In the past, I needed to find McCock to get the task, but now, I was told by the staff to another office. Moreover, it is extremely rare to receive weapons from the Time Management Bureau to deal with mission targets. McCoke shook his head. He was unwilling and unable to say more about the administrator of the Fat Ant. Although the two did not fight each other, if he said it, he would be suspected of leaking secrets. You know, we can't ask too much about things here. Aldrich shrugged. Well, he was just curious. There is indeed such a broken rule here. However, for the sake of the past, I advise you not to accept this mission. Listen to me, leave now. McCook took 2 steps forward and whispered in Aldridge's ear. Aldridge's body tensed subconsciously, and his eyes became sharp. Oh, can you explain in detail? After all, below me, there are still a bunch of kids waiting to eat. The brat Aldrich was referring to was his subordinate. There are bounty hunters who travel alone, and there are also teams like Aldrich who go out collectively. But this time, the Time Management Bureau gave an unprecedented generous reward, which Aldrich could hardly refuse. But McCoke shook his head and continued, I said it, I can't say more. But I can tell you clearly that the objective of this mission is not something you can handle. No matter how many people there are, they will never return. Aldridge's pupils shrank suddenly, and he opened his mouth, wanting to ask another question. But McCook didn't intend to say anything more. He just patted Aldrich's strong arm and walked away. That's all he said, and he didn't bother to care whether Aldrich would listen. If it weren't for the fact that Aldrich had solved a lot of troubles for him in the past, and it was quite easy to use, he wouldn't talk too much. Aldrich stayed where he was, with a look of struggle in his eyes, and McCoke's words echoed in his mind. Although the remuneration is extremely generous, McCork has no reason to lie to him. If it is really as McCoke said, it is a mortal situation. But this reward. Aldrich has some hesitation. It is really hard to refuse this temptation. At the end of the corridor, a staff member noticed him. Are you also here to collect the task? The office is over there. The staff member kindly pointed in the direction. Aldrich's face was ferocious, and he was struggling inside, which surprised the staff. You, what's wrong with you? Aldrich grimaced. No, I'm just here to see. After speaking, Aldrich turned around and left, leaving the staff in a daze. What the hell? Have a look? What are you looking at? Come to the Time Administration to see? Strange bounty hunter. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, Starko with a Stallone face was sitting in the spaceship, tapping the armrest of the seat with his hand. On the control panel of the spaceship, a beeping sound suddenly sounded. Sitting in front, Astro turned his head and said, Boss, there is a message requesting access. It's Lotlin. The pensive Starko was interrupted, without any expression on his face. Come in. Astro nodded, then pressed the on button. The real-time image of the communicator named Luotlin was projected on the panel of the spacecraft. Staka. Luotlin, who had purple hair and looked like a royal sister, spoke slowly. She had a delicate little face, slender willow leaf eyebrows, but her pupils were a strange lavender. It is a pity that half of the face is covered under the veil, making it difficult to see the complete FAC Litrin. Long time no see. Starka greeted in a low voice, still expressionless. Lotlin, a mysterious leader of a bounty hunter team composed entirely of women of various races. She once confronted Starka and forged a friendship. Information is often exchanged between the two teams. In this dark universe, the more information you get, the more chance you have to survive. It's just that Luotlin lost contact about half a year ago, But everyone has their own secrets, asking rashly will destroy the relationship. Therefore, Starka chose not to ask too much, this is their rule. On the other side of the video, Lin nodded politely with a smile, long time no see, you still have the same iceberg face. The slightly teasing words did not make Starka react. As if he didn't hear it, he continued to ask, is there something wrong with this contact? Both of them are people with a lot of things to do every day, so they won't make such a move to start a video chat just because they are bored. On the other end of the video, Lin nodded slightly. She was one of the few in the bounty hunter team who liked to maintain special etiquette. She knew Starka's character well, so she didn't continue to tease him. Most of the time Starka smiles only when he is surrounded by girls. Did you also see that mission? Lin said slowly, and a photo was sent over. Starka glanced at it and hummed without denying it. If there is any entrusted task that can attract his attention recently, it is the one just released. Only teams or individuals with a rating above A will receive this task. Starker's Marauder team definitely received an invitation for this quest. How much do you know about him? Maybe we can share information, or even cooperate once. Lin sent out the invitation very simply. Lin was apparently also tempted by the rewards listed by the Time Administration. And among these rewards, there was exactly one thing she needed. But such a generous reward for the mission also made the clever Lin see the dangers involved. As for the mission target, the information collected made Lin not confident to deal with it, so she immediately thought of Starka the Predator. It's not that there are no other partners, but because Stark's Predator team compatibility is stronger, and Stark has his own bottom line. Cooperating with such a person will generally not be cheated. Think about it, I'll only charge one of them, and you can take all the others. Lin followed up with a condition. Starka was silent, and Lin stared closely at his iceberg face that had hardly changed for thousands of years. Send me your information. Lotrin's eyelids twitched slightly. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and sent a document. Based on her cooperative relationship and understanding with Starka, Starka will not greedy her for a piece of information. The information was opened by Astro, and Starka quickly browsed through it while Lin waited silently. His fingers were still tapping the armrest lightly. This information is outdated, Starka said after reading the information. Without waiting for Lin to respond, Starka continued to say in a low voice, Lotrin, don't provoke this person. That task is almost impossible to complete. The warning in the voice, as well as the seriousness, made Lotrin's pupils tremble, and her eyes widened slightly in disbelief. What did she hear? Starka, the indomitable predator, would actually say such a thing? Starka, who has always been known as brave and iron-blooded, actually backs down sometimes? Lin's complexion was slightly gloomy, her mind was full of thoughts. That person, is it uncontrollable? The clever Lotrin quickly figured out why Starka refused the mission. Uncontrollable, a code word among bounty hunters. It represents unknown power, or power that has not been fully revealed. This level is irresistible, possessing the ability to affect the entire universe with a wave. One mistake can lead to the destruction of the team. The last time they talked about the uncontrollable was the hypothetical infinite gems Thanos. Starka nodded sullenly. Astro, send that video over. Yes, boss. After giving the order, Starka looked up at Lotrin on the screen again. Lotrin, after reading it, you will understand. The video adopts special encryption, which can only be played once, cannot be copied, and cannot be sent twice. Lotrin turned on the video with a solemn expression. Just the beginning made her almost forget to breathe. She recognized in the video that the big man in bucket armor is a member of the Celestial Group. It is also called the existence of uncontrollable level by them. However, in the next second, two extremely bright rays attacked the Celestial Group. The armor on the members of the Tenjin Group was pierced through without blocking it for almost a second. In less than 5 seconds from the beginning, the Celestial Group fell. In the video, the source of the ray also gradually revealed its face. It is the target of her mission, Lin Feng. There are 3 whole groups of gods, those who die, those who escape. Lin has also seen the surrounding spaceships. Notorious cosmic villains, space pirates, and the least powerful of them all can fight back and forth with Lotrin's team. And Lin Feng in the video is like a harvester. The rays of light from his eyes, everywhere they go, are all quickly wiped out. The naval gun's attack hit him, not even breaking the hem of his clothes. The video ended quickly and was subsequently destroyed. This video, it can be said that only Starka has it in the whole universe. Because this video was recorded by their Predator team. When the unknown treasure was robbed last time, Starka's Raider team also arrived on the scene. But Starka, who believed in his intuition, let the fleet stay outside the galaxy on standby, and he and a few of his confidants drove a small shuttle to the periphery of the battle. Then, I saw this unforgettable scene. That is simply not an object that Predators can deal with. Starka also thought Lin Feng looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he saw him. Back then, I had completely forgotten about the confrontation with Lin Feng at Transit Star and Extinguished Star Bar because Lin Feng snapped his fingers afterwards. But this time, Lin Feng's strength was once again shown in front of Starka. It looked like an extremely easy crushing battle, but on the opposite side was a group of gods who could crush them to death with one finger. The Tianshan group can crush them to death, Lin Feng can crush the Tianshan group to death. How to fight? This ship mission is a trap, the kind that kills whoever picks it up. After appreciating the video, Lin slowed down for a while before recovering. The main reason is that the destructive power caused by Lin Feng is too outrageous. Suddenly, she felt a little lucky. Fortunately, Starka was contacted in advance, otherwise this trip would have really lost the person. It's just that the thing I need seems to be hopeless again. Thinking of this, Lotrin couldn't help shaking her head and laughing. Forget it, the dog's life is the most important thing. On the other side of the spaceship screen, Starka's voice came again. Anyway, we won't accept this task. There's no such thing as a success rate. People who obviously know they can't deal with them, if they go back, they will really deliver food to their door. Here is the reality, everyone's IQ is online. Well, I owe you this time, Starka. About that thing, let me think of another way. The two parties ended the communication. Astro was silent for a while, then suddenly turned his head and asked, "Boss, do we want to jump to the solar system?" Starka slowly put out a question mark. "What are you going to do in the solar system?" I was wondering, since many bounty hunters have gone to the solar system, can we fish in troubled waters? It's not about dealing with Lin Feng, the target person, but about, after Lin Feng cripples them, can we pick up some spaceships and supplies? Astro explained. Make money, don't shudder. The one named Lin Feng will definitely be able to smash them everywhere, and the bounty hunter who has the ability to accept this task will also be worth a lot. If you target these bounty hunters, you will undoubtedly be able to make a fortune. Starka snorted slightly. You're still too young, Astro. The attack method used by Lin Feng will turn the spaceship into dust. What are you going to pick up? Ashes. One more thing, Lin Feng is not sure whether he is in Blue Star or not. In case someone who doesn't open his eyes is the first to launch an attack on Blue Star, and we are also in the solar system, do you think Lin Feng will listen to our explanation and let us go? Starka's voice was not loud, but Astro was in a cold sweat. This. Well, he was not thinking carefully. But in the next second, Starka changed the subject. Get ready to jump, let's go to the galaxy. Astro couldn't turn his head. Boss, why did you say you couldn't go to the solar system just now, and then turned around and said you were going to the Milky Way? Stay far away, and it's not like there's no chance. Use here, and here. Starka pointed to his eyes and head. The corner of Astro's mouth twitched, not daring to say anything more, and activated the charging device swiftly. It is not close to the Milky Way, and it takes more than 10 jumps. If there is no gain this time, the team will definitely lose money. Centaurus, Proxima Centauri. This is currently observed, the closest fixed star to the Sun. It is about 4 light-years away from the Blue Star. Today, this galaxy ushered in the busiest time since the birth of the universe. In the galaxy, space suddenly begins to fluctuate continuously. In the next second, several small spaceships jumped out. These spaceships are almost all of the same model, but the weapons and exterior paints are quite different. The most conspicuous are the different patterns printed on the outside of the spaceship. Each pattern represents a group of bounty hunters. This is the shuttle spaceship. It can be said to be the favorite small spaceship of the bounty hunters. There is no one. They are cheap, easy to modify, and have super mobility and speed, as well as small energy shielding devices. This makes the bounty hunter more handy when performing tasks or hunting targets. And there are quite a few such small teams composed of several spaceships. Just jumping over during this period of time alone, there are already no less than 5 teams and nearly 20 spaceships. Needless to say, they all accepted the task of the Time Management Bureau and came to deal with Lin Feng. These bounty hunters were in a galaxy, separated by a certain distance from each other, and tacitly did not go to the Blue Star. Some bounty hunters with detectors have released detectors. According to the intelligence, Lin Feng is not in Blue Star now, they are staying here, which is very suitable. Before Lin Feng appeared, these competitors would not fight. As for Blue Star, in their eyes, it is a backward indigenous planet. Everyone thought that Blue Star was not a threat, but obviously, they were wrong. On the Blue Star, Lin Jili, who was Ruakat in the courtyard of the villa, stopped the movement of her hands. Xiaohei, who was lying on the ground with his belly turned upside down, stood up suspiciously, and meowed a few words. Lin Jili patted Xiaohei on the head and said, "Don't make trouble." And her eyes were also staring at the sky, her brows were tightly knit. Martina on the side was also holding a black cat, and she quickly noticed Lin Jili's strangeness. "Li, what's wrong with you?" Martina asked aloud while following her line of sight. "Well, blue sky, nice weather. But other than that, I didn't see anything." Lin Jili tilted her head. She pointed at the sky, malicious. "Martina? What the hell are you talking about?" Maliciousness, greed, desire to kill. A blue light flashed in Lin Jili's eyes. Someone is eyeing Lan Xing. No, it should be said that they are eyeing Lin Feng big brother. Lin Jili, as a humanoid self-propelled cosmic cube, and after recovering her body, both her abilities and senses are worthy of the title of Emperor of the Universe. The Ruakat who was happy just now, suddenly, Lin Jili sensed malice from 4 light-years away. Hearing this, Martina couldn't turn her head around. "Wait, what are you talking about? Is there nothing in the sky?" Martina looked at Lin Jili, who was a little distracted, and the question marks on her forehead had nowhere to go. Could it be that she is still immersed in the plot of yesterday's movie? Lin Jili stood up, still looking at the sky. "It's in space. There are a lot of spaceships there, and a lot of weird-looking people. I can see that they are holding a picture of Lin Feng big brother in their hands." What Lin Jili said was true. As if it was true, Martina followed suit and stood up. In space? Someone's eyeing Lin Feng. Who? Aliens. Lin Jilly nodded, but her eyes were full of abnormal excitement. Martina was a little dazed. Are you serious? Lin Jilly nodded again. Well, Centaurus, near Proxima Centauri, about 42 light-years away. Fuck, Martina was shocked, and she said it with a nose and an eye. New, my little sister Lin Jilly, can you still see things in space? Martina hadn't finished digesting this message when she saw lingerie floating in the air. Their threat to Blue Star is too great, I'm going to destroy them. Lin Jilly's eyes were covered with a large blue light. Wait. Martina was taken aback, and hurriedly pulled Lin Jilly down. At this time, shouldn't Lin Feng be notified? Martina took out a rescue device, and their family has a rescue device given by Lin Feng. The light in Lin Jilly's eyes faded, and she was a little puzzled. I can easily get rid of them myself, why do I need Lin Feng? Lin Jilly didn't understand. Martina was stunned again. It seems that what you say makes sense? Lin Jilly patted her chest and continued, don't forget, I am the Emperor of the universe. Someone is eyeing us now, definitely want to take the initiative to eliminate them. Isn't that what we watched on TV yesterday? These two just watched a sci-fi movie yesterday, which roughly tells that there is a comet in outer space that threatens the Blue Star. The Blue Star people who shouldered a huge mission sent several astronauts to carry bombs to blow up the comet to save the Blue Star. Martina from at the moment finally noticed the excitement in Lin Jilly's eyes. She swallowed, and realized for the first time that this Lin Jilly was more courageous than her. Do you want to go together, my best friend, my partner, the master of mechanics? Lin Jilly stretched out her hand to invite with a serious expression. It's just how you look at this scene. Martina gasped for breath. A tempting invitation. The movie I watched yesterday was really exciting. At night, the two of them were still in bed and simulated a small plot of flying a spaceship into space to save Blue Star. But Sister Susan won't agree. Be tempted, be able to say this, Martina is obviously tempted. Lin Jilly tilted her head in doubt, and said, then we don't tell Sister Susan. Hiss. Martina gasped. If you say that, then I will be excited. Forcibly suppressing her eager heart, Martina swallowed again, but if we act directly without talking, we will be beaten. Lin Jilly was even more puzzled. Isn't it okay if you don't tell Sister Susan? Martina opened and closed her small mouth, and finally stretched out a thumb. You are this? Didn't you notice it on weekdays? Is such a wild way with a small body? But these words also made Martina reflect on herself. I used to have a very independent personality, but it seems that after Lin Feng appeared, I slowly began to rely on Lin Feng and Sister Susan. Seeing that she was silent, Lin Jilly frowned again, looking impatient. Are you going or not? If you don't, I'll go by myself. This kind of justifiable opportunity to go to outer space and show the demeanor of the Emperor of the universe, Lin Jilly can hardly restrain her Kylan arm. Martina's eyes trembled slightly, and she slapped her thigh fiercely. Her hesitation eyes turned firm, and her firm eyes turned into excitement again. Go, why not go? Just kidding, did the mechanic master just talk about it casually? Blue Star is in trouble, and I, the mechanic master, must not sit idly by. Poor Martina, before she knew how many enemies there were and how powerful they were, she was already stunned by Lin Jilly. Lin Jilly smiled. I knew that the mechanic master would definitely not let any bad guy go. Now, you embrace the great Unicron. The Emperor of the universe will lead you to destroy the enemy. After finishing speaking, Lin Jilly became even more excited. Hurry up, I can't help it. For the cosmic cube, direct teleportation is fine. It's just that flying over is in line with the scene in the movie. But Martina shook her head and denied this method. Don't we have a spaceship? Let's fly the spaceship. Like the Jill, marching towards the universe. Comet, the enemy will be shot down by us, guard the Blue Star, and our name will be engraved on the long river of history. Martina stretched out her hand and pointed in the direction Lin Jilly was looking at. Her small body exuded a leader-like aura. This feeling, this action, this line, isn't it the scene before the captain's departure in the movie? Since she was going, Martina must put on a good show. The two of them flew over holding each other, and there was no line of sight. Okay. Poor sister Lin Jilly, she is still too young. Hearing this, Lin Jilly's eyes lit up, and she immediately put her thoughts of flying over behind her. You're right, Comet. Oh no, the bad guys won't give us so much time. Let's go now. Lin Jilly imitated Martina Biao's line from a movie. In the movie, it is the spaceship that is driven. It is normal for children to be obsessed with restoring some weird plots. Walk. The two little ones moved as soon as they spoke, turned over and rode on the enlarged Xiaohe, and quickly rushed towards the place where the spaceship was docked. And Susan, who was working unexpectedly nearly 20 kilometers away, didn't know what happened. Martina does have a spaceship. It was the Predator's small spaceship that Lin Feng gave Tony for research. Not long ago, this spaceship was transformed into a silicon-based life form by Martina, and it is now parked in Stark's research warehouse. And Stark's research warehouse is also located in the middle of the mountain where there is no one. The black cat rushed to the warehouse with the two excited little cats, but no one noticed along the way. Soon, the two pups arrived at the research warehouse. There are many symbiote teams guarding here, and it is not an exaggeration to say that Blue Star is the safest warehouse. But for Lin Jilly, entering this safest warehouse is no different from going home and entering the gate by herself. She only needs to use her ability a little, and the symbiote guards let them walk into the warehouse as if they couldn't see them. Martina didn't understand. Both of them had access to the warehouse. Why did Lin Jili still use ability? In this regard, Lin Jili's explanation is, this is exciting enough. The shape of the Predator's spaceship is very unique. When you enter the warehouse, you can see it almost at a glance, and you don't need to look for it at all. Poor Predator spaceship, totally unable to refuse its leader, Miss Martina. He could only turn on the stealth mode with a bitter face, and then drove the two little ones straight into space. And until at the moment, those guarding symbiotes hadn't noticed anything. Proxima Centauri, those space hunters, didn't know that they were about to usher in a catastrophe of destruction. Only in the spaceship, the two excited little ones were shouting, "Universe, here we come." "David, what's going on now?" Inside a shuttle spaceship, the leader of the bounty hunter asked his subordinates on the console. "Good condition, the shuttle is making a jump. After the jump, it will arrive in the low Earth orbit of Blue Star. After arriving at the position, it will be fully monitored." David replied respectfully. The leader nodded in satisfaction, and then asked, "Where are the other bounty hunters?" David scratched a few times on the console. A bunch of densely packed small light spots appeared on the screen. The Hunter team, the Murloc team, and the Treasure Hunter team have a total of 12 teams, with a total of 47 spaceships hiding in this galaxy. In addition, there are jumping fluctuations that continue to appear. The closest to us is the Hidden Squad. On David's screen, every dot of light represents a spaceship. The leader's face sank slightly, and he stroked his well-groomed beard. More and more bounty hunters are coming to this galaxy. In less than half a day, 47 spaceships have been packed into a galaxy, and there are still spaceships jumping over non-stop. In a rare big battle, the leader took a deep breath. He was full of confidence in this mission, but now he couldn't help feeling a little worried. What did this Blue Star man named Lin Feng do to the Time Management Bureau to attract so many powerful bounty hunters? The teams that David mentioned just now are big shots with heads and faces in the circle of bounty hunters. Definitely, he's not bad either. "Boss, do we want to withdraw from this mission?" After the report, David hesitated for a while and then put forward his own suggestions. If this trend continues, within a day, there will be dozens of groups of bounty hunters in the galaxy. However, the maximum number should not exceed 50. After all, the number of ratings that can reach the acceptance task is not as many as imagined. Moreover, many bounty hunters are still doing their own tasks and have no time to take care of this side. The reward is exciting, but you have to get it. David continued to persuade. He didn't know that his leader was also thinking about this question at the moment. "You are right, the reward is generous, but you have to live to get it." He's not a fool, he's just been blinded by the rewards for a while. Now it is not a question of how to catch Lin Feng. Whoever catches Lin Feng will become the target of all other bounty hunters. After some hesitation, the leader patted the seat. "Wait. Turn off all engines, the main engine continues to warm up, all battleship shields are charged, and the jumping device is charged. Then, stand by." "Yes." Following an operation, the 3 shuttle spaceships belonging to them simultaneously opened the protective cover. Although I don't know when Lin Feng will appear, but in order to guard against the internal friction of the 6th bounty hunter, it is necessary to open the protective cover. At the moment, on the Blue Star, a strangely shaped spaceship broke through the atmosphere stealthily and came into the universe. Woohoo! In the spaceship, Martina and Lin Jili raised their arms high, their faces full of excitement. Behind him, there was still a black cat squatting, rolling its eyes constantly. No way, the 2 little ones are excited. Although it is not that they have never been to the universe, but this time the 2 secretly ran out behind the backs of all their parents. And not only that, they also want to beat the bad guys. Doing this kind of behavior that they knew their parents would not allow, made the 2 little ones excited and adrenaline surged. "How about it, Sangvis, can you find those bad guys?" Martina sat in the driver's seat and patted the console excitedly. The name of this spaceship is simple and rude, it is called Iron Blood, and it was named by Tony. "Sorry, leader, I haven't found any hostile target signals within my search range." Martina's excited smile collapsed visibly to the naked eye. "Okay, useless big guy. Sangvis, are you polite? Something 4 light years away, you want me to search for a signal? Sorry, this ship does not have such a high-level perception detector. Lin Jili, are you here to navigate?" "No problem." Lin Jili patted Yuma Pingshuan's chest, and then quickly entered the coordinates on the console. Predator technology, control buttons are basically virtual, easy to understand. Lin Jili is also a cosmic cube, so it is very simple to understand and label the cosmic coordinates. The coordinates have been uploaded, whether to jump immediately. The voice of Iron Blood came, and after becoming a silicon-based life, all his devices have been upgraded. With this single-digit light-year jump, there is almost no need to wait too much for device charging. But at the moment, Martina exclaimed. "Wait a moment. What is that?" Martina pointed to a big iron ball not far from the window. The big iron ball hadn't been there just now, but it appeared here very abruptly. Analyzing. "This is a spherical probe, leader," Iron Blood explained. "Is it from Blue Star?" "No, leader, no." Martina and Lin Jili looked at each other thoughtfully. "Bum him? Then start jumping immediately. No need to ask, it's not Blue Star's probe, but it suddenly appeared, it must belong to those bad guys." The iron-blooded cannon barrel stretched out, and faithfully carried out the leader's order. Meanwhile, 4 light-years away, David stared blankly at the words lost signal on the screen, and hurriedly turned his head. Boss, the detector was blasted off. What? Just now, our probe was destroyed after jumping to the vicinity of the blue star. This is the image transmitted before the destruction. Before the probe exploded, a photo was sent back. Looking at the unique and unprecedented spaceship above, the leader felt a little numb. The 800,000 detectors just exploded like this? That's a rare item specially purchased with a huge sum of money for this mission? I lost 800,000 without doing anything? Although I was mentally prepared that this task would be very difficult, it was too soon. With his heart bleeding, the leader gritted his molars and ordered, "What kind of spaceship is this? Share it with the hidden squad, and pay them to investigate." In addition to receiving some bounty missions on weekdays, the hidden squad is more importantly doing some intelligence gathering work. There should be clues to this unknown spaceship from the hidden team. But in the next second, David wiped his cold sweat and responded, "Boss, maybe, you don't need it." Huh. The leader's beard twitched. That spaceship has already jumped over. As soon as the voice fell, fluctuations appeared in the distant space. The spaceship in the photo jumped over immediately. There is no need to detect it can be seen visually.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.